They're flipping the most.
N-I-G-G-E-R-Izard. You spell it out? Is that okay?
Yeah.
That's probably not okay.
No,
Yeah,
no, it's not.
you can. You can't. Dude.
But you don't really say.
You don't say it
You don't
because
say
it wouldn't
the same
work as
way.
it wouldn't work as the word. It has to be
yeah.
spelled out.
So I think maybe it is better. It's
And then,
better,
'cause
but
it
it's
would
not
be,
good.
If you were to spell it, it would be E-N-A-Y-E
No, we don't have to do that, man.
G-I-G-I.
No, we don't have to do the math on this one.
I
don't even get what you're doing.
Because it's not the N word is Zard. It's this.
The N word is art. It sounds funny though. But yes, I see where you're getting at.
Yes.
And what I think is it's better than saying the N word, but not good.
Yes.
That's where I'll land on it.
I think it's good. I think it's good to say these things.
Oh, Adam, I love gay sex. Do you guys like my raspy, sexy voice? Do I sound like Scarlett Johansson?
This is just off the plane.
And this is you don't smoke. This is just from like what eating chocolates.
I smoked a lot of weed. I smoked.
Okay.
I smoked a bunch of spliffs that were sort of tobacco and weed, but also just from being sick. I think
That's the thing I miss most about drinking is you wake up in the morning and you just sound like Nick Nolte every day.
Yeah, dude, I was getting fucked up.
God damn it, I ain't got time for this not spelling the N-word out bullshit. Hell, just let me do the show the way I fucking want.
Young Nolte.
Why do people confuse him and Busey? Because they both had iconic
No, I don't know
shots.
what it is. I think it's because reality is a giant simulation, and there's certain like
Nolte looks like
overlaps
Bizarro?
in
There's
programming.
yeah,
that-
it was like what we were talking about with Basic Instinct and
yeah, like that, or how
Yeah.
people confuse Helen Keller and Anne Frank. They're completely unrelated, but there's a lot of
Right.
people. That
There's
confuse
some
them.
there's some weird shit in your brain that does that shit.
that just like connects.
but I don't think that's
those
what's
kind of
going on with
things.
Nolte and Busey. I think Busey looks like fucking
they look-
Bizarro.
they look-
Nick Nolte.
No, they look nothing alike.
They don't look that similar.
there
but
was
they
a
both had like very
blonde hair.
iconic mug shots where they both looked like
I
shit.
think I think Busey looks like fucked up Nolte. That's what I say.
Busey's got like a big ass mouth.
Nolte
and
used
shit.
to be sexy as shit too, didn't he?
Nick Nolte.
He used to be a stud.
Yeah, and like Prince of Tides.
Yeah, he was.
You know what I was thinking about the other day? It's like, because everybody has unique fingerprints,
Mm-hmm.
but everyone probably also has unique asshole creases.
So true.
And like, what if in the 1800s that guy who came up with fingerprints was
Mm-hmm.
like, "Gentlemen, I present to you a new method of identifying criminals. We use the silver nitrate photograph to take a picture of every man's anus. And we smear ink or just use their own fecal matter to press onto transition plate, and then we'll create a database of all the assholes.
yes.
We could have lived in that.
What
world.
if,
Yeah.
brother?
What if?
That's what that show.
Dude,
They're like, okay, but what's your idea for Shark Tank? I'm
Well,
like, oh,
imagine if that guy did that.
yeah,
That's my idea. That's a fucking funny thing.
but how is that a business? It's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you want to invest or not, motherfucker?
I thought I just said an idea and then you give me money for it.
Offers off the you take it off the table.
Yeah.
Offers off the table.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think we're gonna go. So.
You're out. You're out. I'm not taking it from you. Anybody? The other three? Anybody else want to get fucking?
Well,
Want to run their fucking mouths?
oh yeah, I should have mentioned before. This isn't an idea for gay guys. So
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Wonderful. You're out, bitch.
if you're not a gay guy, maybe you'll want to.
That little guy Kevin or whatever the fuck's like, I'm not gay.
Who? Kevin Hart?
No. Isn't there a guy named Kevin?
No, I don't think so.
Who's that little elf-looking guy
Who are you talking about?
on Shark Tank?
Shark Tank.
With Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful.
No, okay. Who's the other guy's name?
Oh yeah. He's like some Eastern European type of.
Is he?
He's in the. They're always like he made millions in the technology industry. It's always very like.
How
So
about
who's that
Mark
guy?
Monk, and it's just Mark Wahlberg, and you bring him the idea, and he's like, "That's great," and then he just takes your idea and turns it into a business. He doesn't give you any money.
That is probably what he
He
did.
just steals your business.
That's
idea.
good.
Yeah, you're watching Mark Tank, a show where people come on, and then I take their ideas, and me and Donnie turn it into a business. And that's where Wahlburgers started.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
It was originally Jamal Burgers.
yeah.
A guy named Jamal was like, I got a pun.
The Taj Mahal burgers.
Taj Mahal Burgers also.
The Taj Mahal. and it's
Hit the
Mark
time.
Wahlberg themed casino.
Mark Wahlberg, Taj Mahal themed casino. It's Mark Wahlberg. Picture him with like fucking.
Him stopping 9/11.
Yeah. Take that, you fucking sultans. Just picture him with a what's the shit?
A
turban.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got it.
Thanks, man. I was gonna say scarf wrapped around his head when I was really
I'll
struggling.
be honest, man. Turbans, especially the ones with the jewel and
They're
the
cool
feather,
as fuck.
it seems like a good idea.
They look cool. As shit. I
I'm-
would love to wear
I'm
a
mad we
turban.
didn't come up with that.
Yeah. Are
a
people
jewel-
still dressing that way, Sultan style?
Yeah.
It
That's
seems-
not out of that. They're still doing that.
for the summer. That seems like
Sinbad pants.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
because
you
it's
put on-
flowing. It's flowing.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that would be a good.
I would
fit.
look like a great. First of all, I would look like a great sultan.
They have like shirts that look like regular button up shirts, but they just go to the knees.
Yep.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And then Sinbad pants, and then the feather jewel thing. That is a good look.
Well, especially the long shirt. Indian guys wear that, and so you can get fat as shit and not have to tuck your shirt in.
I love that.
It's a good idea.
I'm in on that.
Yeah,
bro.
like stop. You should get that.
My wife says to me, "Why haven't you tucked your shirt in?" And it is because it is too long. She gets mad at me, but I have come up with a better way to. The shirt is just longer.
Have you been given any thought to like your look in Tokyo?
No,
No.
probably the usual come on pants.
I'm gonna all black patent leather for me.
Yeah, same jeans.
Yeah,
I've
we
been wearing
gotta.
for
I mean,
2.5
like it's like
months.
kind of the. It's like the fashion.
Not brushing my teeth the entire time. That's probably a look I'll go for.
I don't know. I think that we gotta look.
I love
chic.
that when I go to a hotel. I'm like, "Can I get a toothbrush?" They're like, "We actually don't have any." I'm like, "Oh, damn."
Shucks.
Yeah, I guess I just won't brush my teeth for 3 days. Joke's on me, I guess.
I honestly brush my teeth more regularly on the road.
Yeah, because you get those free
Yeah.
a brand new toothbrush
Feels
every
good.
Clean.
day.
Yeah. And you know that
It's like sliding a brand new condom on your dick. You know what I mean? Nothing feels as good as
you
that.
reuse
Used
condoms.
shit.
Yeah, of course.
Of course, man.
What are you,
Anytime.
That's
wasting
green.
latex?
It's green. Yeah.
Everyone's talking about all these straws.
That's the thing, man. I prefer to find the condoms that are on the sidewalk because it's like you know those ones work.
Exactly. Yeah.
Somebody used it.
already used it.
Yeah.
You know that's a good one.
With the new one, it's like this thing could break. Who knows what's going on?
Absolutely. Well, everyone was talking about how straws are bad for sea turtles, but latex is even worse.
Yeah. Is that why people are mad at straws? Because they hurt turtles?
I think so.
Man, fuck turtles, dude.
I did drink out of a paper straw, and I gotta say that shit sucked my
They
dick.
suck, dude.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
Make
Why
it out
the
of some
fuck?
other
Who
shit.
gives a shit about
They
turtles?
disintegrate by the end of the drink.
What happens? It gets stuck in their nose or something?
No, I
fucking
think it's just like the like
It touches
straws
them?
are used once and then thrown out, and
Sorry,
then they
man.
go straight
They
to
just touch-
landfills.
They just go in your fucking house, bitch.
Yeah, so true.
So they have a shell.
Yeah. If your shell can't protect you from straws,
I
you
mean,
deserve
yeah,
to die.
you evolved wrong. I'm seriously. That's the whole point of the
I
shell.
don't think it's turtles. Is it turtles?
I don't fucking know, man.
They
What
were
the fuck?
saying that wasn't it
I think just
the six pack
sea life.
like the plastic rings for 6-packs, you have to cut them because
Yeah, it would get stuck on a dolphin's nose.
dolphins, yeah.
fucking stupid.
And it's
ass
like they're
dolphins.
supposed to
Aren't-
be as smart as we are, right?
Yeah, they'd suck each other's cocks. You think they'd know
they have
not
gay
to fucking.
they have gay sex
You
in
think
each
they
other.
would know how to avoid? Oh, maybe that's probably what it is. They keep trying to fuck those things.
Yeah, and you get
Yeah.
stuck
And their
on
little
it.
cocks.
They're
And
very
they get stuck
horny.
on their cocks. Then when you suck another dolphin's dick, your nose gets stuck while sucking its dick.
Interesting.
Okay, that makes sense then. Yeah.
They fuck each other's blowholes, dude.
Mhm.
They're horny ass animals.
Does that
for
feel
pleasure.
good getting your blowhole fucked?
They do it for pleasure.
Only the dolphin fucking feels good though, right? The dolphin getting fucked, its blowhole
The
doesn't
sub?
have.
Well, I think it's about kind of submitting power to the
Do
other
you think,
dolphin.
Do you think
so it
animals
feels
are into
good.
BDSM?
Yeah, I think it feels good to be a bottom. I think you can bottom from the top. I think
You
that
keep
is
talking about that, and I think that's more just kind of like
bottoming from the
that's
top.
kind of like your thing, man.
Yeah, of course, dude. But I learned it from the dolphins.
I'm so mad about these turtles.
Why are you mad about
Because
the turtles?
like I thought
I
there was
don't-
I thought
I
there was a
don't think
better
Stop-
reason
I
for
think
we
Stop
can't have
just made it
straws
up.
anymore
No, I
than
mean,
fucking turtles are hurt.
I don't think it's just
No,
turtles,
I think
but-
that it's that you use a straw once and then it just goes into a landfill and doesn't disintegrate for thousands of years or whatever.
So
It's like styrofoam.
So there's a lot of shit. We don't-
Yeah, they're trying to cut out styrofoam.
landfills
too.
aren't a fucking problem. You know how many places should be landfills?
How
Philly.
many?
Yeah, there's one.
What?
Take
Yeah.
that.
Take that
That's
good
fucked up.
comedy theater.
Israel. Let's turn Israel.
All right.
Israel.
Well, yeah.
That's two. All right, we got to go to the show, guys.
Oh, do we?
Yeah.
What time is it?
We got to go to Funny Moms.
What time is it?
It's like 7 something.
Oh shit! I forgot. I got to pick up laundry.
You got
well,
time.
do it
maybe.
tomorrow. Do you have time? It's 7:15. We got to go.
What do you mean? The show's at 9 o'clock.
It's at
It's
8.
not. It's at 8, dude. We
It's
do
been
it
at
at the
8
same
for-
time every week.
It's been at 8 for like 6 months.
How the fuck do you not know what time our show
So,
is?
all right, everyone, come to Funny Moms on the 8th, October 8th.
It's our last one until November.
I will also be at the Stress Factory on the 3rd for Bonnie McFarlane's show. She started a show there. So come out to that
in New Brunswick.
in New Brunswick. I forgot how far it was when I agreed, but Bonnie
It is
rocks.
far.
So I'm doing it anyway. And she
It's
also...
not that far, dude.
How far is it?
It's
Oh,
like
did you take
midway
the
between here and Philly.
It's like 2 hours, isn't it? Is it less than that?
No, it's less than that. If
Oh,
you take
that's
the
not
train,
bad.
it's
The
less.
Stress Factory.
Yeah.
No, it's
Maybe an
it's-
hour and something on the.
I mean, I've been there. I could just tell you, but
Please tell me.
no. Adam wants to. Adam wants to discuss where he thinks it is.
Rutgers University.
If I drive, how long will it take me?
Just take the train, dude.
Really? Is that
Yeah,
quicker?
yeah, yeah. Just take New Jersey Transit out there.
Okay, maybe I
Yeah.
will.
And then the train lets you off like really close to the comedy club.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
And then if you are in Australia, please come see us in Sydney on the 23rd, Melbourne on the 26th, Brisbane on the 28th, and then we have some southern dates, but we don't know when they are.
Yeah, sorry, we forgot
We
to
think
look
they're
those
in
up.
Nashville. I think is the November 11th.
11th, really?
I think.
That's pretty soon after Japan.
Yeah, we get back on the road immediately after. We have a week off. So
Oh, wow.
anyway, yeah, fuck you. Suck my fucking dick, you piece of shit. Bye.
Week of March 8th, 2007, and we're going to talk about localization, and we're going to do it in English, just for you. Okay. Welcome to Retronauts. I lied last week. We're not going to talk about Master System this week. We'll do that some other week.
That was why I came.
I knew it.
Yeah, I'm leading you on and breaking your hearts. No, this week we're going to talk about localization, or the lack of localization in many old games. And the reason for this is because we have a special guest this week. Special guest, introduce yourself.
I'm Tom Hewlett, and this is all my fault. I used to work for Atlas, where I localized games.
And there you go.
And they fired you. Why? Because Nick Maragos paid them money. This is going. Nick Maragos doesn't have any money.
Too many.
What are you talking about?
Too
Not
many
anymore.
potty jokes. That's also why they got rid of Zach Meston.
True. I don't think I ever made a potty joke.
Oh, really?
Unless you can dredge one up. Was it too many
No, I
massive
can't.
damage jokes? I only made one. That's too much.
No. It was his was the first. It's okay.
That's right.
The,
yeah.
the contact joke, that was fine.
Mhm.
We're only allowed one. We should all introduce ourselves. I'm Jeremy Parrish, the host. Yeah, you know me by now. Whatever.
I'm Ray Barnholt from My Cheats. One up, the usual.
I'm Chris Kohler from Wired's gaming blog Game Life.
Okay, so yeah, we'll talk about localization, but first we're going to talk about this week in gaming news, retro gaming news, because there's a lot of news, but we don't care about that. We only care about old stuff. Who wants to be forward thinking when it's so much easier to just like look at what's on Virtual Console?
Right. Well,
So-
Nintendo can't be forward thinking this week.
Well, no, because that would cause stock problems.
That would cause stock problems. That would get them in legal trouble.
It's I think this is the first time that Nintendo has actually offered an excuse
Right.
for their reticence and silence. Usually it's just
Yeah.
like, screw you, we're going to talk about playing Pac-Man on GameCube.
Right.
That's all you get to see.
That really was the first thing that ran through my mind. We're like, Chris, we're going to set you up with an interview with Beth Llewellyn at Nintendo, but she's not going to say anything related to the future of the company. And the first thought that was like, well, what else is new?
So, would you like to talk about GameCube? Possibly?
Right,
Super
right.
NES? We have lots of information about Super NES, unless you want to know about future Super NES releases on Virtual Console. That they can't talk about.
Those, no.
Right.
Even though they came out a long time ago, it's still forward-looking.
That is so meta.
Isn't it? I don't know. What does meta mean?
I don't know.
Okay.
It doesn't mean anything by itself.
Right. So yeah, Nintendo can't be forward looking, and neither we don't have to though.
Yeah,
We can
we're
be
looking
backwards
back.
looking. Yep.
Yeah, this week's Virtual Console selections, I think, are pretty generally good, although there seems to be a lot of disagreement because it's kind of those middle of the road, could go either way games. Elevator Action, I really like Elevator Action. I remember the arcade game, and that's probably why I like it. But the NES version is a very good rendition of the arcade game. Not perfect, but it looks good. It plays just the same, and it has the same music. Do 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 do. Yeah, it gets
Yeah.
into your head and it stays there.
You're Mr. Elevator Action though. You're
I-
totally into that stuff.
I am. I love some elevator action. Loving an elevator.
Loving an elevator.
That's right. That's what this game is all about, except that you're shooting people. So some people like elevator action, some people don't. Your mileage may vary.
What else we
I've
got?
never played it.
Also, this week is Super Ghouls and Ghosts, which I think is pretty much a universal thumb up. Thumbs
Yeah.
up. Unless, you just hate hard games, which is
Yeah,
understandable.
right.
Because it's probably the hardest of the Ghost and Goblins series. And that's really saying a lot.
Mhm.
Because that's a really hard series.
And you personally, I guess this means you don't hate ghosts and goblins in
No.
general.
This is some retarded lie that people on the internet came up with because they had to justify the fact that they really wanted Ultimate Ghost and Goblins to be good, and I don't think it's good. That just means I don't like Ultimate Ghost and Goblins because it's not a good game. It's badly designed in every way that matters. But Super Ghouls and Ghosts, on the other hand, is really, really good. It's nicely crafted. It has really nice graphics. It has the gameplay, even though it's kind of the same gameplay, like kind of stiff and limited. It feels like the game was made for it. Like, it feels right. Whereas Ultimate Ghost and Goblins, not so much. So yeah, it's definitely the highest recommended game this week on Virtual Console. Quality stuff. Just be aware that it's really, really hard. And when you get to the end of the game, it's not actually the end of the game. And you have to beat the game again. And you only have like 2 continues to do it with. So,
Well,
or
if you know
6.
the first one, you're ready for that.
Yeah.
And the reason it's so hard, really, is because it was an original console game, and they could,
Right, they can
sort
make
of-
it as brutal as they wanted
yeah,
to.
exactly.
Honestly, I did always like the Gargoyle games better than the plain Ghost and Goblin series, but that's just because I like to have some freeform adventure elements.
Yeah, apples and oranges.
I'm picky that way. Right. And finally, there's Sword of Vermilion, which I don't know. Ray, it seems like it might be your kind of game.
Not really. It's
Really?
my friend Alex's favorite.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Alex, I can see him being into that.
Yeah.
I like it in theory. I like it in principle. It's nice
Sure.
what they were trying to do, but it kind of falls flat.
Yeah, it's not Phantasy Star.
No, it's really not.
Nope.
It's almost Phantasy Star, where you have like a top-down view in towns, and then you go first-person view in the dungeons. But
Yeah.
then all of a sudden, you're like stuck with this bad action RPG, running
Yep.
around hitting things and mostly being hit. I don't know. Do you guys have an opinion?
Nope, I can't even picture it in my head.
It's a Genesis game, so
So
like
that's top-
16 colors on the screen.
Top-down view in towns, and then you go into first-person dungeons.
Or just like pathways to the dungeon. Did you ever play Arcana on Super NES?
I've seen screenshots.
Oh well, that's whatever. Yeah, you're not just in first person view in the dungeons. It's also like to get to the dungeons. And there's random encounters when you fight enemies. You don't fight them in a first person perspective. They just appear, and all of a sudden you're in a top down view and like chasing them around. And that's where the game falls apart because it's really clumsy.
So is this the thumbs down then, even if you're an RPG person?
It's a thumbs down unless you really have a lot of patience for old school RPGs. There's a lot of leveling involved because when you bump up a level, then you become massively more powerful and suddenly can pretty much annihilate everything. It's one of those games.
So there was also an announcement of a new retro game for Xbox Live Arcade this week, which was Jetpack Refueled.
Oh, right.
Finally official. One of the worst kept secrets about Xbox Live Arcade is
Yeah.
they're like, hey everybody, look at this game we got.
That's the magic of PartnerNet.
Yes, it is.
Makes something available to everyone in the media, and someone in the media is going to leak it because media are by nature loudmouths.
Even when they've
That's
signed
why-
a contract that says they're not going
Yeah,
to
that's why
talk
this
about
week
it.
at GDC is going to be so fun because the developers hate the media because we're loudmouth assholes.
Yeah.
And so we walk around with our little ribbon on our badges, and they
Yep.
scowl at us and ostracise us and
Mhm.
shove us out of the room.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's the best.
Yeah.
They gave us a dainty ribbon
Yeah.
to mark us
Oh,
out.
is that
It's
true?
like you got fourth prize at the county fair
Yeah.
ribbon. It just kind of dangles from your badge.
Yeah, I know those.
Yeah.
But the thing is, with those badges, you can actually take them and tuck them up underneath the badge if you don't want people to see them.
I guess you could.
Yeah.
So then not only are you a loudmouth jerk, you're also a liar.
Yep.
great.
Well, and that's why we got into this profession in the first place. So.
It's a survival tip.
Mhm.
It's not
But Jetpack, the original Jetpack, that was what, a Spectrum game?
Something like that.
Yeah,
One of those
back when Rare was Ultimate Play the
Ultimate
Game,
Play the Game.
and that kind of had a sequel of sorts in Solar Jetman, right?
Oh, I don't know about that. Is that true?
They seem like kind of similar concepts. Like you're
Mhm.
flying
Yeah.
around a level, but Solar Jetman had a much more detailed gravity model. I think.
Huh.
It was kind of like Lunar Lander meets Jetpack.
Hmm.
Anyway, so it's more simplified,
Yeah.
arcadey, but I guess that'll make people buy a console in England.
Yeah. The new version of Jetpack is pretty decent. I played it because of PartnerNet, and it's good.
Is it pretty?
It's fun. It's very pretty. Yep. That's it's a Rare game.
Are you collecting a lot of stuff?
I've stopped playing it. I've messed around with it for a little while, and oh no, there's no real collectathon anything.
I like that. I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
you can just play it.
Jingies, doodads,
Yep.
bluebies.
Tees. And when it'll come out, who the hell knows? Because
Yeah,
it's
that's
Xbox Live Arcade.
Right, and
Yeah.
there's the magical certification process.
Right.
or
It'll be out
whatever.
like 7 months or whatever. Yeah.
Right, right. Yeah. Also, we didn't mention Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles last week, but
Yeah, we failed to.
that was actually not a rumor, much to my surprise. It really is the original
Yeah.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade game by Konami. for
What?
players.
Yes.
Who knew?
Tom, you're at Konami. What are you
Oh.
talking about?
Right.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is news to you?
No,
Okay.
No.
I'm keeping up
You're-
appearances.
Oh, I see.
No.
You have to pretend to be ignorant.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah.
And Worms is coming out this week, which I guess counts as retro because every Worms is the same as the first Worms, except
Yeah.
the 3D ones, which are just
Which are
kind of-
different.
Yeah, not good.
Which you
No.
don't want to play.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So multiplayer on Ninja Turtles, is it broken like Contra, or does it work?
I think he's free to take the Fifth Amendment on that, on grounds that it might incriminate him.
Well, we'll get Ninja Turtles, the arcade game with no online multiplayer and bad graphics for Virtual Console, and it'll
Oh,
cost
yeah.
more. So
Yeah.
suck it down, Xbox owners. I don't know what to say.
But at least it'll have like those nice metal balls rolling down the stairs. That was an amazing effect for the NES. They
It
had to get a
was.
special chip just for those rolling
For
steel
the rolling
balls.
steel balls.
And what about that code where you could be Simon Belmont?
Oh
Huh?
yeah, that was awesome.
yeah, that was so
Yeah.
cool.
Go home and try it, kids.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Put in the Konami code.
Up down,
Yep.
up down, left right, BA start,
Mhm.
or up down, left right, whatever.
You couldn't get
I
a
don't-
job at Konami.
God, I hate EGM.
That's the test, by the way.
No, I actually did fall for that because at the time, who knew that EGM liked to pull everyone's legs at April?
Right. Well, actually,
April
nobody,
Fools.
because that was the first one.
Right.
Yep.
So yeah, I read that, wrote it down in the store, went
Yeah,
back home,
yeah.
and sat there for half an hour.
Uh-huh.
And never got it to work.
Yeah, me too.
And then I went back to the store to make sure I got it right. I was too cheap to buy my own magazine.
Of course.
And I noticed the name was April Fool.
AP Real Fools, or whatever the guy's name was. Yeah.
I still have a grudge against Ed Simrad for that.
Mhm.
And finally, last bit of Xbox Live Arcade news. Is this official? The news that
Oh.
have you guys heard? If the news that they're upgrading the size?
Yes, that's official.
Okay.
Yep.
To
Tripling
150, right?
Yeah.
150 megabytes.
Mhm.
And they're releasing a gigantic jumbo 512 megabyte
Right.
memory card for people who don't own
Right.
the core system.
So now instead of getting like totally screwed in the ass and having to pay $50 for 64 megabytes, you're only getting like marginally screwed, and you have to pay $50 for
Okay,
half
so
a gig.
$50 for half a gig versus $100 for 20 gigs.
right.
Which is the better
Should I
idea?
buy? I don't know. Yeah.
I'm not really sure why someone wouldn't just, pony up the extra $50 to get a hard drive.
You know what? For all the stuff that Sony did wrong with PlayStation 3 and continues to do wrong with PS3, the fact that you can take whatever USB jump drive you have lying around or compact flash and transfer your saved games to it or whatever the hell
Well,
you
even the
want
Wii
is
can do that.
great. Yeah. Well, no. The Wii can
Kind of.
transfer it to an SD card, which is
Right, to
true.
an SD card,
I mean,
and
it's
only
not
if you,
proprietary and
like-
they're not.
And only onto a system where you've played the game before.
Yeah.
If you have a Zelda save file and you want to move
Uh-huh.
it to a system that has never been played, that Zelda's never been played on before,
Mhm.
SOL.
Huh.
It's kind of weird.
That is kind of weird. But Sony's solution in this case is excellent, and Microsoft's is all about turning.
Right, and
yeah.
I'm sure that those SD card and memory stick ports will be one of the first things to get cut when they start
Yeah, pretty
trimming
much.
the hardware back
Well,
to make it cheaper.
If you've noticed, Microsoft's strategy is about turning a money pit into a profit center, whereas Sony's strategy seems to be about turning a profit center into a money pit.
At least it
So,
rumbles now.
At least the gamers win.
Not yet. It could theoretically rumble in the future.
Right.
It's always rumbled. We've always been at war with Eurasia.
Oh, that's right. That's
Mhm.
right.
Right.
Rumble. Yeah,
Cool.
Rumble is a current gen technology. and backwards compatibility is not a core value.
I don't think I want to see like a big screen with Ken Kutaragi's face booming and propaganda. That's just not.
Yeah.
That's not appealing to me.
No, it'll be actually Kaz Hirai now.
Oh right.
Because Kutaragi's been.
That's not
moved
much
out
more
of it.
appealing.
No,
honestly.
no.
So is there any other news worth talking about? There are some retro releases in Japan this week. There's the Monster World collection for PS2.
Hell yeah.
Which some of those games never came to the US, right?
No.
So it's probably worth owning the collection if you like Monster World games, because that's the only way you're going to get to play them.
Monster
They
World
will be
4
coming to VC.
Yeah, Monster World 4 never came out here, but it's on GameTap now. If you want to try
Really?
it that way, yeah.
Oh, so maybe it will.
It's still in Japanese, but it's still a fun game. So
Yeah, that's pretty simple. I mean, when
Yeah.
you run left and hit stuff, or run right and hit stuff, it's universal. Also, Seiken Densetsu Heroes of Mana is out this week, which wouldn't be retro except that, like, somehow an official batch of screenshots got a Seiken Densetsu 3 or screenshot or 2 mixed up
Oh,
in them.
that's right. People
and
got
that
so
convinced
excited.
people that this game is going to have Seiken Densetsu 3 built into it. Yes,
Right.
it's going to be awesome.
Right.
So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of disappointed people when
Yeah.
that finally comes out this week, I think.
Or a lot of incredibly happy people if it turns out to be true, but I don't think that's going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Why do you?
Why would Square put a free game in another game when they could sell that game separately for the same amount of money?
I still hold out hope for the Mana series. That's the one last thing that I cling to.
You really shouldn't.
I know.
good luck.
But hey, whatever. If that makes you happy.
No, it doesn't actually. It makes me really miserable.
Okay, well that wraps it up for news, so now we can talk about the real topic. And the real topic is localization, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Right. That's the podcast topic.
Oh, that's why this guy's here.
Right.
I've been wondering about that for like the last 10 minutes.
So how do you want to go about this? Tom, do you want to tell us what the localization process entails, or should we go through a history of game
We can do a
localization
history,
and
yeah.
then segue into
That would be epic.
your insights?
Right, that would be epic.
Okay, I like epic. It doesn't just have to be World of Warcraft and their legendary thread is the only epic podcast around here. Garnet's 3-hour podcasts, they're not the only epics either.
Can we have Rising Strain music?
Yeah, sure.
All
I'll
right.
dub something in here.
Cool.
Awesome.
Oh, I haven't decided what I'm dubbing in for this week's music. What do you think?
It should all be the All Your Base. No, just
Yeah,
kidding.
no, actually, yes, that's right.
Oh man,
I did decide.
what have I done?
No. I'm actually putting Zero Wings game music in this episode.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's right. Because
Okay.
the game music is pretty okay. It's a Toaplan game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they did good music. Good
You're not
people.
gonna- You're not going to have the opera in here or anything?
No, we're not going to have like all your base remixes.
No, I meant the FF6 opera.
Oh.
They didn't translate that out of gargly sounds.
Yeah.
It's pretty much.
If we could just hit the big points of localization, you know, you could have Zero Wing and then some Ted Woolsey and then everything I did. you know?
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds awful.
Mhm.
Yeah, localization is a problem that's not unique in any way to video games. Anything that goes from one nation to another where people speak different languages has to be localized. It's a problem that's existed since the time of the Bible and the Tower of Babel.
I am all for it. I support it.
Not
I
me.
gonna
support
come
it
out-
when it's
I'm
good.
coming out staunchly on the pro side of this discussion.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Glad to hear that.
It's nifty.
Mm-hmm.
No, those American hacks don't know what the hell they're doing.
Right, everything's better in its original Japanese.
Right.
Right.
So you should all learn Japanese.
Yeah.
Right, because that's the only pure way to play video games.
Right.
Yeah, actually, I think probably in the earliest days, localization happened in the other direction since video games kind of started here in America and were exported out. So like Zork and Advent and stuff, I'm sure that those had foreign language versions long before people were worried about the Final Fantasy VI opera or whatever. Localization is the art of taking a game from one country and taking it to another. It's very easy.
Right.
Of course, it entails more than just the language. There are cultural issues to deal with, and localization can sometimes be a complete overhaul of a game.
Yeah, there are technical issues to be
Chubby
considered.
Cherub what did that start out as?
Kitaro,
Yeah,
which was a manga anime
Right.
character.
So instead they put a
Oh,
fat
right.
angel in it eating cakes.
Yep.
Right.
Or
Right.
Wampum, which started out as a Journey to the West Sayuki Dragon Ball kind of thing, and
Right. And
somehow
Which
became a little Indian brave fighting through
Indians.
ancient Japanese monsters.
oh, I just
That
got
almost
that
makes
pun.
sense.
Wampum.
Right, Wampum.
I've
Yeah,
never heard it
'cause
spoken out loud before.
You know what? I didn't get it until like
That's-
5 years ago myself. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that was about
Let's
the
go.
only clever thing with that game.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's go be
Right.
dumb together.
Well, that was in the age when it was really very much they believed that you actually had to change the content of the game to make it appeal to an American audience.
Well,
even if
I
you
think-
had to go crazy and
I
They
think
never
that
do that
still
anymore.
happens to some degree. Look at Elite Beat Agents.
Dang it! You ruined my
True.
joke.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say?
I was gonna say they never do that anymore,
Oh,
especially not with Owen done.
right.
bam!
Yeah.
Wow, Tom, that was hilarious.
See what I did there?
Good job.
Yeah. You're gonna edit that to make him sound really smart, aren't you?
I am. No, I'm not actually.
They have sparkles in
It's
the
just going
background.
Yeah, actually, I think in the oldest days,
hmm
games weren't even really localized because, for the most part, all the text in old arcade games was English to begin with. There were no Japanese scripts in the Japanese games. So when a game went over there, say the same. When it came over here, say the same. Pac-Man, like they changed the monster names from, I wrote them down here, Akabe, Pinky, Aosuke, and Gazuta
Right.
to Pinky, Blinky, Inky, and Clyde.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's about the most dramatic change you saw
Mhm.
in the early days of gaming. But of course, there was hardly any dialogue to speak of, any text, any story.
Right.
So it wasn't really that big a deal.
And a lot of the games started out in English in the first place because
Right.
you can't. I mean, it was really difficult to put Japanese text into an arcade game because of all the
Mhm.
characters needed to store. So you might as well just put English text in there.
Yeah, I kind of said that, but yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't listen to what you say.
That's
I just
okay.
pretty much wait to talk.
You just yeah. So I don't know. When do you think localization? When is localization something that you started to notice in games? Something that you started to think about yourself?
I can actually speak on this.
Okay.
You ever read those old Konami manuals?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, those weren't very good, were they?
No.
Those,
Oh, they were hilarious.
those changed slight pieces of the game into something Americans would be more accepting of.
Hyarola Kakamami.
See what I'm saying?
He was a bad dude, and I'm so glad that Solid Snake took him down. Same with Vernon Katafi, because I can't stand the evil exploits of that bastard Katafi. Thank God Solid Snake was on the job.
And you got the Castlevania 3 manual with the fang dentures in the water. That was the illustration. Come on, people.
I
Jimbo-
totally forgot about that.
Jimbo and Sully blasting it up on the Super Nintendo Contra.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
You know,
gosh,
I
yeah.
actually saw someone who didn't want to download a Contra game because they didn't change the names back on Virtual Console, which I think is a little silly.
More
but
power to him. Gosh darn
I
it.
didn't even know the Contra guys had names until recently.
yeah, Lance and
Like-
Bill, Mad Dog and Scorpion, and Jimbo and what was the other? Sully. Yeah.
Sully.
Blue and Red. Those were their
Jimbo
names.
and those
Yeah.
were the guys in Monsters Inc., weren't they?
No, that's
Oh no, that was Mike and Sully.
yeah.
Never mind.
So close.
Very close. So that was when you first noticed the manuals. Did you say something isn't right here? That's
No,
because they
just-
were different in Japanese.
I just wanted people to know that those kind of sucked. I'd feel remiss if we didn't mention that.
Okay. Good job.
Because Zelda didn't.
Oh
have very
right,
much
you have
text in
you have
it.
the personal
Right.
Yeah,
connection
he was
with
trying to clear your
Konami.
conscience, I
Right.
think.
So he's trying to
I'm
take
sorry,
one for
guys.
the team.
Right.
Right.
I mean,
It's
it
very
all
noble of you.
it all sort of goes together with the realization that the content that you're playing was not originally created in America.
Right.
That it wasn't just made by stupid people; it was just made by people who didn't know English.
Well, yeah, in the NES era, once you got past the point of the arcade games of the early golden era
Mhm.
into the NES era, where most games were coming from Japan, but still had English text in them originally, you had the problem of the fact that all that text was put there by people who didn't speak English for the most part, or
Right.
spoke only the most rudimentary English.
Yeah.
Speaking
And
of not speaking English, I actually have a real story now that actually did occur to me with localization. If you've ever read the Bionic Commando manual,
Oh, the rads,
that is a terrible manual.
Mm-hmm.
the bads.
There's not even sentences in there. It's terrible.
Well, actually, the Bionic Commando manual is really interesting because it's kind of like a halfway point in the localization of the game. Originally, the enemies were the Nazis. It was pretty straightforward about that in Japan. But then when it came to the NES, they took out all the Nazi eagles and the swastikas. They changed their names to the Bads. Hitler became Master D. But if you look at the manual, it's like in between. Instead of calling them the Bads, they're the Nazes. N-A-Z-Z.
Huh.
So it was kind of blatant what they were actually going after.
Right.
It also had enemies in it from the arcade version that didn't appear in the NES.
I missed that. That's awesome.
What I find really interesting is that we're spending a lot of time talking about manuals and not the actual content of the game, but
Well-
that's where all the content, that's where all the text was when you got
Right.
these games.
That was your story.
But here's the weird thing. I was just about to step up and sort of semi-defend American localizations by saying, well, you know what? The publishers of these games had no programmers in America. The only people who knew how to change these games were in Japan, ergo, all of the translation had to be done over there by them, which kind of contributed to the problem. But in the manuals, it's like, well, we must have had people in America who could do typesetting. You know what I mean? Like, why was that being handled by people in Japan? Like, you'd figure that, yeah, exactly.
Well, a lot of those old publishers.
For those of you listening at home on radio, Jeremy just shrugged.
a lot of the publishers, Japanese publishers, even now, do very little in the U.S. Like, there are some publishers, and I won't name any names, whose American arms are like atrophied little limbs that don't really do anything. It's like the little stubby front forepaws of a dinosaur, T-Rex.
Mm-hmm.
It's two guys
Yeah.
in an office.
I
Right,
know.
pretty much.
I'm glad you said like
Yeah.
T-Rex, not like thalidomide baby or something. Because that would have been A, outdated, and B, kind of in poor taste.
No, I'm glad that you made that comment though, because I would hate for poor taste not to be
Right.
seized upon.
Mhm.
Good job. There are publishers even now who have just the most vestigial office in the U.S. and so you still get that same problem going on. And that was much more the case in the NES era, where like Capcom was just getting started. The company was founded in 1985 or so, 1984, 3, somewhere around there. So it was really young in 1987, and America was kind of an unproven market for the NES for a while. So of course they didn't put over a big operation over here. So yeah, I don't think that their problems are indefensible at all. It was just a matter of business.
Mhm.
Gaming was smaller in that period anyway.
Yeah. And nobody really seemed to care. Like, I don't really remember any, like, being a kid and being like, I'm shocked and appalled at the quality of this
Because
writing.
we didn't get how stupid the puns were back then.
Well, no, I was old enough at that point, because I'm an old man,
Mhm.
that I did notice stuff like that, but I just kind of assumed that it was because video games are ultimately sort of stupid and frivolous, and it was just intrinsic to the medium. I didn't realize there was actually, it didn't have to be that way,
Mhm.
that things could change,
Right.
and that it was just a problem of marketing and the foreign issue. Because Nintendo was really, they were pretty adamant about hiding the fact that most of the games that you were playing were from Japan, because at that point there was a strong anti-Japanese sentiment in
Mhm.
America. So, here you have a company infiltrating America's living room, seducing its children, and it's all Japanese stuff. So that was kind of, bad marketing for them to say, oh, the reason that Solid Snake speaks like a moron is because some Japanese guy wrote that and some Japanese guy translated it.
Right.
Your children are being turned stupid by the Japanese.
Mhm.
Yeah, that didn't go over too well.
No.
I think we didn't notice because the highest literature we aspired to read was Nintendo Power.
Right. Excuse me.
Which is
all
much
right?
better
You
now.
could speak
Maybe
for
that
yourself.
Speak for yourself, but I read the Worlds of Power books, okay?
I have all those on my bookshelf at home.
Nintendo Power always used a lot of big words too.
Yeah, they used really. That's how I learned about puns.
Such as,
I don't know. but it's
Tour
in
de
my
force.
head. Yeah. No, Tour de Force, yeah.
Mhm,
No.
mhm.
Just these weird, not weird, but grammatical words. You know,
that word is
wordy
very
words.
grammatical.
Wordy words.
Yeah.
But they're much better
If
now.
you have the perspicacity to finish Battletoads,
Anyway, thanks for putting me on the
you will
spot.
be filled with vituperation.
Yeah, thank you.
What?
Yeah, I guess we kind of have a one-sided perspective on localization, because obviously we're native English speakers. We're seeing stuff that's coming into the U.S. I'm sure that games going out of the U.S. into other markets can be pretty bad at times. I've heard Oblivion is pretty lousy in
Oh, yeah?
Japanese. Wait, is that even out in Japanese? Maybe I'm thinking of something else.
No,
I have no idea.
Morrowind.
I thought it was.
Okay, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, apparently that's pretty wretched. Who knew?
Yeah. So what happened to actually change, people's perceptions of this and to demand better quality?
Victor Ireland.
He's creepy.
Can we have an angelic chorus sort of singing this?
No, I do think that working designs played a big role in increasing quality and standards for localizations from Japanese to English. Because, I don't know, I guess because they could just get away with it. For one thing, they were one of the first publishers to publish games on a CD format. So all of a sudden, one of the biggest issues you had with localization, which was space, was no longer an issue. They had the capacity to put a full English script in their games, and they weren't constrained by cartridge limits. Like I know if you've read the recent interview with Ted Woolsey from some competing podcast, he said one of the biggest issues with translating Final Fantasy VI to Final Fantasy III was not so much Nintendo censorship or a matter of time, but just the fact that the cartridge space was really, really limited on Super NES games.
Right.
And, the game was mostly written in kanji or Japanese double-stroke characters or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So you had like even less space for the English concepts and words to get across because kanji is very compact. It's complicated to draw, but with just a few symbols you can get across very complicated ideas.
Right.
Obviously you know this.
Yeah, I'm a little familiar
I'm just
with the Japanese
explaining
language.
to the kids at home.
Right.
I feel kind of retarded explaining this to you, but sure.
It's okay. No, I understand. It's the thing is that I think when I talked to him, he said that the first thing he did was sat down and translate the entire script word for word and got everything down. And then they were like, okay, cut this by 3/4.
Right.
And so that was his job. It wasn't even so much the actual translation. It was the fact that, that was the what was put on him. But he did an admirable job of it. And then it was like, oh, it's actually possible to write a video game in English and not make it sound really, really stupid. And it was sort of like, wow, now all video games will be like this, which turned out to be not true at all. In fact, not even the next Final Fantasy, just reverted back to stupid.
Yeah. There was actually kind of this weird rise in quality with Square Enix games for a while.
Yeah.
Like Final Fantasy II has one of the most infamously terrible translations.
Right.
Final Fantasy IV.
Which was done by a bunch of Japanese guys with a 1950s dictionary.
Which is how they got Spoony in there. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, originally all of Square's translations were done by Japanese-speaking groups. Actually, the original Final Fantasy might have been done by Nintendo, actually.
I think that was by Nintendo, yeah.
And Nintendo at the time
original
didn't
Final
have...
Fantasy was okay.
Yeah, it was fine.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at Final Fantasy II, the unreleased ROM that's made it onto the internet, that's
was
pretty
Square Enix.
bad.
That is pretty terrible.
That's really bad, actually.
Yeah.
And Final Fantasy IV's translation was not better, really, at all.
Final Fantasy IV was pretty awful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know what did Square do after that. They did Breath of Fire, which was Woolsey, but it was kind of
they
simple
did
and
Secret of
straightforward.
Mana, which was sort of Woolsey's first thing,
and he had like 2 weeks to translate.
Exactly, and so that's why it wasn't like it. But you could see the quality rising.
Yeah,
but
I mean it was competent, which is more than you can say for Final Fantasy II.
I think we've kind of hit on something here. Is that as the volume of text in games increased, it started to shine more of a light on bad text.
The volume and the prominence, not just the amount of text, but also the fact that it began to play a much bigger role. Even early RPGs really were pretty sparse on text. You talk to some people in town and they'd give you like a sentence or two.
Right.
But once you started getting into more story-driven RPGs, then all of a sudden it was right in your face. Like you're trying to figure out what the hell is even going on. Final Fantasy II never made sense to me until I played Final Fantasy IV Advance, because that was the first time the game had been given a really, truly comprehensive, excellent translation. And all of a sudden, like, the motivations of the characters and where they were going, why they were going to places, started to make sense, and came into sight for me. But before that, it was just like a string of unrelated events, and I didn't really give a crap about it.
Well, I think working designs was actually, like Jeremy said, a really big indicator that localization was important.
Yeah,
because
the first games they did were pretty straightforward, like Rainbow Islands, Kadash, and that kind of thing. So there wasn't much text, but then they did Cosmic Fantasy.
Right.
And I think that's where they really first made their name.
Yeah.
But we were playing NES games and then Super Nintendo games. I don't know about you guys, but when I played Final Fantasy II, I didn't really notice the text was bad because I'd never had game text that was better than that.
Right.
And so when it ramped up with Ted Woolsey, it was just kind of getting better, and I didn't notice it because it was just, it was. I didn't notice that it was good because it was just good. You don't notice when you read a book that's normal.
Mm-hmm.
So when Working Designs came out with their wacky lunar translations and cosmic fantasy and stuff, you noticed that they'd gone over the top, but it sort of made you think, hey, someone's writing this text, and then you could go back and say Chrono Trigger was really good, or Final Fantasy 3 was okay, and 2 was terrible, and the NES games were abysmal, because you had this sort of crazy uncle with all his crazy translations that you could sort of compare everything to.
Well, I think that, I'd have to ask Victor Ireland about this, but I feel like Working Designs was kind of inspired by a lot of the American PC games that are coming out, the LucasArts type things, or Lucasfilm games, which actually had funny, clever, relevant not translations, just scripts, because they were originally written in English by English-speaking people who actually understood American culture. So they were relevant in a way that Japanese games couldn't be. And I don't think that necessarily fit very well in something like Cosmic Fantasy or Lunar, because obviously those games don't take place in the modern world. It's not like Sam and Max where, you can walk around a fake America and make jokes about Stuckies, Snuckies.
So you're saying a flying dragon shouldn't know about Bill Clinton?
Right, pretty much.
Oh.
Well, even with Working Designs translations, I feel like Cosmic Fantasy was like a step in the right direction. The first Lunar wasn't really over the top. It had some funny little bits, but nothing that really seemed out of place. And then with Lunar 2 and Shining Wisdom, that was where they really just like went way off the
reservation.
Yes, I forgot what my idiom was there.
Okay,
I need someone to translate for me. But yeah, that's when they started to take it too far, and I think people complained, so they started ratcheting it back.
Yeah.
So then you ended up with something like Arc the Lad 2, which has just a really, really good translation. It's not ridiculous. It's not, too in-jokey, not too much cultural reference going on. It's just a good translation. So I think they kind of hit that sweet spot right toward the end, and then they disappeared.
They really did have good intentions, though, and in the sense that, it's not, well, okay. I realize that, I've written a book about Japanese video game stories and how, awesome they are, whatever. But, at the end, it's not like this stuff is Shakespeare in a lot of cases. And, people are like, oh, man, they're ruining the original intent of the story. And it's like, the original story was not that great anyway. And
it's about a kid who goes on an adventure and he beats some monsters and saves the world.
Right.
That's pretty prosaic, actually.
Right, and it's like the idea that somebody would actually take that and make it sound like it was originally written in English in the first place is a really good idea. And that's what I like about modern day localizations, that I don't really have to sit in there and think about like, oh, how did they translate this? Or, that I can't tell what they translated it from.
Yeah, there are still companies who get it wrong. Sony is still really hit or miss. Sometimes they'll give you another Final Fantasy VII quality translation.
Right.
Legend of Dragoon, yeah. Any Sony PlayStation RPG is just terrible.
Sonic on the Wii is pretty bad.
Really?
I'm
surprised to hear that.
Well, basically, I believe that the translators did not have access to important information about the game, like whether or not certain things referred to in the sentences were supposed to be plural or singular, because that does not exist in Japanese, and you need context. And so I'll be running past a whole bunch of deadly walls, and the fairy will be like, avoid the wall. Or, like, I'll kill an enemy and get, like, 50 pearls, and they're like, you can get the pearl by defeating the enemy, which totally makes sense that they just didn't have the context. And it goes the other way, too. It'll say, like, a bunch of things, and it'll be only one specific,
I feel like the big crisis for localization now isn't so much the in-game text as the voice acting, which is
Yeah, to
generally
go back
pretty
to Sonic.
abysmal. Yeah,
Right. And this brings
Bring it
in
full circle.
the term localization, which there never really was the term localization before. It was either translation or translation, as the case may be, but it was not. The term localization now encompasses the fact that there is more in terms of getting a game out here than simply.
Well, there always
Translating the
has
text.
been. I mean, you go back to the NES games that were totally transformed. That's
Right.
localization, but I think people are more aware of it now.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, for the most part, the text in games is at least competent.
Mhm. But you're
There's
right.
some
Now,
exceptions,
voice
but
acting
now
is now
it's the voice
incompetent
acting.
part. Yep.
Usually, American-made games or British-made games, French-made games,
Mhm.
whatever, Canadian-made games.
Yeah.
They tend to have tolerable voice acting. It may not be Oscar quality, but it does the job, and you don't think, God, this is so embarrassing.
Right.
But then you come across something like pretty much any Japanese game, and there's a pretty good chance that your ears are just going to be bleeding by the time the first cutscene's over.
Yeah.
There are exceptions, obviously. I mean, with Kingdom Hearts, they spare no expense, and they
Right.
get, they put as much money into localization as they
Mhm.
possibly can. But
Metal Gear Solid.
Metal Gear Solid was actually kind of like the first game that I think made people say, "Oh, this
Yeah.
can actually be good."
Right. Right.
And Tom, you're probably pleased to hear this because we're lavishing praise upon Metal Gear and Konami.
Yeah.
But I do think that a lot of the credit for the game's success belongs to Chris Zimmerman, who was the
Yep.
localization director and did all the voice casting.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I mean, a lot of times now they don't have they don't have voice directors. They pretty much just they hire voice actors. And I've heard this so many times from game producers, like, we hired Hollywood talent to do this game. And then you listen, and it's people who, like maybe they got, Tress McNeil or whatever. But if you send them in there with no direction,
Right.
and they don't have context, and they're not in there with their fellow actors, because
Right.
they just bring them in, they give them a spreadsheet with all the lines on it. It's like, read these lines. And they don't actually tell them, like, what the context is. And so they're reading it the wrong way. And so it doesn't fit. And then they take a bunch of people and they record them all separately, and they throw them all together, and it doesn't sound like they're having a conversation.
No, it sounds like they're just reading lines to each other.
Right. If you watch, like, the making of any Disney movie, they'll have all the actors in a studio together in little separate pods, and they
Yeah.
can look at each other and play off of each other, and it's an actual conversation.
Chris is reading my blog. That's not fair.
Oh,
I was gonna say,
I haven't
I was
been,
gonna
but...
say all that stuff, and
Oh, okay.
yeah, but the one thing you have to remember is Disney has to record an hour and a half's worth of dialogue,
True.
whereas
True.
Games have a cast of 50 characters, and you'd have to pay all them to sit there for 4 days while you recorded all the dialogue.
Yeah.
But
they're actors. That's what they get paid for.
Just start getting non-union workers and...
yeah, just
pay
hire
them
some
shit.
dude off the street. Hey, you with the "will work for food" sign. I got some work for you. Come on over. I'll feed you.
isn't that how they used to do it?
No, I think they usually got like the janitor. I think that's how they did Shining Force 3's translation.
yeah.
Nice.
They were just like, "Hey, you're not busy right now. Can you put down that mop and come into the studio for a second?"
Not so much janitors, but I've spoken to people at Nintendo who are like, "Oh yeah, back in the day, you'd just be walking by the recording studio, and they actually Mischief Makers, the voice of Marina, was just this woman who worked on like Team Nintendo doing whatever staple and PR releases, and they were just like, come in here for a second, go to, and they put her.
So
in
she
front of
has
the
to
microphone,
live with the infamy of being the shake.
Yeah.
person.
No, they seriously like say say shake into the microphone. She was like shake, and they're like, oh great, okay, do a whole bunch of other stuff. All right, good, we got our voice for Marina. Random person.
Wow.
Yep.
They name their mascot after their landlord. They get random people to
get
voice act.
random people in the company to voice act. Yeah, no longer actually, but
No wonder they're on
Yeah.
top of the industry.
right,
Now they just use Charles Martinet, so it's cool.
pretty much. Yeah, and Jen Taylor, who is actually pretty, she's professional.
Yeah, Gail Tilden was the
Yeah,
original Peach.
Yep, editor of
Yeah.
Nintendo Power was the original Peach.
Yeah.
Peach has been
They-
a lot of people.
They brought her in there
Yeah.
and like try to sound cute.
Yeah, what is Leslie Swan now? She's like the director of localization, right?
Leslie Swan. I
Yeah.
guess.
Right.
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
No, I think
I don't
Gail
know these
Tilden was the first one.
She was the
No,
Nintendo
Leslie Swan
Power
was the
person.
first one.
No, she was. You sure? Oh.
Leslie Swan was on Mario
Leslie
64.
Swan was she
Right.
was
So
Princess
that's
Peach.
the first time I remember hearing Princess Peach's
Okay.
voice.
Well,
Yep.
what we're trying to say is Peach has been passed around.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
yeah.
Poor Peach.
Whoever it was
Mhm.
started this downward spiral.
Yep. I think they actually brought Leslie Swan back to do the DS version though.
Really?
I believe they did. Yeah.
You heard it here
Just
first,
for the hell
folks.
of it. Yeah.
One interesting thing about voice acting is, on the cartridge-based games where space was a real problem, And your bad translation would be because even if you translated it word for word, there wouldn't be room in the text box to put all those words. So you'd still have to cut it down to random words that you thought were important if you didn't speak English. Whereas, like we said, on the CD-based systems, like Working Design started, you had a lot more space for text, so you could sort of add text boxes if you were lucky, or expand the text to what it needed to be. But then when voice acting came along, it's either it would either be timed to a specific animation, or you'd have to fit it into the lip flaps, or various other things. So then, even if you had all this room to write the text down, you had to match it to fit the lips. So it was the exact same problem in a totally new medium. So.
One of my favorite things, one of the only things I liked about the game Rhapsody. Did you work on Rhapsody?
That was before his time.
That was before your time. Oh, okay. Rhapsody. I mean, Rhapsody's localization was pretty good. Rhapsody, the game, was a piece of shit.
It let you drop pancakes on people.
Yeah, come on.
I don't know how you can hate that.
I hated that
There's
game.
a cat
I thought it was just awful. But
Cat Girl?
One of the
Minus
funniest
10
things
points.
about that was I was in a town and I was talking to somebody and they're like, "Welcome to Snowtown. Please have a fun time in our town of snow." And then I'm like, okay, whatever, A. And then something else comes up and it's a little parentheses that says, "Note, this is what happens when you do a literal translation of a video game."
I'm serious. Everything I was going to bring up, he says, what the heck?
That's awesome, though.
Yeah, it was great. I was like, because that was the age of people complaining about, "Oh my God, you're perverting the original Japanese intent." It's like the original Japanese intent was "Welcome to our land of snow."
Yeah.
Right. Also, Gail Salamanca hates you.
Oh yeah,
That's
sure.
why he did that.
Okay.
Hates Chris? That's why he did that?
Well,
I'm sure he
fanboys.
hates me
hates
now.
fanboys.
Oh. Well, that's
It's sort of
understandable.
a message
That's
for
kind
the
of
people
weird,
listening.
actually, that someone at Atlas would hate its core audience. How does that work, huh?
I didn't say that. He's not at Atlas either.
course
He got
not.
fired when Nick paid them off.
Well, bad localization chic is now something that needs to be considered, because now it's like nobody cares that the games are localized badly anymore. Everybody actually loves it.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No,
I think
really?
I think it depends on the game. There
It's
are
a secret
some
to everybody?
games you can get away with, like classic games. You can get away with that because
Yeah.
it's part of the charm.
Right,
It's
exactly.
like, oh, they didn't know English when they wrote this dialogue. That's cute. Yeah, winner's
It's such part of
But
the
if
charm.
you do that with a new RPG, like if Final
Yeah.
Fantasy 13 reads like Final Fantasy 2, there's gonna be trouble.
Not Final Fantasy 13, but Cooking Mama. Have you played the English version of Cooking
Well,
Mama?
Cooking Mama is
Well,
different because it's supposed
yeah.
to be like there's this charming Japanese lady who's teaching you to cook Japanese food.
Right. But
and whether or not that's, racist or stereotyped or whatever is another conversation entirely. But I think that was very intentional. And it's not a bad
Yeah.
it's not a bad localization.
No.
It's a very deliberate localization.
done to resemble a bad localization, because they got a Japanese woman
No,
to read all the
it's-
English lines.
It's meant to resemble like the kind of person who moved to America 20 years ago, got a job in the food service industry. That's what she's doing. And she's very friendly and likable, and she doesn't speak English perfectly, but that's okay.
I heard
I'm
there's
very
a
moved.
I heard there's a DS
I
game
did
called
start out-
Contact where there's some intentionally bad localization.
Yeah?
Yeah, there was some arcade games where the descriptions had to be really small. So whoever localized it made them sound really bad on purpose.
You'll have to tell us more about
that guy
this.
sounds like a douchebag.
Yeah, it got an 8 out of 10 though from 1UP.com.
Nice.
Yeah, but they overrate everything.
Yeah, they don't even like good games.
I think the other thing is that we now have actual quality people in there doing localization. Like, it's now an actual career goal for people, and they're like, I'm going to be really good at this, instead of like I've been thrown into this because I just happened to started working at this company as a game counselor. Now I'm writing the text.
Or, and this might have been the case back in the day, maybe you're the one American guy they hired to be a programmer or a marketing representative or something.
Right.
So they figure you speak the language,
Mhm.
you can
You
write
can
this
write.
text,
Yeah.
Right.
and then make it small.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's probably why we've
Yep.
uncovered the secret.
There are a few companies who have made a significant impact on the quality of localization
Mhm.
over time. We mentioned working to Square
Belatedly, but yeah.
belatedly. Well, I
Yep.
mean, initially they did the Super NES quality thing, and then
Mhm.
they got the contract with Sony. and
Yeah.
Sony started publishing them, and Sony started doing the translations for them.
Ah.
So you ended
That's
up with
always a
Final
bad
Fantasy
idea.
VII.
Mhm.
But that only lasted a little while, and then by the time Final Fantasy VIII came around, they started making more efforts, and
Yes.
now Square Enix has some of the absolute best localizations around.
Yep. And Sony is still churning out Final Fantasy VIIs.
Right. Yes.
As long as I'm getting Dragon Quest 8s from Square, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
even like their kind of low profile games like Rocket Slime, that had an amazing translation because it was so ridiculous and over the top.
Mhm.
It was like as just goofy and stupid as possible, but very intentionally so.
Yeah.
And it worked. It was completely saccharine and just ridden with puns, and that's why the game worked.
Yep.
But I think also Nintendo deserves a lot of credit.
Absolutely.
They're,
Yes, sir.
I think I really noticed the quality of Nintendo's translations with Paper Mario.
Yep. Yeah. That was.
But then I've gone back and looked at the work they've done before that, and Earthbound had a good translation.
Yeah.
Yep.
Super Mario RPG had
Mhm.
a really good translation. If you read through Earthbound Zero, the unreleased
Right.
prequel to Earthbound, it had a pretty good translation, especially for an NES game.
Yeah.
It was probably the best localization on NES.
Paper Mario, I think, was when they started deciding that they could be a little more crazy with what they put in there.
Yeah, I think they finally said, this doesn't have to be 100% true to the intent of the Japanese version.
Yep.
It just needs to be fun.
Mhm.
And I have no idea what the original Japanese text in Paper Mario was like. Maybe it made lots of self-deprecating references to Mario, lots of tongue-in-cheek in-jokes.
Yeah.
But in any case, they managed to craft it to fit the American audience really, really effectively. And I think that's excellent.
They did have to take some stuff out of Paper Mario 2 that was not really... Because I played through actually both of those games in Japanese, and I've only messed around with the English a little bit. But in Paper Mario 2, there was... Well, this is more of a... it's not really a translation thing, but there was... the beat-up old house in the first town where you can find something or another? Where that thief dude runs off, and you have to find him there. And it's all like filled with garbage, and there's flies all around it, and it's like abandoned. In the Japanese version, there's a chalk outline of a toad on the floor
Wow.
of that house, and it was the goddamn funniest thing I had seen in a long time. And I just paused the game and cracked up that they would do that, and they took that out of the American version. Also, in the American version, one of the characters is one of the three ghost sisters. One of them is a boy in the Japanese version. The one that's in love with Mario.
Yeah,
Yeah.
transgender issues show up a lot in the Japanese games and
Yeah.
don't tend to come to the America.
They decided to leave that can of worms closed.
I'm pretty sure that's one of the main reasons Mother 3 didn't come over, was the whole, like, gay guys in the pink bathtub.
I think Nintendo started really. I mean, they published the first big RPGs to come out on the NES, Dragon Warrior and Final Fantasy. And
I forgot about Dragon Warrior.
even if it didn't work for the game, they tried Dragon Warrior in Old English.
Right,
So it showed they kind of realized early on, this game is about text more than other games, so we need to actually put effort into the text.
I really feel like the original Dragon Warriors translation was much more interesting than the revamped translation they did for the Game Boy Color version.
I agree.
It was just, like bland RPG text, but the Old English version was a little over the top, but it still gave the game a definite feel of its own. And I think it really enhanced the experience because there was nothing else on the NES that went to those lengths, whatever. Yes.
It was kind of funny that Nintendo was just constantly really polishing up the quality of their translation staff, but they never had a big enough canvas to really, show that skill that they had on until stuff like Paper Mario came along. Now they get to do a lot of RPGs, and they do a really good job at it. But
right. Well, I think that they did show it off. I think we probably just didn't appreciate it properly until Paper Mario came along. They were like, "Oh, that's actually really good."
Right.
Yeah, I don't think people appreciate the level of skill it took to name all those Pokemon. Probably.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I absolutely agree with you.
And that's true. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah,
but
it's a huge thing.
They really did a good job of bringing all 150, 250, whatever names over and giving them humorous cultural references and subtext
Yep.
that are really analogous to what they're named in Japanese.
Right. and then doing the whole like Charmander, Charmeleon, Charizard thing.
Right.
That's
There's a lot of layers there they had to think about.
yeah, it's really deep.
Yeah, but the rest of the dialogue.
I like shorts. They're fun and easy to wear.
They had a team of
all
people to
the
name
things.
them,
Right.
and
Yeah.
one guy to do the rest, probably.
We haven't really talked any about Sega's side of the story, or NEC's with the TurboGrafx.
Bonk's Adventure has a pretty terrible localization.
Did it even have localization?
I think it had some text. I don't remember.
Huh.
Yeah, like the.
I might be
Indian-
thinking of the PS1, PS2 remake, but that didn't come out here, so that wouldn't
Yeah.
have any
So what the hell are you
localization.
even talking about?
No, after you beat the boss. it's
Sorry,
like-
guys. Yeah, that
back
says
to normal.
everyone
Yeah.
became friends, and then the dinosaur barks at you. Come on, that's
And the
I-
bonus stage descriptions.
right.
Is that in the first stage of the game? Because
Hit A to
otherwise
s-
I didn't see it.
Hit A to spin. Describes the game pretty well.
No, button 1.
Dang it! I'm bad at
Can I
this,
mention?
guys.
Can I mention Final Fantasy V on the PS1? Just for the hell of it.
Sure.
Go for it.
Yeah,
mean,
what
that
the
was like-
hell happened with that?
You know what I think happened is that they had translated that game a long time ago, like during the Final Fantasy VII days, intending to release it. I
Maybe
think like
before that. Maybe that was
because
I know they had wanted to release it on
on
the Super
PC.
NES.
Yeah.
No, well, they also wanted to release it on PC.
I can answer
They were
your
looking
question.
at that idea.
I actually have an anecdote. I like that I'm shedding light on everything but
Mhm.
Konami and Atlas. That's awesome.
Well, we
Um,
wouldn't want to make this about you.
I know.
I'm glad that this is something that you can say that I haven't already like stolen from you.
Right? Yeah. No, I'll steal what you're
Hurry,
saying.
hurry.
Okay.
I interviewed at Square a long time ago, and one of the guys said that he had written the PC translation for FF5.
Yep.
That was not used.
Oh,
And he was-
I kind of thought that was a load of internet bunk.
No.
No, he told me, and they also told me that Anthologies was coming out, so I have no reason to disbelieve them. But he was a generally bitter person, so
Yeah.
he didn't seem too into his job, so that would probably account for the hack job. that
Yeah, he was also a
FF5.
generally talentless person.
Well, I'm not. I'm not going to say that. I didn't work there. I don't
Did
know.
you
his
play the
talent.
game?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay.
That's why I hate FF5. But I haven't yet played the GBA one, so I might.
Oh, the
change
GBA
my
one's
opinion.
good.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
It's quality.
Yep.
I approve. And I actually really like the Final Fantasy VI retranslation for Advance. It adds a little bit of depth without really changing up too much of the game.
Mhm.
Like occasionally some of the quirkier comments from the Super NES game are lost, but whatever. I mean, it's just a different take on the same story. It's not like the story's that grand anyway.
I was kind of iffy on some of the changes they made until I got to Thamasa right before the World of Balance spoiler, and
Right before Kefka gets the statues and destroys the world, you mean?
yeah.
Come on. The game is 13 years old.
Okay, fine. Anyway, the comment that Edgar makes to Realm that never really made sense on the Super Nintendo. You knew there
Right,
was flirting going on just because of that's who he was, but you didn't know what it is.
Yeah.
And the one they changed it to, which I won't spoil because it's awesome, totally sold me on the new localization because it's awesome.
What did he say back then?
I don't remember. I just remember there was like he did his little middle finger gesture and she waved and then walked
It's
off.
not a middle finger. It's like
It's a middle finger.
it's index
Yeah.
finger.
There's 3 sprites and that one's in the middle.
Yeah, he's flipping us off.
Come on.
But yeah, Doomgaze forever.
I still want to say something about Sega's translations, but the thing is, like, the games that I've played by Sega were all totally competent and never remarkable.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
I can't think of any Sega translation that's made me say, damn, that was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Phantasy Star 4 was okay.
Well, that's
It's-
probably
that's- no, I
okay.
No,
It was
better than okay.
better than your definition of okay. I'll say that.
It was better than Final Fantasy IV's initial translation.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sounds
Well,
fine.
no, that's still saying it's just okay.
It's better.
So it was above average.
yeah.
Okay. Well,
It
that's
was
okay.
good.
It
I
was
appreciate
likable.
that.
It was
Yeah.
likable.
Well, yeah, I think like Skies of Arcadia had a pretty
Oh, that's
likable
right.
translation.
Yeah.
Did they translate Space Channel 5 or did it start out in English? I can't remember.
They translated it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yep.
Well, they did a fine job with that too.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question for you.
Ah.
Do you know where the sailors hang out?
I'm looking for sailors. Do you know someone who speaks the Chinese language?
Looking for the 5 Wudu.
So, Tom, what grand insights do you have to share with us about the art of localization?
Well, one fun fact that goes against what Chris told you earlier, so you can decide for yourselves on internet message boards who's right, is that games still aren't really programmed over here as far as localization is
Right.
concerned. I mean,
Well,
there's
Japanese games.
yeah, there are exceptions to the rule, but for the most part, the companies here have to translate the files and send the text back over to Japan, where it's implemented to varying degrees of quality. So yeah, I think I think a lot of people blame certain problems on the people localizing it when it's actually the Japanese developer not changing it. And in certain cases, if they can't get the original developer, they have to cancel the game. And I won't mention Dragon Quest IV Remake by name.
I certainly wasn't going to mention that either.
Right. Nope. But, and also Dragon Quest VII, I guess a lot of those errors, I've talked to people who localized that, and those were, they did find them, and they did say fix them, and the developer just didn't fix them.
Mm-hmm.
So all the problems can't be blamed on the writer.
Right.
Even though most of them can. And if they tell you otherwise, they're lying.
No, I agree with you.
Well, yeah, I was talking to someone about a game that he localized, and he said he made a lot of humorous remarks in the localization, which was perfectly fitting to the game. And he sent that to the Japanese developer, and they were like, we don't really understand these. So he pretty much had to take them all out. So, yeah, you get that kind of, like, people who don't speak English as their native language expect to be able to understand all the nuances of the English dialogue, and if they don't, then they assume that it's not good.
Right.
So that's another problem. All right, so I guess that about.
Yeah.
I guess that's it for us.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Tom, for coming in. Oh, we haven't done virtual selection.
No.
We
Do
haven't.
we want to do virtual
I
selection?
do.
Oh, yeah.
Let's make it quick.
Okay.
My virtual selection. I can't remember.
Rapid
what
fire
it was.
bonus lightning round.
Yes. Someone else go first. I dropped my paper.
Ow.
No, we'll just wait for you.
Yeah.
We're dicks.
I thought of
Feel
one
free
this
to get your
morning, and I've
paper.
since forgotten it. I knew I'd have to answer this virtual selection.
What is it?
My virtual selection this week, to tie in with the virtual console release of Elevator Action, is Elevator Action Returns, the arcade game, which I'd really like to see on Xbox Live Arcade. I mean, yeah, sure, it's on Taito Legends 2 or whatever, but on Xbox Live Arcade, I'd be able to play it in high definition, and there's nothing that I want more than playing Elevator Action Returns in high definition.
All right. Well, my pick, inspired by today's topic, and since we also mentioned the Victor Island and Working Designs, it's another TurboGrafx game, but this is one that I remember reading that he was actually interested in, but they didn't actually do it. And it's a TurboGrafx game called Toilet Kids.
Oh, man.
Ah, yes, the famous shooter.
Indeed. This is a vertical shooter with a very, what's the word?
Scatological.
Thank you. Thank you for that button. Very scatological theme. And that's about it. I mean, you kind of have to play it to really know what you're in for.
No, I think a screenshot is enough. There's little mounds of poop, and there's like little flies, and there's little penises, and it's all basically like everything you would expect from the name.
Whatever, man.
I'm sure it's a work of genius, though.
Yeah.
And it would be awesome on Virtual Console.
The funny thing is, though, it was like, it was like almost semi-unlicensed, I think. Like, it didn't really have like the proper logos on the box art or something
I
like
can't
that.
imagine why that would be.
Yeah, well, you know, I would have thought it would fly in Japan. You know, they don't really
Yeah,
mind.
they've got Crayon Shinchan.
Yeah.
Final Fight. I want Final Fight. I don't
Which
care
Final
what.
Fight?
I don't even care what format.
Mighty
whether
Final
it's
Fight?
No, excuse me. I want Final Fight on the SNES or the Sega CD or
That
no,
was-
just one of those two.
You don't want the Super NES one. It didn't have Guy.
Okay.
They had to have a separate one with
I
Guy.
think they should do Final Fight and Final Fight Guy at the same time.
I think we should do the Sega CD one since it has both.
Let's just do the Let's just say we'll do the Sega CD one. But I want Final Fight. Like, I mean, Capcom, Supergirls and Ghosts, kind of whatever. I want Final Fight. That had a good localization. Metro City, a well-known crime capital, has been ruled by violence and death for many years. Dun da da dun da da dun da da dun da da dun. That wasn't part of the localization, but it was way cool.
Tom?
Are these games that won't have a chance of hell in coming out here, or games that we...
Sure, why not?
I don't have one.
This is no. I mean, it doesn't matter.
On the localization topic, I'm going to say that my choice is Earthbound Mother 2. Because It has a really good localization that actually sticks to the Japanese script, which is amazing considering the Japanese script was full of puns and
Right.
the genius of Shigesato Itoi.
Right.
Yeah, the thing that a lot of people don't realize about the Mother games is that they were written by someone who actually writes legitimate literature.
Right.
I mean, it's not like a Stephen King video game either. It's more like, I don't know, David Sedaris writes the video game.
Yeah, I think they'll bring that out.
Hope so.
Yep, they will.
Because, if they bring it out here and everyone buys it, I bet they'll totally bring out Mother 3.
Yeah, you keep,
Now
you keep
you're
thinking that.
Mobilize. That's all I'm saying.
It doesn't matter. Nintendo doesn't make their decisions here. They're the Nintendo of America, little T-Rex atrophied arms. Hate to say it.
Except
Their decisions are made
team.
Right.
No, their localization team is awesome.
Yeah.
But when it comes to deciding what titles released in America, I'm pretty sure that they don't have a lot of say.
Probably not.
I'm pretty sure that they're, smiling Reggie handshakes.
Well, it's depressing because they bring out almost everything now, even Tingle, if Nintendo Power rumors are to be believed, but not Mother 3.
Yeah.
Huh.
Never Mother 3, guys.
I mean, I really think it has to do with the Game Boy Advance platform because they want to kill it because the Game Boy Advance is too successful.
Reggie wouldn't lie to me.
But he will destroy you with his T-Rex arms.
Mm-hmm.
Because T-Rex arms are no.
That was a good segue.
I still don't want to go up against Reggie Fils in
No.
any kind of a fair fight.
Well, the thing about T-Rex arms is that they're attached to a body that has T-Rex teeth.
And T-Rex legs,
Yeah.
which he can eviscerate you with.
So, right, yeah.
Yep.
The forearms are just a distraction. You think, oh, how goofy, and then you
Yeah,
die.
they're like, you're so funny. I'm dead now.
All right. Well, this has become terrible. So let's move along to let's go to dinner or something. I'm done with this.
All right.
Next week, actually no podcast next week because we're gonna need to recuperate from GDC, honestly. But the week after, we will finally do that Master System episode, unless I scheduled us for something else. But we'll get to Master System eventually. Keep on believing, folks. Thanks for listening. Goodbye.
So are we going to read Master System letters in the localization podcast?
No, we're just
Yeah,
not
what
going
did
to
you
read
do?
letters.
We
Oh,
could
okay.
make them up.
I kept meaning to blog and say, hey, actually that Master System thing is going to be some other week. Can you guys talk about localizations? But then I was just too lazy.
We could make up letters, though. We
Yeah.
could be like,
Little Jimmy Johnsmeyer of Gainesville, Florida says,
Dear Casey.
GamePro used to do it. We could do it. We could make up letters.
I'd
Oh,
like
right,
to
right.
dedicate a song to my favorite game localization, Fire and Dice.
And this episode of Cometown is brought to you by Rice-A-Roni, the San Francisco treat. Rice-A-Roni, it's a treat from San Francisco. What else can we say? They got a great mobile app.
They have a really good,
Easy
bet
to
play
use.
win.
Okay, what if instead of Rice-A-Roni doing podcast ads? They're like, download the Rice-A-Roni app at home and watch. This app's great. You take a video of the pot boiling, and it uses software to tell you when the water is boiling
That's good.
to add the Rice-A-Roni.
That's
And
perfect.
how does you know? Watch. You take a video, water starts boiling. There's a trolley sound that plays. You put in the pasta, and then the sound of a man having sex with another man.
Yeah.
Hence San Francisco. You hear that part, and that's when you know that's that San Francisco treat, baby. And it's only with the Rice-A-Roni app.
The mixture of lube and cum
Well,
and ass juice.
this is the real premium episode for the
Santorum.
weekend. We decided to go ahead and upload a live show to really just weed out the people that
The cowards.
the cowards, the people that love complaining.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know what, we're done with
All
with
of you.
with most of you. Any of the complainy guys, you can suck a fat
Suck
cock.
my hard ass dick.
You can fuck right off.
lick
We
my
will upload live shows or not
balls.
upload live shows, and we'll do both until all of you have fucked off.
Yeah.
And then for those of you that were smart enough to stay, You were rewarded.
You're rewarded with
Yes.
this
For your
beautiful-
silence and your obedience.
with this
Yes.
beautiful nectar of the gods.
Anyways, where were we? So rice aroni, huh? What is that? Faggot risotto?
Yeah, you didn't think risotto could get gayer, but guess
Yeah.
what, motherfucker?
Yeah.
Fucking.
We got. What if they take that risotto, take a little trip down to San Francisco,
Yeah.
put it in Uncle Jesse's ass, and then
That's
shit
right.
it into Uncle Joey's mouth.
Mhm.
That's how you get it.
Mhm.
A rice-a-roni.
That's original recipe.
And then fucking Joey barfs it all over Danny's face.
Yep, that's
And
pretty
then
hot.
when all the cum and the risotto mixed together and it's smeared all over Bob Saget's face,
Mm-hmm.
and he goes, Michelle. What was Michelle's line on that show?
I'm
the baby,
gotta
gotta
love
love
me.
me.
Wait, we thought of that at the same
Yeah.
time. No, it was.
I didn't
Yeah.
do it.
No, that's Stephen.
Bart.
That's Stephen Merchant.
Did I do that?
Did I do that? Part?
No, she had one. I
Yeah.
forget.
Did
it,
she?
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think she did.
No, because Uncle Jesse or Uncle Joey was cut it out,
Cut it out, of course.
and then yeah.
And he had that little weird gopher.
Yeah, no,
puppet.
Michelle would say something like "too cool" or something.
Oh
But
yeah, cool dude.
Yeah.
I do believe
I
that
think she said cool,
the
dude.
corresponding hand motion for cut it out was the same as the MC Hammer too legit to quit.
Was
Yeah.
it?
I think so. I don't think the
Was
two
that
was ever in a
gentrifying?
scissor.
Mm-hmm.
I think he just kept the two open, but I think it was disturbingly similar.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Remember the episode where Stephanie goes into Uncle Joey's room and he's beating off the pictures of Mickey Mouse?
Yeah.
These drawings that he's done of Mickey fucking Minnie.
Yeah,
Right.
of course I remember
And
that.
she's like, Joey, I was just wondering if you're coming downstairs for Joey? Oh, Stephanie, I,
What the hell are you doing here?
get out the fuck out of my room.
You just hear him having phone sex with himself as different characters.
Oh, Joey, playing nice cock. Yeah, playing back a recording he did of Donald Duck sucking his dick.
Man, sucking your cock, Joey.
Is Coulier doing like?
It's not gay if it's a cartoon.
Just
Yeah. Joey never got pussy. Never.
never, dude.
Dude,
Never
he's
once.
definitely gay.
Jesse was slamming. to
Jesse
him the
was
whole
definitely
time.
cheating and
Yeah.
getting pussy.
His wife in the show was fire.
Fine.
She was like a
A fine
newscaster or
bitch.
something with
Yeah.
Bob Saget. She was like his co-host or something.
Oh, really?
Is that right?
Family affair?
I think.
It really seems like the adults on that show were written by a 4-year-old. Like none of them seem like.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense why an
Yeah,
adult.
Uncle
would be,
Jesse's job was wearing a leather jacket.
yeah,
doing
right.
Elvis.
Dude, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I love rock and roll, like the kind they play on the tiny jukebox at the Silver Diner.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. That was my Elvis phase, though, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, did you get it from the Greek thing? Were you
Maybe,
like,
John
maybe,
Stamos
maybe it
is
was all
like-
kind of together.
You're like,
you're
he's
right.
a cool Greek guy and he likes Elvis, so maybe
Mhm.
I should like Elvis.
I
too.
I used to just be like, thank you very much. That was like
Mhm.
I would get
As
a
a
big laugh
child.
Yeah.
as a 4-year-old.
Suck
I would
me.
do that.
Suck me very dick.
Suck me, suck my very dick.
Suck me. Suck my very dick.
Suck my very dick.
That's right. That's right. You heard him.
Suck me. Suck my very dick. That's Elvis.
Mm-hmm.
Elvis, but horny Elvis. That's the new character for
I
the
like
show.
that.
good.
Yeah.
I've been working on two. Carlos, who loves Best Buy. Hey, what's up? My name is Carlos. I love two things: saying what's up to my moms and going to Best Buy. You know, I love going to Best Buy for them deals on electronics.
That sounds like the Uber driver you had that loved Playboy radio.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
autistic brother.
Yeah, they're the same guy. You know. Yeah, I love
Name? What was-
Carlos and I love Best Buy.
No, what was the Playboy radio?
Dean, dude.
Dean, that's
Yeah.
right.
It's like such like not.
Yeah, I
a Mexican
actually
name.
I got the opportunity to work for Playboy Radio.
Playboy radio.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that guy rocked.
Yeah, he was great.
Back from New Orleans.
Yeah.
How
New
was
Orleans
that?
rules, dude.
Yeah, there's food, dude.
Yeah, your
You-
boy
you had
went
some
buck
food?
wild on.
You ate food?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oysters. I had so
Po'
many
boys?
oysters.
Oyster po'
I
boys?
had double po' boys. Remember that gas
Oh,
station?
I also
want
want to. I want to look. I was separated from my boys for a week, and I had a killer riff
I
earlier.
missed you guys.
I had a killer riff earlier this week.
Hit me
that
with it.
I've tried to run past numerous people, but somebody brings up to me that Mrs. Doubtfire. There's a scene where like Robin Williams turns his hat sideways, and he's like, being a cool dad, and it's like just like like a middle-aged white guy's impression of a black, like a rap guy.
Yeah.
I was saying this is a sequel to Mrs. Doubtfire called Mr. Doubtfather, and it's Robin Williams in blackface pretending to be black to get out of having to raise his kid.
That's true. That is a legally sound argument.
Because he thinks legally black guys don't have to be in their children's lives.
And then I get to go on Maury.
Ooh, it'll do a dance.
Somebody goes, these kids aren't mine.
Tanisha, you a trifling ass bitch.
But doing that weird, hey, soul brother.
This ain't my little boy.
And these children ain't mine.
You a real job tucker thinking these my children.
What's up, Slick Willie? That white men that have never met a black person. Hey, it's Daddy Cool. That kind of Billy Crystal black guy.
Pure black too, like just the grease paint. Like
shoe polish.
Yeah,
hilarious.
Good morning, being gay. We out here in Hanoi ready to suck a big fat cock. It's the Army Air Force, fully uninhibited. Meet me in the showers, gentlemen. I'm ready to suck your cocks. Good Morning Being Gay is the story of a private in the Army Air Corps during the Vietnam War who entertained his fellow troops by broadcasting the latest hits from America and also sucking their dicks.
Most of them didn't care for the music very much, but they did line up around the corner,
Good
around the block to get their cocks
morning, being gay.
Damn.
That'd be a fun movie.
Yeah, it would be. I think it's time for a reboot.
Yeah.
Enough about all this war.
Uh-huh.
Let's go. Let's look at Vietnam from the perspective of a gay man who just loved having gay sex there. You know?
Yeah, it's Vietnam, 1995. Robin Williams is the host of Ladyboy Radio. Good morning, being gay. We got some real cool tunes coming out for anybody that's 12 years old and dressed like a lady.
Oh, fuck.
Dude looks like a lady.
Wow, transphobic.
Was that song was in Mrs. Doubtfire?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A little too on the nose, if you ask me.
I think it's a little
I love go
problematic.
through the Robin Williams oeuvre,
Uh-huh.
and we'll riff out little different.
Different ways he can be gay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
It's Flubber for being gay.
Flubber?
Yeah.
Fluffer.
It's a man trying to make cum in his own basement. So, trying to make his own pause juice from scratch.
It's extra gay.
Yeah.
The flubber, you know how the flubber
Yeah.
kind of animates? The
Maurice,
little flubber starts sucking each other.
I've been doing
flubber
experiments in the basement with pause juice, and it's come alive. I'm going to introduce it to the children.
Yeah, the way Flubber flies around and bounces off of people and messes things up is an analogy for Greenwich Village in 1982.
What happens to when a gay guy moves into a neighborhood?
The HIV virus
Oh,
was
yeah.
flying around, messing everything up. Yeah.
That's true, recklessly.
Yeah.
Damn, I remember seeing Flubber in theaters and being like, I want to jump. I want to be able to dunk. Because he used it to dunk.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, he does
you
use
remember.
it to dunk.
Damn,
yeah,
I wish I
that's-
was capable of moving physically.
No, I was very athletic as a child and still am. Despite my numerous injuries, I will be making a full recovery.
Stop, you're
About
moving good
athletics.
again.
Yeah, my foot hurts, but I am walking.
We're going to get you going by Japan.
Oh, yeah.
You got to get your outfits ready, man. That's what I've been preparing for a month.
Yeah. Where can we buy kimonos? We have to wear kimonos everywhere, right?
Yeah, like kind of a schoolgirl kind of look. Like that girl from Kill Bill that's
Yeah.
with the chain.
I'm gonna be in the Kill Bill uniform.
Yeah, that'd probably be pretty cool.
Because that's how they know to respect
What
me.
if we go there and Sav is just swarmed? Like people taking pictures.
Yeah. I'm a celebrity in Japan.
Yeah. I think it would be funny just to do a show there and just completely bomb.
We should
For
go.
an
Yeah, we should book a show at like
Japanese
a
audience.
Japanese dinner theater or something.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
had, I had to read part of Crazy Rich Asians to do Abby and Karen's podcast.
Oh,
now I
nice.
want to go. Now I want to
The
go there
book.
and beat up some of those rich
It's
Asians.
a book, right?
It's a book. Yeah.
Is
I'm
it?
so happy for rich Asians.
Yeah, it's
Well,
about
They've
time.
had it so hard.
It's about time.
No,
Those
I did
rich
read it.
Asians.
It doesn't really feel like a identity thing.
But that's how it's sold, right?
No, is it?
The movie,
The
has
movie,
been
for
sold
sure.
that way. It's like,
It's like
this
finally
is a
there's
win for
repre-
Asians.
Oh,
Yeah.
people live in Singapore because they're like
Yeah, just like-
Singaporese.
People that are completely like Anglophile, you know, like
Right, of course.
yeah, like
yeah. They've
also
been,
like
the
in
British came and turned them all into billionaires.
right, and they also like own
Damn, that'd be
probably slave
awesome.
factories too.
Yeah, yeah,
where
yeah.
they make
Oh,
cell
yeah.
phones.
I don't know. let me tell you this right now. I know absolutely nothing about the economy of Singapore, but I'm assuming all of those rich people are slave owning,
100%.
You
can't
They have
spit.
some kind of slaves.
and they hate black people.
Do
I've
they?
decided.
Yeah, I think
No,
they
I
do.
think they like
No,
them.
I think they do.
They think
But-
they're
no,
Michael.
fuck
They all
you,
think they're Michael
Singapore.
Jordan.
The book does open with like a scene where
Mm-hmm.
they're in like a hotel and the concierge won't give them a room because they're Chinese, and so they buy the hotel. And
That's
then
pretty cool
the
movie.
owner of the hotel comes in and he's like, "Oh, Mister, Dick Face, you're fired. Meet your new, or well, meet your new boss, Mrs. Ding Dong, or whatever the fuck." And then Ding Dong, and then Ding Dong fires him.
That's a cool move. I respect that.
Yeah.
Even though I hate the rich.
That's a rapper kind of move.
Mm-hmm.
I would
know?
love to be rich.
I'll buy your house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Buy your house, turn it into a fucking place where you just make fucking muffins.
How about
and shit.
Crazy Rich Nanans? And it's about
Okay.
Dan.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I love coming to Singapore. The nicest thing about Singapore is you can never have too much gay sex in Singapore. It's Cruising Dan Island. Yeah.
Cruising Dan.
You can never.
Yeah.
As opposed to a lot of other places in the world.
Yeah.
Where something about the geography.
Yeah, I
or
live
culture.
I live in Chelsea. The thing I like about Chelsea is the bathrooms are so large. Makes me feel like a Samsung Galaxy S8
Went off in my ass.
went
or-
off in my ass. Really makes me feel like Dominic Strauss-Kahn.
He also, all these cruising guys love
Yeah.
Dominic Strauss-Kahn.
Yeah, you know who I met recently is that Dan Nanan guy.
Pretty cool guy.
Yeah,
Just
he's
in
a
the bathroom.
Shitty comic, but great at suck a dick. No, I love fucking him. Yeah, a guy I have a lot of respect for is comedian Joe List. A little bit about myself. I'm half Indian, half Japanese. 100% gay. That means I take my shoes off before I put curry in my ass.
I buy my sushi at 7-Eleven. And I also buy lube for a man to fuck me in the ass with from there.
Yeah. Cruising Dan crushing in front of 1,000 non-gay people. Love San Francisco. Love coming here for the tech scene. I also love the bathroom scene here. A lot of people are worried about trans women using the women's bathroom and exposing their penis to children. I'm also against that, just because I want them in the men's bathroom exposing their penis to me.
That's
You know?
a good bit, actually.
Yeah.
I'll take that from Dan.
The more penises I can see, the better. Ha ha. Cruisin' Dan.
Cruising, Dan.
Wish I could do a Tom Myers impression. Cruisin' Tom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what Tom even sounds like.
I like Havre de Grace. Havre de Grace is a nice place. Thing I like most about Havre de Grace is you can have as much gay sex as you want.
What I love most is you can have gay sex here.
I think that's cool about Havre de Grace. I like to call it Havre de Gay Sex.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can never have enough gay sex during the Republican primaries. Oh, fuck. Yeah. No, I think we found the core element of
This
what
is
makes
good
this show.
stuff, man.
Makes this show good.
Talking about how
Yes.
much you love a place because you can have gay sex there.
The voice of comedians.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time in New Orleans. Grew up in New Orleans. New Orleans is an interesting place because can't really have gay sex there. I'm losing Norman. Been doing lists too
Yeah,
much. I
it's
can't
bleeding into list. But you know what? They probably talk similar. They spend so much
They
time
do.
together.
They do.
Yeah, Mark's just a little higher, I
Here's
think.
Joe. Here's Mark.
Yep.
Yeah.
Joe, Mark.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Gay sex. Kidding. There you go. There you go.
So,
Dominic Strauss-Kahn. Kidding.
I like that Dominic Strauss-Kahn is
Yeah.
your anchor for Joe. That's what gets you back into Joe.
Well, it is a good word for him because
It is
his like the staccato way he jumps through syllables
Yeah.
is evident in like Dominic.
Dominic. Yeah, yeah.
Strauss-Kahn.
I feel like
And he
Dominic.
does-
Yeah,
Dominic. Yeah.
Dominic Strauss-Kahn. Then, you
Yeah.
know, you get the
Yeah,
inflection
yeah.
on the last.
I just think it's just such a good. It's such a good pull.
It's automatically a funny reference
Yeah,
because it's like it will. There's not. You could never write a joke where the punchline is "I feel like Dominic Strauss-Kahn" and have it be funny.
It's like one of those.
There's not a single setup in the world where
Yeah.
that would be a good joke because the reference is outdated and also like the like I guess the
It's never gonna
the,
come
like
back.
phonemic investment
Uh-huh.
in saying Dominic Strauss-Kahn makes it automatically unfunny.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
There's like too many names there.
Yeah, yeah.
And we haven't even gotten into the fact that he is just a disgraced rapist.
Yeah, a guy that raped a Senegalese housemaid.
Yeah, yeah.
And then,
It's also the perfect amount of time because I think that happened like 8 years ago or something.
no, it was like
No, it
4 or
was-
5 years ago.
Was it?
Yeah, it was like 2014.
I thought it was whatever. But
Hey, Dominic, maybe we should put him on
I
the
mean, people
fucking
forgot about
Supreme
that like a
Court,
week
huh?
later.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Huh?
Yeah, there you go, dude.
Brett Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
How about Brett Kavanaugh? Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Brett Kavanaugh
That
means
guy
yes.
just looks like a bitch, dude. That's my
Yeah.
take on him.
Yeah.
He's got that doughy ass fucked up
Yeah, they
face.
said that he's a
He's
big
shiny.
Nats fan. He looks like one of those just like dildos that goes to Nats
Likes
games.
the Nats.
Yeah. Just guys from Arlington that go to fucking Nats
He
games.
seems like his skin is
Arlington
like
sucks.
scaly
Arlington
and
sucks.
Arlington is
Scaly
the
and
worst place in the
smooth,
world.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Fuck Arlington.
Arlington is like a fun place for people that are incapable of actually relaxing.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely.
Like, yeah, no, we had a pretty good night last night. Me and Steven went out wearing the same exact clothes we wore to work, and kept our shirts tucked in the entire time.
Yeah, we kept our IDs from work on our belt loops.
right. Yeah. And then we had a judicious amount of beers each.
Oh yeah, guys bragging about how much beer they drink.
Yeah.
That's what Arlington is. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking it's dudes, yeah, they have like what do you
People
call it?
that like earnestly seek out and enjoy going to Irish theme bars.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like a fucking Irish pub and
Right.
like a
Anyone
fake
that's-
like
right.
Slante.
What was that? What's yes?
And then they
Yeah.
just chug a Guinness.
just like a fake like Gaelic word.
Yeah. No, every Irish bar is either Sláinte, Fado, Tiernanog, Rira.
Re-raw.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
But what was that
Shouts
one?
out
What was
Kurt.
that one in Arlington across from the Draft House? Like
PJ Brennan.
PJ Brennan's, which is like
Closed now.
Irish in name only.
Yeah, remember we would go in. They were just like playing
Right.
hip hop.
Yeah, it was all,
videos.
yeah, like samba and shit.
Yeah.
Like reggaeton
Yeah.
night at the fucking Irish bar.
Yeah, there was not a single Irish element to that fucking place.
Yeah. The best was Ned Devine's in Sterling. You ever go there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never been there.
Ned Devine's in Sterling was like you'd go in. It was in a strip mall. You'd go in and there was you had to go downstairs to get to like the first bar area, and which was pretty big in its own right. And then you go downstairs again. It's this massive. It like opens way the fuck up, and you're like 3 stories underground, and it's this massive bar because I guess it was a venue.
Oh wow.
And they had like shit in the back, but then like table seating that like hooked around the sides, and then like a main stage that they'd do shows on sometimes, and like a side stage. But then the walls were all like an Irish village for some reason. But then again, same thing because it's fucking Northern Virginia, so it's like nothing but like Hispanic people that go there.
Right.
You know, for reggaeton night.
Yeah, that's the only funny part of Arlington is when it's just like a bunch of like little ass Guatemalan dudes.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah, there's really good food around there.
In
like-
Arlington?
Not in Arlington. In like Falls Church and shit.
there's good ass Korean food in where the fuck was it? Used to drive down from Baltimore.
Aren't there a ton of Vietnamese people in
No,
like
it's
Northern
Korean,
Virginia?
bro.
Is it Korean people?
It's so
I didn't
good.
really have Korean food that was good until I came here. I mean, I had Korean food here and there,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Korean food's real popular now too.
Yeah.
It wasn't popular for a long time.
I discovered that shit in college, and it was love at first motherfucking sight. Shouts out to Honey Pig. Down on fucking.
What's the
Route
Korean
40.
chicken place in DC? Like the DC area?
It
It's
is
like fire.
it
It's a
is-
fried chicken place.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's a chain, and it's here too now. Bonchon.
Bonchon.
Oh yeah, I
That
think
double
That
fried.
place is
I don't know
dope.
if I went there.
Double
Yeah,
fried
double
wings.
fried, extra crispy.
You're fucked after
No,
that.
what's
Yeah,
what's
yeah,
the
yeah.
place that's just on the end of like 33rd, but like the end of K Town on 33rd?
Oh,
It's
I
on
don't
the
know.
northern side of the
in
street.
New York?
Yeah, it's called like Don Boo or Dong Boo or Ding Dong or
Yeah.
something like that.
Is that that place where it's like a cafeteria style?
No,
Dong
that's
Sook,
Warrior
Dong
Yeah,
Sook.
yeah.
No, I don't know.
I
Maybe
went
it's
there with
Dong
Stav
Sook.
once.
You think it's Dong Sook?
I mean, it could be. Look, I'm not ruling it out. I'll Google Dong
Yeah,
Sook
yeah.
right now, and it'll be like 9 different restaurants. It's probably the fucking president of South Korea's name. No way to verify that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
damn.
Yeah.
Speaking of men who have been falsely accused, I read the whole Soon Yi article,
Of course you did.
and they dropped retard like 4 or 5 times in the article.
That was, by the way, that was the
Pretty
funniest
dope.
part of Norm Macdonald getting in trouble for whatever.
is in the apology.
In the
he said
apology, it's
Down
like,
syndrome.
you'd have to be someone with Down syndrome not to feel sorry for victims.
Dude, he is our guy.
He's a
He
champion.
is our guy.
He's a fucking champion.
He's the best stand-up
Look,
in the
once
world.
the smoke clears from all of this shit and it's okay to rape girls again, they should build a statue for Norm Macdonald.
Well, he didn't rape anyone.
I know he didn't rape anyone, but
He's
to say
actually
that,
like you. He's like anti-horny.
of course, but he's like that.
Nah, he's horny.
The
He's just ashamed of it, like Nick.
no the to do that in apology is masterful
It really
Oh,
is.
yeah, yeah.
because he knows exactly. what the fuck.
I'm
Yeah,
not
he
sure
knows
of
what he's
it.
doing.
I
He knows
think
he-
he's kind of removed enough from society. I had
No,
a
no,
long
no.
conversation with my friend Max about this, but yeah,
Well, if you had
Yeah.
a conversation
Yeah. Oh,
with Max,
yeah, I
we
didn't
don't
realize-
have to talk
of
about
course,
it.
I didn't realize
makes
Max
sense.
already
Yeah,
settled
Max
it.
weighed in.
Yeah, we can talk to Max about it. We bring Max on the pod.
This motherfucker said it like he literally talked to Norm. He's like,
Yeah, no, we already had a long time. Me and
No,
Max
we talked about it.
Me and my landlord
my
already figured
landlord.
this out.
Me and my landlord. No, his mom is my landlord.
Anyway, well, at least you guys got to the bottom of it.
No, we we randomly talked about it for 40 minutes, and he's like, "Oh, that's so calculated. Like Norm knows that that's gonna piss people off, and his fans are gonna think it's hilarious." But
And it did piss people off, and his fans
did think it was hilarious.
vis-a-vis me
Yeah,
and Stavros.
He's
think
the
it's
best.
hilarious.
Yeah.
he's.
I
The
mean, to
best.
throw
I'm-
that in his
I'm-
apology is...
That's my new word, Down syndrome.
That's my new word. I'm gonna start using that.
What an apology. Unbelievable.
And then he had a third apology.
Did he?
I think he fucked up again.
That rules.
Yeah.
He should just see how much he could fuck up, because who gives a shit, right?
Well, part of the interview, the first interview, made me think that maybe he wasn't doing bits and he is kind of removed from society. Like when
Yeah.
he said that he doesn't know racism, he didn't know racism existed until he saw the new Sacha Baron Cohen
I mean,
show.
I love Norm,
was
but I
like,
also do
okay.
think he is out of touch as hell.
Yeah, I mean, he's in comedy clubs 250 nights a year. He's like constantly, like or gambling.
Also, the thing about Norm Macdonald, like I read his book, and even though it's like a fictionalized thing, it's like that motherfucker like grew up in a farm in like
in Canada,
rural
yeah.
ass Canada.
Yeah.
Like his life is close. His childhood is closer to like the Great Depression than
Mhm.
like living in modern
Well,
society.
I think some of that was like hammed up for.
I know it was, but
Yeah, yeah.
still, I mean, I don't think it's literal. But he did grow up in like
His book is
rural
so
Canada in
fucking
like the
good.
what 40s, 50s. Like how old is he?
I don't know.
What if it comes out, too,
No,
that
no,
we-
later than that.
What if we find out that
As a
people with
kid?
Down syndrome actually
Yeah,
don't have
70s.
sympathy for the victims of
Yeah.
Me Too?
Ooh.
There's a
what?
you get a tape of a guy with Down syndrome that's like, actually, I think George Ento and Rose McGowan deserved it.
Then Norm's a hero, dude.
Yeah.
That's what he's betting on.
Yeah,
He's
right.
betting on.
Right. So Harvey Weinstein is actually innocent.
Dude, every time you do that voice, it's a diabolical genius.
But I said
I'm sorry. I thought we believe in something called due process. Innocent until proven guilty.
I don't believe in trial by social media.
You can say I'm a retard, but until it's proven
He was
in a
born in
court of law.
1959,
Yeah, so he was a kid in the 70s.
60s.
Because he talked about it as like a kid going to see
60s.
Letterman do stand-up.
Yeah.
Like as like a...
as a teen,
as
yeah,
a
yeah.
teenager.
But like
so
growing
that
up
had to have been
in the
60s.
60s, but yeah, but I mean like he's a child. Anyway, whatever.
Yeah,
who
yeah.
cares?
Yeah, but I sent it to you guys last night, but one of my favorite Woody quotes from the... was people think I was Suji's father, that I raped and married my underage retarded daughter.
He said that?
Yeah.
And then
it said...
and those people would be right.
And then it says right after that she cut a check for Hillary during the campaign, and Hillary sent it back.
Damn, that's hilarious.
Yeah, yeah. But
Bill-
yeah, obviously he's, as a
Hillary's
comic,
like,
we gotta,
look,
we gotta
I can't accept your
support
money.
him.
My husband's already a rapist. How's it going to look getting a Jewish rapist on in the mix too?
How about Poonyi?
Yeah, yeah.
That's good.
Poonyi Previn.
Wait, what did he say though? That she's not retarded?
And then she was like, I guess she had a quote in 92 that was like, I'm not retarded. And then in the article, she's like, everyone thinks that, no, apparently she never talks
I
publicly.
know.
Apparently she just has a normal American accent.
Yeah,
but,
of course, I'm joking.
But
What the fuck?
but everyone thinks that because she lived in Korea until she was like 10 or something.
People think she talks like that?
Yeah,
She's
I
an
think
adopted Asian person.
I think that she, to some extent, has been like.
Me and Stav watched some
attributed-
Steven Seagal TV show.
that was the best
Where,
thing of
like,
all
yeah,
time.
so he's like a police. What is his name?
I don't even fucking remember.
Elijah Kane.
That's right, Elijah Kane. And he's heading
He's a Cajun police officer in Seattle.
in Seattle. Now, clearly, what would happen was this was written for New Orleans.
Yeah.
Everything about it was New Orleans, and then I don't know what happened.
They
And they had
just
to move
changed
it
it
to
to
Seattle
Seattle?
because,
Yeah.
like, one of the like plot points is like people. He claims that people
calling
moved
me?
to
Dasha?
Seattle.
She's calling me?
Dasha, and then you have a strawberry and a rabbit and a heart.
That she put that in my phone.
What's
hey, there's
that
nothing
mean?
wrong with
She
that,
just
man.
put emojis next to her name.
That's
She wants it
cute.
to
Don't be
cute.
ashamed of
Don't
that.
be ashamed.
I didn't do it myself. I'm just saying.
That's cute
What
that
did
you
she
did
say?
that.
I don't know.
She said she's cheating
She
on you.
didn't say, yeah, she said
She's not cheating on me.
She was like the extra little dick cream.
She loves
Yeah.
me.
to make your dick. I don't know something. It came
Adam,
Adam, you didn't
you
put on your
you
small
got
dick
a
ring.
little small dick cream all over the my I don't know, Russian dolls, whatever the fuck that bitch
Sting
plays
dolls.
with.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
get her.
Take
The
that,
fucking
Dasha.
Russian ass teacup.
Eric Garland reported her to the FBI today.
What the?
Someone tweeted that they're like, if you're involved with the KGB or the Russian mob, I will hunt you down. Dasha like quote tweeted it was like, yeah, catch me if you can, bitch. And then Eric Garland was like,
the guy that like
FBI
insane.
Yeah, that insane
Yeah.
guy. Yeah,
The
At
game theory
FBI,
guy?
at FBI.
What?
Yeah.
Does he follow her?
No, he just saw it and he was like, we gotta get it. We gotta
Who the fuck was that, guy to begin
has,
with?
That guy has like
was he just a
mentally ill,
writer
that guy.
and he just made that horrible
He's
thread?
just this guy that like snorts Adderall and then like freaks out about Bernie Sanders being a KGB agent.
He
and
reminds
shit.
me of that one guy that tried to like ask out Starbucks, a 16-year-old at Starbucks. You remember that guy?
Who?
Yeah.
Doesn't Eric
Fuck.
Garland kind of look like him?
A little bit. Yeah.
Who's that guy's always talking about like how because of
Damn.
polymeres.
I wish I could read the entirety of The Power Broker.
You could,
It's
bro.
so long.
I would
dude.
love to read the Power
I always
Broker.
say I'm gonna do it, and then I
Let's
remember
do it.
I'm
Let's start a
illiterate.
book club.
Who wrote it?
Caro.
Robert Caro.
Cool name.
Yeah. We should start the three of us a book club,
Let's do a book club,
and then we
man.
can break it up. 1/3 Stav, 1/3 me, 1/3 you,
Yeah.
and then we just give each
Just
other
be like,
the
stop.
gist.
What happened to your part? I don't know.
Well,
I ate an edible.
I didn't do my reading.
Fucking the Twizzlers, but the kind you pull apart, those shits, instead of the original. Because the original is bullshit. It's like, stop, the book.
No, I like the original.
3 Twinkies.
First of all. The originals are better
Chinese
than the pull
food, 3 Twinkies, Ben and Jerry's ice cream.
I know how to live, baby. No, I'm definitely gonna turn my life around once this foot heals up, guys. Don't you worry.
Suck my dick, I'm good.
Although I do love being on the road. I've just been fucked up every day.
Suck me very dick.
Suck me very
Suck me very dick.
Why is that so funny?
Because it doesn't make any sense.
It makes no
Suck me very dick.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait. I think it's suck my very dick.
Yeah.
Isn't that it?
No, it's suck me very dick.
Yeah,
Suck me very dick, yeah.
Suck me very dick.
Yeah.
The less sense something makes, the better it is.
Yeah,
For sure. We can all agree there.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, fuck you. I'll do a book club and I'll fucking wow you with my intellect and insights, motherfuckers. Pick a book. I'll read it right now.
The Sharon Stone autobiography.
Okay.
Did
Are
she
there
really
pictures of
write
her
it
pussy?
with her pussy?
Yeah.
Dude, she's so fucking hot.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's so cool she showed her pussy in that movie.
It really is.
What
so
movie?
Cool.
Oh, right. Fatal
Attraction.
How about a movie called Fatal Instinct?
I always confuse those two movies.
Everybody does.
Yeah.
Literally everybody does.
I don't know why.
Because the Fatal Attraction...
Michael Douglas is in them both.
Basic instinct is to fuck. So it would be an instinct
attraction
to cheat on your wife.
That is true.
Yeah. It's
It
like
is an instinct.
Whomst Among Us is sort of the
Fatal
title.
Attraction, I think, is a much better movie.
Of course.
Yeah.
No, Basic Instinct is a much better movie. Fatal Attraction.
Basic Instinct. Sorry. Yeah.
Is that the one with
I'm
the
still
one with
confusing
Sharon
them.
The one with Sharon
Stone is much better.
Is a good movie.
It's a good-ass movie.
Yeah.
The one with
It's
Glenn
Paul
Close
Verhoeven.
is a fucking, a comedy, basically.
Yeah.
When's the last time you watched the RoboCop, the Verhoeven RoboCop?
It's somewhat recently.
Yeah. It's sick. It's so good.
I'm about to watch it.
He's amazing.
You know what I wanted to watch, but I didn't. When Burt Reynolds died, I wanted to just watch some Burt Reynolds movies, man.
Smokey and the Bandit, Cop and a Half.
Boogie Nights?
Not Boogie Nights. That's old. I wanted to see him in his prime.
Yeah.
I didn't want the comeback. I want the actual.
He was good.
I didn't realize what a star he was. Like, he was apparently like
huge.
The biggest box office draw for like 8 years or some shit.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Off like Smokey and the Bandit.
Was he in The Player?
That movie's like he's just in a hat driving.
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole plot of that movie. It's like, I'm wearing a hat and I'm driving and I'm gonna fuck Sally
I'm Ryan
Field.
Shutt and I'm gay. Listen, I'm Ryan Shutt and I'm gay. I wish I could do Burt Reynolds.
Turd Ferguson was so good.
I'm Ryan Shutt and I'm gay.
I remember Norm played Burt Reynolds in
Celebrity Jeopardy.
No. My Name is Earl. He
What?
appeared in the show as Burt Reynolds, and then I think Burt Reynolds was really in it. Like
Was
there was,
he?
I swear to God, something fucked up
That's
like that
sick,
happened.
dude.
Yeah, I
never
used to
watched
fucking
that
watch
show.
My Name is Earl, dude.
It was Jason Lee. The fucking
Presley.
Scientologist skater.
Is he Scientologist?
And the fat guy from Butterfly Effect. And from
also Boy Meets World.
I was
Boy Meets
laughing
World,
about
yeah.
imagining Philip
He's
Seymour
Vader's
Hoffman
son.
playing Ed Sheeran.
Yeah,
Like a very serious Ed Sheeran biopic.
that'd be awesome.
Yeah, that's
Just old as hell.
My bed sheets smell like you. My fucking bed sheets smell like you. Please come back over. Just come back over.
Have you ever seen pics of Ed Sheeran's tattoos?
They're horrific.
Ghastly. Terrible.
You know who who did you just talk about?
Paul Verhoeven?
No, you just did
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Philip Seymour Hoffman. Sorry, man, my brain's fucked
Paul
up.
Seymour.
Philip Seymour Hoffman would have been
Huffman.
a really good. Who's that guy? The Breitbart guy who ran Trump's campaign.
Steve Brandon.
Steve Brendan. Yeah, Steve Bannon.
Yeah, I said that.
Steve Brandon.
I said that. I said that on this program.
Did you?
You're gonna become fucking president. We're gonna make you president.
Because when Nick said that, all I could think of was like, for whatever
He
reason,
would be amazing as Bannon.
Just
Yeah.
let me be fucking
Unbelievable.
president.
Yeah.
He
Wish I
could
could
also
do-
be Trump.
Wish I could do Hoffman.
My friend
It's
just
You got
something
you
like-
at a
it's
point you were pretty close.
It's somewhere in there. It's something like that.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
I don't know. It's too far away.
You saw the
Although I will say I've gotten much better at Steve Buscemi.
Yeah, you have.
I can fucking do him now.
It sounds a little Giamatti.
No, it doesn't fucking sound like Paul
What's
Giamatti.
Giamatti?
I just
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
get
that's
my
good.
dick sucked by a child. Is that too much to ask? To just have a child suck my dick.
Relax, man. Let's have some wine.
Jesus fucking Christ. Does somebody want to let this guy fuck a kid or what?
Ah, fuck, dude.
So let's go around the room real quick. Woody Allen,
Guilty.
innocent.
Guilty.
Innocent.
Guilty, for
Innocent.
sure. Jewishly guilty.
Misunderstood. Jazz. Jazz.
How old
you
was
ever
Sun-Yi,
Jazz
though?
clarinet.
Huh?
She
How old
was
was
21 when they
started
first hooked
fucking?
up.
Nuh-uh.
These people
They were 21.
fucked my retarded daughter.
Or maybe 19. She was on a trip home from college.
That is weird. You have to admit that.
They didn't start chilling, according to the article,
Bro, that's a little
until she
fucking
was
weird.
until she was 18.
His daughter.
Credit Woody
It
Allen
wasn't his daughter.
for inventing on the
all?
breathing
It's
on the
Andre
pussy through
Previn's
the underwear
daughter.
move.
Yeah.
Okay,
Stepdaughter?
He should get his
No,
star.
it's his girlfriend's daughter.
He should get his star on the Walk of Fame
Okay.
back for that
His
alone.
girlfriend's daughter. What?
I said he should get his star on the Walk of Fame back for that alone.
Who, Woody?
You're coming up with the breathing on the pussy through the underwear move.
Yep. That was his move.
It's a classic move.
Classic move.
And a lot of people don't give him credit for that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, try it out.
I do not think that he should get his star back for that. I would like to be on record.
Yeah. Like, where'd you learn that? Woody Allen.
Imagine you doing that and it going over so well, and then
Yeah.
she'd be like, "Where'd you pick
Imagine
that
Woody
up?"
Allen going down.
Oh, yeah.
I'd be like, "Yeah, well, you know how Woody Allen
Yeah.
allegedly raped his 3-year-old daughter or whatever."
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I kind
Yes,
of picked it
ma'am.
up from that. I think he's innocent, by the way, but I
And
like.
we love you too, Sun-Yi.
Imagine Woody Allen going down on a woman and then just starting sneezing, like just starting to sneeze all over her pussy. He's like,
Oh,
I don't think
we,
allergies.
I don't think we explained Yes, Ma'am on the show.
No,
Oh, no. Yes, Ma'am was a
Yes,
road
Ma'am is
bit.
like good boys, like good big boys. I got these
Love
cousins
breakfast.
that are just like they're in their 30s, and they look like they're still growing
Mm-hmm.
at like 6'6" and 300 pounds.
Yeah,
you know,
but
where
they don't look fat. They're big. They're
No,
like
they're fat.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, they're husky, I guess. But, you know, like basketball shorts and slides.
Right,
'cause They don't know how to buy clothes that fit.
Right. Well, my brother's a
Ooh.
yes, ma'am guy too.
Yeah,
my
yeah.
brother Nick. They have to love breakfast.
Yeah, they love breakfast is a big thing.
And they
Loving
love their
respect.
families.
They love their families. They can't wait
and
to
they love
say
helping
sir.
their families.
Right. They can't wait to say sir to grandpa
Yes.
and like bring him his slippers or whatever. Well, we love you too, grandpa.
Yes, sir,
That's,
Grandpa.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yes,
ma'am,
ma'am.
grandma. We love you,
I
grandma.
would love more hash browns.
I would
Grandma.
love an extra sausage link, grandma. Thank you. That's right. You start every day with respect and a 15,000 calorie breakfast.
Dude, it's insane how much my little brother eats. He eats more than me. but
Yeah.
He just fucking
Yes, ma'am.
works out and is a yes, ma'am guy.
Breakfast.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
But the breakfast?
But the breakfast.
But the
Bre-
breakfast,
But
ma'am.
the breakfast, ma'am.
But the
Yes,
breakfast.
Grandma, I would like to eat your pussy, ma'am.
Yes, I do
Yes,
fuck my
ma'am.
grandma.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, I have had sex with my own grandmother.
Suck me. Suck me very dick.
Suck my favorite dick.
Wait, I think that porn star Rocco Siffredi in that documentary said he had sex with his grandma.
No, shut up.
Or maybe it was just some old bitch.
Wow.
Now I'm forgetting.
Talk about Rocco's modern life over here. Jesus Christ. Talk about Rocco's modern life over here.
That
Yeah, did you guys
documentary
hear
is
about this
amazing.
porn star, Rocco Siffredi? Apparently had sex with his own grandma. Talk about Rocco's modern life over here. Remember, it was a cartoon I would put on while I was having sex with one of the boys in the neighborhood. A lot of people start having gay sex in 4th grade, I'd say.
Joe, do you want to fuck Rocco Siffredi?
Yeah, I guess I could. Depends on how nice those bathrooms in Italy are.
I know I've brought it up before, but that documentary is unbelievable.
Yeah, you love that doc.
He's just so passionate about pussy. I've never heard someone talk about.
Was he
Loving
molested?
pussy
Like, what
more.
the fuck?
I think maybe it wasn't his grandma, but I think he was
An
like,
old lady.
I had his dick is huge. He's like, my dick was so hard, and he just pulled it out and this old lady just sucked his dick that he left in shame, like
That
crying. And
rules.
stuff. I think he said it was like one suck too.
That's awesome.
But
So
he was,
this
like,
guy was
so-
literally, his dick was so big, he was objectified for it. By like an old Italian bitch needed a taste of that fucking
I imagine
12-year-old
that's
hard
just
dick.
life in Italy. Just people commuting by
Mamma
ragu boat
mia.
to fuck their grandma. You go do you fuck your mommy and then you fuck your mommy's mommy.
How
and
you making a sauce with a hard dick?
You
Come
cannot, you
here.
have to go any tiny boat
They
to
love
fuck
Let me
your
suck
mom.
your dick, you making the sauce.
They love the mommies.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
The
man.
Italians, the original yes, ma'am. Italians, that's why it's incestuous. See, the Yes Man boys are wholesome. They love breakfast. And
They
they
do.
have a genuine love for their grandparents. The Italians love dinner and sauce
That's true.
and promiscuity and all the darker elements.
Of course. Dinner time is a very promiscuous
Yeah,
meal.
fuck that shit.
It's the naughtiest meal
it's
of all.
naughtiest. It's incestuous.
Breakfast is wholesome,
wholesome ass breakfast. It's all right, I guess.
but it's more business also. I think a lot
breakfast,
of
I'd
business
say
lunches.
breakfast only, and then the rest of the day for chores in the Bible.
That would make sense.
You have breakfast at 4:15 a.m.
Well,
every
there's two
morning.
things we love: the Padres and having breakfast.
Damn. What kind of guy should we rebrand as?
Us?
You know? I don't think I could be a yes ma'am guy. I do love breakfast, but I don't respect my elders
I was
enough.
saying, I really want to be one of those like worn out guys from one of those recent period dramas
Mm-hmm.
who's like, you know, maybe working at like the state archives in Spotlight. And they're like, wait a minute, you mean people knew about this the whole time? It's like, yeah, nobody gave a shit.
Right.
We tried talking
You
about
tried to do it 10 years ago.
We tried to
right.
do something 10 years ago.
So
One of
you
those
want to be
guys.
like a librarian.
Yeah, but one of the, like the burned out ones smoking cigarettes.
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
you think anybody gives
An
a shit
archivist.
about? Yeah.
Lester
Yeah.
from The Wire.
Yeah.
Yeah, working down in the basement.
Nobody gives a shit about
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Although Lester got some good pussy too. Remember that?
He
That
got
arc?
pussy. Yeah, yeah.
He got
yeah.
like a stripper, just was his girlfriend, which seems pretty unethical. But good for him. That's the thing I love about
Oh
The
right,
Wire.
he like saved a troubled woman.
He was
and
Captain
then started
Saberho,
fucking
dude.
her.
Yeah, he started
That is
fucking a stripper.
problematic. Yeah.
All right, McNutty.
McNutty.
Damn, shouts out to Lester. And
Yeah.
British black guy also.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
String?
No. The Lester, he was British too.
Oh really?
That actor.
Yeah.
String.
They
is-
either went West Baltimore, like
Yeah.
straight from the hood,
Yeah.
or they went
Somebody
British Shakespearean actors.
Somebody that's never acted before that has like lead paint poisoning.
Yeah. That pronounces dog Doug.
Yeah. Or yeah, because like Snoop was
Snoop ruled, but
She
yeah,
was
she
a
was-
real criminal.
basically
she was just-
raised by drugs.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Her parent was crack.
Yeah.
Well, that's how you get to be gay.
Mhm.
It's good to be back with the boys.
Yeah, it was for a little bit there.
Yeah.
Especially when we said,
Yes, ma'am.
no, we got there's
Good
just
morning,
something about
being
being gay. Yeah. Just something about loving having gay sex. Yeah, Tom Myers, that's right.
Yeah.
Have for gay sex. Have for gay sex.
Yeah, now I'm laughing about it again.
We should just go do a show in Havre de Grace, dude.
Yeah.
The
Hello?
ultimate disrespect.
I titled the last episode, I don't know if you guys saw it, R2 Me Too.
I did
Mhm.
not.
And I don't know if anyone's already done that bit, but little
That's a good
robot
bit.
that's like, and they're like, Han Solo did what to you? Yeah, he's been raped. Mm,
He fucked my little robot pussy.
mhm.
Well, you already did the bit that he was just saying the N word the whole
Yeah,
time.
that's an old.
That's an
thing.
oldie.
The
Yeah.
classic.
R2 Lando is right there. Lando, I'm so sorry. It happens all the time, buddy. I'm literally the only one in space.
It's so funny to get mad at black people being in Star Wars.
Yeah. Well, it's like the funniest thing 4chan did was like when that new Star Wars came out and there was that black stormtrooper
Yeah.
and they got like a leaked version of it and like somehow got like some news site to report that Republicans were mad that it's basically D-Ray in space. That was like fake quote that they made up.
Is 4chan still kicking?
I don't know. Who knows? I think it's all on Reddit now.
Isn't 4chan all about QAnon now?
Speaking of which, did you see the Jim Norton documentary?
Documentary?
Yeah. Well, the O&A guys have been making documentaries about everybody. They made like a mean one about Ant, and then they did one about Joe Matarese.
Joe Matarese. What?
Yeah, I didn't watch either the Ant or
what
the
do you mean a
Matarese one.
like
an
on
hour?
YouTube?
What do you mean by a documentary?
Wait, they got they got interviews and stuff, or they just like cut together a bunch of shit?
A lot of like footage from the
what
show.
What O&A
and
guys like on Reddit?
Yeah, the Reddit guys.
Okay, all right.
There's a guy
I thought you meant like
an hour and 20-minute long documentary about Jim Norton called "The Worm Has Turned."
What the fuck? Imagine doing that with your life.
Yeah. Dude, it's really
that probably
well done.
took weeks.
Really?
Yeah, and the guy who narrated, I don't know if he's actually British or he's just like good at doing the voice, but he like
he's doing.
He did a Adam Curtis.
The
thing?
Worm
it's really funny because like there's like all these like
that's amazing.
these jokes in there like he's talking about how like Jim like turned on Louis C.K. or whatever.
Did he?
And he's like it's like this is in stark contrast to a lot of his fellow comedians' opinions. Even fat piece of shit Robert Kelly defended Louis C.K. the casual way. She describes Bobby as even fat piece of shit Robert Kelly.
That rocks.
Yeah.
Was Joe Matarese even on O&A?
No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I like Joe, but I didn't realize.
That's.
He was
I mean,
part
I
of
like
those
barely
guys.
even know anything about Opie and Anthony. I
Yeah.
mostly was like a Patrice fan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We would. The clip. You listen to the YouTube clips,
Right.
the Patrice and
Yeah, I only
the
know
Bill
O&A from
Burrs
YouTube.
and some Louis.
Yeah.
Some Louis ones.
Was like someone in the comments last
Was it
time
on terrestrial
implied
radio?
that we stole Cruisin' Joe from Cruisin' Colin, and it's like look, I'm sorry, I don't have like a
Calling
fucking
someone gay
encyclopedia
isn't
of
a
everything Anthony Cumia ever said in my fucking head.
Also,
he invented calling someone gay as a bit. Yeah. Just calling a random comedian gay.
Yeah.
Although that is again, Cruisin' Colin, that could be fun.
Yeah.
Oh boy, can I suck your cock in this bathroom? That's my Colin.
That's a great Colin. Dude. That sounds exactly like him. I wasn't even going to attempt it because I know I can't even come close.
No, you could probably do it.
I can't think of what he sounds
Does he
like
have
in
a
my head.
speech impediment? It's real New York.
Yeah.
It sounds New York.
Yeah, it's very New York.
Yeah. I feel like, yeah.
No, he doesn't have a speech impediment.
You know,
But
his
his words are kind of like he runs his words together or something.
I don't know.
He's a
yeah. I can't even. Cause
he's
I
a
can't,
king.
I can't get a full like clear image in my head of what his voice sounds like. So I know I can't do an impression.
I mean, I'm sure if we heard it.
I don't think I can.
Yeah.
You could at some point, dude. I believe in you.
I'm Colin Quinn. I'm gay.
Yeah.
I'm Colin Quinn, and I'm gay, and I'm Ryan Schutt.
I'm gay.
And I'm also Colin Quinn.
My name's Ryan Schutt. I'm the head of advertising. And I'm gay.
Oh, that sounded like John Hamm. Yeah, good.
Why?
I'm Ryan Schutt.
Why would you be named Ryan Schutt if you couldn't put your mouth on another man's penis? A man's dick isn't just a cock. It's an opportunity. It's something to aspire to. It's something that is inside of us all. Putting a dick inside of you. That's the campaign. I'm Ryan Schutt, and I'm gay.
And I'm also Obama.
And I'm Barack Obama, and I'm gay. Don, are you okay? Don, are you all right?
Don?
Yeah.
Don?
Don.
He's just taking acid in his fucking room.
What are memories? Are they aspirational? What do memories mean to us? Does it mean being gay with another man?
The U Polaroid.
Yeah.
You can use them to take pictures of men you've just had anonymous gay sex with.
Pittsburgh doesn't make steel. They make gay men. Like Ryan Schutt, who I am.
And I'm also Obama, and I'm also gay.
And I'm also Barack Obama.
A child that has yet to be born. A child whose teen mom is somewhere being down with a swirl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny calling people gay as different guys. Barack Obama.
What the fuck is John Hamm up to, man?
I
I feel
don't
like
know.
he should have been in like a big ass movie.
He
by
was
now.
in Baby Driver.
He does all the voiceovers for like
Yeah,
Mercedes.
he's on
Benz.
everything. Yeah, he's.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I know he's caked up.
Mercedes.
It's a car you can have gay sex in. The thing I love about a Mercedes is the amount of gay sex you can have inside. Why come to Bethlehem? What about Bethlehem is great? Possibly the ability to have unlimited gay sex. Pittsburgh, the home of gay sex.
What was that episode? He's not trying to sell U.S. Steel. He's trying to sell Pennsylvania or something.
I don't remember.
Remember that one?
No.
I don't remember that. I remember that wasn't one of the cigarette guy trying to rape him or something, or he tried to rape the gay
He tried
guy?
to rape Sal. Yeah, the gay guy.
Sal. Sal, the guy who just loved his mother so much.
Yeah. Damn.
That's what being gay used to be. Just
Well,
loving your mom.
But that's what.
That's being Italian.
I know. So Sal was double Italian.
But that's what I was saying the other day when you were talking about train guys being gay. Sal went and became a train guy after he was
A
like
hobo?
a disgraced homosexual. Yeah, yeah.
He just got a bindle and got a...
Yes, dude. They like cut to him.
Didn't happen.
I swear to God, they cut to him and he's like warming his fucking shit around a fire, and the implication is him and the boys are about to have gay sex.
I watched Mad Men. I never really got into it.
It's not... I'm not... Now people are going to get mad at me. I didn't think it was that good.
It's good, but it feels like the kind of
I
thing
thought the
that,
first
like,
3 seasons, you got the gist of it, and it never really went anywhere.
Yeah, I agree. I like the first
Yeah.
3 seasons.
And it's
I
not...
just started Sopranos again last night.
Oh, you just
Ooh.
watched that, dude.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll rewatch that.
I wish I could do a fucking Gandolfini. You know?
That's good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
close.
not that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Yeah, yeah. What the fuck is the matter with you?
The fuck is a man?
The fuck is the matter with you? I gotta practice that more.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm gonna get a. I'm gonna figure
But
out.
it's also he
Gandolfini.
does an SH sound for an S. He's like
Yeah.
dish, you know?
Yeah.
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 Just calm. You said we were gonna have gay sex. No, I'll work on it. I gotta. That's gonna go back in the workshop, and I'll come back with a
We'll do
Gandolfini.
Gay Sopranos.
You watch.
next week.
Dude, Gay Sopranos will
Yeah.
happen. Tone.
Tone. Pull your cock out of my ass.
Tone Junior's going around town fucking all the black guys. These are all black guys to fuck Tone.
Tone.
The fuck is the matter with you?
The fuck.
You're lucky a man I love died today. You're lucky a fucking man I did. How? Where is he? Where is
lucky.
Gandolfini?
I don't know.
I gotta think about it. Think about it.
It's a
more.
fucking situation.
She was a fucking horror. I can do Ralph.
I cannot
First
believe.
of
I
all-
cannot believe how much Ralph disrespected the Bing man.
Yeah.
You know?
Killing that hoorah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, man, show some fucking respect to the Bing.
Because he
Yeah.
got obsessed with Gladiator
that might
and
become my
cocaine.
life's work is to be able to do a functional impression of every single character of The Sopranos,
Including the women.
including the women.
Okay.
You know what your problem is?
Yeah. No, that's not Melfi.
Remember when like Tony sort of kind of might fucked Adriana?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then they get in
yeah.
that accident?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was weird.
Yeah.
He technically didn't do it, but he probably was going to, right?
Yeah, he's a monster.
Damn.
He's a bad guy.
But he's got such a cute smile.
I mean, I root for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we root
He's
for
the boss.
We root for bad people. That's
He's the
why
boss,
this
dude. You
show's
gotta
so popular.
exactly.
That's why people love this show.
hmm
We all secretly want Woody Allen to get his star back for inventing the breathing on the pussy. That's
We
what
do not. Just Nick wants to do that.
In our- in our- in every American's heart.
That is not
in every
my
American's
opinion.
heart. They imagine Barack Obama. And, like,
Ryan Shutt
Ri-
in
yeah,
blackface,
right.
restoring Woody Allen's Hollywood.
Today, we honor Woody Allen for inventing the pussy breathing over the panties move. P.S. I'm gay and I'm Ryan Shutt.
Ah,
Adam's dumbass just hit his teeth.
Ryan shit my pants.
I'm Ryan shit and I'm gay.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah. You know, I'm mad that Mr. Doubtfather didn't come up on the show because I feel like that would have been a great thing to riff out, and it kind of was wasted.
Yeah.
Even recounting it.
It wasn't. It's like when you microwave fries.
Ain't the same, man.
you know?
It is. It's exactly like when you microwave fries.
It's not the same, bro. If you
Yeah.
microwave them and then maybe toast them,
Yeah, you microwave anything, it tastes like fucking shit second time around.
no.
Name one thing that's better in the microwave.
I mean, not better, but serviceable.
Yeah.
Is like porridge.
Rice in the microwave.
Rice isn't
rice.
bad.
Yeah,
Not bad.
my man's saving and reheating porridge.
I haven't had porridge in like 12 years, probably.
yeah.
But it's
You know
exactly
what?
the
I
kind of
respect
thing.
that move, Sav.
Chili. How about that? Chili, motherfucker.
Better than the first time?
Nah.
Yes, actually, because of the flavors.
Nah,
actually.
you got a stove. Heat the chili on the stove.
I mean, but it's just as
I think that when I make a spaghetti bolognese, the next day it's better.
Yeah,
when it's
cold.
No, in the microwave.
You know what? No, it's because it's not better than it would be cold because the chili gets better as it ages.
good. True, for
So
sure.
that's not the microwave making it better. That's time.
Yeah, but motherfucker, we can look at what it is and what it isn't, but it just is better out of the microwave.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Damn. I want to kill myself. I hope I die soon.
No, you're gonna live, unfortunately, dude.
It's
know.
nice, dude, that you've gone from I want to kill myself to I want to kill myself.
Yeah.
You know? Just like a
It is.
pleasant.
It is so annoying to be like, because I was like so happy for a week when I could first walk, and then I was like, I'm on the road. It feels awesome. And then this weekend, it was fun, but I was like, oh yeah, no. Now that it's normal, I want to kill myself again.
Yeah.
Once it just becomes life. Even though, shouts out to the cum boys. We have a bunch of cum boys that are like
in Lafayette, Louisiana.
in Lafayette that are like, what's the like good kind of lawyer, like public defenders.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Shouts out to them. I don't want to
Good
say their
boys.
names because
Good boys.
You know.
Yes,
whatever.
ma'am.
But they also I went to their house after the show and just got stoned as shit and ate pizza.
Oh, cool.
It's pretty tight
Yeah, they're doing something good for the world.
for the world. Yeah.
Stony baloney.
And then in motherfucking New Orleans, I just had we should get some oysters, boys. We should go get oysters.
dude. We always talk about getting
We got
oysters.
oysters last year. It was great.
Yeah, oysters are good.
I got some in New Orleans. They were good, but
We
they
should go to Rehoboth Beach for a
Beef.
last summer romp.
yeah.
Summer's over, dude. It was Labor Day.
Oh, is it?
No,
Yeah, we're
technically
not allowed
summer's
to
Fall doesn't
summer.
start until September 22nd.
That's exactly correct. How did you know
Yeah.
that off the top of your head?
Because it's not a hard thing to remember. It's like an easy.
No.
Damn, how'd you know when Christmas was?
No, dude, no. The first day of fall is not Christmas.
That's not it. Yeah.
That's a hard. That's
Yeah.
an interesting
That's a pull. It's a pull.
Right, Adam?
No, respect on the pull.
Thank you.
I don't think so.
When is the first day of spring?
First day of spring is April.
So you know fall more. Interesting.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, Nick likes
No, it's
when
always
the
it's always
things
it's always
die.
like the 22nd because like June 22nd is the beginning of summer. I think.
Really?
Yeah, it starts later than you think.
Interesting.
Yeah, so June, July, August, September.
Are all the seasons the same length in days?
Yeah.
They are?
Yep.
365 isn't
Yes,
an even
ma'am.
number.
Yes.
Yeah, 365 you can't divide by 4, dog.
Yes,
bitch.
So
ma'am.
you're fucking lying.
Yeah, but not all the
Wow.
days have the same.
Oh, but there's
none of the
leap
months.
years, dog.
Yeah, but the months don't have the same amount of days.
So what?
Yeah,
so
what
it
about
doesn't
that?
matter if it's equally divisible by 4.
Yo, we are we are the
But
dumbest.
it doesn't go by month.
We're the dumbest
Like-
motherfuckers.
Like seasons don't go by month; they go by days.
Dasha
Yeah.
was listening.
Oh,
to us
oh, oh!
like,
Do you mean do the seasons have the same amount of days? The answer is no.
Okay.
No.
But they're the
that
same.
was
Yeah,
my
they're
question.
they're roughly 3 months each.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fine.
Which I was completely right about the colors, by the way.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I
I don't
was.
remember what we talked
Dasha,
about.
when we were
but
talking about the
on
colors, she
principle,
just
no,
walked
you
into the
weren't.
room and was like, "You guys are fucking."
No, and then what
retarded."
Dasha said was wrong.
I think
Because
I was
both
right.
Dasha-
I don't remember what I
Nah,
said, but I was right.
I said that blue and yellow were opposites. Which I
They're
was right.
not.
Yes, they are, dude.
You mix blue and yellow to get green.
Mm-hmm.
So how are they opposite?
I think what
They're
you
on
said was
opposite
that
sides of the color wheel.
white people and black people are opposites.
That is true.
no, the color. He didn't say the people.
Let's look up. Where's the?
And then he said something about the Chinese.
No, we're not getting back
We're not
into
doing
this.
colors again, man.
We're not getting back into this. This is a dark, dark hole to go down.
Dude, there was.
got a
I
dark
met
hole
this
for
kid
you,
this
pal.
weekend. This kid Ian,
Which one?
who's
Bidens?
no different Ian, who is I kind of want to bring him on the show, but I don't want to feel like I'm exploiting him.
Mm-hmm.
He's retarded?
I wouldn't say that, but he said he said he said he would say all this wild shit, dude.
Shit, is no one listening on headphones?
No.
No.
Are all these mics good?
I set the levels.
All right. No, it doesn't matter. I don't care.
Yeah, it seems good. Adam talk.
Check.
Yeah,
Check.
We're
Check.
fine.
We're doing
I was
it.
just wondering
We're
if
doing it.
I was just thinking
4 minutes into the episode. Check.
Anyway, so you're with this kid Ian.
Oh yeah, he was saying just the funniest shit. He's like, we're working on a thing. He was working in a bathroom at one of the locations, and he got fired or something. So he like sent an email to the production company and asked for a PA job, and they gave it to him.
Mm-hmm.
But you can ask him like any question, and he would just respond to it with some wild nonsense. And he's like, he talks about it. He's got a girlfriend at Harvard.
Nice.
Whose name is Skylar, after the girl from Good Will Hunting. And my friend was like, "Are you good at math? Are you like Good Will Hunting?" And he was like, "No, I'm not. I'm not really good at math, but I'm good enough to fake it." It's like that's literally the one thing you
That
can't
makes
fake.
no sense.
You can't fake math.
It's not like looking like you're playing
you could.
guitar.
Yeah, right.
Like what?
It has
You
everything
fake
in
it by
Kansas.
just telling people you're good at math,
Yeah.
and then no one asking any
Yeah.
follow-up questions because that's the least interesting thing you could say.
And so I was laughing so hard at him saying that, and then he's like, I came back in. He's telling a story about like, yeah, in high school in team sports, I love playing team sports. We would play pranks on the other team. Like one time we pretended I was a genius. The implication being that he's clearly not a genius.
To pretend he's
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
genius.
So the team was like, let's pretend Ian's a genius. And he doesn't understand that like they were all just fucking with him.
So you met a retarded
Yeah,
guy.
right. Yeah, basically.
What even is that prank?
A
Like,
retarded guy with
what
a
did he
girlfriend at
think the
Harvard.
prank
Yeah, yeah.
was?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I was laughing so hard from him saying that, and he goes, you want to know something cool I could do? And I go, what? And he goes, bull whips. And I go,
That
what,
is-
cracking him? And he goes, I could do more than that. And then he explains that he puts a piece of linguine in his mouth and cracks the linguine with the bull whip. And he's like, I don't want to say the name of it because I don't want people finding this guy.
Yeah.
But he showed me a video of him in a talent show, and he's like cracking linguine out of his mouth with a bull whip.
I guarantee
is
you they
cool.
find him.
Oh, yeah.
Off of that.
They found
Off
him.
of that video alone.
been found.
Yeah. They're like,
R.I.P. Ian.
beep, boop, 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 like computer noises. They're like downloading Ian social security number posting Ian social onto Reddit,
Doxing his sister's
Yeah,
tits.
raping Ian's family via iCloud hacks.
Oh no.
I gotta go, I think.
You gotta go, huh? Little Miss Adam has to go to her
I'm the one
teacup festival.
ending the app.
Adam has
today.
something so important yet. What are you doing?
Sucking a
I
minx.
gotta go home and do something.
What do you
Puchadel.
have to do?
It's a personal thing. It has to do with that small dick cream that you guys brought up
Oh,
earlier.
nice.
Yeah.
You have to rub it on your
I guess
ass.
Roscoe needs his butterfingers.
Roscoe?
Isn't
Damn.
that that guy's
yeah.
name?
My
Your son?
my illegitimate child, or Dosh's illegitimate child.
Dad, Mom said her
Hella
friend.
cuz.
Dad, Mom said her and her best friend Roscoe were going on a platonic getaway to a sex club in Germany. They said they're going as friends to a sex club together. So we have the whole weekend to practice basketball.
Mom is going. What's that horny sandals resort in Jamaica?
Is there a horny one?
Oh, horny sandals.
No, there's a horny one.
Yeah.
I think it's called.
I'm gonna open it. Well, I'm gonna become one of those
Fuck,
like
what's it called?
pacemaker Tommy Bahama guys and open a tiki bar called Horny Sandals.
First of all, motherfucker, I am clearly going to be
It's
that
called
guy.
like.
Yeah.
That's
Sins or
clearly my
something?
fucking retirement plan. Is to be just a fat as shit with a fucking Hawaiian shirt and a horny ass bar.
Horny Sandals. The tiki bar in College Park, Maryland.
Just somewhere, nowhere near water. Like just fucking 40 miles at
Yeah,
least
yeah.
inland from any body of water.
The Glen Burnie tiki bar.
Or
Horny
no, yeah, I
Sandals.
do it on waterfront in Essex.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah. Rivera Beach.
It's called Hedonism. Hedonism 2 in Negril, Jamaica.
Ooh, let's go.
Damn, Negril,
It's only
huh?
you got to be horny to go there.
Hey, man, check and check.
It's adults only.
Oh, by the way, real last dude of the week, R.L. Stevens for raping all those women.
R.L.
Who
Stein.
the fuck is that?
I don't know. He's some guy.
Some DSA.
Some fucking guy.
So he's a rapist?
I felt like it's our responsibility to shed a light on these things.
To some
To
rapist?
shed a light on
Was
these
he
things.
Is
one
he
of the-
R.L. Stein's son?
No, they have a
Yes.
different last name. That's not how names work.
It is in China.
Yeah, thank you.
True.
Maybe he's Chinese, Adam.
R.L.
You
Stein
ever
is
think of
not.
that?
You
Maybe
R.L.
R.L. Stein has a Chinese son named R.L.
R.L.
Stein,
Stein is a
Yeah.
Jamaican.
who's
man.
also a rapist or whatever.
Yeah. I want you to meet my son, R.L. Stevens.
R.L. Stein. Oh, you made that joke.
I
didn't you?
did, yeah. Wow,
that's
back.
good.
Goosebumps. The boy who didn't finish his math homework. Do Chinese people get scared? Probably not, huh?
No, I don't know. I feel
During
like
the rape of Nanking, they were probably scared.
No.
You don't
No.
think so?
No.
All right.
I realized
think
the
they
other day
were.
the reason they call them Siamese twins
Yeah.
is because you could not discern regular Chinese twins from just siblings. There's no way of knowing.
at
So
hedonism
they don't have
too.
a word for twins when it's two people that share genes. It's
They're
only,
only
if they-
attached.
They have to be
They're
physically attached. They're like, oh, they're twins. Otherwise, that could be literally anybody. I'm Ryan Shutt. I'm Chinese.
And I'm restoring Woody Allen's Walk star. Walk of Fame star. All right. Well, come see us at Funny Moms on the 24th.
Who's there?
We got
Connor O'Malley.
Wilfred Padua. I booked him. He's funny.
yeah, Wilfred. Yeah,
He's fun.
Andy's roommate.
He's funny as shit from Seattle. What was a couple more people? I will be in Chicago. Friday's already sold out, the 21st, so buy tickets to the 22nd. 2 shows Saturday in Chicago at the fucking Lincoln Lodge. And then that's pretty much it. Come see us in fucking Australia, guys. Sydney on the 23rd. Melbourne on the 26th. Brisbane, get Brisbane on the 28th.
And we're doing Cumfest next spring at Hedonism 2
where
in
are the
Negril, Jamaica.
Do you know where
they have a nude side and a prude side?
How about Inspector Gadget, but the helicopter thing comes out of his ass?
Oh,
I love
cool.
that.
Yeah.
Where are you going, Inspector Gadget?
His cock just dangling.
I love it, dude.
And we are going. I don't know. Do we know the dates for Atlanta, Charlotte, all those?
Nah.
We should find those.
Yeah.
At some point, we're going to some place
In
I don't care,
November.
dude. I don't care about anything anymore.
The only one I have on my
care.
calendar is
Give a
Nashville on the 11th.
All right, we're
trying
gonna
to go
give
to
ourselves a
Monster Jam.
week to announce those dates. Though,
Okay, all right, we'll figure it out.
So sometime in the next week, we're gonna announce it on the pod.
All right. Goodbye,
Bye.
everybody.
Absolutely.
Stone Rose on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais, with me Steve Merchant.
Hello there.
And Carl Pilkington for the last time,
Indeed.
I'm afraid.
Yes.
So, you know, we're going to have a little bit of a chat. We're sewing up some things with Carl.
Indeed.
We're giving away that prize, that BAFTA bag, and, you know...
Playing some great music.
And we're just, I mean, I'm bringing in my favourite tunes. I'm bringing the Smiths, Radiohead, Cat Stevens, David Bowie, Neil Young, the classics. Steve's doing the same.
Indeed.
Well, Carl, the last time for... apparently, someone's got it a bit wrong. We're not actually away for 6 weeks. We're away for about... we'll be back in August, won't we?
Bloody hell.
Yeah. No, don't swear.
Yeah, that's outrageous.
On the last show, you have to say that.
Already brought the tone down.
Yeah.
Cheapened it.
And I think it's blasphemous as well.
Yeah.
No, it's not. No, hell isn't, is it?
Isn't it?
No, I don't think that's not blasphemy, is it?
Taking hell's name in vain.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what was it you were saying the other week about the Queen Mum used to have the right mouth on her?
What?
I don't think we said that on air, Carl.
What?
No, but last week you
Yeah.
were saying about bad language, and I was saying, there'll come a time when bad language doesn't matter anymore. You can F and Jeff and stuff.
Oh, I know what he's talking about, Steve.
Really?
Right, let me explain to you, the listener at home. Carl was worried about swearing, and as a joke, off air, it was last week, we were saying that in the 1940s and 50s, the Queen Mum used to say things like, and we were quoting things she'd said, like, but putting F's and C's in there, and you believed us.
What, so this whole week you've believed that we somehow had knowledge that the Queen Mum used to swear like a trooper?
We were doing fake quotes from her in her voice, but putting in F's and C's, and you believed us. I mean, I didn't even think... I thought you were going along with a joke, but it obviously made an impact.
Carl, we've said this. You've got to question and query everything. You can't take things at face value, certainly not if they come out of the mouths of Ricky Gervais.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, sorry about that, Carl. It was a little trick.
Is there any other things now that, as you look back over
we've
the
said that
time
you've been
we've
thinking about that I can tell you now that was a lie?
Anything you've maybe queried or questioned, you know, you've thought, that doesn't seem right, that maybe Ricky's told you?
Something might come to me later on, but...
Okay. Well, what about... Carl, I mean... We love you, right, obviously, we know that. We've got great affection for you. We look forward to this. I'm going to miss you, really. And I'll tell you what, you've got a heart of gold. Now, wait till you see what the record is, Steve. You'll see what I've done.
Is it heart of gold?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Brilliant. All right. That's why he's a bronze award winner at the Sonys.
I don't get up for bronze. I don't get out of bed for bronze.
No, that's a waste of our time.
Al Pilkington over there on XFM 104.9. Winner of a bronze award
at the Sony Radio Awards.
The Radio Oscars. So Phil Jupiter said. That's what he called them on Liquid News.
I'll tell you this, Rick. I'm not used to being on a table with losers at an award ceremony.
No, I don't. I'm glad I didn't want to come in to do the final show.
No.
You know, I went straight over and sat with Pete and Jeff, didn't I?
Yeah. I went over
Radio
to
4. I went over with Paul Gambaccini.
I went over to BBC World Service.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lot funkier, a lot cooler.
Won an award.
Yeah, they swept the boards.
Yeah. I don't... Bronze is nowhere.
What was the mood? What was the mood here?
Silver's... What was the mood here?
The mood...
Because the day after, because people were... I mean, let me tell you that, I think XFM deserved an award, and I thought it was criminal, actually.
But what I did like about it, that we certainly had the room, because Pete and Jeff said good luck to us and Christian. That was really nice. And then someone else mentioned it.
James Nesbitt.
James Nesbitt said XFM and stuff. So it certainly had the...
He said something about it.
Yeah.
Did
so
he?
it certainly, it certainly had the room. And for a local... You've got to realise it's a local radio station, you know, and it can't compete, really, with Radio 2 and Radio 4.
But what was the mood the day after here at XFM?
It was all right. I mean, I think we expected a few more,
but you shouldn't take these things seriously anyway.
No. But what I didn't
never take awards seriously.
But what I didn't realise is you have to pay thousands of pounds just to nominate, just to get into the running for an award. So you've already, you know, they've squandered thousands of pounds.
No, it's not thousands, is it?
Well, it mounts up because you pay to enter.
And then the table.
You've got to buy, like, mini-discs and that to send your stuff in on. Which ends up with Sony mini-discs.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Carl.
I'm not saying anything.
No.
And also then you've got to pay for the table.
Right.
And the food and the drink. I mean, it's a few grand.
I swore on live television as well that night.
Yeah.
But I've never done that before. I mean, I've sworn before, but never accidentally. And we were being interviewed for, and Christian was sort of like quite, you know, being a bit boisterous, and he must have brought out the worst in me, and I just accidentally said the F word, and I apologised straight away. I didn't want to embarrass Phil Dupas. He was doing a good job.
He does that himself, yeah.
but I was thinking about yesterday, and you're saying a bronze isn't worth having, right?
Yeah.
But, say, like...
We're only joking. None of them are worth having, but they're very nice. They're very nice to win.
No, bronze is pointless.
But you say that, because, like, bronze is, like, coming last, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you tell me the name of the person who won the marathon this year? No?
Yeah, but that's because we're not sporty.
Well,
I'm sure there's lots that can.
But then... The guy who came last, who was in the swimsuit, people remember him.
And no, I don't remember his name either.
No, what's his name?
No, but he was 6 days late. I mean, he was really
Yeah, but
bad.
what's his name then?
You see, no one's remembering either.
No, but if someone said who won the marathon, I'd go, I don't know, but there was that guy in the swimsuit.
Well, I'd say I don't know, it was a woman.
Yeah.
She had shorts on and trainers.
I'm just trying to make...
My point is, what they will remember is that we were losers. That's what they remember. They may not remember our names.
Yeah.
They'll just point and shout losers.
We're all winners, though, aren't we? We're all winners, really.
For taking part, sure.
Yeah.
And it's all subjective as well, isn't it?
Go on.
I mean, I'm not going to moan about awards, because you've won a lot of them. It's like saying they don't mean jack. But at the end of the day, right, there's some shows that won awards, and you go, yeah, that's worth an award.
I think you've got to treat it... I mean, some awards... actually boost your profile or career or your cachet or everything like that. Some it's just a nice night out when it's nice to win, but I don't think you should really take any award that seriously.
What worries me, though, Rick, as I mentioned on the night, is that when I was at school, I mean, you look at me now, you probably think he's an athletic kind of guy, he's a sporty dude, you know, but at school, bizarrely, that was not the case.
No? What, were you a bit of a lanky beanpole?
It turns out.
You're joking?
Yeah.
Oh, right, OK.
So, but I got a silver in the high jump. And I've done better in the high jump, right? Did no training whatsoever, did no practice, just turned up.
You were 2.5 foot taller than every other person in your class.
Yeah, but wait a minute. People think that if you're tall, that makes you easier. It makes it easier for you to do the high jump. Surely not, because I've got all that leg to get over the pole. That makes it harder for me, surely.
Don't talk rubbish.
What are you talking about?
Well, of course, the taller you are, the more chance you got at the high jump.
Well, explain that to me.
Are you okay then? So, is it harder for a 6-foot man to step over a matchbox or a baby midget?
A baby midget? That is tiny, Rick.
Hang on. Here's something I've learned, remember?
Go on.
Back to, like, show 4 or whatever.
Go on.
What is it?
Show 4?
The flea can jump over the London Eye?
No! No, it can jump the equivalent of, if it was a 6-foot man, it can jump about 6 inches high. A flea cannot jump over the London Eye.
Yes, it can. Yeah, it can. Tell your kids that.
God. Oh, remember. Oh, a flea can jump over the London Eye, and an ant can lift 3 Volvos.
But you're talking about fitness people and that. Remember when we were in the pub, right?
Yeah.
And your mate Johnny was in there.
Yeah.
I think it was.
Yeah.
And he was talking about that guy who got done, right? Because he entered a wheelchair race.
Yeah.
And there was nothing wrong with him. His legs were all right.
Yeah.
Now, he got done because he shouldn't have been involved in it.
Yeah.
But don't you think that really he's really good for doing that? Because he's not normally in a wheelchair.
Sure.
So he's not used to how they move about.
Yeah.
His arms aren't as strong as the other fellas who are always in the wheelchair.
Sure. He had his mate pushing him. That was the problem.
Yeah, it was motorised.
I'd give him a gold plus. You know, you're taking a bloke who's not used to doing something. He does it the first time and beats the people who are at it.
What about that woman, though, that was disqualified in the shooting because she was in a wheelchair and she was just in the normal able-bodied Olympics? It was just, she entered, right? But she wasn't allowed to rest her elbow on the arm of her chair because that was at a disadvantage. She was in a wheelchair and she's shooting, but she was getting an unfair advantage. And they said, you cannot put your elbow on the arm of your
Sneaky,
wheelchair.
aren't they? No, they are. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful.
Do you want to play
Some of them aren't even disabled, it turns out.
Hold on, though. We're talking about athletes, aren't we? What record should we play next?
I'd love to hear that single that was out a couple of months back by Athlete. Let's have Athlete. Man alive. West Side by Athlete, a track that I know you and I have enjoyed.
Yeah, it's one of our favourite new tracks of the year, that one. Yeah,
absolutely.
Very good. More of our favourite tracks to come on XFM 104. Vase and you,
Steve Merchant,
and
Carl Pilkington.
Sure, go on.
You know, I was mentioning the high jump. High jump. Do you know the reason I didn't get the gold? It's faintly embarrassing because the guy it was just neck and neck, me and another guy. In fact, he was slightly shorter than I was, and I was using the traditional Fosby flop. Is it the Fosby flop?
Fosby flop.
And he was using a method which I can only describe as the Superman, where he was running at the bar and diving headfirst over it. I've never seen this technique before.
It's illegal. That's
absolutely incredible. Is it not allowed?
The Fosby flop only works because his shoulder and that are going over before his head.
Right.
That's they got around the rule. You weren't allowed to dive over because it was
obviously no one monitoring that.
Yeah, no.
Just the games teachers having a quick fag.
Yeah. What was his name again?
The
fag.
I think his name was Mr. Woodbine. But he anyway, so he's using this method, right? And it gets neck and neck, and I don't know how many chances you get to knock down the bar. But anyway, it got to the point where basically I had to get over the bar or I was going to come second.
Sure.
And I decided at that point to use his method. Because he'd seemed to be doing so well with it, I thought, well, I'll try that then. That looks easy.
Oh, dear.
And ran at the bar, launched, didn't actually get my feet off the ground, just hit the bar like I was someone finishing a race, you know.
Did you have...
It's so pathetic, just clattered everywhere.
I just want to get this picture of you at the age of, what, 15, 16?
Yeah.
6'5" already, probably?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Probably, what, about 9 stone?
Exactly.
Yeah. Did you have your glasses on?
Of course I did.
You must have looked pretty sexy.
Probably a small bum fluff tash.
Yeah,
as well.
That must have been good. Was it true once, when you were about 16, you decided to wear a dicky bow to school?
Yeah.
That must have been great.
That was during my PG Woodhouse phase.
It's not. Yeah. You thought you'd be a hit with the ladies if you were more sophisticated.
Well, not only that, I thought it'd make me kind of kooky and eccentric.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't already. 6'7", goggle-eyed.
Yeah.
Like they're not already thinking there goes a weirdo. Oh, he's a weirdo with a bow tie.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Does it spin round, mate?
Yeah, what
because you're getting me hot.
Exactly.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I wore that for about 6 months, and it was in school colours, because we had to wear a tie at school, but this was a bow tie. I mean, now I don't... Oh, man.
I can't believe it.
I don't know what I was thinking.
Carl, when you were a little Pilkington, right, what was... If you had hair, what would it be like?
What do you mean?
Well, you obviously had hair then, back then. What was the style?
It was like sort of. I had quite sort of fine, sort of straight hair.
Yeah.
Right.
Hairdresser once said to me, "You've got hair of a Chinaman."
He was a wise man, wasn't he? What do you think that meant then? Oh.
He just said you've got the same hair as a Chinese man has. Very straight, quite fine.
Why is he telling it? I just imagine this pal going, the Arsenal did well, didn't it, sir? Should I have something on that? You have the hair of a Chinaman. I'm sorry, nothing. You're not the spy. No, I'm not. Thank you. Good night. Oh,
you're not my contact.
Yeah, lovely. You have the feet of a fish. I'm sorry, nothing. It's not you. Okay, next. You have the hair of a Chinaman.
It was one of those barbers. It was a cheap one, just on a railway bridge.
I don't believe that. Go on.
On a railway bridge.
That's why it was cheap. It was very low rent, so he could charge.
That wasn't a barber. That was a man with some scissors.
Yeah. Did you go? Oh, have to move you there, sir. Wow. Yeah. Okay, back in the chair, sir.
I imagine them on one of those things you always see in old films where you've got
you have to pump it up and down. Yeah, like a seesaw. Yeah,
that's not as good as that. It was just a normal chair, little wooden hut, and he did have to stop when a train came past because it used to.
Well, because he had to change the signal.
Just making a few extra
bucks. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, I love that.
That's Manchester for you.
Oh, God.
I always
it wasn't Bernard Cribbins, was it?
I always remember him saying, "Do you want your hair washing?" And I said, "Is it free? You know, does it come with it?" And he said, "Yeah." So I said, "Oh, go on then." He said, "Hang on now, I'll just have to wash these mugs up." He had like a sink full of mugs.
Oh,
I'll just take these out and then I can wash your head.
Oh, no.
And that's why.
Why did you go to this man?
It was cheap. It was
How much was it?
About £2.
And when was this?
God, at 88, 89.
All right.
Yeah.
So what happened to your Chinese hair? When did it start coming out?
You have the hair of a bald Chinaman now, don't you?
You've got the hair of a Chinaman in a box now.
I used to just work a lot of hours, and I think
that's what made it fall out.
Yeah, of course.
No, it's not. It's genetic. You can't stop it.
It's not genetic.
Of course it is.
Is your dad bald?
No, he's got more hair than me now, I think.
Is your mum?
Kojak's got more hair than you, Carl.
Anyway.
Don't have a go at Carl's hair. That's a bit harsh.
Oh, look at his little face.
What did it say before in that book about going bald? It said it had a little tip, didn't it? We'll go over them later.
It says if you're going thin, doesn't it say cut your hair short and something like that?
So it makes you look thicker.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we got people who are offering Carl lots of. We're coming up to that. In
we'll go through that. So obviously we
to win that BAFTA bag.
Shall I remind people what the competition was?
Yeah.
Last week we were giving away this bag that we got signed by various celebrities at the BAFTAs, and we asked you to email or write in with your suggestions as to what you have that you could swap for the bag, and it has to be something that will enhance Carl's life. We've had quite a lot of suggestions. I'll go through those a bit later, but they're some of them are quite eccentric.
Meanwhile, I'm going to play one of my favourite songs off one of my favourite albums.
I look forward to hearing it.
It's Radiohead, it's the Bends, and this is Black Star.
Go for it.
Sugar Cubes.
Hit.
Yeah, on XFM 104.9. Our last show till August.
Absolutely.
Sorry about that, we'll miss it. We can't avoid it, really. We've got to go away and do some filming. And they're only going to miss you anyway, Carl. They can do without us now.
Zoe Ball's on.
Yeah, Zoe Ball. And who else is after her? She's not doing the whole run, is she?
Yeah, I think so.
Is she doing the whole 3 months, is she?
Yeah.
Tell her not to get too comfortable.
Alright.
Right? Don't let her feet... And don't let Big Boy Slim come in with her, because he mixes up the records, doesn't he? And ruins them.
Yeah. Hey, talking of DJing...
Go on.
You know, I did that storming set the other night for XFM.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Go on.
This was down at a little club, in case you weren't aware of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I went to the Sony's the other night.
Yeah.
Carl Pilkington sidles up to me, slips me an envelope.
Go on.
200 big ones in there.
Did he get paid cash for that?
Yeah.
£200. Taxman won't know about that. Cash in hand.
No, the taxman won't know, because, I mean, obviously no one who ever works in tax office is listening to local radio.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, so...
No, the taxman will know about it.
Yeah.
Because I'll declare it.
I would.
Put it... Yeah, it's going straight down. I'll do it when I get home. Do it when I get in later on.
And don't write off rubbish that you buy anyway, like, you know...
No, I won't. No. I'll do it all above board, officially. fill it all in correctly. And so I'll send it now. I'll send it tomorrow so that you get it early, so it's not too busy for you, sir.
Oh, never mind. Oh, yeah. Also, did you see Liquid News last night?
No.
What is Liquid News? I don't really watch
It's
Liquid
the
News.
thing on Choice, right? And it's sort of celebrity news, yeah? And Julian Clary was on, and they were talking about the Sony Awards the night before, which we went to, and they said something like a relatively unknown had won the entertainment award that we were up for, and Christian and Chris Moyles and Jonathan Ross said beating off bigger people. Not he was beating off bigger people. They weren't suggesting he was.
Was Julian Clary beating off other? Oh, okay.
Yeah. And it said so. The people who didn't win resorted to silliness, and it cut. Right, I don't know where the camera was. It must have been miles away because it wasn't us. Cut to me making a little hat for you out of a Budweiser box, a little Dalek thing, and then forcing it on your head, and you sort of struggling. Do you remember that?
I do remember it.
Yeah. They're always watching.
They were filming us.
They were filming it. Yeah.
Scary.
So yeah,
That's really scary because some of the things we were doing.
because I was tying scarves around your head, wasn't I? We were
touching Carl in an intimate way.
We were gaying him up,
Gaying him
weren't we,
up
to make
quite
him
a lot.
feel all uncomfortable and everything. Because he doesn't like that sort of thing, do you?
Can't stand it.
We're going to be giving you a cuddle about 5 to 3. Seriously, we are going to.
On the way out.
And I've got roaming hands.
Yeah.
Do you know them girls who came up from the radio academy and sort of said, "Oh, so you're Carl then?"
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. A couple of fans went up to Carl.
Just on the way out, I said to him again. I said, "Look, I'm not gay," because they were convinced I was.
That's because if you remember a couple of weeks ago, we teased Carl that he had to go as Steve's partner to the BAFTAs, and they really meant partners. You know, after the show, when he was walking home, he was going to go buy his suit. I actually said, they will ask you. He went, well, what if they say, and as we walk in, Steve Merchant and his boyfriend Carl. I went, well, they won't say that as you walk in. They might overdub it on the television. So he was going, well, what about my mates in Manchester? And he said, I'm not going. The risk of someone in Manchester thinking that he was going out with you, mind you, it wasn't. It was probably
All right,
going.
calm
Wow,
down,
if he was
Rick,
going
I see where you're going with that.
if you were going to be gay, you wouldn't choose Steve, would you?
No.
Who would you choose if you were gay?
If you could go out with any bloke, who would it be?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one. He's thought about it before.
Go on. No, of course not. No, who would it be? If you know, if you were gay, what bloke would you go out with?
God, probably Jonathan Ross is all right.
You gay? You fancy Jonathan Ross? You Bender? Oh, Bender!
Rossi!
Bender.
Oh, you've got his number, haven't you? We should get contact.
I love you, Jonathan. You.
Hello, Jonathan. I love your film show. You're so funny and handsome and well done.
Rock and Roll with Me, David Bowie off Diamond Dogs. Another one of my favourite tracks.
Cracking.
Great track, isn't it? Well, it's time for Carl's Room 101. Carl was too shy to obviously ever do this for real, but we thought that end the run of this with things that Carl hates.
Yeah,
we know the thing he likes. We know that. So Carl, okay.
We should just point out that we've been inspired by the TV show Room 101. We didn't come up with this ourselves.
Yeah, we did. This is Room 102. Yeah, we'll be Paul Merton, and you be Carl Pilkington. Right. You could chance to banish to Room 101 all those things that you dislike. They're never to be seen again. Will you please welcome Carl Pilkington?
All right.
Who?
How are you doing?
All right, Carl. So, what's your first? What does this represent? And imagine me putting something on the table next to you. Go on.
Right. Well, first of all, right, it's dead hard to come up with like 5 things that drive you up the wall.
Okay.
Right. It's not easy because there's so many things.
Yeah.
But it's just like, you know, picking 5. It's like someone saying pick your 5 favourite records or 5 favourite films.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's hard. So,
you know, in Desert Island Discs, where you always get the complete works of Shakespeare in the Bible.
Yeah.
I think you should include Ricky Gervais. I think you should always be there already in Room 101. They don't have to nominate you. You always go in.
Go on then.
So don't bother putting him in. Don't bother putting Ricky in, Carl. He's already there.
I'm already there, waiting.
Yeah.
Go on then.
right. Of like things that we've done in the past.
Sure.
And like quotes and that you were talking about.
Yeah.
That quote that people say that, you know, money doesn't make you happy.
Yeah.
Right. We're just rattling through some here.
Yeah.
That annoys me.
What?
Well, the quote, money doesn't make you happy?
Yeah, because it does. It clearly does.
Right.
Without it, life's pretty dull, isn't it?
Yeah, good.
Right? So,
okay.
so that's like a little short thing, and you know, then that sort of makes you think about people with money. There was a program on in the week. I don't know if you saw it, Steve. The one Posh Loaded.
That was brilliant, wasn't it? That was a great show.
So annoying.
Oh yeah.
There was a girl on there, right, who's from a rich family and that, and you know, it's not her fault. She's from a rich family.
No.
It's like how posh people annoy people. That doesn't annoy me because the way I sound is because of where I'm brought up and that.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, if you sound posh, you sound posh. It's you know, it doesn't change you as a person or whatever.
Yeah, it's quite
But this girl, right? Did you see it, Steve?
I did.
You didn't see it, did you, Ricky? Right? This girl goes shopping. She buys like 4 t-shirts and a crappy little handbag.
Yeah.
Spends about 1,300 quid, and she's just wasting it. Going, you know, the woman's saying, "Oh, you'll love these. You know, they're really in fashion." She said, "Oh, whatever. I'll probably only wear them once anyway." And it's just that sort of thing annoys me.
Yeah.
You know, people with money, you know, who have grafted for it, are good, but like, you know, people who just get money given to them from the rich parents trying to make the world. There was another point, right, where she's in a shoe shop, right, and she's like got these big boots and stuff, but part of the problem is, right, she's quite odd looking and that, right, but she's got a lot of money, so she makes herself look half decent.
Yeah.
Problem is, she's got fat ankles.
She's got what?
Fat ankles.
Right.
And they drive her up the wall because no matter, I mean, it's one of them things, isn't it? It's almost like God has gone, yeah, you can have all the toffees and stuff you want. You can have, like, your nice T-shirts, but at the end of the day, love, you're stuck with these ankles. And you can see these...
I love the idea of God saying, right, you can have all the toffees you want.
Yeah.
And you have nice handbags and that, but you're stuck with these ankles. Oh, God.
And I really wanted to get a job in that shoe shop where she was going in, blowing her dad's money, and she was calling up her dad saying, "Oh, Daddy, is it all right if, you know, I'm just out shopping, I've just bought some shoes that have cost like $1,000, and I really wanted a job in that shoe shop, just so I could sit there, and when she comes in, you go, oh, hello, love, whatever her name is, lovely to see you here again, got some lovely new shoes in, look at these nice new boots, everyone's wearing them, Victoria Beckham, and, you know, all the it girls are wearing them. Yeah, try them on. Oh, you can't because your ankles are so fat. You can't get into these. Never mind, here's some boots. She really annoyed me. And I'm not a nasty person.
You're not.
She brought it out of me.
Oh, I'm worried, though. This idea of you getting a job in a shoe shop, I'm not sure you're qualified.
I like all that's way round it. That some people go, oh, I'd like her to lose all her money or something. He'd like to actually bother go through getting the job in the shop.
Yeah.
And then just wait in there.
You'd be too busy mucking around outside like, on some kind of trolley stuck in a little lake.
Yeah.
But interestingly, in that show, I was watching that show, and at one point, you mentioned that her fat heels or her fat ankles.
Yeah.
She said, I'd like to have various changes to my body. You know, plastic surgery. I'd like to do this to my face and da 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 da. And her mum's there, and her mum's going, no, don't be so. No, you're my daughter. You're beautiful. Da 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 da. No, you shouldn't. I'm not going to let you have those. Da da da. She went, I'd love to have an operation on my fat ankles. Her mum went, yeah, I do agree with that. What kind of a mother does that?
Oh, how bad can fat ankles be?
I know.
What were these ankles like?
Well, tell us, Rick. You must know.
No, do you know what I mean?
They were like, if you said to a little kid, say a 4-year-old kid, draw a person, they'd draw her legs. Do you know where there's no sort of thin bit and then it comes out a bit for your knees?
Oh, yeah, and
then
then
just ankles. It was just like 2 logs.
People go and say, I like your new flares. What do you mean flares? They're leggings. Cheeky.
Awful. So, you know.
It's okay. So you're putting in posh girls with fat ankles. Yeah. Okay. What's your next one on Room 101?
Right. Another quick one, really.
Go on.
People in supermarkets.
Right. What, the people who serve?
Yeah. It's mainly these shops you get round in London that are like open 24 hours, right?
Yeah.
You'll go in and you'll buy you know, you don't do your main shop there. It's mainly just little bits in it. Your carton of milk and
sure,
maybe a loaf, a couple of balm cakes and that. Yeah. And you go in there.
Who still buys balm cakes?
Right?
Do they have them in London?
Yeah.
Do you ever ask? Would you be annoyed if they said balm cakes? We don't have those down here. They're rubbish.
That's happened before when I asked for gravy and they didn't know what gravy was.
When did you ask for gravy?
In a chippy.
What do you mean? What do you say? Have you got any gravy?
Just because you up north you have chips and pie and gravy on it, and they didn't have a clue what I was talking about.
Right. Okay.
So that annoys me, actually. Stick that on the list. Right? But,
you've got fishmen up north.
But listen, right?
We saw a sign in the north, right? It was a little shop, and the sign said, we sell bread. And it was handwritten. It was like there was probably like a rush with loads of people in turbans going.
What's this bread you talk of?
Yeah, little headscarves, little women running down with their little. Oh,
But anyway, these shops, right? So you go in there, getting your stuff, and you'll go up to the till, and they don't say hello to you. They don't sort of smile. They just bleep the stuff through. They don't tell you how much it is. They just sort of expect you to look at the till to see how much it is. So you can get your hand in your pocket, give them the money, they'll give you the change, and they won't say goodbye.
Yeah.
So it's like they just can't be asked to have any sort of hello, how are you doing?
Yeah.
I don't want a big chat. I don't want to know what they're getting up to and what what the dad does for a living and all that. I just want like, how are you doing? You're well, right? Oh yeah, this bread's popular or whatever. Right, that'll be £5.
You need to keep abreast of which bread you're selling well.
Oh, Mother's Pride, that's a good choice. It's 70% of our whole stock is Mother's Pride.
So that really, even though, it is a 24-hour
I'll be honest, I would err on the side of silence. Not rudeness. I hate rudeness if they do that, but I would rather, I'd start to go, £1.50 please. And that'll be fine for me. Any more...
What about hello and goodbye, have a good day? Not in an American way.
It doesn't bother me. I prefer people who say have a nice day and don't mean it to people who don't say it at all and don't mean it. To be honest, I don't worry about that mock sincerity because I think it.
No,
it does
it's
the
just
job.
normal, isn't it? It's
I'm saying I like people who say I don't care. They say oh nice to see you, come again, have a nice day. It doesn't bother me. But a chat. I hate people who think they're the life and soul.
No.
When you're going for
I mean, like,
nuts.
if you go through a door, you hold it open, you go, there you go. You know what I mean?
You expect a thank you.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, and also when you come in at like a narrow walkway and you're both walking there, and I stop or get out of the way, and they tut, like I should have. I want to go. Hold on, look, we're both in the same boat here.
Yeah.
Why is it me? That annoys me. Where people think
tutting when they're in the wrong.
They own the street, or if two people aren't looking where they're going, it's one person's fault. That really annoys me. Yeah.
So that's it really. I mean, I know the 24-hour shops and they're knackered and stuff, but politeness, just to say...
Well, it costs nothing, does it?
No.
So those are your little quick ones, then we get on to your big three, don't we? The big one.
Yeah,
Should we play a record and come back to that?
I know what you want.
I'm talking to Carl Pilkington on room 101 on XFM 104.9.
Yeah?
What is your plan?
New order.
Oh, excellent. Do you know what I mean? It's mad. We were shouting at you then. How loud are those headphones?
Pretty loud, but I'm always wearing headphones, so...
Yeah, but look what I'm doing. This is an old radio trick. You put one earphone over your ear and the other one off so you can hear people in the room.
Hives on XFM 104.9.
What did you want to say?
Doesn't matter, Carl. It does.
The point is, it could have been important. It could have been a fire, anything.
When we shout anything, you jump.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Come on, Carl. Get with the programme, all right? Hey?
Right, what other things you want to put in room 101?
Other than us.
Spiders.
Right, go on.
I know Ricky will be agreeing with this.
All spiders, yeah?
I mean, not all spiders, because there's some spiders that are on the planet that don't do any harm. They clean up stuff, don't they?
What, I got little brushes.
Do you mean janitors spiders?
Yeah.
No, there's some that, just...
Hong Kong leggy.
Just get on with stuff, but I'm talking about the spiders that are deadly. And spiders that are massive. I mean, Johnny's mate, Ricky's mate, Johnny, I mean.
Yeah.
He was talking about how he was in Australia.
Yeah.
And he was sharing a room with a mate or whatever. And his mate was having a shower and said, Johnny, just come in here a minute. And he went in, and there was a spider on the side of the bath that he said was the size of your hand.
2 hands width. It's sort of like a size track, just like 8 inches across.
That big, right? And the daft thing with that one is that can't kill you. It's massive. It's got no purpose.
It's a huntsman.
Yeah, but what? Something you said it does, right? If you sort of walk around it and it thinks you're going to try and trap it, it hisses at you
and jumps at you
and jumps on you, and sort of clings on.
That's terrifying.
You'd be sort of running around trying to get it off, and it's just gripping on like the old stag beetle thing again.
Yeah.
It's clinging on to you. But there is no... What I don't understand is, why is that spider that big? Right. Because no doubt it only eats stuff like normal spiders do, but it needs to eat more of them because it's a bigger lad. Right?
Yeah.
it doesn't actually do anything. It's not like I just don't
Doesn't
get
track,
it.
doesn't paint, doesn't do it. Yeah.
It's just getting in the way, and it's one of those things that are so big you couldn't kill it, because can you imagine like the mess that would make something that size if you stamped on it?
Yeah.
Which I'm not, again, I'm not a fan of.
Yeah.
But I don't get that. And then there was a programme on a few weeks ago on BBC about spiders. And there was this one, right? It was going, there's so many spiders in the world. And apparently there's so many of them, they can't give them all names, right? What they're saying is, once one dies out, they'll actually introduce another one. Because there's so many different breeds of them that it's impossible to sort of make a book and list them all.
Right.
Well,
It's
the
like
book
a
would be
queue.
infinitely long.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a queue. They
They're
say,
not
right,
trying to name it individually, are they?
No.
That's their problem.
No,
Yeah,
seriously.
yeah. Just keep it down to the species. Go on.
This is true. This.
Go on, yeah.
So they'll sort of go gives a spider the Black Widow, right? Black Widow. They've all died. So who's next? And they'll say, "Here's a redback."
Yeah.
And that's how they introduce them. So this programme was going on about this. Right?
Not how they do it.
No, they do it.
Okay, your point
Okay,
being.
all right.
Right. So anyway, there's this little one, right, in Australia, and it shows you some kids being dead happy and playing around in the sun, loving it, all healthy and that, and love being in the sun. They're playing around the pool, and there's a couple of them there playing swing ball and that, dead happy, not a care in the world. And like the one of them goes, "Oh, I'll go swimming because I've been playing swing ball for an hour. Got a bit of a sweat.
Sure.
Go for a little breaststroke or whatever." And they get in the pool, and they can't wait to have a swim about. And then it pans to the bottom of the pool.
Yeah.
And there's this little spider just sat there dead still, right? Sat at the bottom of the pool holding its breath.
Holding its cheeks going up red, eyes bulging.
yeah.
Oh, 8 pairs of goggles on.
One goes by with a snorkel. You should have thought of this.
4 pairs of flippers.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's sat there in the deep end, right? And and then it pans back to the kids having a good time, chucking a ball to each other.
Yeah. I can see what's going to happen here.
And it pans back.
It's not going to join in the game, is it?
No.
And what happens is the kid starts bouncing up and down on the floor.
Sure.
Goes and sticks the kid goes and puts a foot on the spider. Bites the kid, and apparently, if you're not seen to, you can be dead in 15 minutes.
Sorry, why does this spider sit at the bottom of the pool?
That's what it likes to do.
Animals don't do things they like to do. Animals do things for a reason.
Waiting for a kid to come along. So
No! It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's what
It's
it
not.
does.
It's not. It doesn't go out to murder kids. That's not. That's not what it does.
No, there must be a reason. I mean, if you just stopped when you watch these programmes and don't get involved with the music and, the odd... Why does it sit at the bottom of the pool? There must be a reason. It either goes there for protection, food, to cool... It does it for a reason. It doesn't go there to wind up swimmers.
Yeah.
There must be a reason. This is it. If anyone's watching, please, if you're watching that programme, I don't know about this spider. What's the name of the spider?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Well, it did say-
08700 800 123.
Is it the Duncan Goodhue?
Is it Paul?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it does go into other things like ponds and that, and maybe it does the same to ducks if a duck stands on it.
But why? The duck stands on it!
Why?
Oh, I love your brain.
Probably because eventually, a kid can get saved if it's seen to in 15 minutes, but a duck is just going to wander around and go, "God, I don't feel well," and what have you.
What good is that to the spider?
Because...
No, I'm saying it might kill it if it might protect itself, but it must be in the pond for a reason in the first place, or the swimming pool. It must be down there for a reason. It must have another agenda, evolutionary-wise. It can't just do it.
Could it be in training for the Olympics?
Unless it is just cooling. Like those... Because on one of the other programmes that's a bit mental...
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah,
the one with the lizards. Did I tell you?
Well,
that?
let's not get into lizards. This could take.
Okay, no, go on quickly.
No, this is a good one. It was a programme, BBC programme again, on how insects and animals help each other out.
Yeah.
Right. They were saying how you might think they're an insect, but they think like humans do, and they all help each other out. Right. And there was this lizard that is running about in the desert. Right. And it's going, "God, it's roasting." And what it does. It makes a little hole in the sand, and it goes under the ground and it cools down, right?
Yeah.
And then you see one of the locals, I think it was in Egypt or something, and the Egypt bloke comes walking along.
Egypt bloke.
And
is he walking like an Egypt bloke?
Walk like an Egypt bloke.
And what he does, right, he's looking out for these holes in the ground.
Sure.
And he sticks his hand in.
Yeah.
And
Why does he want the lizard?
He makes shoes and stuff out of it.
Okay.
Right. And you see him walking around, and he's got about 12 of these things in a basket on his back, and they're all looking really fed up.
Well, yeah.
And it's dead hot, and they can't be bothered trying to escape, and they look really fed up. And this bloke's laughing, you know, he's collecting loads.
I love how he watches this, like, because they sort of editorialise it and make it into, like, some sort of, like, evil play.
Yeah. But then it was saying how this deadly scorpion that man is scared of is mates with the lizard. And the reason is that the scorpion goes into the hole, right? It can't dig its own hole because its arms are that big and it's awkward for it to dig a proper hole.
Sure.
So what it does, it goes into the little den that the lizard's made, right? And whilst the lizard's having a kip, the scorpion says, "Tell you what, I'll do you a deal. You have a kip, I'll walk up and down this hole here and sort of scare away any people." So the lizard's like, "Yeah, all right then, fair enough." Because the scorpion wants a little hole to keep out the sun. The lizard wants a kip. They've done themselves a little deal. The Egyptian bloke comes walking along, sticks his hand in the hole.
Yeah.
He thinks he's just going to get a lizard. Scorpion stings him. He runs off, drops the basket. All the lizards go running off.
I love the fact that that is what always happens. They filmed that just by chance, and that's what always happens. I like the fact that the Egyptian bloke has done this every day. He does it. He goes, "Well, okay, I've got all these lizards. I'll just go to this hole again.
Yeah.
Because I haven't got that lizard yet. Yeah. This will be fine."
No, I just think...
And when the lizard and the scorpion make that deal, and he says, "You have a kip," and the other one does it, do they talk in Egypt, or... I mean,
they talk Egypt bloke.
How do they discuss
They talk Egypt bloke or
this?
English bloke?
What language do they use, Carl?
No, it's the international language of love.
But spiders is what you're putting in Room 101.
Spiders.
Let's go back to that.
Spiders. Spiders that...
So basically, spiders that have got the poison to kill a man.
Because Rick, I know...
Okay.
But Rick, I know
what
you're...
about the ones that are just too big for their own good?
I don't understand that either.
But Rick, you're scared of all spiders, aren't you? Or even the little tiny ones you find.
I don't like any spiders, yeah.
Is your husband afraid of them as well?
Oh, dear.
What are we playing here?
What are we playing here? Oh, this is Cat Stevens. Silent Sunlight. It's beautiful off Catch Bullet 4 at its peak in the 70s.
Silent sunlight.
Oh, Cat Stevens, Silent Sunlight. Yep. Carl just had a funny phone call, didn't you? From someone who's telling you all about the Little Brown, it's called, is it?
Little Brown, yeah. That's the name of the spider that sits in the bottom of the pool. He said it doesn't hold its breath. It's got an air bubble.
I didn't think it did hold its breath, to be honest. And then, as you know, Steve was opening a letter we got, and it's a football song, and it's "They Don't Like It Up" by the Leatherhead Gimpers.
But it's the fact we keep getting sent homemade singles.
Wow, that's good, isn't it? Oh, there's another one here.
They're both football anthems, though. We don't. Well, do we show any interest in football? Are we?
Well, yeah, the World Cup we do, don't we?
You're right, Rick.
Yeah. I've got a bet on as well.
Have you?
Chelsea to win 2-1.
What, today?
Yeah. And I've got Chelsea to win 2-1, but Henri to score first. And that's something like 30-1 or something.
Best luck.
Yeah.
Best luck.
Cheers.
Brilliant.
Right, so spiders. That's the first one in Room 101, isn't it?
So
rude people in supermarkets. Spiders that are either have got enough poison to kill a man or are unnecessarily big.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go on then. Right. Good. Going well.
Right. Next one.
Yeah.
Stars in Their Eyes.
Blimey, it's a popular show. You might alienate a lot of people.
It.
Why?
Just, I think, if you've got a talent, right, there's loads of shows now that you can go on and make a killing.
Yeah.
Like Pop Idol.
Yeah.
What was the other one? Pop Stars.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. So, people who will go on Stars in Their Eyes, they want to sort of be famous.
Yeah.
They want to be a singer. What I don't understand is why go on that show where you do all the hard work, got to do all the graft.
Yeah.
And yet, even if they win it, you never see him again. The guy who won last year, Christy Berg.
Ian Moore.
Ian Moore.
Before last. Brought us now with his own stuff.
Yeah, but, all right. How did it sell?
I bet that sold well.
Exactly. Don't get it.
What I like is when someone doing Edith Piaf like wins a heat, and Matthew goes, "Well, I don't think you'll be going back to the cleaning job, will you?" Yeah. Yes, you will. Monday.
Almost certainly.
Monday. She'll be back there Monday.
Just, and just the way you know, in like the final last week where the guy who was Elvis won, and they're all
I thought he
in
would,
there.
though. I thought he was very good.
No, he was good, but will we see him again? Do you know what I mean? What is his job?
I don't know.
He'll be carrying on doing that. There's going to be no change to his life whatsoever. He's very good at what he does, but he's wasting his time on Stars in the Rise.
So I don't understand exactly what your issue is. You clearly like the show because you watched the final last week.
He thinks... I
you
think
agree that people are talented.
You think it's a waste of talent to go on Stars in the Rise because it's not a vehicle to be famous, whereas something like...
Pop Idol, Pop Stars, even Big Brother. Do you know what I mean? Go on that. Sit in a room all day, have a month off work.
Because they're all big stars now, aren't they?
No, but what I'm saying is... It's less work to sit in the Big Brother house. Now and again, just sing a song, and people go, "Oh, isn't he a good singer?" You come out after having a month's rest or whatever it is you're having there.
Yeah.
You come out, and there's loads of record companies like waiting for you to come out and give you a deal.
And what happens then when you get a deal? When you cut a record, what happens to that record then?
Then it's either sells or it doesn't.
And actually, what happened to it?
It didn't sell.
No, none of them did.
But what I'm saying is that is a lot easier to do than all the graft that you have to do on Stars in the Rise and the pressure.
What would you rather do? Buy Craig's Christmas record?
Yeah.
Or Ian Moore's classics?
Probably Craig, just because the guy on Stars in the Rise really thought he was better than Chris de Burgh. When he was singing... and
I think I'm better than Chris de Burgh.
No. He was singing and Chris de Burgh came walking on.
Did he cry?
And he didn't stop and go, "Oh, I can't believe it, my big fan." He was sort of carrying on, like, "Don't interrupt me, I'll have a word with you in a bit."
You think he should show the man he's actually making a little bit of living off?
Yeah.
Emulating.
A bit of respect.
A bit more respect.
And the most annoying thing...
I imagine them arguing, resting each other on the floor saying, "I'm Chris de Burgh. No, I'm Chris de Burgh." Like two ventriloquist dummies. Just having a fight in the dressing room afterwards.
But the most annoying thing of all with Stars in the Rise, people who go on and do people like, say, like, I think last year someone went on and did Lamal. Now, if you want to... Because the whole idea is with Stars in the Rise, you get work off the back of that show by, like, companies, don't you, saying, who will we book?
Yeah.
You could get the real Lamal for about 30 quid. So why have an imitator?
Well, it seems to me, though, Carl, the problem is that show's been running so long that all the big names have already been done, so it's going to end up having to be, isn't it, Lamal or some old kind of 50s singer you've never heard of? Isn't that the problem?
I remember when...
I mean, it's just
Eddie Reader was on there. We've had Eddie Reader.
But it's just a karaoke contest. It's just... I think you're assuming that everyone on there wants to get, a recording contract.
They do, Steve.
Okay.
In that bit at the back where they say, and the votes are coming in, let's have a look at the tension now that's going on. And they sat there and they really think they are Elvis. And they are Luther Vandross. Sat there, and, like, if they were all sat there having
Woke up this morning, looked at your picture just to get me started. Filth.
If they were all sat there, sort of thinking, "Oh, God, this is a bit of a laugh, innit?" But they're not. You can see that they all really want it. And it's like...
But so what I'm saying is, who are you putting in Room 101? Are you putting in the people who are just there to have a bit of fun?
Everyone involved in that show.
Including Kelly?
Yeah.
He's a talented guy. You don't care?
No.
He's going in as well.
He's in there first, and then everyone else, everyone who enters it, the people who go and sit in the audience... Everything.
But what would you do Saturday night? You love the show. You watch it every week.
It was just on when I was getting ready to go out, and there's nothing else on at that time.
Sure.
And it was the final on Saturday night as well.
Yeah, you got to watch the final, live final.
The final.
Yeah.
Well, who would you do if you went on the show?
Moby.
I'd probably do... Ooh.
It's not that you look like them, though, is it?
No,
you sound like...
Because they wouldn't let me on as Tracy Chapman. I was furious.
That's annoying.
Because I sound just like her, but they said... No.
Bowie.
You do Bowie?
Yeah.
Can I?
You said if you could go on and what have you. I'm saying that.
Well, it's got to be someone you can do. I mean, obviously I'd go on as Will Smith because I can do the rapping.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I'm not a good singer. I've never really been into singing. I've never done a live singing thing before.
Haven't you?
No.
But if there was a talent show on,
what did you do?
I did Walk Like an Egyptian by the Bangles, and I mimed, dressed up as a woman.
How old were you?
It was when I was still going to school, so it was like...
Well, I hope so.
12.
And what... Sorry, what was the... Why did you do that? What did you mime to, and why were you dressed as a woman? Where's the logic in this, is what I'm saying, Carl? What sort of act was this?
I think I was meant to get hold of some, like, Egyptian outfit. Couldn't. So I looked in my mum's wardrobe, and I had a dress.
Dress in a fez, carrying some lizards. That'd do it, wouldn't it?
I had some boots and a wig on.
And how did you dance? Look, he looks confused. He's
confused by his own act.
He's suddenly confused.
The best bit was it was like a proper talent show. Do you know where you cover it all?
Yeah.
So I did like the dancing and the miming, and then I also did a bit of magic, right, where I had like a cloth, right, and I had it over my hand like that, and the crowd were like, oh God, what's he gonna do?
Of course they were. Go on. And what did they? And what was the trick?
They weren't saying that. And the crowd going, oh, what's the great
That's
pill?
one chorus. Ooh, what's he gonna do?
Oh, what's the great pill Coney gonna do?
So what I did was, I was stood there teasing them, and
teasing the audience.
Yeah,
yeah.
And I pulled. I said, I'm gonna make a bird appear before your very eyes.
Okay.
And I pulled the tea towel off, and I just had hold of an egg. And I said, oh, it isn't born yet. They loved it.
He's so proud of that. Look at his face.
Did you come up with that yourself?
Yeah.
Did you have any help at all?
No.
So you did walk like an Egyptian and dress as a woman. Then you did the egg trick.
And then I was also playing like a janitor, because when the next person was singing, I'd come on and all the electric went off, and I came on going, oh God, has anyone got 50p for the meter?
Oh, you're quite a little showman, weren't you?
And then, like, you know, the
Did you win?
Chucked us some money.
Yeah.
And,
Are you sure you weren't actually employed as the janitor?
No, did you win?
No, I think we came second. This really tarty girl who did Madonna like a virgin, and I thought, yeah, right. Like you are. She's a right ropey little woman. But
so great.
Oh,
okay, so Spy the Stars in the Eyes, we better play a track, hadn't we?
Indeed, yeah. Bit of Tom McRae. This was a track we played a while back. I enjoyed it. Tom McRae, End of the World News.
Yeah, I love that one. I hope you're enjoying the music. We're loving it, aren't we?
Indeed.
Still to come, we've got another entry to Room 101, Carl's final entry, and then that giveaway, the famous giveaway with Enhance Carl's Life. Can I have some adverts, though, first, Carl? Because I'm getting a bit fed up with adverts for a little while.
Badly Drawn Boy, Once Around the Block. Classic, a retro cut.
Getting a bit sad now, Steve. 20 minutes.
Indeed. You're right.
I've got so much to say. I've got so much to leave people with about Carl, all the things he's done. Looking back, Carl, do you remember when I put up the waste paper bin on your head?
Classic
time, yeah.
Yeah, do you remember that? What did I do to you today?
Well, you tried to bring the same memories flooding back to me by putting the same grotty bin on my head. But the annoying thing was, last time I did it was quite a new bin.
Yeah.
Did it today, it's rank, all sorts of stuff on it.
What else did I do when I saw you go around the corner down there? Go on.
I went to get the paperwork and that you need to produce the show.
Yeah.
And came round the corner. Ricky was sort of hiding, and I was concentrating, reading stuff. And he goes,
I don't imagine it was as soft and gentle as that. I imagine it was more like exactly
like that. And I tell you what, I nearly exploded because he sort of hopped on one leg, right? And it was he sort of, I don't know why I'm doing this, but he sort of was walking out and we're looking down, and I went, and he hopped like that, and his weight
rest assured, listeners, that if you were here, it's not any funnier than it is if you were listening at home. It's only amusing to Ricky.
But I'll tell you what, it makes you feel really refreshed.
He was going on and having a heart attack like that, and I was nearly having a heart attack laughing. And he went, "I feel good now." He said, "I can see why people skydive." He said that would be good for people that were ill. Oh, Carl.
Did make me feel fresh.
How am I gonna live without Carl for 14 weeks?
Oh, you'll find other people to irritate.
Oh dear. Okay, so right, well, we got this final entry in Room 101, but we've also had so many emails and letters about this competition. People trying to bribe you with things. They've been great. Can you read a few of them all?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, obviously, this is people trying to win this bag that we got signed at the BAFTAs. We got Graham Norton, Angus Staten, Alan Davis, Jamie Theakston, Paul Whitehouse, Baxendale, Helen, Steve Filmich and McFadden, Peter Davison, Simon Pegg, Steve Wright, all different people signing the big bag.
Do you know what I think, though? I don't think people want that. I think they want to contribute to Carl's existence.
Well, this is
I really genuinely think that Carl was sort of... You've you know, you've only been how long have we been doing this now with you? Sort of like, you know, in the area, 3 months.
Yes.
I think you've touched people's lives, Carl. I don't think I've ever met. Well, I haven't met you, but I think your soul comes across as like a cross between. I'd put it's like a cross between a cat
and Rain Man. But we've had quite a few which are sort of, which obviously want to kind of further your education. Obviously, when we're off air, this is something we're worried that's just going to dry up, you know. And we've tried hard to educate you. So lots of books, lots of people suggesting books. The Giant Book of Mysteries, and I mean, if you chose this one, Carl, it tells you how 3,000 Japanese soldiers literally vanished overnight. Real-life accounts of vampires, the man who planned his own crucifixion, the famous Ghostbuster, Harry Price, and lots of things about spontaneous combustion.
Is this the one about the woman with the hairball?
That's not got the woman with the hairball in there. I'll have to dig that one out for you.
These sort of books are the thing that I'm after.
This is what interesting is.
I've brought in one as well. It's a friend who works with Jane, my girlfriend, called Liz, and she wants to put this forward. And this is Trade Secrets, everything you will ever need to know about everything. And it's just like little tips. You know what I mean?
But there's so many things competing with that. You see, there's another guy who sent in, he wants to give you a video entitled Making Love, Parts 1 and 2, an instructional guide. I imagine you'd enjoy that, Carl?
Nah.
No? Nothing they can teach you?
Nah.
Sure. The Reader's Digest book of strange stories and amazing facts again. Other stuff here. Why cats have 9 lives, Carl.
Well, hang on a minute.
Why meteors are likely to destroy Earth in the next 100 years.
You're wasting your time.
Okay.
In this Trade Secrets book, listen to this for a tip. Make a necklace from electrical wire.
That's a good idea.
But don't plug it in.
What about...
Doesn't say that.
What about this then, Carl? Because obviously we're concerned that you didn't get your GCSEs, or you didn't get as many as you'd have hoped. There's a guy here, this is Victoria, and she's saying she's more than willing to give you all of her awards and certificates. She's got 6 GCSEs, 6 A's and 4... She's got many GCSEs, in fact, 6 A's, 4 B's, 3 A levels, and a master's degree in philosophy. She's willing to give you those certificates. She says you will be the proud owner of qualifications. As the owner of qualifications, she has found that anything she says is invariably believed and that she's popular and very happy. She's willing to give you those qualifications. That's pretty impressive. You can claim they're your own. You have to change your name to Victoria, but other than that, I can see no problems.
And you have to put a dress on and a fez.
It's nice.
More like an Egyptian. But you see, there's lots of educational ones. Then there's other things which are perhaps less useful to you. This is, doesn't say who it's from, but I think it's Ruth, and she's happy to give you a statue of an ostrich that she made when she was 7.
What about that?
All right, you love birds, you love animals.
Yeah,
apparently
statue.
The legs fell off under the weight of the body, so now it's just a legless ostrich. But even so,
even so,
I've only got a small flat.
Sure. Another woman here. She.
I doubt if it's ostrich size.
Yeah, it's just clogging up space, though, isn't it?
This is Lauren. She's willing to give you some of her handmade blue tack animals. She makes animals out of blue tack. She can give you an elephant, a seahorse, a tortoise, a pig, a butterfly, fish, snail, even a stegosaurus, or anything you choose.
See, I've got my art set on.
You've got the books. You're excited by the books.
Book.
What about this, though? This is a Lego alarm clock with a little Lego man who's got a variety of hats. It says here, including biker's helmet and cap. 2, I think, of the village people. I don't know, Carl, if again people are picking certain things up. A clear stiletto mobile phone holder with pink fur on it, flashes pink and green. I think people know that you are
not
gay.
Listening. In this book, listen, right? In this book, little tips and stuff. It's one here about if your dog keeps nicking a remote control.
Sure.
The way to get it off it, ring the doorbell. Right, so you got to get off your chair, go and ring the doorbell, so the dog goes, what's that? And it drops the remote control, goes running to the door, you run back and pick it up.
I love the idea of Carl doing that, and then the doorbell goes, and Carl drops it and goes, and it's the dog pressing the doorbell, and it sits back down, and Carl going, oh no, not again.
I mean, I really do want... Can't I just have this?
You excited by that, are you?
It's brilliant.
What about this one, though, that you mentioned? This is a book which has got all those urban legends and stories that you've read on the internet, and it tells you whether they're real or not. This has got the one in there. I know you're very excited about the one with the woman who stuck her head in the microwave.
Yeah.
Eh?
Right.
It's not all right. So basically, she's saying here that whenever Ricky says, "Oh, it's not true," you can dispute that with your book.
Yeah. What do you think then, Carl? Do you ever think about all these gifts?
There's so much stuff, isn't there?
Should we play a record and then come back?
Have
you found something you like in there?
You're so undecided, Carl.
I really like this book.
Go on, and what is it? What else you found? What tip?
God, there's loads of stuff in here. Let's just pick one at random. Don't be too tidy. Leave some areas for helpful garden animals to hide in. So when you're cleaning your garden and that, you know, it might look a bit of a mess, but think about the animals that are walking about at night in the dark and stuff.
Yeah.
Just little things you don't think about,
Yeah, because they're pointless. Yeah.
Okay, then let's play a record.
God, there's so many to decide on.
Yeah.
All right, what we're playing, Steve?
This is something from a little compilation that came free with a magazine called Comes With a Smile. It's a good little magazine. And this is by Matt Pond, PA. It's called Night's End. It's not... I suppose there's a little bit of New Country, which we don't play often, but there's some nice tracks floating about,
nice.
and that's
Very
Matt
nice.
Pond, PA, Night's
Well,
End.
I'm getting very sad now. 10 minutes to go, and so much to cram in. Now, thing is, Carl's fallen in love with that book, but I feel a bit bad letting a friend sort of win when all these lovely people, these regular listeners, so I don't think you can have that. But I'll tell you what, I'll borrow that, or I'll buy it for you, so you can have that anyway. What have
That's
you found
safe,
in there?
you're going home with that.
You know, avoid washing up by boiling the bag food.
See, I could see why you'd love that.
Exactly.
Is there anything out? What other things have you caught your eye though? Put that book down. Yeah, go on.
Well,
one of our regular listeners who actually wants the bag and wants to be part of your life. Come on.
Well, Richard emailed in, right? And he's got a book which is similar to the one I like there. So I mean, most of them are like true, I think. Do you know I was telling you that story about the woman who put her head in the oven to dry her hair?
Yeah.
Because she liked the way...
And she boiled her brain.
Yeah, she stuck it in a microwave.
Avoid washing your hair by boiling the brain bags.
So she put her head in the microwave?
Yeah.
And boiled her brains?
And boiled her brains.
Sure.
Because she thought she'd get the same result as she did from the oven, but it all went wrong and that. And
What do you mean? She used to dry hair in the oven? And she just, like, went modern?
Apparently, it's like what punks used to do. You get a different sort of heat off an oven than you do off a hairdryer, right?
Sure.
So she thought, well, I'll do it in half the time, use a microwave.
Sure.
She
was busy,
I
she was
don't
late.
understand how you can get your head in a microwave. It only works when the door closes.
Yeah, but you jam the little thing, don't you?
Well, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't tell. I don't think it's possible, but don't.
Of course it is.
Yeah,
well,
well,
anyway,
don't
but
do that.
he remembers that story and said, I've got a book full of stuff like that. And he sort of sums up a little story that's in the book about this girl who, she had long hair, right? And she used to always mess around with it. And she's sucking on it. Do you know, like how girls do with the long hair? They sort of mess around with it and stuff.
Yeah.
And she's sucking on it all the time. And she was doing this from the age of, like, 10. And then, I don't know, she's probably about 30-odd. And she's doing this all the time.
Guessing.
And she goes, oh, God, my belly's hurting today, ma'am. And she goes, oh, what's wrong with you? She said, I don't know.
You're 30?
Yeah. So she goes to the doctors, and the doctors do an x-ray, and nothing's coming up. And it's like, I don't know what's wrong with you. You know, you're just being a bit moany about nothing. She's like, no, honestly.
He's a very intolerant doctor.
Yeah.
She said, this is...
Piss off.
This is really hurting. I don't know what's up with it. So anyway, they found out some sort of system of looking at what was going on.
Yeah.
And apparently...
X-rays?
No, it wasn't X-ray, because X-ray didn't show it up.
Okay.
It was something else. So, anyway, it's only gone and turned into, like, she's been sucking her hair for so many years
Sure.
that little bits had come off.
Sure.
She's got a giant air ball in her belly.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
Which was, like, huge, the size of a rat or something like that, right? The size of a...
It's so interesting what he chose. The size of a rat.
No. Well, the funny thing is, when they eventually got it out,
Yeah.
the mum was like, you know, oh, God, it was terrible. And she actually said it looked like a dead rat.
Oh. Right.
And it was in her belly, and that's, like, what was causing all the pain.
Sure.
And apparently your belly acids don't kill hairs because they're so fine it can't handle it.
Yes.
Right. So you're going for that book, are you?
That's the one I want.
Who's the winner then? Who's the winner of the lovely BAFTA
What's
bag?
his name there? Richard Scholar, is it or something?
Yeah, Richard, Scular or Scowler or something. So he's the winner. So check it out. You're going to get that book coming to you. I'll borrow this book for you.
I need an email within like 5 working days to sort of.
So what's your email?
It's carl.pilkington@xfm.co.uk.
Okay, lovely.
I want an email from this guy, and I won't be sending the bag out until I receive the goods.
Okay, right, good. Well, we've only got a few minutes. I want to play Suede, and I want to end with the Smiths track. So let's play this.
What is it?
Suede, Stay Together. Lovely track. My favourite Suede track of all time. There. Well, we're oh, that's nearly it, Carl. Right, what's your last Room 101?
Oh, God. It was, holidays.
Holidays?
Well,
you want to put holidays in Room 101?
People who are sort of annoying on holiday.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know when you go away?
Oh, yeah.
It's sort of touched on this before.
Is this going to be the Scouse guy?
Yeah.
Go on.
Oh, it's so long, though. I mean, It was a holiday when we went to Tunisia.
And the Scouser pissed you off. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the annoying thing was, when you go on it was a cheap holiday, and like the lesson here is, if you want a good holiday, you got to like spend some money.
Yeah.
And we didn't on this one. We spent about, I don't know, 400 quid for 2 of us for like a month or something ridiculous. And we got there, and you get to the hotel and you go, we have made a mistake. It's a ropey hotel. You can tell like the blinds and stuff as you walk in, they're all dirty and stuff. You think, well, let's make the most of it. Let's not get down about it. It's a holiday. It's for a rest. And you try and make the most of it. And we had to meet. Like you have one of those things where you get to your destination and the rep says, right, go and unpack your bags and that. Go and sort yourself out in the room. And tomorrow morning we'll meet up at 10 o'clock. And I'll go through, the best sort of place to go for camel rides and, the best deals I can get you. That sort of thing.
Can anyone here walk like an Egyptian?
So she says, right, tomorrow morning, meet 10 o'clock in the discotheque. So we get up and we have breakfast, and it wasn't a good breakfast. The kitchen was, like, bit horrible. The food wasn't good. And it was run by sort of midgets.
What do you mean it was run? Not there's anything wrong with that.
There was little fellas running around, and the annoying thing was one of them sort of started to fancy my girlfriend.
How did he manifest his affection for
No, you're not saying there's anything wrong with midgets, though, are you? Just saying it was strange that there was
but even midgets shouldn't be cutting in on Carl Pilkington's territory.
I know.
But it's also that thing of, they've got little fingers, and it sort of ruined...
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm not. It is a bit of a phobia of mine.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? They are nice people and that.
Sure.
Oh, God. But the annoying thing is...
So what was he doing then? How did he... I don't understand how he was chatting up your girlfriend. Was he crawling under the table so you couldn't see?
He just kept...
Whispering to her from underneath there.
Stop it.
Just sort of,
Wait, I don't want to get a complaint on our last show.
There's not many midgets
What's going to happen? Can we just finish this and start up again in a couple of months?
Oh, yeah. So if you want to know more about the midget theme restaurant, then we'll talk you in 3 months.
Yeah.
It's just... It's just...
No, that's fair enough, actually.
Oh, yeah, no,
right,
sorry
Carl.
about
That's your
this.
producer's
Listen,
head on.
we'll see you in about a really... it's been a pleasure, truly, and thank you for everyone that wrote letters. Have you really?
I've got you both a present, right?
Oh.
I got Ricky, do you know, like, we've done fables and stuff? Right?
Yeah.
This is like Mr. Ben.
Oh.
This is brilliant.
Yeah.
Right, and it's like little fables that Mr. Ben goes on.
Oh, fantastic.
So I want you to learn something from that for when you come back.
Okay, brilliant. That's lovely,
I'll tell you one of the stories I read this morning. It's brilliant. In fact, when you've done with it, give it me.
Yeah.
Because I haven't finished reading that.
Okay. Thank you, Carl.
And for Steve, a little chat-up lines.
A little book of chat-up lines.
That's fantastic.
That's great, Carl.
Well, we'll see you in 3 months. But carry on emailing Carl. Cherish Carl Pilkington. He sits in a little room by himself, so keep him in touch. And we'll see you in August. We're going to leave you with something that we all love. This is There Is a Light That Never Goes Out by the Smiths. Very apt, I think. Goodbye.
See you later.
Take me out tonight.
Movies, television, video games. These days, it's hard to tell what's real and what's not.
Conspiracy theorists of the world unite.
Warning, warning, warning! Alien approaching!
We are the Matrix. We create order from chaos.
Welcome to Mysterious Universe, the program dedicated to bringing you news from beyond the mainstream, from future science, ancient history, and the paranormal to the UFO phenomenon. Join us in taking an alternative look into the universe around us. Coming up on this week's episode, we take a look at a Russian UFO encounter, a new plasma engine, and the skydive from space. All that and more. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome to episode 13 of Mysterious Universe. I'm your host Benjamin Grundy from the SOH Radio Network, and today I'm surrounded by cushions. I've disassembled my lounge suite, taken everything apart for some makeshift acoustic panellings in the room I record in. It looks kind of silly, so I'm going to post up some pictures on the SOH podcast website so you can take a look. But the reason I did it was because I was listening back to some old Mysterious Universe episodes, and it did strike me as to how acoustically bad this room is. There's nothing in here apart from 2 desks and computers, and the ceiling is quite low, so I've had to do something about it. Hopefully it makes a difference. I've thrown a doona over one of the desks, and yeah, there's just cushions stacked up all around the place. So that'll have to do for today's episode. What I would like to do in the future is put up some temporary kind of acoustic panellings on the walls, maybe something DIY. If anyone has any suggestions on this, please email me and let me know, because I'm very interested in putting up something temporary, and it's only going to increase the quality of the show, so it's good for everyone. And today we're going to kick it off with a UFO story. I thought we've been missing in action from the UFO side of things for a while, so I've gone out and got a juicy one for you. This one's from Russia, and I sourced it from thothweb.com, but they originally extracted it from the July edition of Nexus magazine. So the story is about 2 Russian truck drivers who in 1989 were driving along their normal delivery run outside of Moscow and came across a crashed flying saucer. And it's from the perspective of Oleg, who actually went inside. So they came across this on the 2nd of November. They were driving their truck, and they said the air temperature dropped very suddenly to below freezing. Now, the 2 professional truck drivers, Oleg Kurzakov and his companion Nikolai Baranchikov, were driving their truck from near the area of Arkhangelsk to Moscow. Now, as they came across this disc on the road, they said that the power of the truck suddenly cut, the electrics cut, and the only thing left running was their headlights, which were backed up on some emergency power. And the truck kept on rolling and eventually came to a stop in front of this disc. Now, Oleg asked Nikolai to remain in the truck and observe while he approached the object. And it's interesting, he says that as he approached to examine it, the closer he got, the harder it was to move. It was almost as if there was some force field, some kind of a resistance stopping his body from going any further. Eventually he got to the point where he just couldn't move any further at all. He had to return back. Now, he did get close enough to describe it at this stage. He said there stood a huge disc-shaped object, approximately 120 to 140 feet in diameter, with a dome-shaped top on which no other structure were visible. Along the perimeter of the disc there were some dark holes evident, which at first I thought were portholes. Extending from the lower part of the object there were 2 structures visible, which seemed to support the ship. The far edge of the disc was slightly elevated and was resting on some birch trees, 2 of which were broken. The object looked dark and uninhabited, and there were no traces of visible windows, doors, or hatches. Now, after he returned to the truck, he says that in front of him, at a distance of an outstretched hand, appeared some sort of square-shaped screen, a dotted red line square-shaped screen. He said it was 150 mils by 150, and several words written in red letters appeared on the screen. Now, I didn't remember the exact phrase, but Oleg says the essence of the phrase was a request for burning fire. Now, he had some matches in the back of the truck, so he goes to the back of the truck to get the matches and returns. And as he approached the ship the second time, he didn't experience any of that resistance he had before, so he could easily approach it. He said he gathered some dry leaves into a pile, poured on some alcohol and ignited them. Upon lifting his head, he observed that a passage appeared on the surface of the object, which extended into the interior, forming a corridor. At the distant end of this corridor, he could see a glimmering bluish light. He says, at first I had the impression that a shadow was moving inside the corridor, but then I realized that something was moving in the corridor toward the opening. When I finally realized what was occurring, I began stepping backward and fell into the ditch along the side of the road. I jumped back onto my feet and continued to observe what was happening. Something approached the opening and I saw that it was a dark mass, which reminded me of a bag or a sack. As the mass moved, it swayed and bent from side to side, and its periphery was vague in appearance. At this moment, a shaft extended from the object, bent and ascended to the surface of the ground. The mass slid down the shaft, and while increasing in size, approached the fire of burning leaves. I was paralyzed by fear. The mass stood by the fire for a moment and then began to return to the object, taking with it the box of matches. Returning along the same path, the mass disappeared in the corridor. Only then did I finally succeed in extracting myself from the ditch. I returned to the road and glanced back at my truck again. The truck's headlights blinded me, but nevertheless I could see the frightened face of Nikolai, who was pressed forward tightly against the windshield. Now after that he approached the disc and a shaft came out of the portion of the object that was nearest to him. It appeared to be a round, smooth tube with a diameter of approximately 50 mils. The tube was cold and felt metallic. Now Oleg says, I had a desire to look inside, but since the door was above my head, I decided to grab hold of the tube and jump. The instant I grabbed the tube, I found myself standing just inside the opening. There was nothing there in the form of either steps or an elevator. I did not feel any kind of external influence, but rather everything seemed to happen naturally or by itself. I thought of the possibility of danger to me and decided to be as careful as possible. At that instant, I received a message on the screen that I had nothing to be afraid of and that I could enter. Upon entering the corridor, I looked at the walls and noticed the absence of doors. The corridor was significantly wider than the opening. The floor was flat and the walls and ceilings formed an oval shape. So then he proceeds along the corridor for approximately 20 to 25 feet, and at the end of the corridor he sees that it enters into a large hall with a diameter of approximately 60 feet. On the periphery of the hall there were 5 other entrances, similar in appearance to the one which he had just entered. The ceiling in the hall was domed and it was emitting a soft diffuse blue light. Between the other entrances and along the walls there were panels of flashing lights. Each panel appeared to consist of 5 or 6 vertical elements. To the left of the entrance through which he had entered, 2 walls had no panels. In place of the panels, there were horizontal recesses in the walls, which were dark in colour. Also to the left, he observed 2 dark, vague spots that looked like bags, which at first were motionless, but then began to move toward him. The bags were identical to the mass which he had seen near the fire. So I've noticed 2 reoccurring similarities in this story that I've read in other UFO encounters before. The first one being the blue light. There always seems to be some sort of soft, natural blue light that appears in these ships from people that say they've experienced them. And also the fact that these beings on this ship are somehow hiding their true appearance from him. The fact that he says they seem as masses, or he can't quite describe exactly what they look like. It's almost as if they're stopping him from seeing their true appearance. And Oleg continues on to say, as soon as I looked around the hall, certain questions came to me, answers to which appeared immediately on the screen. But then I noticed that answers appeared in my head before I was able to read them on the screen. Several answers were accompanied by demonstrations of the operation of those structures that interested me. In such a manner, my question of the significance of the dark horizontal recess in the wall off to my left was demonstrated to me. The recess was a 3-dimensional information screen on which I was shown the interior of another ship with the same moving masses. Then they showed a ship in space among the stars, and at the end of the demonstration, they showed the presenter of a Soviet television program called Vremya. Off to my right side, there was an oval control panel or desk located about 5 feet from the wall, on which there were many switches and lights. All of the illuminated buttons had a flat, square shape. Some of them were elevated above the level of the control panel, and others were flush with the top of the panel. On the upper surface of the lamps, there were some symbols in the form of geometric figures, for example, circles, triangles, quadrilateral figures and lines, etc., and combinations of the above. The black switches on the panel were similar in appearance to toggle switches. There were no meters or scales on the control panel at all. I asked question after question. The answers I received were heard in my head before I saw them on the screen. I asked, what kind of ship am I on now? What kind of propulsion system do you use to make it fly? In response, I was told that this spacecraft was a scout ship and used electromagnetic fields to fly. I was also told that they were studying our planet, which they need as a springboard to the future. In response to my question, do you have any connection with Bigfoot? That's strange that he asked that. They said yes and added that they watch Bigfoot continuously. As I was asking question after question, I suddenly noticed that a third mass had appeared in the hall and then a fourth. I watched a conversation take place between them, and came to the understanding that the time for me to leave had arrived. My next thought was to leave something with them for a memory. I took off my watch and wanted to put it on the floor, but at that moment I was told they had a complete knowledge of the Earth and needed nothing. For the first time during this visit, they asked me, why do I use a watch made in another country? Okay, that's just weird. That's the end of his account, and basically after that, he found himself outside the ship, and there were other cars by this time had arrived, and Nikolai was still in the truck waiting for him. And when he became aware that there were other cars around, the ship accelerated up into the sky and disappeared at a ridiculous rate and was gone. And the people there approached him to ask him about what had happened. And apparently at the time he was too overcome with shock to relay anything that had happened. So take from that what you will. You can get that from www.fothweb.com. And of course I'll put links to the story on the Mysterious Universe section of the SOH podcast website. And the next article is called Skydiving from the Edge of Space. And I got this from a blog called Nabil's Cosmos. And Nabil from Chicago links to an article on Joseph Kittinger, who was a prominent figure of the US space program in the 50s and 60s. And this is awesome. You have to see the video that goes with this article. It is amazing. I'll put links to it, of course, on the Mysterious Universe section of the website, but you have to see it. It's so cool. Now, in the late 1950s and into the 1960s, a person who set records as a member of the military and in the mid-1980s as a civilian was Joseph Kittinger Jr. While a member of the US Air Force, Kittinger's work using high-altitude balloons helped the nation in the earliest days of the space program. He reached into the highest layers of the atmosphere and provided information on how humans would react to the rigors they might encounter. Through his high-altitude parachute jumps, he helped increase their chances of survival while setting several records, some of which have never yet been broken. Now, in the 50s, Kittinger was part of Project Manhigh, and it began in 1955, and they used balloons capable of high-altitude flight and a pressurized gondola to study cosmic rays and to determine if humans were physically and psychologically capable of extended travel at space-like altitude. Now, this is above 99% of the Earth's atmosphere. Now, the Air Force had determined that a high-altitude balloon flight was the best way to conduct these studies, since aircraft could remain at these altitudes for periods of time that were too short to provide useful data. Using a 2 million cubic foot or 172.6 foot diameter balloon and a cramped aluminium capsule manufactured by Windsor Research, Kittinger made the first man-high ascent on June 2nd, 1957, remaining aloft for almost 7 hours and climbing to 96,000 feet. The lessons learned from his flight and 2 other man-high flights later in 1957 and 1958 by Major David Simmons and Lieutenant Clifton McClure that went even higher and set new records were used later in NASA's Project Mercury. Now, the video you'll see refers to November the 16th in 1959 when Kittinger piloted Excelsior 1 to 76,000 feet and returned to Earth by jumping, free-falling and parachuting to the desert floor in New Mexico. The jump almost cost him his life. His small parachute, which served to stabilize him and prevent him from going into a fatal flat spin, opened after only 2 seconds of freefall instead of 16, catching Kittinger around the neck and causing him to spiral uncontrollably. Soon he lost consciousness as he tumbled toward Earth at 120 revolutions per minute. Only his emergency parachute, which opened automatically at 10,000 feet, slowed his descent and saved his life. In spite of his close call, he continued with the project and the flight of Excelsior 2, which took place on December 11th, 1959. Now, this balloon got to 74,700 feet before he jumped from his gondola, setting a free-fall record of 55,000 feet before pulling his parachute ripcord. And the next year, he set 2 more records, which he still holds. On August the 16th, 1960, he surpassed the altitude record set by Major David Simmons, who had climbed to 101,516 feet in 1957. Now, Kittinger floated to 102,800 feet in Excelsior 3, protected against the sub-zero temperatures by layers of clothes and a pressure suit. He experienced air temperatures as low as minus 94 degrees Fahrenheit or minus 70 degrees Celsius. And he was also loaded with weight. He climbed to his maximum altitude in 1 hour and 31 minutes and remained at peak altitude for about 12 minutes. Then he stepped out of his gondola into the darkness of space. After falling for 13 seconds, his 6-foot canopy parachute opened and stabilized his fall, preventing the flat spin that could have killed him. Only 4 minutes and 36 seconds more were needed to bring him down to about 17,500 feet, where his regular 28-foot parachute opened, allowing him to float the rest of the way to Earth. His descent set another record for the longest parachute freefall. During his descent, he reached speeds of up to 614 miles per hour, approaching the speed of sound without the protection of an aircraft or space vehicle. But he said he had absolutely no sense of speed. His flight and parachute jump demonstrated that, properly protected, it was possible to put a person into near space, and that airmen could exit the aircraft at extremely high altitudes and free fall back into the Earth's atmosphere without dangerous consequences. So there you have it, Joseph Kittinger Jr. with the free fall from space. And I have to say again, go and see the video. It is amazing. I'm pretty much scared of heights, and just watching the video made me tense. It's awesome. And while we're on the topic of space, I came across this article from the European Space Agency, and it's entitled ESA Accelerates Towards a New Space Thruster. Now, the ESA has confirmed the principle of a new space thruster that may ultimately give much more thrust than today's electric propulsion techniques. So the engine's basically a plasma propulsion system. And the article describes it. It says, in essence, a plasma double layer is the electrostatic equivalent of a waterfall. Just as water molecules pick up energy as they fall between the two different heights, so electrically charged particles pick up energy as they travel through the layers of different electrical properties. And researchers Christine Charles and Rod Boswell at the Australian National University in Canberra first created plasma double layers in their lab in 2003 and realised their accelerating properties could enable new spacecraft thrusters. This led the group to develop a prototype called the Helicon double layer thruster. Now, the ESA has created a hollow tube around which was wound a radio antenna. Argon gas was continuously pumped into the tube, and the antenna transmitted heliocoidal radio waves of 13 megahertz. This ionized the argon, creating a plasma. A diverging magnetic field at the end of the tube then forced the plasma, leaving the pipe to expand. This allowed two different plasmas to be formed upstream within the tube and downstream, and so the double layer was created at their boundary. This accelerated further argon plasma from the tube into a supersonic beam, creating thrust. Now that sounds really interesting, but I have to say, if we're to believe the first story we had today about the UFO, and you also believe that the military in the US and other militaries and governments across the world have recovered crashed spacecraft and reverse engineered these type of things, that we've had this for a long time. It's only now that it's come to the forefront and made it into the news. I know for a fact that we've had other technologies available to us that independent researchers have proven to be applicable to transport, and in fact far more economic and energy efficient than any of the petrol engines or diesel engines that we have today. And that thought led me to the next story, which is from the infamous Pravda website, and it's entitled Space Flight from Moscow to New York to Take Less Than an Hour. And it's got the caption, Russian scientists design an aerospace passenger plane capable of flying at the speed of 30,000 kilometers per hour. It says specialists at the Moscow Institute developed a model of an aircraft that is capable of carrying passengers and cargo to any location of the planet at a speed undreamed of by modern aviators. The aircraft designed by the Institute falls under the class of aerospace planes, and it will use a usual runway for taking off and landing like a usual airplane, but it will fly like a manned spacecraft when in midair. He says the space plane will be able to reach a speed of 30,000 kilometers per hour, and according to researchers' estimates, such a speed will enable the space plane to fly from Moscow to Paris in 20 minutes, from Moscow to New York in 50 minutes, and from Moscow to Sydney in 1 hour and 6 minutes. State-of-the-art engineering and new high melting and high module materials, new kinds of fuel and new design concepts are expected to be used for the building of the spaceplane. The engines are powered by oxygen and hydrogen and therefore environmentally friendly. So there we have another example of alternative thrust engines, and you can get that one at www.pravda.ru. Now that's all we have time for on this week's Mysterious Universe. Join me next week for more of the latest news from the other side. And don't forget you can find all the links to the stories covered today on the Mysterious Universe website. You can find us at www.sohpodcast.com. Now we've also started a new Frapper map, and you can add yourself to our map of listeners. Now if you haven't already done so, check it out because it's a really cool way to see where everyone's from. And to get there, just visit the SOH Podcast website and click on the Frapper image. It's right in the sidebar there. Now, also on the website, you can send feedback to me or any of our producers on the SOH Radio Network just by clicking on the feedback link or the send email link under each show page. Don't forget to vote for us at Podcast Alley. And again, there's a direct link on the Mysterious Universe page of the website to make it real easy for you, so no excuses, go and vote. I'd also like to point out that the music in this show is from the PodSafe Music Network, which you can reach at music.podshow.com. Have a great week, keep your eyes on the skies, and stay tuned for the next Mysterious Universe on the SOH Radio Network.
This concludes the broadcast from World Control.
All right, we're gonna have to just get the episode started because we are running out of time here. It is at 3, but this is gonna take an hour and a half to record this, and then I have to go home, and then I have to get my laptop, and then I have to get to. Yeah, on average.
Really?
Well, it'll be 2:30. Yeah, it'll be 2:30 by the time that things are done and I can get the SD card out, and then I got to go home. I got to get my backpack, and then I got to fucking put things together to go meet the bookkeeping guy.
Yeah. Nice. Is my mic on?
So. We'll figure that out in post.
Okay.
Yes, your mic is on. It's a good hat day.
Yeah, we're all wearing hats.
We're all wearing hats.
Not.
Me and Stav are sharing a hat.
Yeah, that's true.
We should get tandem hats.
Just connected hats.
I love that idea.
One in the front, one in the back.
That'd be fun. We should get those horse costumes where one person's the leg.
Horse. Yeah.
Yeah.
The human horsepede.
They should both be the ass, though. There should be 2 asses and 1 dick.
We should get one of those Chinese New Year dragon things.
Hell yes.
It's going to be great when the Chinese community discovers Me Too and the guy that's always at the back of the dragon and gets Me Too'd. Dragon segment number 37. Beloved Dragon segment. Called out for his horrific conduct with his lips into the asshole of the guy that looks exactly like him in front of him.
Do you think they all just fuck each other? It's a train of ass fucking, maybe?
I've been saying recently, I don't think Chinese people have sex with each other.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
What do you mean?
I love that dragon thing, dude. Because I like to imagine, because Chinese are kind of like white trash, sort of.
Okay.
You know, they spit indoors and
they're the white trash of Asians.
Yeah, it's sort of. sort of the white trash of the world. Anyways, just to imagine them, like, because they do that dragon. It's not just for special occasions. They do that dragon pretty often. When I lived in Chinatown, there would just be a dragon in front of my apartment.
Just
sometimes.
like a Wednesday dragon.
Really?
Yeah. So I always like to imagine
That
like Dwight
rules.
Yoakam and Sling Blade. That's like, fuck it, I'm getting the dragon together. Dwight, please, no, not tonight. He's like, Larry, what are you doing? Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we get together, turn ourselves into a dragon. Hey, buddy, keep it down over there. Fuck you, I'm friends with the sheriff. When the sheriff comes by, he's part of the dragon sometimes. Sheriff, he's got the dragon head. We invite the sheriff over. We all do the dragon thing.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
I've never seen Sling Blade, but
Oh, it's great.
I'm putting it together.
He's
you know?
referencing the dad every time he gets mad at the mom. He says he's getting the band back together. He's
Yeah.
like, fuck it, I'm getting the band back together.
Dwight Yoakam is like such a good actor.
He's so funny. Yeah.
He's great in Panic.
I thought that was Billy Bob's character.
No.
Dwight
Dwight
Yoakam.
Yoakam is a country music singer that transitioned into acting.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
He's
What
in a
else
lot of
is he in?
stuff. You'll recognize him.
What else?
He was in.
Very few
fuck.
people have been able
Was
to
he-
make
he was
the
in a David-
music to acting transition effectively.
Yeah, Rihanna was in Battleship. That was a good ass
Harry
movie.
Connick Jr. Was he an actor first or? a
I don't
singer?
know. He's also got a daytime talk
I think
show
he did
now,
both.
Yeah.
which is weird.
I like Harry Connick Jr.
He was on Will and Grace. I remember from my watching Will and Grace days.
Mm-hmm. You know what I thought? I thought Janice Dickinson was on Just Shoot Me until yesterday.
Oh no,
That's not her?
it's not her.
No,
this lady
you're
doesn't have
thinking
big
of-
titties.
You're thinking of Wendy Macaulay or
Williams?
whatever,
yeah.
who is on the show. But no, I thought in addition to her, that Janice
Oh, there was
Dickinson
another
had a
character.
recurring role on the show.
Oh, interesting.
I was like certain of it. And
You think there's some other big titted old model that was on it? Maybe.
I don't know if she has big tits.
Janice
Now I can't-
Dickinson? Yeah. Oh,
now I
yeah.
can't- No, because you know who had big titties on Just Shoot
yeah.
Me?
Oh yes.
Laura.
That lady with the
Sangiacomo,
weird
yeah.
like mouth.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. She got she had a gap tooth. She looked like Lawrence Fishburne with
I
double
loved
D
it.
tits.
I would fuck the hell out of
Yeah.
Lawrence Fishburne with
You
double
really
titties.
think that's titty milk you're drinking right now?
His titties filled
Yeah.
with cum?
We've talked
What are
about.
you saying, that I can fuck your huge tits? No, Neo. I'm saying when you're ready. You won't have to. And Neo just comes in his pants with giant tits.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I looked up Laura Sangiacomo
You
recently.
suck the blue tit. You wake up tomorrow, dream's over. You suck the red tit. I'll show you how.
Hell yeah, dude.
I guess that's the question.
Have you
Would you
seen-
fuck Lawrence Fishburne if he had huge tits?
Have you seen
Montana
his
Fishburne,
daughter?
yeah.
His daughter's porn.
No.
She just has the face
That's
of
basically the
Lawrence
answer.
Fishburne.
That is- yeah, she did
It's just a
porn.
woman.
So maybe
Lawrence
the Matrix
Fishburne.
is real.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
true. Yeah.
shit, dude. Yeah, I think she fucked Brian Pumper, famous big-dicked black porn star.
Was that the
that's
guy that
me.
was trying to do like
That's
pranks?
your Brian Pumper
Mm-hmm.
in blackface.
Wasn't he? He's trying to do like street pranks for
Yeah,
a while.
yeah. Yeah, he
And
tried
they
to
were all like really
transition.
mean spirited.
Yeah, and then you would like go to his like Twitter and he would like do like a, you know, like I don't know, hitting a grandma with a pie in the face, and then you would just see him getting his cock sucked like a tweet later. This is a giant big ass dick. But Montana Fishburne had some kind of strange. I don't know if there was ass pimples or just some kind of freckle, like strange
acne
freckles on her ass.
Yeah.
They didn't look like freckles. But I remember that throwing me off a little bit because otherwise, I would a 10 out of 10. But you know, obviously, I would fuck her with ass pimples or whatever that is.
Would you fuck her with like those really small sunglasses that
Absolutely,
he wears in the
yeah.
Matrix?
I would.
Pinche nays.
I would insist she shave her head and put on those glasses while I fuck her. I'm wearing a long duster, and my dick is painted like a gun.
Yeah.
It's all black.
I like that we do like the Matrix, but Joey Pants plays Ralph Cifaretto. He's somehow gotten out of the whole time. He's like, I just want to go back to Jersey. Like he thinks the Matrix is just New Jersey.
Yeah. He
I tell you, ignorance is bliss. It's also, you know, they say racism is ignorance, so put two and two together. Maybe that's why I enjoy saying the N-word so much when Morpheus isn't around.
Would Ralph be bald in the Matrix, or do you have?
He was bald in the Matrix movie.
She's
right?
a horror.
First of A, she was a hooah.
B, he's a made man. No.
He's a man. That shit is so fucking funny.
Just
like whenever you start rooting for those guys, you realize they're like, look, man, by the rules, you can murder a woman. And you can't even like punch a guy about it.
That episode,
all he did was punch him.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, that's right. He takes it as a major disrespect.
He murdered someone on the property.
A young, woman.
Yeah.
With a great pair of
We're gonna
tits.
get a little house and we're gonna raise the kid together.
Yeah. No, she's like, Ralph, I'm pregnant. And he's like, what should we name it? I guess she's like, what should we name it? He's like, if it's a girl or if it's a boy, we'll name him after me. And if it's a girl, we'll name him after you, Tracy, so she could grow up to be a cock-sucking slob just like her mother.
First of all, she was a hooah.
That's the same episode where he's like on coke and too into the Gladiator.
Yeah,
he
I
like
think
keeps
so.
like doing
The old school
speeches.
Gladiator.
Yeah. No, the Russell Crowe one. Yeah.
Weren't they wearing? Who was watching? Tony watched the old school Scarface at some point.
Oh, yeah, I think I'm pretty sure the release date of that movie is May 5th, 2000. Gladiator.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why?
I might be wrong.
That would be
but
impressive.
I don't know, man. It's just one of those stupid things that's been in my head since the movie came out.
Yeah.
Let's
That's
look it
wild.
up.
I'll look it up.
Yeah.
God, that is.
I'll look it up right now.
That is.
Gladiator fuck release date.
It's a bad movie.
It was pretty good.
It was pretty sad the first time I realized.
Gladiator's not a bad movie.
It's good, dude. It's a bad movie.
No, you fucking
The dialogue is just
that's
like.
what we're watching it for.
Yeah.
Oh, May 5th, 2000. That's incredible.
I don't know why.
Why?
I don't know.
Do you know any other movies release date?
No. I remember. I think I know when CD-ROMs debuted.
Debuted.
I don't know, like October 23rd, 1983.
Jesus Christ.
Do it, Adam. Look it up.
That one might be wrong, but yeah, there's certain dates that just get stuck in my
What do
fucking
you mean
head.
debuted? Like they ran
Yeah,
like
the
Windows?
first commercial release of, or when they invented them.
Oh, nice. But what do you even put on a fucking CD in 1983?
I don't know.
Thriller?
Compact disc, 1982. Sorry, October 1982. Not even the right year. So
fucking idiot.
yeah,
that's the
you
end of
Fucking
that.
stupid motherfucker. Shut up, Nick.
Damn.
I'm going to pull out my nuts and I want you to suck them now as penance.
Yeah.
Zip. Plop. I just put my nuts on the table. Can you
Yeah.
suck them, please?
No.
Thank you for sucking them, Nick.
That's not what happened. Everyone knows it's not me because you have that missing tooth now.
Yeah, that's missing tooth sound.
No,
Yeah.
that's Nick sucking my nuts. And Adam, you'll back me up here. Nick
No.
is sucking my nuts.
You
isn't he?
sound like
He's
a
sucking my
horse
nuts.
with fat feet
Nick
walking through a
or
park.
You
Adam.
sound like the British are coming.
Adam, isn't Nick sucking my nuts?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hear that, everyone? Nick sucked my nuts for getting the date of CD-ROMs wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why I have that Gladiator shit in my head, though.
What
May
Gladiator?
5th.
Oh, the day that it came out.
Yeah.
Well, I used to
it's
love
weird
it.
that that's the way memory works.
Did you guys see it with your dad?
I did see it with my dad.
I saw it with my dad. Yeah. I
Yeah.
think it was one of those kind of like
saw it with
take
my
your
mom.
boy to go see it.
Yeah,
Me and my mom rented it from
My
the
dad did that
library.
with Troy. Showing me Troy,
Troy?
was like, yeah, important to me, or important to my dad. But Troy I like. Troy's a much better movie than Gladiator.
No, you think so?
Oh, yeah.
Troy, I thought was a piece of shit too, but I've only seen it.
I
Maybe
enjoyed
once or
it because
twice.
it's that was in my fucking. I was a big Greek mythology head as a little boy.
Yeah.
That
Well,
was my
Troy's,
shit.
Troy's interesting.
That was truly my
because
shit.
it's like,
Yeah.
It contrasts all these different ways that like men specifically look for some degree of immortality or longevity or extending their lives beyond,
Yeah.
Like
the time
researching
they're here for.
Italian.
Yeah, one of them
creams.
is literally fucking immortal. The other one is like
Except for
his
his
dedication
ankle.
to his family. What's that?
Except for his ankle.
That's okay. Yeah, we all know that.
Huh, Nick?
Shut up,
Literally,
bitch.
What if it was his asshole?
What was?
That was. What if she put her finger in in his ass and dipped him in the River Thames or
Oh, yeah,
Styx?
then his ass
Yeah,
would
the
be his
River
own.
Styx.
The River Thames.
Yeah, the River Thames is where Greeks go.
Whatever,
when they
man.
die.
Shut the fuck up.
Is the wrong way to say river in England.
I think it makes more sense to call it Thames. It's cooler. Or say Thames. Is it Thames?
Yeah.
It's Thames. I
Thames?
think.
That makes no fucking sense.
Well, that's just how they say it.
Thames?
Yeah.
Fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Like I'm the
It's
asshole.
not how I thought her name was Hermione when I used to read the books before the movies came out.
I thought it was Hermione because that's the
You
Greek.
thought
'Cause
she
that's
was
the
a
Greek. It's a Greek name.
Hermione, yeah.
And they say it Hermione, and that shit sounds dumb as hell. If you ask me personally,
I think so too. Whatever.
Yeah, I fucking used to love Greek mythology. I remember we went to a Greek
Greek
school
mythology
trip.
is great. That shit was fun learning about that in 6th grade.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
They
It was
took us
cool
to a
how
museum.
They fucked people.
They fucked people as like animals
disguise.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Like Zeus's like disguise was a bull, and he would fuck bitches as a bull and
Which
shit.
is but I mean like the Bible is filled with plenty of shit like that. It's just that like the presentation is boring. Like Christianity could do a lot better
Sure.
if it like
yeah.
Where's the Xena of the Bible?
Warrior Princess.
Yeah, why is it fucking Veggie Tales and all this bullshit
Yeah,
that
yeah.
nobody wants to see?
Yeah, they had warriors. You could make like a cool action movie out of some Bible shit.
Mormons try to do that because they have like
God killed an entire town for being gay.
yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
That would be a
fucked up.
badass guy. We get Dwayne the Rock Johnson to play God.
Just a
And
bunch
he
of
goes to San Francisco. It's a movie called Walking Straight. No one realizes at the end it's about Sodom and Gomorrah. They just think it's a fun family movie about Dwayne the Rock Johnson murdering homosexuals.
But you learn
Wait,
about
this is a
God.
religious analogy, and people get mad at the end. They're like,
Trying to sneak Christianity into our secular gay bashing. Once again. Can't black people have anything before these honkies come and ruin it?
hell yeah, dude. Isn't there a story where like someone, like, a bunch of people fuck his daughter, a guy's daughter or something?
In the
Like
Bible.
he pimps out his daughters and shit.
Yeah.
People
What is
fuck their
that?
daughters. I don't know, man.
Esther.
That's right.
Esther, the Queen Esther from Purim.
I don't fucking know.
Or is that from Purim? Yeah,
Does
Purim.
Queen Esther suck
It's
dick?
Purim right now, I think, or it just was
No,
Purim.
it was Purim like a week ago.
Yeah,
2
a
weeks
week
ago.
Yeah.
That's Jewish Halloween.
Yeah, it's like Jewish Halloween. Yeah.
Put on a
Did you
costume.
see Did you see the pictures of the kids in South Brooklyn? Like the Orthodox kids all get like drunk in public. Like 11-year-olds just get
Really?
wasted. Yeah. And one of their costumes
pretty
are always
tight.
like they do like blackface. They have like no like concept of.
Oh,
I was trying to work
no.
on a bit about a Black Panther, about how like everyone thinks it's good now, but come October when every elementary school is filled with white kids in blackface, they're gonna think twice about it.
Did the other Jews are in blackface?
Yeah, I saw a picture of one of them dressed as just one of those Chinese ladies that collects bottles.
He's got his eyes taped back and
Yeah,
shit.
he was wearing like a triangle Chinese hat. He had, like, it was really cute. He had like a mini shopping cart just filled with
Oh my
plastic bottles.
God.
It was pretty inventive.
There's no way this happened.
There's a picture on Instagram of it. I'll find it.
Yeah,
for you.
let's see this.
So you get fucked up on Purim? That's the only cool shit Orthodox Jews have ever done.
Yeah, they give kids alcohol a lot. I mean, that's like a big
But they do
part
that
of it.
before they molest them too, don't they?
Yeah, I think that there is molestation.
Orthodox Jews really
Yeah.
molest. Or is that Hasids? Is there a difference?
Yeah, there's. I mean, Hasids are Orthodox, but
A branch.
yeah, it's part of it. Yeah.
Damn, imagine getting fucking molested by like a dirty ass rabbi.
Did you see that documentary, One of Us?
No.
It's about like 3 Jews in like South Brooklyn,
And one of them gets.
and they
Fucked.
try to leave. It's about like
Oh,
trying
shit.
to leave, and then how
you
hard.
brought this up before. I'm trying to find this shit on Instagram that you're lying about.
Well, how would you find
Oh.
it? He wouldn't find
I
it.
had them.
I'll find it for you. My sister showed it to me when I was in Vegas.
Oh, so you didn't see it?
No,
she
I'll
showed it
find
to him. What do you mean he didn't see it?
So this story you told about seeing this.
He did see
Oh,
it.
fuck off. I was actually out of town though.
I
for
like
Purim.
this picture
Here.
though, of Goofy and Kobe.
Okay, there was another one, but this is not the Chinese one. But
Well,
this
that's
is-
not the one.
Yeah,
But hold on, dude. You
this
can't
is
just
one-
deflect like
I'll
that.
find the other
I was
one.
on your side until
I'll
now.
find
Oh
the other
yeah,
one.
wow. Okay, so not what you were saying.
Yep. That's a
No,
totally
there
different-
is another one with a Chinese hat.
So you just showed us a different one.
Yep.
Are they
Not
Trump?
in
Was
here.
that? Were they
There's-
Mexicans?
Yeah, they dress up like Mexican.
Oh god.
They just have no concept of like political correctness, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, they should be punished for that.
I think this should be the all the time outfit. Is
if they dress like clowns.
Orthodox dad, and then the children.
Motherfucker.
There's more. There's like
wait, hold on. I don't know if this is a costume or that little girl's actually getting married.
It's a 4-year-old girl, by the way, guys. By the looks of it,
4-year-old girl in a bridal gown. This is my wife. She has no choice what to do to her because it's God says that you can fuck her as long as it's through a sheet.
Oh yeah, we should talk about.
But
France.
it's through a Little Mermaid sheet.
Big France news, guys. They created an age of consent.
Well, hold on a second, because we shouldn't move past
the Chinese kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's find this Chinese kid out.
I'm gonna find it.
The people need to know.
We got plenty of time to talk about France. I just want to make sure that we know whether or not a certain somebody is embellishing a story again.
I mean,
you know what I don't get about that? Why you do that is because like you could just say there was a girl dressed like a bum, which is already funny, which is real.
No, there is one.
You have to like.
There was a lot of funny ones.
You have to add a little spice to it and say that she was dressed like one
The
of
triangle hat. You know what? I'm starting to turn on you, Adam. I don't think it's true.
I'll
either.
find it for you.
You know.
Well, you said your sister sent it. Why don't you just text?
You know,
her, dude?
saying that kind of
I'll
shit.
text Zoe right now.
Why don't I
If
text her?
you had told that
You can
story to a
text her.
federal agent, you'd be in jail right now.
That's true.
Well, I lie all the time, guys.
Yeah,
I'm a
That's
compulsive
true.
liar.
There's plenty of stories in
That's
this
the only
city.
truth he's told.
This fucking.
I'm a storyteller,
this beautiful,
baby. Did you
this-
see?
This beautiful
Big
beast of a
Fish?
city. You know, there's plenty of things that go on. Like just the other day, I saw a guy, crazy guy.
Yes.
Actually, on the way to your house, I saw a guy waving his penis down the street.
Hey guys,
And he had just finished pissing.
Hey,
but
sorry about that,
well,
guys.
yeah, it's funny because like I saw this guy and he had his dick out and he's waving it and I was like, oh, this is hilarious. He's jacking off, but he had finished pissing on the sidewalk.
Oh, he's doing a shake.
And he was just shaking his dick off,
Yeah.
which is like you live in New
Courtesy.
York long enough, you're like, oh, whatever.
Right. That's not cool.
Yeah.
I want to see it engorged and getting beaten off.
How much it desensitizes you? It's not only has to be masturbating, but he's got to be masturbating to like the tree or something. weird.
Yeah.
You know, or
Biting
he's
his
gotta be
own
wearing
nipples.
a Chinese hat.
Yeah, Chinese hat.
You gotta fucking spice it up.
Oh, looks like someone put their phone away. Stopped looking for it.
I thought we were going. I text Zoe though.
Okay.
Zoe will send it to me.
All right. Well, listen, Nick, and before the episode ends, with 10 minutes left, if we haven't gotten
We'll
anything,
call her.
you have to
We'll call her.
find
she's,
it.
You know, she's not doing anything important. Right
You have to find it.
All right.
Fucking liar, dude. I've stuck up for you, dude.
I'm telling you, I'll find it. I'll find it. Give me 24 hours. I need to go to South Brooklyn. Do a little photo.
He's gonna fucking, yeah. No, give me this. My tooth is in there.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, that's what that is.
It's my tooth cone. I had to take my tooth out to eat a burrito.
What are the odds that Stav loses another tooth before he can get that implant on that one?
I am going to lose another tooth.
We should get a bet DSI.
Another. You should keep that name out of your mouth.
Oh yeah, we should get a betting website.
Hey, I don't know. Those people do great work, Nick.
Yeah, I know, but it's like
I know what you mean. I know. He shouldn't have said it.
Yeah.
For free, dude.
I've said a lot of things.
You fuck for free?
Not for free. There's a million different reasons why you shouldn't. You know?
I don't know them.
I know them all. I can explain them to you in detail as soon as the fucking show's over.
Well, I
I'll
can't
back
wait.
you into a corner and shove my finger in your eye.
Oh no, me?
No, him.
Oh, okay, good. Because if you do that to me, we're about to rumble. I'm gonna fuck your ass,
No, dude. I would love to.
100%.
I would love to, and I wouldn't even be mad about it. I would love to fucking brawl with you.
To fight?
Yeah.
Stop. Can you fight?
Just ding your fucking head off the wall.
I feel like if
No
you get
way,
angry,
dude.
I've seen you get angry. I think like if you get angry,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
maybe-
yeah, yeah. I have superpowers,
You
dude.
can maybe Hulk up.
Nah,
I'm
you
the
know,
Hulk.
the people who say that are the people who always get their ass beat.
Yeah.
No,
Like,
I mean,
when I get angry, dude, you don't want to see me because I've never been in an actual fight before in my
Right.
life, and I have a fantasy about how I'll kick
hey,
the other
whoa,
guy's ass.
you know,
But really, I huff and I puff and I get thrown under the fucking ground and choked out.
Have you been
never
in
me,
in
dude.
an adult fight?
No, it's
No.
been since I was in like, I'd say middle school.
My expertise in fighting comes from having lost so many of them that I've reverse engineered what I did wrong.
I feel like I've already lost a tooth. I look scary because of that. You know, like I lost
Yeah.
in a brawl. I used to play hockey. You know,
I was an enforcer.
I was an enforcer for the fucking La Chichuglia family.
The La Chichaglia. Lots of chocolate.
Lots of chocolate family. No, I mean, I don't ever want to fight. I would love to live the rest of my life never having to fight again, because
It's going to happen. I mean, you're bound to get into fights here and there.
Yeah, but I'm a man of peace. But if you fuck with, listen, you can fuck with me. But if you fuck with my friends,
you say
or my
whatever you want
family,
about me. You insult me, spit in my face, fuck my ass, have sex with me, have sex with my fucking body, make me sleep on the bottom bunk. I don't care what you do. You know, you come in my cell in the middle of the night, you fuck my mouth, you bash all my teeth out, you have sex with me, you make me wear dresses, you put fucking Kool-Aid on my lips so I look like a woman, make me wear fucking makeup, you smuggle makeup in a prison in my ass. You forged the medical documents to have my anus surgically removed by the prison doctor so that I'm loose. I'm constantly loose. I need a colostomy bag to shit in. So because my ass's only purpose now is to be a vagina for you. But you say something about my friends? You say a single word about my friends.
You even fucking mentioned.
Guess who's not getting their fucking cum swallowed before rec time? That's right. I'm going to pretend and then spit it out in the toilet.
Yeah, dude, that's basically what I was about to say. So don't even think about it, man.
Yeah, don't.
Maybe I'll get jacked and start becoming up. Maybe get into fights after that.
Yeah, dude.
Should you go to like join an MMA gym? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe
that's
I will.
like a thing.
Greg Stone, very funny comedian, he joined an MMA gym. He said it was cool, and maybe I'll do that.
Did he get
wait?
good at
Does
fighting?
he go to UFC gym?
No, I don't know. I don't know where he goes. He doesn't go there
You
anymore.
should get into something specific, like Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
Yeah,
or
maybe I
something.
will, dude. Maybe I'll rumble.
That'd be cool.
I just wish I could get better at jump rope.
What do you mean? How are you bad at jump rope?
I can't do.
You don't have good
You
coordination.
practice it and you can't do it?
No, I can do jump rope, but I can't do consistent double unders. I can't figure out the fucking timing.
Sounds like you're a bitch to me, dude.
Nah.
Yeah, I just checked. Hold on.
I'm gonna fucking draw all over
you're a
your body,
bitch.
dude. I'm gonna get a Sharpie and cover you in
Joke's
marks.
on you. I love that.
All right, well, we wait until you see the things I draw.
Whatever
I'm
it
gonna
is,
fucking
that's
paint
my
you up
favorite
like the
shit.
Sistine Chapel.
I love the Sistine
You're gonna be
Chapel.
covered in angels. I'm gonna make you look so fucking beautiful, like a goddamn cathedral.
God's finger and Adam's
Yeah,
finger
yeah.
go to my ass. That's where they touch.
Yeah, you're on the train. Black tees are like, my man got painted. Look at, my man looking like the Renaissance.
Somebody said that the Sistine Chapel's like little and not that cool.
Yeah, that's what they said about
Not my
your
penis.
16 millimeters.
Is that bad? Yeah, that's bad.
16
right?
millimeters is very bad.
Yeah, it's
That's 1.6 centimeters.
Yeah, I'm glad I was. That was
is
a
that
gamble.
really bad?
I could have just said you had a big dick because I was gonna go centimeters.
Oh, that wouldn't be that bad.
No, that's still small.
How much? How much is a 16 centimeters?
That's not.
16 centimeter dick is.
You guys
like
wanna guess?
A good dick. That's
It's
like
like
7-8 inches. No.
No way.
I say 4 inches.
Was it 2.2
Shut up, dude.
to the inch or something?
What, so your guess is 8 inches. I'm saying 4.5.
Yeah, no, it's got to be somewhere around 6.
Okay.
Because a centimeter is like
2.2, I thought.
6.29.
yeah.
6.29.
So that's not bad, actually. I would take a 16 centimeter dick. I think that's around what I get hard. The 0.29 I would really appreciate.
Yeah.
You know, I think we're right about 6. Maybe I get to 6.1 on my tippy toes when my dick is really stretching.
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
Maybe with a cock pump. I still haven't used it. I'll use it by the next time we record.
Oh, it's just covered in dust. I spent $300 on your birthday presents.
That guy made that thing.
I mean, that was
That
the
weight
dumbest
thing.
purchase of all time. The cock pump would have been great.
Yeah.
That weird
weight-
cock torture device.
It's like it's because it's so much funnier with that, dude. I mean, I was
cock pump's pretty
laughing
good.
for like.
No, you're
3
right.
days.
It is hilarious to go on the dark web to buy me a cock, like I guess stretching, but really torture device.
It looks like dinosaur bones.
Yeah, it doesn't look. I don't exactly
And
understand.
I wish you could have smelled when I opened that box. The smell that came out of it.
Yeah.
It smelled like Dr. Pepper.
It smelled like like formaldehyde or something like weird, like whatever fucked up sick laboratory this guy made
Yeah,
this
dude.
shit
It's
in.
in some guy's garage in Texas. He's making these dick weight things. Dude, those
Do what you
emails
love,
were the
man.
best
Do
part.
what you love, brother.
The emails where he told Nick, never
in my 20 years, I've
years.
never had any kind of requests like this.
I bet that guy can make a really good pocket pussy. You know?
Yeah.
He definitely has a series of fucking machines in his garage.
Have you ever beat off to fuck machine porn?
I used to jerk off to Howard Stern, like
No,
Sibian.
not Sibian. Like levers and shit, and like the dildo like one of those birds that drinks water, but it's a dildo in a woman's
can't-
pussy.
That shit, I can't really get off to that.
I was just
gotta be honest.
asking. I haven't either. I've looked
Yeah.
at it, but I'm like, I'd rather, you know.
I could jack off to like something rough between like a
two guys,
you know,
holding each other down.
It's not gay if it's
If it's
really
rough. If
violent.
it starts as a wrestling match, it's not gay.
I told you, right? My friend went to that at the kink.com.
We've talked about that a couple
armory.
times.
Yeah.
What about you, Nick? Have you jerked off to fuck machines?
No.
No?
No, because it's like I start thinking about like, you know,
The engineering behind
Yes.
it.
Yeah.
You're like, I wonder what kind of screws they use to fucking get that on the floor.
well, it's just a sawzall with a fucking dildo where,
Uh-huh.
you know,
Sure.
the blade would have gone.
Right.
Do you have one of those?
Which is like interesting because I always imagine that they just put the blade in the dildo.
Uh-huh. Oh, no way. It would cut through, right?
Yeah. That's what I want to see happen.
Dude, Nick just smiled in a way I've never seen you smile in my life. You've clearly thought about this so much.
Just some bitch accidentally getting sawed in half. Imagine having to go to the fucking emergency room and explain why your wife's dead. Like, what happened? I'm like, we went to Home Depot and I
thought the dildo was sturdier than it was.
Oh, God.
And what do you think it would slice right in half, or like a cartoon?
Probably. There's a picture of like there was like one of the medieval torture, like during like the Inquisition or whatever. There's like heraldic art of they had a torture called sawing.
Oh God!
You know, so they had all sorts of fucked
had
up
the
shit,
most
like
fucked up
iron
shit, man.
bull and
Yeah,
shit.
yeah,
where they'd,
yeah.
like just put you in a fucking a bronze bull and then shut it and then like start a fire. And what they liked it is because there was holes where the nose is. So as you cooked and screamed, like steam from your like burning fat,
it's a good
would
bit.
come out of the
It's a good
bull's
bit.
nose.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude!
Yeah.
They also had the watch Adam do stand up.
Because that's first of all, to be burned to death is horrible, but to add a claustrophobic element to it is like,
how long would that take?
and it's like it's because those people pissed off God.
yeah.
Like they're the ones that did something that God didn't like.
Guy was like, chill. I like what you're doing, bros. This is putting people in a big
That's
ass
like
tea kettle.
people talk about like, oh, ISIS cuts people's heads off. It's like that's relatively fucking humane compared to like
The Inquisition.
One
some of the
shot.
shit that all those and I happen to be a Hotep, so I believe that most of the ancient or the medieval English were black men.
Yeah.
You know, what those black
are
Christians
Egyptian.
were doing.
Those are Egyptian techniques.
Those Egyptian British people were doing, the white people, which came along in the 1930s to defeat the Nazis, who were also black, by the way.
Hell yeah, dude.
Max was telling me the other day, he was showing me on Stormfront these posts. These guys were saying that like actually hip hop, rhythm and blues, and rock and roll
like where this
were
is going.
invented by white people.
Awesome.
And so they were like, yeah, actually the first rap song was this Swedish song from 1920 or
Awesome.
21. And we like we like looked it up on YouTube, and it's the gayest shit. It's just like a simple like guy, like a drum beat, and he's like,
That's a really good Finnish impression. I can't do that language. That's the only. That might be the only impression you can do.
No,
No, that's terrible stuff.
No, it's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gay.
Yeah.
Actually, it was invented by the whites and then ruined by the blacks.
Okay, you peaked. You know, we'll take it from here.
I think my fucking tooth is getting sharp. This second tooth.
It's
'Cause
getting
doing
sharp.
It's doing a lot of chewing that it wasn't before.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's kind of hurting my lip
Time
and
to
shit.
get that shit pulled, dude.
You think so? Just one by one. I'm gonna get it filed down, or maybe I'll.
You're
file
like that
it.
little alligator game where you push the teeth in.
You're like the fucking cartoon where it all turns into like piano keys.
Yep.
Yeah.
After I get my shit slopped.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. God damn it.
Yeah, so I guess we should talk about France. They have the age of consent now.
Good for them.
Is not. I mean, the last
Before they did not.
truly free Western democracy.
Yeah.
It's
Pour one
over.
out. It's over.
It's done.
These fucking regulators getting it. You know, it's none of their fucking business.
I can't understand. I mean, is France not French anymore? That's my question.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, you can still. What is? It's 15, right?
Old cheese, old
15.
grapes, young pussy.
Yeah,
that's what they're. That's the.
That's their
it's on the
slogan.
flag.
Old cheese, old grapes, young
Yeah.
pussy.
It's each stripe. Yeah, the red, white, and blue.
Et
yeah.
vin, et fromage, young poussoir. I don't know what old or young is in French.
Petit poussé.
No, that's
Petit is
little,
small.
You fucking
That's your
imbecile.
dick. Petite.
You non
Small
French
pussy.
bitch.
Well, the young
No,
people have
small-
small pussies.
Old people can have small pussies.
Yeah.
Young people can have big pussies. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
Don't be such an ageist.
Yeah,
Adam.
I've owned.
Owned as fuck, honestly.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing.
Ah, mets mon pinoir dans.
J'aime les.
Mets mon pinoir dans ce poussoir d'enfant.
J'aime les. Poussoir d'enfant. Poussoir.
S'il vous plaît, mets mon pinoir dans ce poussoir d'enfant.
J'aime mange la pussy de.
It'd be great if we all learned French and just turned this into a
Matilda.
French
No.
language podcast.
It's just our.
Bien,
Bonjour.
bienvenido.
Bienvenido.
Bienvenido a
Spaghetti.
Bienvenido a Compton, el podcastista.
Je ne suis pas.
Je m'appelle Adam Friedland. Juden de joke thief.
Fuck. Fatigué.
Yeah.
That means tired, but it
Fatty
sounds
gay?
like fat and gay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's yourself.
No.
You're describing yourself.
Actually, I am tired, so yes.
I am tired.
So I am fatigué.
Qu'est-ce que c'est des laboreurs? Qu'est-ce que c'est? Non,
Je suis pas voyage.
non, monsieur, mi balls,
Mademoiselle.
mi testicles, mucho caliente. It's the same thing.
Yeah, he still speaks Spanish.
My balls are hot.
Mi testicles es mucho caliente. No me
That's still my
gusta.
favorite part of the rape day laborer character
Is that his balls get hot?
that he complains that his balls are hot.
Well, that can happen, dude. Oh, fuck, dude. Yeah, so shouts out to France.
Yeah, dude. But they also get this: catcalling is illegal in France.
Really?
And like racism
I thought it only
is
was
illegal, right?
No,
No.
catcalling is illegal. And I was saying to Libby, or well, I don't know if she wants to be associated with the show, but
Libby Watson.
Jesus fucking
are
Christ,
you fucking
retard.
retarded?
He just said.
Just bleep it out, dude.
He literally just said she doesn't want to be
I forgot we
associated
were
with
I don't know. I mean, I don't
podcasting.
know what she wants. I mean, you know.
She came to our show in D.C.
Oh, yeah, so that
Sure.
means she
yeah, well, I'm
wants...
friends with her, but
You're
there's
friends with her.
There's a lot of people that are friends with me that don't want people knowing that they're friends with me.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
almost
I'm
everyone.
not even sure that's the case with her, but I
Right.
mean, there's certain people that like.
What kind of people? You want to say their names?
You know, you.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I'm happy to be associated with the show.
Yeah.
About that, Adam, we've kind of been thinking about a couple things.
Yeah.
It'd be better if you don't, in public, you don't say that you're part of the
Right.
show.
I mean, the show
That's fine.
kind of peaked with Kamitsan or Gordon.
I know. I really got FOMO.
You should have like the first episode you came back. You should have tried to bring up Kamitsan or Gordon.
So,
Try to bring it back. So, can you tell me about it?
I just watched the Tim Burton.
Is it just me, or is this sex so bad that I shouldn't have to pay for it?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what is that? Are you doing do you have to The Cranberry song?
No, you fucking retard.
No,
Come on,
moron.
man. Drake.
It's Drake.
Oh, I thought you were saying, do you have to let it linger?
No, it's not Linger. It's For Free by Drake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
For
All
Free
right.
by
Well, and DJ
I was very
Khaled.
confused.
DJ
yeah.
Khaled.
I know that song. It's a good song.
You ever
know what else you
realize
know?
that
How
Big
to suck
Sean
my
has
dick.
never had sex? Yo, Big Sean heard my bit.
Did you guys say on the podcast that he hung out with his?
Oh
his
yeah, we
friend
told that
instead
story.
of-
Fuck him, dude. That's
okay.
that's a fucked up thing to do.
Because he texted me. He's like, "Why is everyone saying I hurt your feelings?"
Okay,
And I was like,
'cause
you
you did.
didn't hurt
Yeah.
my feelings. I was just
That's like a dick move.
Yeah.
Oh,
for
that he
sure.
he hung out with his
And
his
as friends, instead of going to him privately about it and saying, "Hey, what you did was fucking," they announced it to our audience of 6 million people.
Yep.
One for every life lost.
No.
Where at McDonald's?
In the Holocaust.
No. Adam, don't start this again, man.
What do you mean?
Do not start this fucking propaganda on the show.
6 million Jews.
Come on, dude.
11 million people in general. That
It was only
including
six. It was only gypsies. It was only gypsies and gay guys.
Gypsies, homosexuals, political enemies.
People into Beyblades. Think about all the, like, if you did a genocide now, all the stupid types of people you'd have to kill also.
Yeah.
How fucking easy was it for the Nazis that there was, like, obviously Jews are gone. You know?
I mean, yeah.
And then
No
really all you
brainer.
got left after that is, like, gypsies and handicapped people.
Yeah.
And then the 3 or 4 gay guys that existed back then.
Yep. Yep.
Now they're like, fuck, there's people that think they're breakfast sandwiches. We got to kill all of the people that identify as Jimmy Dean sausages. Yeah, they got a whole tumbler. The Fuhrer is
Everyone
not
who's
gonna
ever
like this.
Everyone who's ever had a Tumblr's got to go probably.
Yeah,
just
probably.
to be safe.
That's the only reason to get on Tumblr.
To get killed.
I wonder what the guy who created Tumblr thinks about it now. Because he was 19. You know, Tumblr was created by a 19-year-old.
Was
Wow.
it?
Yeah, he did it mostly while he was in high school.
Damn.
Wow.
Dude. He must be rich as hell.
Do you get paid off that?
Of course. He sold it to
Yeah.
who did he sell it to?
Facebook or something?
some
Yeah,
shit.
something like that.
Good.
Oh, we got to talk about Shkreli.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Shkreli got
My man got locked
they
the
dropped
hell
the
up.
fucking hammer on him.
Pretty funny.
Would the cool take is to say that he's going to jail because he was defrauding rich people, but no one cared.
Not
that
the
he was,
AIDS or whatever.
That's
No
not the
one
cool
cared.
take. It's the correct take, and it's
Yeah,
also
yeah.
like, I mean, it's a 7-year sentence is fucking ridiculous. He
For
was like,
what was he doing for a hedge fund? He was like lying.
he was
to
deceptive
investors?
about like how the money was being
Yeah.
used and manipulated within the hedge fund. But the net result is the people that he lied to made more money.
Whoa.
There was an enormous return on investment, like that performed well. And when you like give your money to any kind, like, you pay somebody to manage your wealth is because you want to outsource the risk.
Right.
Essentially, it's
Yeah.
still a risk. You're still, having somebody invest and gamble with your fucking money, presumably.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure.
So, I mean, if he's like, obviously it's against the law, and the guilty.
What did he
verdict makes
lie
sense,
about? He
considering
didn't
that-
tell them what he was investing in?
No,
or
he
something?
used money from like one of his other companies to I guess when there was losses that were incurred to fudge the numbers so it looked like there was return until the stocks eventually, like stocks he had shorted, eventually performed the way he wanted them to, so
Okay,
that the
yeah,
return
yeah.
could happen. So he
Yeah.
like made the right play, but the timing was off, or something to that regard. But I mean, he didn't lose anybody any money, and it's not to really defend Martin because that's not really the point.
Sounds like what you're
but
doing.
it's like
Yeah,
you
Nick's
look at the
incredible.
financial collapse and like the people that
no one went to
destroyed the
jail.
fucking
Yeah,
economy.
yeah, no one went to
Nobody
jail.
went to jail.
Yeah.
And for people to look at this and be like, yeah, finally we got one of those guys. It's like he's not one of those guys.
Right.
You don't like him because you don't like his face.
Yeah, he does have a bad face.
And he's annoying.
He's annoying and
He's
he's
a
like
little
a
bitch.
fucking alt-right guy. And
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like back when like the thing happened with him raising the price of that medicine, so people don't really understand the details, which is
Right.
like you can be mad at him for what he did, but it's still like pretty common practice. And beyond that, it's like
Oh yeah, big pharmaceutical companies do it all the time.
but
Yeah.
beyond that, it's like it's not quote unquote the AIDS medicine. That's not what it was.
Yeah.
Daraprim still costs $750 a pill. That hasn't changed. Nothing's changed. Nobody
Yeah.
really gives a shit about that happening. It's a convenient guy to. And it's like,
Right.
well, no, he's like from an immigrant working class family.
Yeah,
and
but he's
a
Albanian.
smart guy.
He's Albanian,
him.
yeah.
Fuck the Albas.
Is he from South Brooklyn?
him and
Yeah.
yeah? So fuck him. He's got a greasy, fucked up hair.
He's got just a very punchable
He's got a little rat face.
Yeah.
And he's an Albanian. So good.
I will say that
7 years not enough. Hope he gets life.
when everyone was telling him to go on Cumtown and we called his Periscope, it was that 5 minutes I talked to him on the phone. I really got a really terrible impression.
Yeah. Now you know how
was awful.
Now you know how everyone feels about you.
Yeah, I know. I know. Well, it was I consider it a wake up call.
Fuck Martin Shkreli. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Although now we get to hear the Wu-Tang album, right, or something.
Yeah, I'm trying to
There's
think of an
another
analogy
album,
of
too.
like why it bothers me, but it's like it's something where it's a guy.
Because you share the same political beliefs.
No, it's like it'd be like if like a mall cop who's not like a real cop, it's just a fucking
Right.
security guard wannabe police officer who had like publicly made statements in support of Darren Wilson or whatever or George Zimmerman, but like those are just his fucking opinions.
Right.
Yeah.
Went to jail for I don't know some kind of like. Just sort of
Slapping
bullshit.
a black man?
No, not slapping a black man. Not even that, because it's like again, what he went to jail for is lying to rich people.
Right.
So I can't really think of the right. I mean, I don't. The reaction to the Shkreli thing bothers me, and it bothers me on like a visceral level.
Right. You think
And
because
I'm not sure I can articulate exactly what's wrong with it, but it highlights this desire that presumably progressive people have to, they're just waiting for an excuse to punish people and hurt them.
Yeah. Well,
and they want to be cops themselves, and they in their mind, I mean, it's like the same
right, you're
motivation.
sending people to prison.
It's like
you're celebrating sending someone to prison who's just like a fucking doofus that you should hate in his free life or whatever. Like he shouldn't get 7 years. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I guess their sense of justice.
It's sort
is,
of just like Me Too when people were like excited every time a new one would drop out.
Well, that's different though,
That
because
is-
that's
different.
like
Why is that different?
real rapists that were doing horrific things to the world. And
No,
what,
no,
what
I'm
Nick
just-
is saying is
No,
like,
I'm sure. Yeah, it all falls under the same categories. Like, I don't have an impulse to be like punitive and like
Right.
to take things away from people. I don't have that. There's people I don't like, and I'll make fun of them. But like, I'm not gonna be happy if they go to fucking jail, especially if it's happening in a context that furthers like systemic problems that we should presumably be against.
Right. Yeah.
Like if Richard Spencer was shot by the police with his fucking hands up,
Yeah,
I wouldn't
exactly.
be like, great, good.
Yeah,
I hope that cop
that's
gets
the best
off.
analogy is that everyone would be celebrating it.
Of course
like
they would.
A police
Yeah,
killer.
they'd be like, finally, one
Yeah.
for our side.
Yeah.
It's like, we don't have any
Right,
fucking
right.
principles.
That's not how it works. Yeah.
well, wouldn't that would kind of be a wash if a cop kills Richard Spencer.
Why?
Because they're on the same side, cops and Richard Spencer, right?
Oh, because they're neo-Nazis.
Yeah. Take that.
Yeah, that's good.
That's me being fucking very woke, bro.
Yeah. Or you know what? It would be a good example if a police officer shot Richard Spencer because Richard Spencer had a gun, and then the police officer was found guilty of murder, and the people were like, good. I mean, they wouldn't. They'd be like, oh, if he was black, they wouldn't have happened. But if the police officer was found guilty of like murder in a case where it's like, no, that really was a justified shooting or whatever, and they're like, good, maybe the cop will get raped in prison. It's like, it's convoluted, but something about it bothers me.
Well, whatever. Fuck him. He's Albanian. That's my take.
Yeah.
Your best friend is Albanian.
Yeah, but I remind him every day he's racially inferior. You're just mad because a guy that's just as cute as you, Martin Shkreli, went to jail, Nick.
Yeah.
You look like Martin Shkreli.
First of all, I'm the most attractive.
No, I'm cuter.
I'm the most attractive man on the right.
The right's George Clooney.
Basically.
The clown prince.
Yeah. The beautiful clown prince.
The beautiful clown prince. The hot Squidward of the alt-right.
I think my new one now is the Sultan of Racism.
You already get a turban.
Set to the Dire Straits song.
Who looks good on the right? That's a good question.
None of them.
No one.
I mean, Mitt Romney's a sexy
Paul
man.
Ryan looks.
But he's got a weird elfin,
No, I mean like the
elfin
racist
face.
guys.
Oh, the very
The
Baked
racist
Alaska.
guys?
That's a
I don't
sexy
think
guy.
I don't think Mitt Romney's racist.
I don't know, man.
No.
Yeah, I really don't think
just
he's
a
racist.
geek.
Yeah, he's just a rich white guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's pretty. I don't know. He's still like.
He tied that dog to the. to the roof of
he's
his
like he's
car.
not racist, but he also probably thinks that all black people listen to the blues.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
I mean,
yeah.
he's racist, right? Like, aren't rich white Mormons racist?
We're
We're all
racist.
That's
Yeah.
what
Well,
I'm
their
saying.
church-
Like,
their-
as far as everyone is racist, there's no way he's not more
Their church
racist.
didn't accept black people
Right.
until the 70s.
Unless you were wearing like
Right.
special spandex.
Unless you could.
You weren't
play
allowed
for
to talk to black people.
BYU.
And then they kicked out a black guy for fucking.
Yeah, I know.
Bullshit.
That is bullshit.
He can't help it. He can't help himself.
I remember during the Mitt Romney election when everyone was like roasting him for being a freak. They came out that like him and his wife every night before they go to bed at like 7:45 at night, his like 5 kids would like wait at the bottom of the stairs and all wish their parents off to bed, like the fucking
Von
Sound
Trapp
of Music
family.
or something.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It's just like, God damn, that's a fucking freak.
How about instead
family.
of the Von Trapp family, it's the Von Dutch family? And
Oh,
they're
that's
wearing like
sick.
trucker hats.
Cool.
They're like,
Yeah.
shitty.
Shivvy.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, man.
I want to get.
Dude, where's my car? Where is my car?
I want to get sucked off by a girl in a Von Dutch hat. Just get like bronzer all over your nuts from one of those, from like a.
Yeah, I remember that look, dude. Like,
Yeah, you wore it. That was your
no,
look.
it wasn't my look.
You look
Yeah.
like Nicole Richie.
Hot girls in high
The
school.
Simple Life, starring Adam Friedland.
Hell yeah, that was a good show.
The Simple Life.
I did beat off to that and Paris Hilton in general.
To the sex
Just
tape?
the idea of Paris Hilton.
No, the sex tape, pictures of you can see her titties and stuff.
I thought she was hot. I guess. back
Yeah, I
in the
think I
day.
was more wrapped up in society. Society dictated what I was beating off to in that moment.
It still does.
Sure.
bro.
You think so? No, man.
Yeah,
I'm in the beat off
I
matrix.
remember when I was like 22, having like this like, it just like it like fucked with me. I remember being in Austin and girls started wearing like those like 90s like wireframe round glasses and the when the mom pants first
Yes.
started.
Yeah,
And all that shit, and it was like it should have looked bad, but instantly I'm like, I guess I'm attracted to
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Well, because that's just what
And I
hot
was like,
girls
well,
were
I
doing.
don't have a choice as to what I like.
Like when jogger pants for like the first week, it was like, why are women wearing sweatpants and thinking it's sexy? But
Well,
now,
I'm for that though.
now it's like super sexy.
No, I mean, I also think if
you just get used to.
hold on
like,
though, because all it is hot women doing anything is sexy. Like,
Right,
and if they're doing something stupid, it's almost hotter. Because like they're dressing like moms, but then it's like, oh, they take their pants up and they're just like sexy as shit.
Yeah,
I'm in. I like the little misdirect.
Uh huh.
You know what I'm saying?
little plexiglass vagina window through the pants.
That's right.
Show off the vagina.
Yeah, show off that pussy.
Yeah. It'd be funny if fashion was like controlled. That's like the one industry that is gay men and not straight guys.
Right. Yeah.
I guess. But it would be funny if it was just dominated. Like every fashion show was just a woman completely naked down the runway with a shoestring shoved up her fucking nose. That's it.
That sounds
Like,
pretty good.
Yeah, this fun is called Suck My Dick.
That's good.
Sure. Should we talk about this Instagram Live video?
Yeah.
Sure, you seem to know about this. Hit us with the deets,
Nick's
baby.
real hot about this news story.
Well, I read it today. I guess these girls, they thought no one was watching their Instagram Live video and they said the N word.
Uh-oh.
Mistake number 1. Keep that shit on the podcast.
Something about video makes it way worse if it's just audio.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I guess Twitter went fucking nuts and they got the girls like suspended from school and like
Damn.
Imagine if you like 10 years ago you could have gotten suspended
Oh,
from school
boy.
and had your scholarship revoked because you said the N-word with your friend.
Brother, if they had access to me and Eldis's G chats from when we were like 17.
Oh, dude.
Just not just the
I could
racist shit,
fill
but
the
every
Library of Congress
Uh-huh.
with all the fucked up shit I've said in private communication.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, well,
although they were doing an Instagram live.
Because that's the thing, man. It's like people say like there's never a reason to use the N-word, and it's like white people that agree with the black people saying that online. But even the black people know it's like what you really mean is you should never use the N-word in public.
Right.
You're out of your fucking mind if you think that they're the same way you shouldn't jack off in public. But people need to come.
Yeah, if you don't come, you get angry, you get agitated if you don't come in enough days. It's the same with
Right.
the N-word.
Yeah, yeah.
Every morning I start my day, I just scream as loud as I can the
Right.
N-word into my
Into
pillow.
your pillow, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it's inherently funny. Anything you can't say is
I know,
funny.
yeah, obviously. But I do think, but to be fair,
It's
I
against
think
the-
there's plenty of people that don't say the N-word even privately.
I don't buy it.
I think so. We are very.
Let's put it this way. Yeah, you know what? I think you're right. I think anybody that's like a woke shithead probably used to say it a lot.
Used to is different than does.
Yeah.
But I also think there's just like nice people that just don't say fucked up shit, dude.
That's true.
Like there's people who don't say cunt. You know what I
How
mean?
do you sing a song if you can't say the N word?
That's good. You should do that as a bit.
Yeah. You should, dude.
Yeah.
That's a
like
really
maybe you're in your car and your black friend is sitting next to you.
That is original joke, Adam.
It's like what
I'm just saying.
What would
it's
you
not
do?
a joke. It's just a fact.
And then maybe as like a derailment thing at the end of the joke, you could be like, "Yeah, we were listening to the Beatles."
Yeah, yeah,
That's good.
also good.
Can I use that?
Yeah, yeah, we were actually listening to "In the Mood." We were listening to "Ode to Joy."
Oh man, just singing into that tune.
The N word to Ode to Joy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we're singing. We're listening to a song that has no lyrics whatsoever. We're actually listening to NPR.
We're listening, yeah, fuck. Terry Gross.
We're listening to the sing-along part. We have to say the N-word.
Mm-hmm. She was interviewing Don Cheadle, so it came up a bunch.
Yeah.
You know
when
that
he was being disrespectful, she had to kind of put him in his place.
You know Terry Gross is a nickname?
No, it's not. For what? Why?
Her last name isn't really Gross.
What is it?
It's because I don't know what it is, but it's like like Johnny Rotten.
Is that what you're getting to? Oh, she
it's
was
sort
a
of
punk.
like it's like a punk.
Yeah.
It's a punk rock name.
Yeah.
That could have been funny if you didn't completely fuck up that joke.
I was trying to figure out where I was going. With that.
Yeah. I didn't feel like you had it, but that's good.
Yeah, thanks.
Johnny Rotten, Terry Gross,
Richard Puke.
Yeah.
Stavros Penis.
Mm-hmm. We should start a punk rock band.
Dips on Stavros Penis.
It was very funny when Nick and I went to Guitar Center.
I'm already toothless. Put me a leather jacket, dude. I'm Stavros Penis, dude.
To like buy gear, I guess Nick got a MIDI keyboard. I got an electric guitar.
Oh yeah, you still have that guitar?
Yes.
Hilarious.
But
wait, what do you mean you still have that guitar? It was
I thought
3 weeks ago.
he thought he was gonna return it.
I thought I was thinking about returning it, but
Why, dude? You make money now. Just spend it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's cool.
You're about to
I
get
just
a
felt
lot more
pathetic
money,
being
too.
30 buying my first electric guitar.
Why?
I don't know. You're supposed to get that when you're like 15.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we walked in. We were like, you know what? We're like literally so bored. We're starting a band right now,
dude. What are your punk names?
I don't know.
Nick.
Nick Chink.
Yeah.
Because they're just supposed to be offensive words, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Adam, your turn. Nick had his locked and loaded, dude. Stavros Penis. Nick Ching. And Adam?
Adam AIDS.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Hey, Adam AIDS. We got it, dude.
Punk.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Yeah, thanks.
Nick farted off mic.
I did. I'm not going to disrespect a gear by... Yeah, dude, I'm full of chili. That chili aged perfectly, by the way.
Oh, a nice 2-day-old chili is good.
Congratulations,
that
my
chili
friend.
is fucking good now, boy.
I thought it's been much more than 2 weeks or 2 days.
It's been years. I've been aging. One of those like stupid subscription man companies on Instagram where you can like pay $30 a month to be a Ernest Hemingway or whatever.
Oh yeah, like those boxed things.
Yeah. They have like little barrels so you can age shit. And fucking, you can like get your fucking
Like your
Johnny
own
Walker
aged
and
whiskey?
then pour whiskey into a tiny little barrel. It's like
so that in a year you could drink like one nice glass of whiskey.
It's whiskey that someone else made, right?
Don't look. To the 3 women that listen to the show, don't fuck those guys.
Yeah.
Tell your friends, don't fuck those guys. Don't allow them to fuck. A man that wears like suspenders, you know, a man that's like going out looking like a groomsman, don't fuck that guy ever. You know?
Do those guys have sex?
They do, unfortunately.
They do.
Well, we're being sexist because there's also dumb bitches. There's just dumb bitch versions of those dudes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's bitches that love the Lumineers out
That
there.
like kind of it's sort of a very like 2008
2008 hipster.
It's not even 2000.
So like a kind of like a Willy Wonka kind of vibe.
Well, it is. Yeah, it occupies that space in culture. Because I guess we're here in Brooklyn. We're at the vanguard.
We're in the
bleeding edge.
We're in the center of the dawning of the age of Aquarius.
Yeah, I mean, I literally look like a mentally retarded boy being brought to putt golf, and Stav is missing a tooth. I mean, you don't get more high fashion than this.
Yeah, this is good.
I'm in sweatpants.
But yeah, it's like I think about like people who live in like fucking Virginia or whatever. They're just now getting into beard oil and.
Oh no, you're right. You're right.
You know, they dress like hipsters here from like 5-6 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kinane used to have a joke about like the hipster in every town means a different thing. Like they're like, he's in Cincinnati. They're like, oh yeah, my boy Dave's a total hipster. He's like, why? He's like, he wears like sneakers. Yeah.
We should move to Cincinnati. Be the coolest guys there, dude.
Dude, they eat chili on spaghetti.
Adam Hayes and Nick Chink.
Yeah, chili mac. You do that here with macaroni.
Is that what's this? That's like a Cincinnati thing, though, right? The chili
Skyline
spaghetti.
chili.
Skyline chili.
Mm-hmm. It looks like dog shit.
Yeah.
Well, all chili kind of looks like dog shit.
Yeah, but with under spaghetti, no thanks. Or over spaghetti, I suppose.
Biscotti. Why do children call it that?
Because they're dumb as shit.
I always wonder about that shit. It's like how kids know. Remember the like, aw.
Yeah.
Remember, like every fucking.
I remember aw.
Yeah, everybody did that shit.
The ooh.
No, they're like aw.
Oh yeah, the driving thing.
Not the driving thing.
What?
If somebody was in trouble, they would. Escalating like crescendo.
It's human
awing.
nature. It's like baboons.
Yeah, it is like baboons.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Nobody did that though. Nobody's making monkey noises.
I think some. I mean, but we evolved to awe.
I don't know.
I didn't come from no monkey.
Where the fuck does that come from? The children all just know how to say the same shit.
Where's the hot lava game come from?
I think it is natural to go. It's not universal.
Every kid plays.
I did not do that shit until.
You didn't play Flores Hot Lava?
Not until a couple years ago.
Yeah, like
not until you were.
I did like 6 months ago. I started doing it.
Yeah,
that's when I got into it. Not stepping on cracks.
I literally didn't. I didn't find out about that shit until like college. No joke.
Flores Hot Lava?
Yeah.
You didn't have that in Greek Town?
Not really. I don't think so.
What games did you guys play?
Smash the Jew.
Yeah.
Sniff out the Albanian.
Yeah.
Suck off a little boy. But
Fold.
you were the little boy as a kid.
Yeah. Did you do anything with like?
Remember how fucked up the game?
Philo dough?
The game Smear the Queer was.
Yeah.
It's just like.
What's that? Where you wipe feces on a? Gay person?
You find a gay old man as a child. The older and weaker, the better. And then you shit on his face.
When I worked in a mall when I was 15, there was like an old trans guy that would walk through the mall in the mornings that had like a little like sun hat with a daisy.
Hell yeah!
on
Salute to that guy. That's an early adopter.
Like, trainers in like a dress, like a sundress, just fucking. He looked like Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino.
Well, she looked like.
Yeah. What are you spooks up to? I'm sorry, ma'am.
Damn, being an early trans person, salute
Grandma
to them.
Torino.
They really took the
Grandma Torino.
They took the knocks.
It's a movie about like an old clinger from MASH.
Oh yeah.
He's finally got home from Korea.
He just kept dressing like a woman.
Yeah.
It's a
Suck my dick.
So was Altman's son wrote that song?
the
Suicide is Painless.
Suicide is Painless. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he?
Damn.
Yeah, I think so.
It's very funny.
15-year-old boy. You know,
Did
you
he?
could fuck him if you were in France.
That's nice, dude.
Yeah.
Is he hot?
I don't know.
Well,
Good songwriter.
I don't know if I want to fuck him. He's not hot.
Robert Altman's son.
Mm-hmm. He's old now, but
He's
at the
probably an
time.
adult man, yeah.
Did anyone see the new Jumanji?
Probably. I did
No,
not.
I was gonna movie pass it with Jonah the other day, and
It
then we
feels
didn't
like
go.
they just take a bad idea and they're like, I don't know, just put The Rock in it.
It's The Rock and Jack Black.
Yeah.
And Kevin Hart and some hot lady.
Come on, that's a fucking huge cast. That's a block, but like Kevin Hart and The Rock are probably the two biggest movie stars right now.
No.
I want to watch Girls
Alicia
Trip.
Silverstone.
That's
and,
right.
Raquel
Christian
Welch.
Slater.
Yeah.
the trio.
Rock
Matt
Hudson.
Yeah, the biggest movie stars right now. Oh shit, probably Carrie Elwes.
Yep. Carrie Elwes.
Sally Kellerman.
Sally Fields.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. Who else? Yeah, Tom Skerritt for sure.
Oh, definitely the Scare Man, the Scarecrow.
Dennis Farina.
Yeah. Get that mustache jumping. How'd you like to get your pussy eaten by
He's
that
dead,
mustache?
right?
Is he?
Dennis Farina.
R.I.P. if he is.
Probably.
Did you guys ever eat? Isn't like some kind of oatmeal type thing called farina?
Yes.
Did you guys ever eat it?
No.
It's pretty good.
No, is it? Well, that'll be the end of the episode.
Hold on. Funny Moms. We have Funny Moms.
Funny Moms tomorrow night. The
March 12th.
Come on, everybody, at 9. We've got a good lineup.
Good lineup. Hot lineup.
Shalewa, Sharp.
Chris DiStefano. Andy Haynes. We might add another person.
Andrew Haynes, our old pal, friend of the show.
Yeah, so Boston, March 22nd is sold out, and a lot of people keep messaging me asking if I can get them into the show. I don't think so. I don't know. I think it's
Can you
sold
add
out.
another show?
I might. Look, if I can't add another show, I'll just book another show in Boston like in a month or two. So I can come back and then, it's whatever. I mean, I'm trying to work out a new hour. This first show is probably going to be fucking terrible. I mean, I'm being upfront.
Are you doing an hour?
A lot of people think I'm doing a bit by saying that, but
no, yeah.
You're going to get 15 minutes of new material and then me going into my feature act from 8 years ago.
It was a good act.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense. I mean, I have there's people who know me now, have been listening to me talk. They're like, why is he talking about
call center
stamps?
Yeah.
We're in a fucking call center.
The call center bit's good.
That's very funny. I think that's the first bit I ever heard you do.
What, the call center?
The call center one. Yeah, the old people trying to use the computer.
Yeah.
I am in Philadelphia on 3/17 this weekend. Stop doing that. What the fuck are you doing? Stop.
I'm having a good time, dude.
Stop. Goddamn. 3/7. I'm there this weekend, this Saturday. The first show is already sold out. The second show at 10 is almost sold out, and we've added an 11:30 show. So please buy your tickets to that late show. Maybe I'll do the late show toothless.
Oh, so get tickets to 2 shows.
Yeah, get tickets to 2 shows.
It's Toothless Tuesdays every Sunday at the Live Nightclub. Are you ready for the most ethnic-ass comedy show you've ever seen?
So yes, I think
$12 to get in, $13 to exit. 9 comedians. One of them has a gun.
So yes, please come tomorrow and to our shows in Boston and Philly.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
find this scientifically fascinating.
All that is visible must grow beyond us, extend into the realm of the invisible.
When you hear the chimes ring like this. Now, all this has happened before, and it will all happen again.
Welcome to Mysterious Universe, the program dedicated to bringing you news from beyond the mainstream, from future science, ancient history, and the paranormal to the UFO phenomenon. Join us in taking an alternative look into the universe around us. Welcome to the Mysterious Universe podcast. I'm your host, Benjamin Grundy. Thanks for downloading the show. You're listening to episode 67 this week, and we have a bit of a theme for this episode, at least towards the end of the show. We've got a couple of interesting reincarnation stories to share, and then an interview with a Californian man, Ron, who shares with us his experience, a near-death experience that occurred when he was 18 after a terrible car accident. And we get to hear about how this changed his life. Now, before we get to those, we've got a really interesting mix of things to start with. And the first one's bizarre. This is from the BBC.co.uk, and it's a report that expectant fathers can suffer from pregnancy symptoms. This is according to UK research. They say that men can suffer from phantom pregnancy. They write that morning sickness, cramps, back pains, and swollen stomachs were all reported by men whose partners were pregnant. Researchers at St George's University in London, who carried out the study of 282 dads-to-be, said the phenomenon was known as QuSa syndrome. Experts said it was not clear why some men had similar symptoms to their partners, but it could be related to anxiety over the pregnancy. So isn't this strange? And they've got a list of the symptoms that the expected fathers had. I mean, it's really varied. That back pain, mood swings, even food cravings. And the article reports here that in more extreme cases, men developed swollen stomachs that looked like a baby bump. And during the study, most men noticed symptoms in the early stages of their partner's pregnancy, while others had to cope with problems right through to the delivery. Now, apparently this syndrome, QuSa syndrome, comes from the French word couver, which means to hatch, but it's not a recognised medical condition, although some say it should be, especially after the results of this study. A few researchers said that these men become so attuned with their partners that they start to develop the same symptoms. So there's some sort of mental link, some sort of psychic connection there that creates these physical attributes. And Dr. Arthur Brennan, the senior lecturer at St George's University who led the study, said often the men haven't got a clue about what's happening to them. And he again mentioned that doctors don't recognise this syndrome. There's no medical diagnosis for it. Yet this research proves that the syndrome really does exist. He says the results speak for themselves. So what an interesting topic, and it brings to light the power of the psychic bond, if you will, between a man and a woman, between a wife and a husband. So strong, in fact, that the mind can create these physical symptoms. So if there's any guys out there listening and your wife is pregnant, don't worry about the morning sickness. It'll probably pass eventually. You can find that article at bbc.co.uk and also in the show notes at mysteriousuniverse.org. Now, the next story we have is also from the UK. This is from the Daily Mail. And this kid deserves an award for stubbornness. It's Ben Grockek. He was told at the age of 3 that he needed a tonsil operation and was terrified by it. He was so terrified, in fact, he insisted he would never speak again if the surgery went ahead. His parents brushed this off as a threat and the operation took place. But when Ben awoke, he stuck to what became his final word. For the next 10 years, he retreated into a world of silence. Until now, that is. At 13, Ben has started talking properly for the first time thanks to a confidence course run by his local fire brigade. Now, according to the article, this course persuaded him to open up. It took 5 days, and at the end, he finally said a hesitant thank you, his first word in 10 years. And now that he's gotten chatting again, the floodgates have opened and he started talking to his teachers and friends. Actually, the article states that for 4 years he did speak, but only to his brother, who's now 12, and only when they were alone. So at least he had someone to talk to. But with everyone else, he just basically wrote notes and performed hand signals to communicate. And unlike the last story, there is actually a diagnosis for this action. It's called selective mutism. It's classified as a rare anxiety disorder which leaves children terrified of speaking in certain situations. His mother's quoted here as saying she first felt it was just the shock of the operation that stopped him from speaking, but then it became such a strong habit that he just couldn't do it anymore. And I guess obviously there had to have been some serious mental issues going on there. At first when I read it, I thought, man, that guy's just a really stubborn, naughty kid, but obviously he needed some help. So it's good the story has a happy ending. He is now chattering all the time, according to his friends and parents. You can find that at thedailymail.co.uk. Now, the next article we have is from the seattlepilot.com, and it's about a really promising case. I'd like to see more of these where the public has stepped forward and fronted the cash for a scientist to go where mainstream scientific establishment definitely doesn't want to go, or at least have to pay for. And that's into the hairy physics of time travel. The article writes, a University of Washington scientist who could not obtain funding from traditional research agencies to test his idea that light particles act in reverse time has received more than $35,000 from folks nationwide who didn't want to see his admittedly far-fetched idea go unexplored. They've got a quote here from Mitch Rudman, a music industry executive in Las Vegas, whose family foundation donated $20,000 to the experiment. He said this country puts a lot more money into things that seem, to me, much crazier than this. He added, it's outrageous to me that talented scientists have to go looking for a few bucks to do anything slightly outside the box. The scientist's name is John Kramer, and certainly what he's proposing to do is thinking outside the box. He's looking into quantum retrocausality, looking into the fundamental qualities of the universe. There's another quote here from Denny Moore, a scientist who works for a biotech firm. He said, I had $2,000 set aside to buy myself a really nice guitar, but I thought I'd rather support something that's really mind-boggling and cool. Now, according to the article, Kramer has been a physicist for decades and has been interested in resolving a fundamental paradox of quantum mechanics, the theory that accounts for the behavior of matter and energy at subatomic levels. It's called the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox. Now, Einstein didn't really like quantum theory, especially one aspect of it he ridiculed as spooky action at a distance, because it seemed to require subatomic particles interacting faster than the speed of light. But the article states, however, that the experimental evidence has continued to pile up, demonstrating this spooky action. Two subatomic particles split from a single particle do somehow instantaneously communicate, no matter how far apart they get in space and time. And of course, this phenomenon is described as entanglement and non-local communication. Now, apparently there's been all sorts of unsatisfying attempts and efforts to solve this puzzle, but Kramer has proposed an explanation that doesn't violate the speed of light, but does kind of mess with the traditional concept of time. He's quoted here as saying it could involve signaling or communication in reverse time. Now, he aims at using retrocausality to resolve this paradox, and it's dubbed by him the transactional interpretation of quantum mechanics. Currently, most physicists, and the article points out even Stephen Hawking, still believes time can only move in one direction, which is forward, but Kramer contends there is no hard and fast reason why. So he's proposed a relatively simple benchtop experiment using lasers, prisms, splitters, fiber optic cables, and other gizmos to first see if he can detect non-local signaling between entangled photons. And he hopes to get it going in July using this funding he's received from the public. And then if he succeeds, he wants to go after more traditional funding sources and build up the scale of the experiment. So the research is really, really interesting, but what I think makes this story important is the reaction he got from established science and also the response he got from the public. Now, he first took the experiment to NASA's Institute for Advanced Concepts. Straight away, they sent him a rejection letter, adding it was getting out of the advanced concepts business anyway. And DARPA, considered the most creative branch of the military science industrial complex, also rejected Kramer's proposal. Officials at DARPA told the physicist his experiment was too weird, even though they recently gave money in support of a project aimed at creating Terminator-like liquid robots. So Kramer thought he was going to have to pull the plug on the whole thing, but then word got out on the net about his funding plight, and a few months ago, after an original article in this publication, the Seattle Pie, the funding started to come in. So I just loved the idea that the public was so inspired by his research and wanted to give him a chance. They were willing to put money into the project. And it's certainly something I'd be willing to give money to myself if a scientist wants to think outside the box and conduct an experiment that challenges what we think we know about physics. I think it's fantastic that people want to help and be a part of that. You can find the full article at seattlepie.com. I'll put the links up in the show notes. He says that even if his experiment isn't successful, we still may learn more on the science and quantum mechanics just by him performing it.
Hi, my name is Rodrigo. I'm calling. I was listening to episode 66 of Mysterious Universe, and I was getting along to the part of the Yowies in Australia. And I was at work when I was listening to this, and I was just thinking, and just looking up information on Yowies, Bigfoot, all that stuff from my desk. And I just started thinking a lot about it when all of a sudden I got a call at my work. What I do at work is I send internet components to customers worldwide, and the call that came into me was from Australia, and the customer was in Bateman's Bay, and I was just like, "What? There's no way!" And it turns out that it was an order that was going to the Department of Environment and Conservation, campground number something, right in Bateman's Bay, and I got right excited about it, and then I went ahead and proceeded to call the customer like we usually do, and I even asked the customer about if she had heard about the Yowie sighting, and yeah, she did, and it was just a totally, I guess if you believe in coincidence, coincidental, which I don't, but just to let you know that, and keep up the good work. I love the show. Have a good one.
Hey, Rodrigo, thanks for calling in. What an awesome case of synchronicity. It was really good to hear from you. And still on the topic of cryptozoology, there's a new article from Loren Coleman on cryptomundo.com about these giant snake reports that have started appearing from the Midwest in the United States. Loren writes that 100 years ago, explorer Colonel Percy Harrison Fawcett was sent by the Royal Geographic Society to make a thorough survey of the Rio Abuna and Acre rivers. He encountered a giant snake, and today the sightings of a large serpent have stirred the media. Fawcett ran across his snake in 1907 as he was drifting along the Rio Negro. Fawcett shot the creature and finally examined it on the riverbank where it came ashore. Now, according to Fawcett, the snake measured 45 feet out of the water and 17 in it for a total of 62 feet. Now, Loren continues to write that Dating from 1919 up through more recent sightings in 1975, a 40-foot snake was seen on the slopes of Big Top Mountain in Pennsylvania. And now finally we have reports in 2007 out of Bristol, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, and they're all of a small serpent by comparison, and a 9-foot-long snake said to be on the loose and reportedly eating several kittens. The Bucks County giant snake is yet to be captured. Coleman's got a copy up here of the Associated Press article reporting on this 9-foot snake loose in Bristol in Bucks County. And if you're from the area, look out, because it's still on the loose. A headless carcass of a stray cat was found under a house last week. And then the next day the carcass was gone, and neighbours said a cat that was raising 7 kittens under the house now has only 4. Now, the Bristol Township officials actually caught a 9.5-foot albino Burmese python on Wednesday last week. But it was an albino, and authorities said that the snake they're searching for is thought to be dark-coloured. And they ended up setting a trap for it, which the snake managed to trip the trap but escape somehow. Now, if you're in the area, I don't want to be an alarmist, but there is a giant cat-eating snake on the loose. So I'll put links up to that article in the show notes so you can find out more information. Now, before we move on to our interview for today's show, which involves certain aspects of reincarnation and near-death experiences, I wanted to bring you a couple of interesting accounts or regressions from past lives. Christine, one of our contributors from MysteriousUniverse.org, was kind enough to round these up for me. The first one is from hypnoticworld.com, and it's apparently memories from the Stone Age. It was sent in by one of the readers of the site, who said, "This story came to me while I was meditating. This lifetime was thousands of years ago. We didn't even look exactly like people look now. We lived in tribes in caves. I was a strong man, a hunter, and a warrior in my youth, which was very young by today's standards. The climate was usually cold, and I get a feeling of Northern Europe. I had a wife and children and a beloved sister. During a fierce battle with a neighbouring tribe, I was struck in the left side of my left knee joint with an arrow. The people in my tribe, including my wife, took care of me, but were only able to get the shaft of the arrow out, leaving the arrowhead embedded in my left knee. I got very ill with a high fever from infection. It was the custom for my people, when someone was too sick or injured to carry the weight, to put them out of the cave. It was agreed by all, including me, that this was what had to be done with me. No one felt bad, it was just the way things were. So I was carried outside the cave, and another man even took my place at my hearth with my wife and children. My sister came outside and implored me to return to her hearth. Her husband agreed that, though unusual, this could be done, as his wife loved me so. Years went by and I healed, but was never able to walk again. My sister's husband hunted and fed me along with his family without complaint. I spent hours with the children in the tribe and was a great storyteller. My own children were there also, but I was no longer their father, and I felt no resentment about this. When I was an old man, probably around 25, there was a particularly harsh winter. Food was scarce and hunters often returned empty-handed. I was sleeping in my place near the fire when I woke to hear my sister and her husband talking. He was complaining about having to feed me and was very resentful towards my sister. He had always been kind to me, so I was surprised. It was obvious that his anger would only escalate and that he would take it out on my sister, though the next day he spoke to me in a friendly manner as though nothing had been said. That night, while everyone slept, I crawled with difficulty outside the cave. It was snowing very hard, it was very cold. It didn't take long for me to die. I just went to sleep. Now, in this lifetime, I've had several injuries to my left knee area. The first was a gash requiring stitches when I was a child. I've also had fractures on damaged nerves permanently. I then had a torn meniscus, and they told me that my kneecap wasn't even in the right place. More cartilage is torn till now, and I basically have no cartilage left in that knee. I've also torn the ligaments in that knee sometime since my injury last year. I also do have a sister who is devoted to me and my brother-in-law, who turned out to be a real creep, even though for years I thought we were friends. And that account carries some similarities that I've often read about in these past life regressions, these past life memories, is that somehow injuries carry over between lives, and these alleged experiences in previous lives impact our current life and perhaps future ones as well. This one just now is particularly interesting because it does go back so far. It really does sound like the Stone Age, whereas a lot of past life regressions seem to be from, the last couple of 100 years. Now, coming up after the break, we've got another interesting story of reincarnation, this time from northern India. If you want to check out more past life regressions, there's plenty more on this site. You'll find the links to it in the show notes at mysteriousuniverse.org. Now, the next story of reincarnation we have is from India, and it's quite a famous one. It was actually broadcast in 1990 on the BBC news program 40 Minutes. It's the case of Titu Singh, who was 2.5 years old when he began to tell his family of his other life in Agra, a city in northern India. Now, his memories were quite specific. He said that he had been the owner of a radio, TV and video shop. His name was Suresh Verma. He had a wife named Uma and 2 children. He also said that he had been shot, then cremated, and his ashes had been thrown in the river. Now, at first his parents didn't take him seriously, but his behaviour really puzzled them. He often behaved as if he wasn't part of their family. Repeatedly, Titu would tell his parents that he was homesick and wanted to go back to Agra. Once he became so insistent about leaving that he rolled his clothes into a bundle and threatened to leave home. Titu's older brother decided to travel to Agra to check out his younger brother's claims. He found a video shop called Suresh Radio, which was run by a widow named Uma, whose husband had been shot just as Titu had described. The brother approached Uma and explained how his little brother claimed to be her deceased husband. Obviously, this information made her feel very odd. She decided to visit the Singh family the next day and see what truth there was in this young child's report. When the Verma family arrived unannounced, Titu was outside washing at the tap and spotted them first. He recognised them immediately and shouted to his parents that his other family had come. They invited the visitors to sit on the veranda, and Titu asked Uma to sit near him. Certainly an odd way for a 5-year-old in India to relate to a grown woman. He asked about the children and then stunned the widow by recounting the details of a family outing to a fair in a neighbouring village where Suresh had bought her sweets. Information that only she could have known. Titu later described burying gold in a hole in the house. Now, after this meeting, it was then arranged that Titu be taken to his old hometown of Agra. When he and his entourage arrived, it had been arranged for Suresh's 2 children to be playing among many other neighbourhood children as a test for Titu. Titu recognised them immediately, singling them out from their playmates. Upon entering the video shop, Titu correctly identified changes made to the shop since Suresh's death. Now, this ongoing drama was played out by both families. Titu's parents had mixed feelings about his relationship with his former family, and his mother, who had 5 older children, didn't mind him talking about his other parents and former family. There's a quote here from her saying, "I feel as though we are all part of the same family. I'm comforted by his childish loyalty," saying that although he has parents elsewhere, we will always be his real parents. But Titu complains, "I wear old clothes." He says he used to buy Uma expensive saris. Titu's father said that he was afraid that when Titu was older, he might break ties with them and go live with his other family. This account is incredible, but here's the real twist to it. Now, getting back to Suresh's murder, Titu accurately described how Suresh had been shot in the head at night while sitting in his car after arriving home from work. This was corroborated by Uma. The TV cameras showed the autopsy report of Suresh Verma, which confirmed that he had been shot in the head and died from a bullet wound to the right temple. The autopsy showed the exact size and location of the wound and the exit wound on the opposite side of Suresh's head. Then they shaved Titu's hair to reveal a birthmark, a round indented shape which coincided exactly with the location of the entry wound of the bullet that killed Suresh Verma. The camera also showed a second birthmark on the other side of Titu's head that coincided exactly with the exit wound. Now, Titu ended up telling more details of the murder to an Agra court and was able to convince authorities that he actually was the reincarnation of the murder victim. And to finish off the account, there's a quote from a professor at Delhi University who was saying, because of the police involvement, it's one of the best documented cases of reincarnation ever seen. So what an amazing account, and I especially find the birthmark fascinating. The case of the exit wounds becoming birthmarks. I've got a birthmark just below my right knee, and I've always had problems with my knees. Like, when it gets wet, my knees start to ache. It was worse when I was younger, but I just had really bad pains in my knees whenever the weather would get cold and get really stiff and sore. Now I'm starting to think about that story. Maybe something happened to my knee in a past life. Who knows? Thanks to Christine from MysteriousUniverse.org for finding those stories for us. You can read that one and more past life experiences at childpastlives.org. The links will be in the show notes. And coming up next, we have our interview with Ron and his near-death experience.
I can follow you in the direction you're taking. Come and stay with me, 'cause I am soon to awaken. Just go live your life, I'm not gonna throw you a stone. Won't follow the direction which the wind has blown. No, don't let go and stay with me.
Joining us today on the Mysterious Universe podcast is Ron, a 36-year-old artist and writer from Lander, California. And Ron first contacted me with a voicemail after we did a show on past life experiences and reincarnation issues. And it was extremely interesting. Ron had some memories, or lack of memories, that appeared after a very serious car accident. And he's here to share his experience with us. How are you today, Ron?
Great. How are you doing?
Very well, thanks. It's really good to speak to you. I've been dying to have a chat with you since you first got in touch with us. Now, this accident you had, can you take us through as much as you can remember from it and what happened to you?
Yeah. Well, it was a sunny afternoon. I was 18 years old. I had just gotten off work. I had a girlfriend that I'd been seeing for a couple of years, and first thing I did after getting off work was go see my girlfriend. So, like normal, jumped in my car, and that's when my memories stop and what I've been told kind of put together starts.
So everything you're about to share about the accident, the details of its specifics, is what's been told to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
At that point, I drove around the corner from my house and went to make a left turn at a T-bone intersection. And when I made the left turn, a young kid in a Volvo sedan hit me in the driver door doing 85 miles an hour. So you can imagine the impact there. My car was thrown 50 feet into a field. And at that point, my injuries were my pelvis was shoved into my chest cavity and broken. My left lung had exploded. My aorta had exploded. My diaphragm had torn, my intestine was torn up, and my stomach was torn up, and my spleen had exploded. I was dead. I was a ball of goo inside, basically. And I laid there in my car, at that point in the passenger seat, obviously. And the funny thing is if I wasn't wearing my seatbelt at the time, I would have been thrown out the window and I would have gotten a head injury. But I did not receive a head injury at all.
So that's incredible. Your head wasn't affected at all during the accident? Nothing happened at all?
It shoved me from my driver's seat straight into the passenger seat with my hips and pelvis taking the brunt of the force, and my spine luckily bending instead of breaking. And I was dead, and for 6 minutes I laid there approximately, and a fireman who are paramedic, who is coming home from work, and his EMT truck just happened to be driving by.
Wow.
Stopped, grabbed his tackle box, went to work on me, revived me somehow. Still not exactly sure how you revive somebody in my condition. You know,
The fact that you're alive is astounding, considering the injuries. And if you were clinically dead for 6 minutes, it's an amazing story.
Yeah, and then I went to the hospital. They picked me up, took me to the hospital, put me back together. In the process, they had to stop my heart again to do repairs to my aorta and my heart, put prosthetic pieces in there, Kevlar, actually. Nice bulletproof pieces. And I regained consciousness 9 days later. They had decided that I needed to be sent home to heal, because this is where, which is the stranger part of the story.
Before we go into that, can I ask if you have memories? Is your life leading up to the accident fine? Is all that perfectly clear in your memory?
No, it's still like TV. It's TV. It's like I watched it on TV. You know, it's like an old movie you remember in your head. You know, we all got them. Like I got scenes from Liquid Sky stuck in the back of my head.
Yeah.
You know?
So it's vivid, but it doesn't seem quite real. Would that be a way to describe it?
It's not even vivid. It's very skewed. It's very It's not from the person that I am and I was after the accident. My memories after my accident are completely vivid, with all my ideas and ideals and perspectives.
Tell us about what happened after you survived this incredible accident. What were you experiencing?
I felt as if I was here, like I belonged here, but was not like I'd been here before. Like things made sense to me. I mean, basic physics made sense to me, but little things were difficult, like why people use a toilet didn't make sense. I mean, very peculiar questions started appearing in my mind about the goings-ons of life from the beginning, you know, because it was like being here for the first time, if that makes any sense. I mean, things made sense. It's not like another dimension or anything like that.
Right.
It's like, you know.
Right, so you could still interact with the world. You still had, basic human functions, but there's certain things that just didn't make sense to you or didn't feel natural to you. Would that be correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you give the example of the toilet? Is there any other specifics that come to mind?
Speaking made no sense to me. It took me probably about 9 weeks to really make sentences that made sense.
Now, the first thing that comes to mind here, and when I've told friends this story after you first called me, was that this guy must have brain damage. You know, you must have hit your head in this accident and you have some sort of brain damage. Your brain wasn't affected at all during this incident.
That's what they've told me.
Now, what are some of the other changes that you started to notice as time went on?
An understanding of things that was very ethereal to people. A lot of people would ask me questions about things that I shouldn't know anything about, and I was able to just answer them. And they would ask me how I knew that, and at the time I didn't know, you know, and over time I've made up stories, you know, and tell people, oh, well, you know, I just saw it on TV or something. You know, just so you don't get weird looks.
Yeah.
You know, you walk up to a piece of machinery that, like, I learned how to operate a forklift in 5 minutes, and nobody showed me anything ever. I'd never even touched one. I made up a story to my boss that, oh, my grandfather showed me how to use his tractor, and it was similar. Just so I didn't get weird looks. It's become very common that I do that just to avoid getting strange looks about knowing how to do things, just without even thinking twice about it.
So is that something that you have after this accident? Is like an affinity with like mechanical things and machines and that sort of thing?
Yeah, before the accident, I was actually studying to become a architect or engineer.
Okay.
In high school, I'd taken many classes on drafting, and that was pretty much my goal in life, was to become an architect.
But did you still have that kind of affinity with knowing how things worked before the accident?
No.
So this was in something entirely new, almost an ability that had come forth since the incident.
Yeah, I was naturally talented with stuff. I was naturally talented with electronics, and I was the kid that could take apart electronics and put it back together and get it to work. Had always amazed my mother, and she had felt that I was gifted in some way, but not to the degree I was afterwards, if that makes sense. When you think of a person, you have to understand we all have certain portions of us. We have our personality, we have our ego, we have our intellect, we have our body, and how we perceive those to ourselves, there are very distinct lines.
These changes, you mentioned your mother there, these changes that came about after the accident, were a lot of these things just natural, intrinsic things that you noticed within yourself, or did it take family members to say, hang on a second, Ron, you're a little bit different, or you're a lot different than you were before?
Well, right from the beginning, my girlfriend noticed a very peculiar sense of humor in me that was very, very different from the type of sense of humor that I had before. In fact, one of the first things I said was, when recovering, was I contracted a urinary infection from the catheter that they had me on. And the doctor came in and was telling me that, and my interpretation of that was I had bugs in my pee.
Okay.
And I was making jokes like that, which sounds normal, but that's not the type of jokes that I would have told.
So she noticed an instant change in character.
Yeah. A very instant change in character. She also noticed I had completely lost my sexual desire for her. And I really didn't feel like I knew her. I knew her, but I didn't feel like I knew her anymore. I knew about her is what I felt. So she also noticed quite a bit of me distancing myself from her.
I want to get to the big question, and something that you mentioned in your first voicemail to me was that you felt somehow that it could be possible that you would actually come into this body during the accident, that you had recently arrived in the body. How did you come to that feeling, and did it evolve, or was it immediate? And can you go into detail on why you think that?
Well, from the beginning, all my memories seemed like a movie of my entire life. They no longer seemed like my memories. The next thing I started to notice is people making comments about my personality. From my perspective, I felt normal, but I felt like I hadn't been here before. I knew my way around generally, but I didn't. Kind of like, how you can go to a new city and you can figure it out. You look for a bus stop to get a general idea for a map of the city. And that's how everything was, even though I'd been living in this place 3 years. Where the store was, I had to be told, quite regularly. Then as time progressed, I joined a group of people and started going to meetings for what's called the Near-Death Society here in America. And they're a group in Seattle. They have a big group for people that have been through near-death experiences, because I was having a lot of psychological problems because so much of the world just was so new to me and it did not make sense. Like where stuff was, countries and governments and, stuff that I had learned in school, but for some reason didn't know about. And I was starting to get very distressed. So I joined this group of people, and their theory was basically that when someone has a near-death experience, one of two things can happen. You can come back or somebody else can come back. They felt like part or most of somebody else came back, and that's why everything seemed so unfamiliar to me.
If this is a possibility that you've actually come into this body, do you have any recollections or memories of what was before that, of a previous existence or anything like that?
After the accident, I had a lot of dreams of very brightly colored desert area, almost Ansel Adams style colors, with 2 suns.
2 suns?
Tons of dreams of that. Repeatedly. And I mean, that's as close to a memory of it I think it would be.
Special thanks there to Ron for joining us on the show and sharing his experience. And isn't that incredible what he went through and the changes he had, even though there was no head trauma, no brain injuries at all. Now, the interview continues after the break for premium members, where we briefly touch on the topic of star seeds and indigo children with Ron. So stay tuned for that if you're a premium member. If you're not a premium member and you would like to receive the extended episodes, just head on over to mysteriousuniverse.org. Click on the icon in the top right of the sidebar. You can sign up to become a premium member. It's only $5 a month, and you get 3 podcasts a week, an extended edition of this show, and an extra 2 episodes of the podcast Mind Shots every single week. Also on the site, just below that premium membership icon, you'll see the podcast link. That'll take you to all the show notes for this episode and previous episodes of the show, where you can get the links to the articles we've talked about, as well as the links to the music you've heard on the show, which is from the IOTA promo net. You can find them at iotalliance.com. You can also download the MP hosted by Network Designs Inc. They're an ISP in California. You can find them at networkdesignsinc.com. And lots of great discussion going on in the forum about the topics you hear on Mysterious Universe. Don't forget to send an email, give feedback on the show, suggestions for stories, just say hi. And we also have the call-in line where you can call in and leave a message, or even call in on my Skype ID and leave a message there. The number's in the US. It's 201-984-5764. You can use Skype to call in if you're outside the US, or just put a +1 in front of that number to call in from overseas. And in response to all this talk we've had recently of the star children, star seeds and that topic, Brian decided to call in and give his take on the whole thing.
Hi, this is Brian in San Diego, and I'm calling from Mysterious Universe. Ben, I just had heard on your podcast that most of the people who took your quiz about being a star child, and I think you said all of the people that took your quiz that emailed you had pretty much thought that they were star children, which makes me a little bit worried, since all those questions I had to answer no to. So it makes me believe that I might just be the only true human on this planet. So I am going to have to become a premium member just to make sure I'm watching you guys and make sure that nothing funny's going on, and that I'm not going to be visited during the night or my town will be taken over. So anyway, I will be watching. So do note that. Thanks, Ben. Bye.
Hey, thanks for calling in. And it's true that most people that got in touch with me had answered yes to all those questions. But I don't know about that quiz. I think the whole Star Child, Indigo Children thing is just too complicated and complex to have things answered in a quiz. Maybe the quiz was a trick. Maybe we were looking for someone who answered no to every question. Maybe you're the one we've been looking for. There's a new conspiracy theory for you. Now, before we wrap this up, I just wanted to let you know that we have applications open again for bloggers on mysteriousuniverse.org. If you'd like to become a contributor, there's a new post up on the website giving details on how you can apply. Basically, just need 4 new members to join the team. You don't have to have any writing experience, just basically be passionate about the topics we cover on the show and want to give it a shot. You can send through an application in 300 words or less. It's all on the website. You can email me for details. And also the MU space is going really well. I have to put a link up for it in the sidebar, but if you haven't heard about it yet, it's mysteriousuniverse.ning.com. That's Ning. Jump in and check it out. It's a cool place to share photos, videos, and just a fun thing to complement the forums. I think there's over 200 members now, which is pretty small compared to our audience, so do check it out if you want to have some fun. And that brings us to a close for episode 67 of Mysterious Universe. Thanks for tuning in. I've been your host, Benjamin Grundy. If you're a premium member, stick around. We've got more coming up. We're going to wrap up our interview with Ron and touch on the starseed topic again. And you also get to hear a story with the headline, Paris Hilton reveals NASA UFO secrets. I'm not joking. We've got that coming up for you after the break. So for everyone else, have a wonderful week, and I'll speak to you soon. What are your thoughts on the so-called star children, indigo children, star seeds, that sort of thing? I mean, we've covered previously on the show, and we'll have a few articles on this episode on these incredible past life experiences and certain individuals who believe they've come from, other star systems, other planets, other galaxies. Do you have any thoughts on this particular phenomenon? Do you think that you actually may be a star seed?
I have my feelings that I tend to think I might be. I would not. Other people think I am. Other people have flat out told me, from my mother to miscellaneous psychics and other people that I've come in contact with over the years, they all see it and recognize it in me. I don't know about the new hype about it all. I personally have noticed it. I mean, I know tons and tons of people that are having blonde-haired kids, and it's like, where did that come from? I've seen 2 different stories on the starseed. I've seen the story where people have taught their children to mimic things. So it appears that they're brightly intelligent and understanding. But I've also been in contact with kids and talked with them and had conversations with them that, you really shouldn't be able to have with a small child on topics ranging from astronomy to physics. I'm kind of torn on the starseed thing. I believe it is happening, but I don't believe as many of them out there as parents want to believe there is in this world of everybody's special.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think the issue of the parents comes into great question in a lot of these cases. It's how, exactly like you said, how special would you like your child to be? Well, on the topics of astrology, are those things that you suddenly had a better understanding of, that you had perhaps more of a deeper interest in after the accident?
Physics, actually. I gained a huge understanding of physics that, and quantum physics that I'd never had before. And fascination with it is one thing right off the bat that I was never really all that interested in as a child. I mean, it made sense to me, but I was never interested in it. But immediately afterwards, physics and quantum physics became almost a passion of mine.
With this, with the accident and with the changes that you've experienced, do you think that there was some purpose to this? Do you have a closer understanding to perhaps why this happened to you?
Well, my understanding, like I said, probably has something to do with the fact that when I was a small child, people seemed to recognize me as something different. I did not look like my parents. My father's short, and my mother's short. Both are under 5'6", and I'm 6 foot tall. My mother has red hair. My father has black hair. I have blonde hair. He has blue eyes. She has green eyes. I have brown eyes. You know, everybody even wondered if I was their child. So I matched all the starseed criteria, even as a small child. I tend to believe that it happened to me just because of that, if anything.
Did you take that quiz we had on episode 65?
Yeah, I did, and I actually
How'd you score?
fell into all of them except for the last two.
Okay.
The last two, I have a weird... I can stare straight at the sun. Hardly any problems. I take pictures of it all the time. In fact, I can look at the sun clearly, unlike most people. Most people, they look at the sun and they go, I'm one of those that can just about stare right at it.
For our listeners that didn't hear this episode, we had this quiz that was on the bookofThoth.com entitled Are You a Starseed? Are You of Non-Terrestrial Reincarnational Origin? And quite a few people emailed in and called in and said they answered yes to quite a lot of them. There was things on there like, are you a technophile? Do you love gadgets? Do you have an affinity with mechanical things? Do you have a great love and respect of animals and nature? Creativity was mentioned. Physical attributes were mentioned. Actually, quite a lot of things that you've brought up in our discussion today, Ron. And of course, one of them was photosensitivity, which we just mentioned there. Thank you for joining us, Ron. It was a pleasure to speak with you. And I hope we continue to have you in the audience of Mysterious Universe.
Of course you will. Thank you very much, Benjamin.
So that concludes our full interview with Ron from California. Thank you again, Ron, for sharing your story with us. And like I mentioned earlier on in the episode, what I found so special about his account is that he didn't suffer brain damage from the accident. So like I said in the interview, that was what people I told the story to had written it off as, was simply brain damage. But it doesn't look like he could do that for Ron's case. Now, we had a bit of a chat about the whole starseed and indigo children issue after the interview. And I mentioned to Ron that I think there is something to these children that show special abilities, and even adults that have special abilities, and in fact do exhibit some of the qualities that we saw in that questionnaire, that quiz that we had a couple of episodes back on starseeds and star children. But I said to Ron, if you prescribe to the idea that beings are reincarnating on Earth from a distant star system, how can it be that black and white that you can answer this with a questionnaire? It just doesn't make sense. Obviously, if this so-called starseed thing is happening, then it's more complex than that. And I said to Ron, if you believe that life in the universe is varied and spread and there's multiple different life forms out there, then why would just one type of being be popping up here on Earth at this period of time? It's too black and white for me. If you want to find out more about the topic, it's certainly something we can look into and try and find more sources for interviews. So if you do want to hear more, perhaps even a topic for a future Illumination Project episode, who knows, just let us know what you want. Now, to close out the extended edition of the show for you, we have a very, very important story about Paris Hilton, who has revealed NASA UFO secrets. Well, sort of. That's the title of the article. It's from articlebase.com. It's an interesting one from Bill Nell. It's actually got nothing to do with Paris Hilton. It's just in the title. It's about Buzz Aldrin and his phone interview he had on Friday, June the 8th, with Neil Cavuto on Fox News for the Your World program. Now, Buzz was originally booked to talk about the latest space shuttle launch, but he suddenly found himself being asked about Paris Hilton and had some very interesting things to say. Nell points out that the news for that day on June the 8th should have been quite interesting. There was a lot to talk about. A former preacher's wife was sentenced to 3 years in prison for shooting her husband in the back while he slept. A tax-protesting couple in New Hampshire discovered what happens when you challenge the authority of people who you elect to office. You get state police and an army of federal troops with tanks and federal agents with submachine guns at your door. And also the space shuttle took off on a mission to support the International Space Station. Lots to talk about, but none of these news pieces ended up being the biggest story of the day. Instead, it was, of course, Paris Hilton. And Nell writes that regardless of how you feel about the Paris affair, I'm sure you're all feeling quite nauseous, but it may have paid off in an unusual way for UFO researchers. Buzz Aldrin was supposed to be talking about the latest space shuttle mission, but imagine his surprise when the famous astronaut's guest spot was jammed into the middle of the never-ending discussion about Paris. An experienced media guest, Buzz is never at a loss for prefabricated words. Nell states that as long as you didn't ask him anything out of the ordinary, he had some terrific prepared responses. If you did, he stammered and stumbled. And this is exactly what happened on Fox News last week. He was asked to comment on how he felt about living in a world where Paris dominates the news for hours on end. And he began by stammering on about some science fiction book he once wrote, the story about a civilization that was going to be destroyed in exactly 140 years by a terrible calamity, which was totally strange. It had nothing to do with what he was asked, but it was just a good example of how thrown off he was by the question. But he continued and actually made a really lucid point. He apparently feels that we have lost our focus. Instead of worrying about how the Russians, Chinese and Japanese are slowly overtaking us in space research and exploration, we sensationalize and promote non-events like today's Paris debacle. And just as the segment was about to end on Fox News and they were about to go into the break, Aldrin reminisced about the old days of Apollo 11 and had this to say.
Listen, we just about could have said, look, we see a UFO out the window going along with us. You know what would have happened? The public would have gone crazy. Yeah, we were smart enough to say, where is the upper stage rocket? We think we might be looking at that out the window. Indeed, indeed. Okay, thanks a lot, Neil. I appreciate talking to you always.
Now, what on earth that had to do with the question about Paris Hilton and society, I don't really know, but if you didn't hear it, he said, suppose Neil and I said, look at what's outside of our window. It's a UFO. Instead, we said it's unusual to see a booster rocket outside of our window. Think about what people would have said and what they would have done if we told them it was a UFO following us. That's what it was. Now, this, of course, isn't the first time he said something like this. He also mentioned UFO encounters during the Apollo 11 mission when he was on that documentary, the Science Channel program, First on the Moon, The Untold Story. And that was in 2005. Nell's got a quote from him from that program where he said there was something out there that was close enough to be observed, and what could it be? Now, Nell points out that what he said in that documentary was interesting but really carefully worded and left the door open for all sorts of interpretations. But the statement he made on Fox News, think about what people would have said and what they would have done if we told them it was a UFO following us. That's what it was. It doesn't really leave much to the imagination. He's essentially saying there was a UFO following Apollo 11. Buzz Aldrin is saying that on Fox News. It's bizarre. And Neil goes on to point out some interesting facts about Neil Armstrong and his general, lack of enthusiasm for press events, which he says brings up another question. Why would NASA choose a quiet guy like Neil Armstrong to be the first man to walk on the moon? They had to know that everyone in the world would want to interview him for years to come. That could have been a major publicity boom for NASA. Instead, it turned into a bust that probably contributed to the eventual gutting of the space program. That leaves the door open for all kinds of speculation. Whenever he's asked a question about something that Neil Armstrong said or did during the Apollo 11 moon mission, Buzz Aldrin always says you would have to ask Neil about that. And Neil writes, we would love to, Buzz, but he's not talking. Now, the best we can hope for is a final disclosure from Armstrong while he's alive, or some kind of written or recorded statement left behind after he passes on. He's now almost 76 years old, and his last public appearance was at the White House in 2004 for the 35th anniversary celebration of the moon landing. And as usual, he had little to say during that occasion. So I just wanted to point that in your direction, and you can find more on Bill Nell's website. I'll put links up to that full article and his site in the show notes. Now, the last thing I wanted to leave with you is a new trailer for an upcoming documentary DVD produced by James Gilliland called Contact Has Begun. He runs the website eceti.org. That's ECETI.org. And it's based on UFO sightings, spiritual awakening, and enlightened contact with extraterrestrial intelligence. I'm sure there'll be some starseed info there for you if you're interested. So take a listen to the trailer. The DVD is coming out in July 2007. If it piques your interest, I'll have links up for you in the show notes at mysteriousuniverse.org. And that's it for me. Thanks for being a premium member. I'll catch up with you soon for the next episode of Mind Shots. Have a great weekend.
Contemos a la inversa. 10 segundos y fuego. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Sonido en el espacio. Silencio en mi cabeza.
They're both powering up. Holy smokes, I got both of them powering up.
What we are seeing against the backdrop of space itself is UFO footage shot over a period of years by James Gilliland, a man who's built a sanctuary near Mount Adams in the state of Washington.
The visions showed me this beautiful mountain, a river on the eastern border, and then a little mountain behind me. I would have to say the main question that should have been asked is, why are they here?
We are a civilization that's dedicated to destruction. There's saucers circling over the gate, and then they move over the missiles, and they start turning them off.
The greater family of man, or the off-worlders, you might call them, are deeply concerned. We've just seen the beginning of the Earth changes. They're going to escalate. It's going to be very intense in the next couple of years.
The current that regulates climate around the world will stall, and Europe will have a Siberian climate.
When we die, we leave the body, we move up through the spine, we come on out, and we blast on out as a light sphere. And I ended up in what they call the golden plane of bliss, where you're held in the arms of God, or the cradle of God. There it goes, it's doubling. It's split into two. You know, they've transcended war, disease, poverty, and they have that wisdom and that technology to share with humanity. They teach the basic universal principles such as universal peace and brother-sisterly love and living in harmony with each other and the planet. And you look at all the diversity of life in just this dimension alone and add 10 more dimensions to that, you can imagine what's out there. We have a golden opportunity right now to join the rest of the universe in peace and to unite with these beings that are extremely spiritually and technologically advanced, far beyond anything we can imagine.
Hey, Last Podcast on the Left listeners, we're looking to get some advertisers to help our podcast stay free as it always has been. We just need you to complete a short, anonymous survey that's going to take no more than 5 minutes. The answers that you give are going to help to match us up with advertisers that are going to best fit Last Podcast on the Left and you.
All right, and if you do complete the survey, you're going to be immediately entered into an ongoing monthly raffle to win a $100 Amazon gift card, which is a pretty great prize if you ask me.
We promise not to share or sell your email address. The fucking government doesn't. But we won't send you an email unless you win. Please go to podsurvey.com/last. That's podsurvey.com/LAST to take our survey and get a chance to win a $100 Amazon gift card, or, you know, we're gonna sell you some e-cigarettes.
Yeah, that'll be great. Henry, what would you do with a $100 gift card from Amazon?
I think I would buy the new expanded edition of Book of the Law by Aleister Crowley.
Do something better than that when you win with your $100 Amazon gift card.
Thank y'all and hail Satan.
There's no place to escape to. This is the last podcast on the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
How was your night?
Good, dude, good. Yeah, just did a couple of shows, and then I watched The Returns, and everyone was very sad.
Oh, yeah. Oh, is that the zombie one?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
What's The Return?
Election. There was an election yesterday.
Yeah, so we lost, huh?
I don't know. No one won. No one lost. It doesn't matter.
This country's been bought and fucking sold.
Bought and sold.
A long time ago. I don't care what anybody says. We are all a part of an end game that has been played out that started with George Washington's fucking wet dream 29,000 years ago.
He never came.
I'm just saying.
George Washington never ejaculated.
Elections aren't real. If you vote, you're just, it's good exercise.
I voted for the sticker. I voted and I got a sticker that said I voted, and then it was a conversation starter with ladies at the bar.
I did not vote.
Yeah.
Well, then you don't get a sticker, and then you don't know what to talk about with the ladies at the bar.
But the problems with the sticker is then they go like, so you voted? You're mostly getting just like mailmen and like guys that used to be senators.
Yeah, that's right.
I remember when I used to count on a vote, and they always disappointed me.
Yeah, and then they go and they sniff your snicker. They sniff on your sticker, and they remember the good times, the past.
I want to smell that sticker glue. And
smells like 1976.
This country is doomed. It doesn't matter. That are working on black operations that are controlling democracies all over the entire globe.
Well, it is interesting. They actually talk about, and a lot of the announcers are just like, most of the corporate money that came in, or the individual PAC money that came into these states are from out of the states, and everybody on the panels are just like, we don't know where the money's coming from. And that's the secret government.
Yes.
Which is very true. But we'll get into that in a later episode. We'll be covering secret governments, which is very, very fun.
Absolutely. We're definitely doing that episode because it's real and it's actually happening. Never mind the team of iguanas that are fucking making sure that our traffic is keeping us slow on the way to work every goddamn.
Okay, let's get into the episode.
Let's get into it. I'm just saying, I wish that it was lizards. That's the sad thing. It's big, fat, white dudes.
It doesn't matter.
More dangerous.
Reality isn't real. We're just a fucking hologram.
All right. Well, Henry's depressed. Everybody, welcome to the show. That's Marcus Sparks. God, I'm so happy. It's such a great day. It's such a wonderful day for Last Podcast on the Left. Finally, the wayward son has returned to New York City.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming back, Henry.
The seat is somehow warm. Like the warmth never left it from my bottom.
Yeah. It takes 4 months for a seat to cool after you sit on it, so you just got here in time.
I feel very bad for the family that I'm subletting from because my balls have been on over every surface of that place. Because I just forget that it's not my house, and so I walk out naked. I have these big bay windows.
In Los Angeles.
In Los Angeles.
Right.
I have these big bay windows that face out to like the front yard and this old man who lives next door. And so, but the thing is that I walk around naked 24/7, and sometimes I'll just sit on the kitchen counter eating cereal. I'll literally I'll put cereal in my lap naked, and I'll sit on the kitchen counter, and I'll look up, and I see an old man just staring at me. He's fiddling with his pocket like he's looking for change.
But he's got no money. You know that for a fact.
But no, yeah, I've been naked all over that house. I don't know what they're going to find. If there's a black light over there that detects poo smears.
It's gonna be all right. Let's move on to part 2. Charles Manson, another crack research job, Mr. Parks. Let's get into it.
Thank you very much.
So first of all, like we're gonna kind of talk about. Well, you're gonna notice a lot of this. Again, what we talked about from the first podcast. It's Manson is no Jeffrey Dahmer.
No, he is not.
He's no John Wayne Gacy. Mm-mm. Manson is a career criminal that found himself in a series of circumstances outside of his control. We are not taking the Bugliosi stream of thought here that Charles Manson is a super evil mind manipulator.
Right.
We are saying maybe, just maybe, he loved the taste of bush hair.
Yes, he did.
And he loved the concept of living in the desert, but he couldn't handle it.
No.
But he also just kind of drugs and stuff. Things get dark when people have been taking drugs together for a long period of time.
Just look at that Burning Man festival, day 3. Very sad. We're on day 2 right now.
Well, I want to start with a quote from Charles Manson when he was talking about the kids that he was hanging out with. Because you got to remember, Charles Manson at this time, he was 33 years old.
Right.
And they're all like 16. He's been fucking nothing but 16-year-olds for about 7 months now. And so it's changing his mind.
Yeah, the oldest, 23, 24. Like, these are all kids. And he said, the deeper I became involved with these kids, the more I hated the world they came from, the more I hated the world that had driven them from their homes, the more I had come from, the more I began to like myself. I started believing I had some of the right answers in my head, but believe me, none of the answers that filled my head included murder.
Believe him that. That's how obnoxious and stupid 16-year-olds are. It made Charles Manson feel superior and smart for the first time in his life. And he was just like, these kids are driving me nuts.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I do the same monologue when I go through Tumblr comments.
All right, so we're going to start this episode with something happy. We're going to start with the birth. We're going to start with the birth.
Is it happy?
Was the birth in a bus by any chance? Because then it's not a happy birth.
The birth was in a condemned house in Topanga Canyon. It was Charlie Manson's second child, a little boy named Valentine Michael, nicknamed Pooh Bear.
That's actually the exact name of somebody that was just born in Park Slope. So that's not so bad. Park Slope, Brooklyn.
That's Gwyneth Paltrow's 7th child.
Yes.
And it said that Charlie bit the umbilical cord himself.
I'm sure that he did, because he's a weird doctor.
No, but again, he's just like, because it sounds like a maniac thing, but it's him just going like, with a knife. Scissor. Oh, we lost all the scissors. Oh, and the scissor party. We had that scissor tossing party.
That's right.
All right, now where's it? I'm just going to have to use God scissors. My own teeth, Mary. I need you to just bear with me for a second. I'm going to be a father, Mary.
That's not so bad, though. A lot of people eat the umbilical cord. It's good. It's got some good vitamins in there. I think it's mostly dookie.
Yeah, there's a lot of juices and various things around there
it's
that you don't want in your mouth.
It is a shit tube, yeah. It's definitely a shit tube.
So it's around this time that the Manson family... They finally find their home in Spawn Ranch.
Ooh, man.
And here's a little song that Charlie sang about there.
I can feel my bush hair getting longer.
This is Charlie Manson's music, by the way.
Your home is where you can be what you are, 'cause you were just born to be. Now they'll show you their castles and diamonds for all to see. But they'll never show you that peace of mind, 'cause they don't know how to be free.
Oh, play his other song, Satellite. This sounds just like Dave Matthews Band.
It does. I was going to say the lyrics are reminiscent to a Gavin Rossdale's Bush.
It really is.
And that they make no fucking sense. I'm going to go on record here, and I'm going to say that there are a lot of Charlie Manson songs that I like.
Marcus has been listening to the album for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, Lie, The Love and Terror Cult. I've listened to it no less than 7 times over the last, week or so.
He's got a good voice.
He's got a real good voice. Some of his songs are, pretty catchy. It's not a whole lot different than what you're going to find in California in 1968.
No, I mean, if you're tripping nuts on acid, you got this little wiry, weird dude singing that song around a campfire talking about death and murder every time he stops playing guitar. I mean, that's a hell of a night.
Yeah, I'm going to start thinking about that all the time and just being like, you know what, Charlie? He does a pretty catchy tune.
Pretty great. He's like the only musician that you want to hear speak as opposed to actually play the music.
I know. I think about all the years I spent doing mushrooms heavily and the dog shit music I was into, and I was playing tambourines around, just being like, they're gonna be like, we're gonna change the world tonight. You know, just imagine that over 9 months.
Yeah.
And then eventually start killing pregnant women.
Sure.
You can even argue that the Manson family were in reality just super fans.
Yes.
They loved Manson. Not only were they super fans, but they were also a part of his musical journey, which we'll get into here in just a little bit. But before we get to that, we have to talk about Spawn Ranch a little bit. Now, Spawn Ranch was the main base of operations for the Manson family. Sandra Good, a.k.a. Sandy Blue, knew a mechanic at Spawn Ranch, and the mechanic put them in contact with 80-year-old George Spahn. Now, Spawn Ranch, it was mostly used as a movie set for old westerns. They used it in episodes of Bonanza, The Lone Ranger, Zorro, in exchange for simple labor such as taking care of the horses, cleaning George's house, cooking, and having Squeaky fuck him every once in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way he presented, like, them even getting the Spawn Ranch is that Manson showed up with two of his Front Street girls, right? And he made sure, like, leave the bras at home, girls. Yeah. And they walked over there, and they basically showed up. George Spahn supposed to be blind, and like Charles Manson's like, I heard the man was blind, but he was reaching out and shaking hands like he had fine old-fashioned eyeballs. But I knew for a fact that I was like, but then later on when I watched him trip over a rock, I knew then that he was in fact blind.
He was blind.
But he was like talking about how George Spahn would come up and like grip their shoulders and stuff and like play with the women's arms, and he's like, I could tell you that he's going for a little squeezy sport right there. So I sent him to my fine young redhead, and she gave him a tug-a-rub. And guess next thing I know, we got a sweet spot in our own spot of heaven called Spawn Ranch.
For a tug-a-rub. That's not bad. This guy was 80 years old?
80 years old,
and he was still getting hard, huh?
Yeah, still getting hard.
Before
still fucking
Viagra,
squeaky.
before the GMOs have been putting our goddamn food, ruining our goddamn boners.
And Manson said that he never made Squeaky fuck George. He said that the reason why Squeaky fucked George was so she could have the comforts of living in the main ranch house instead of in I guess they were called the outlaw cabins.
Honestly, and if you think about the main group is literally sleeping on top of each other, a bunch of rugs, they're covered in chiggers. Never they talk about when one person got the clap, they don't know who all gave each other the clap, and then they all have the clap.
Yeah.
I think Squeaky made the right choice.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have to suck an 80-year-old man's dick so you can get a bedroom.
Right. Well, the 80-year-old farmer, though, he's probably in good shape, harvesting the land his whole life.
I don't know. He's a movie farmer.
Yeah,
this
that's
is not.
true.
He's not a real farmer. This is a movie set.
It's Spawn Ranch. I mean, Spawn Ranch does sound like the kind of place you have to like gurgle cum just to enter.
Well, they got horses, and by the way,
well, no one had sex with the horses, right?
By the way, if you guys want to see the most adorable thing that you've ever seen in your life, look for a picture of Charles Manson on a horse. He's so adorable.
He's tiny.
He's the tiniest man.
He's 5'4". Like, he was a tiny, tiny little man.
He looks like a child at a birthday party.
He must have been so scared on top of that horse. Just trying to keep it together. If I fall off this horse, they're never going to trust me as their Lord and Savior.
Yeah, come on, horse. This horse it's covered in butter. It's always covered in butter. You know who did it, man? It was the man coming down on me, covering all my horses in slick olive oil, so I fall right off them.
Oh, my goodness.
So us here, through our research, what we found...
But I do think that he probably told someone to butter the horse the night before. Hey, I'll go out there and butter the horse. Yeah.
But why, Charlie? Why? Don't ask me why.
The next morning at breakfast, what happened to all the butter? I don't know. I'm going on the horse.
Well, I better go ride that horse over there, and it better be good and grippy because I'm going to be riding it all over the canyon.
That's where the butter was.
I got to write down my commands that I give after 1 o'clock in the morning.
I gotta write him down. I'm gonna give him to Squeaky. I'm gonna say, Squeaky, you hold on to this until 6 a.m. And then
you
at 6
let me know
a.m.
everything I agreed to the night before.
And then at 6 a.m. we're gonna decide whether it's a good idea or not.
Honestly, Manson, in his own words, has given me a great deal. I am now on Marcus's team. I have a great deal of sympathy for Charles Manson. I just think the man was a stupid criminal. The man is basically Damon Wayans' character from Mo Money. You know what I mean? It's like he's that like character of just like he's just like Mo Money. It's just all about like he thinks he's this slick criminal, but actually he's an idiot. And next thing you know, he has this gaggle of drug crazed freaks all around him.
Well, with Manson, we can take it back to Gary Ridgway. Gary Ridgway, as we discussed, was adult. He was an idiot, as far as, normal society went, but he was really fucking good at one thing. He was really good at killing prostitutes.
And Charles Manson is really good at eating pussy.
Yeah.
And it's like,
White and umbilical.
Manson's the only serial killer that knew where the clitoris was.
Yeah.
But Charles Manson, what he was good at was manipulating people.
Yes.
Because, as we said in the last episode, he spent from the years of 12 to 19 in prison, and then he spent from 21 to 26 in prison as well. So Charles Manson, little guy, the only way this guy is going to survive in these horrific environments is if he learns how to talk.
Crazier and faster than everybody else. He's got to play a big game.
Yeah.
And so now we're going to watch.
Yeah.
We're going to watch a game escalate.
Yeah, it gets even bigger when he meets Dennis Wilson of the Beach Boys.
No, I love the two different sides of this story.
Yeah. Yeah, there's two. Dennis Wilson, he was the drummer of the Beach Boys. He was Brian Wilson's brother, of course. Brian Wilson, the genius behind Pet Sounds, Smile, all that type of stuff. Wilson was
He was the least talented member of the Wilson family.
Far the least talented member of the. I mean, he was the fuck up. He was the party guy. He was the guy that liked to fuck all the time.
Yeah. And Brian Wilson's insane, right? He's crazy.
Yeah.
And
Brian
so it's
Wilson's absolutely insane.
I'm sure the Beach Boys management were like, we already got one Wilson that's hard to deal with, but he's a fucking genius. We can't deal with this other one. So they would just basically let Dennis Wilson disappear for months while they were making Pet Sounds.
Yeah, exactly. So Dennis Wilson, of course, liked to fuck a lot. He's driving down the highway one day, and he sees a couple of mildly attractive women walking down the road. So
Manson attractive.
Manson attractive women.
Manson.
Yep, and one of the women, Manson.
Yeah.
Then one of the women has she drifted away from the family soon afterwards, but one of the others was Big Patty Patricia Krenwinkel.
Oh, and this is perfect for Dennis Wilson. Yeah, they don't let me record no music anymore. But Big Patty, you understand what I'm talking about, right?
They call him a quarter pounder at the ranch. So there are two different versions of the story.
Yeah.
One is that Dennis Wilson met these two girls. They bring him back to his house. They started fucking. They're like, you gotta meet God. You gotta meet Jesus. You gotta meet our friend Charlie. And he's just like, yeah, bring Charlie over. And then, yeah, whatever you're gonna do, suck my dick. And so they bring Charles Manson and the whole gaggle over to Dennis Wilson's
While Dennis Wilson is recording.
Yes.
Like, he leaves the house and he comes back at 3 a.m.
And so he comes, but this is Dennis Wilson's side of the story. Manson and his whole coterie show up at the mansion and take over the whole fucking thing. And basically use his money, hang out. They all fuck and they have drugs, they do drugs and they do all this stuff. But basically they are a massive leech. But then if you listen to Manson in his own words, Manson's like, I met this cool cat named Dennis Wilson at a freak out party. We did it. They always say the term, we did a joint.
Yeah.
Like, we did a joint at each other. And then next, we were rapping about music and we were on the same trip, man. Me and him, just like, we knew. It was just like, yeah, he was a beach boy. But me, man, I'm a wizard from the desert. He's just like, yo, Charlie, you a real wizard of the desert. And I was like, you all with Dennis Wilson? You've always been right. You've always been my friend. And then he's like, Dennis Wilson invited me to his home. And I went over there and yes, we spent all his money. And yes, we ate all his food. And yes, we gave the dogs of the house body chiggers from Sadie. All right?
Sure.
But he never asked us to leave until he asked us to leave.
Then you gotta go for sure. When Dennis asks you to go, you gotta go.
Yeah, but Dennis was still, he was a little bit enamored with him. Him and Charlie actually became fairly good friends.
Well, it's because, again, you're just getting their blow and drugs. There's so much drugs, there's so much sex happening. You get it kind of rolled into it, and then all of a sudden you realize, I've got 20 homeless people living in my mansion.
Right.
Well, the Manson family, if you've ever been involved in music in any way, like been a part of a scene, if you've ever really been into any particular kind of music where there's always people coming in and out, there's always this one weird group of people, usually crust punks, that sidle into the scene. They come in and out. They've always got girls. They've always got drugs. And there's always one weird, charismatic guy at the front of it all. And usually they just kind of come in, you fuck a couple of the girls, they go out, they give you some acid. It's fine. And that one weird guy, a little unpredictable, you just kind of put up with him. That's what Charles Manson was to everyone in the music scene. He was just this weird little guy with all of the chicks and all of the drugs just showing up and having a good time. Every once in a while, he'll pull out a knife.
And he'll wave it
And he'll
around.
wave
you know.
it around.
But
Got
that's a
to.
part of what it is. That's a part of what his mystique is.
Yeah, right. And everyone knows that he's a criminal, and everyone knows that he's been in prison most of his life.
But he's sort of comical.
Yeah, but he's sort of he's like
because he's 5'4".
Right, exactly.
Everyone's looking at this guy. He's like, "What's this guy gonna do?" Because he's going like, "Yeah, man, I rode a spider here today." It's just like, "What are you? You fucking like you're a Lilliput?"
Yeah.
And then I do love. I think it's a really accurate quote that Wilson even said, like just kind of the phrasing of it when they were talking about when he met the two girls, and they were describing him, and he's like, he drifted into crime, but when I met him, I found he had great musical ideas. We're writing together now. He's dumb in some ways, but I accept his approach and have learned from him because it's true.
Right.
Again,
Yeah.
it's just like everyone literally was just like looking at him like, this guy's a fucking moron.
You're an
but
idiot,
he's
yeah.
kind of got something to him.
Most criminals are extremely stupid. You know, that's the whole thing about it. But I mean, if you're Dennis Wilson, you don't know what normal is. Brian Wilson's your brother, right? I mean,
That's totally true.
He has never been around anybody normal in his entire life.
And their
Plus,
father is a horrible fucking human being. Eventually, their father sold every Beach Boys song for about $700,000.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and that's fuck, man.
Insane.
You think that is insane? That's nothing.
I love that they're called the Beach Boys too, because it just sounds like they're about to solve a mystery about who stole the ice cream.
That was the best part. And then they were all just schizophrenics, losers, and egomaniacs. Yeah. All right. So, but through him, he meets Terry Melcher.
Terry Melcher is he was the son of Doris Day. He was he was a huge producer. He was behind some of the Byrds' greatest hits like Mr. Tambourine Man, Turn Turn Turn. This guy was big in the 60s music business.
Turn 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 is an obnoxiously stupid name for a song.
Things used to be simpler.
Right.
Yes, they
now
did.
we're going to call this one Mr. Tambourine Man because he's got a tambourine, he's a guy. And then the other one, like, what do you want to do when you turn? When you start turning, you want to turn, turn, turn. Here we go.
It makes sense. It makes sense. Now, can we please record it? I'm getting blown right now and I'm about to shoot.
Let's go. Let's go.
So Melcher, he did show an interest in Manson. It's not.
He showed an interest in Manson's acid.
No, he did not. No, he did not.
He liked his music?
No, you can say whatever you want about Charlie Manson's music, but there was very real interest in Charlie Manson as a recording artist.
Because he also, again, you see this tiny weird man with this group of guys. It's a whole approach. He actually was a very, very smart in the idea of PR, of publicity.
Yeah, women and drugs.
It's all manipulation. This is just a further part of his manipulation.
Yeah.
He just wasn't good at it.
And
once he could get in the door, but once he got in the door,
he didn't have the chops.
Yeah, he didn't have the chops at all. So Melcher brought him. This is. I would love to see the demo that Charles Manson, the process of Charles Manson recording a demo at Brian Wilson's house. That is a day that would go down in history.
It's like that thing where like everyone's like, I took the wrong way. I chose the wrong day to quit sniffing glue.
Well, the
so
demos.
Brian Wilson and Charles Manson, did they ever meet?
No, this is when Brian Wilson was in his. I think
he was in bed.
Yeah, he was like laying in his bed.
He was just in bed.
He was in bed for like 3 months.
Because I think that would have ended the world, right? Like that's when the world implodes.
Only if
Charles...
they became best friends,
right?
Like if they, or would have saved a bunch of people, and then all of a sudden Charles Manson and him are just laying in bed together, doing that weird John Lennon Yoko thing.
God, I would love to hear Charles Manson on Smile. Charles Manson and Van Dyke Park getting together.
Smile.
Oh yeah,
you got to smile. Smile.
He's like,
smile, girl. Yeah.
He's like a hip hop hype man. He would be great.
So in the recordings, they've never been officially released, but in a movie that both me and Henry watched, where we got a lot of this information from, it's called Cease to Exist, you can hear the producer talking to Charlie, and you can hear Charlie refusing to be produced. If you know anything about music, in recording
Because they were talking about
music,
it too, because it was like, the girls wanted to look at Charlie when they were singing their songs, and he's just like, no, girls, it doesn't work like that. I put the microphones where they are for a fucking reason.
Right.
And they kept moving the microphones around and dancing around. Jules
and he's like, man, I don't like this microphone in front of my face. It looks phallic. Yeah, this phallic thing in front of my face. But I put my mouth on it if you want me to, but I probably ain't gonna.
Charlie, we're desperately trying to record an album here.
Right. Charlie, this is not about you being raped in prison multiple times when you were a child.
I was raped.
We know, Charlie. Get over it. Get out of the fetal position, please, Charlie. Can you put the microphone down here?
Well, the thing about Manson's music is that Manson's music was so deeply and amazingly personal. Like his music was the core of him.
You
meant
really like it.
absolutely everything.
Yeah,
to
I
him.
mean, I just feel like you like it too much, Marcus.
no, I'm not saying. I'm saying that's how Manson felt about
When you
it.
read Manson's own words, you realize that this whole thing happened because of music. His music was so
whole
important to
thing.
him,
It
which
did,
is
to some degree.
which to me speaks the whole tragedy of it. Is the fact that like it meant so much to him, and he was still pretty mediocre at it.
Yeah,
and so it's like he poured his heart and soul into this thing that was a thing that would never be successful.
Well, he's like everybody, especially nowadays. He likes the idea of being a musician, but he doesn't understand the hard work that goes into it. He had everything that a musician has: drugs, women. He
He liked the
friends.
lifestyle. He liked the appearance of it. And then when it comes down to
all
the
you need.
actual, I actually don't even know if it's skill. It's just know-how. He didn't know how to record. He didn't know how to do it.
He didn't know how to record, and I think
It's
that
boring. Recording in a studio is boring.
It is the worst.
it's like
I'm in the middle.
sucks.
I'm in the middle of recording an album right now, and it's fucking. It is the most boring, repetitive, tedious thing that you can do as a musician. But you have to do it, and you have to be produced. You have to listen to what your producer is telling
And
you.
he
But
can-
he
it's
took
Manson. It's Charles Manson.
Yeah, it's Charles Manson. Every single suggestion, anything, he would take it extremely personal. It's not that he couldn't follow advice. It's not that he couldn't follow directions. It's that he absolutely wouldn't. He said about the sessions, he said they didn't want us to perform as I felt we should.
Yeah, and then Terry Melcher then said that the group and the members of the family made promises that they couldn't keep, which was like
That they were talented?
Yes,
That they could
exactly.
play music? Yeah.
All right, so now through Dennis Wilson, we meet the guy that is probably the crux. Of most of the horrible events we know about Charles Manson.
Terry Melcher. And as far as pissing off Manson and making him bitter, even more bitter, the Beach Boys stole one of his songs. They
Which
stole
one was it?
Cease to Exist, which became a song called Never Learn Not to Love.
They completely changed the lyrics. They they kept the melody.
They kept the melody, and they kept some of the lyrics. But they changed certain things here and there. But
Never learn not to love.
Never learn not to love.
I don't know what that means.
It's a Beach Boys song. It's a mediocre Beach Boys song. The Beach Boys had a lot of mediocre songs. They had like one good album.
Re-listen to that title after you smoke. Then you'll back. Then you'll understand.
Never learn not to love.
You'll never learn not to love. You'll get it eventually.
I like cease to desist is better.
Exist,
yeah. Cease to exist. Cease and desist. Cease to exist. That's cool.
Charlie saw this. He saw this rejection of his music. He saw this as a rejection of himself. This is another example of the world looking at Charlie Manson and saying, "We don't want you."
He also has that prison mentality where it's been nothing but him on him this whole time. So he has worked up this one-sided conversation in his head about how his music was undeniable for years and years and years. And so when he shows up,
and he's also got a bunch of women and a bunch of people telling
that
him
are reverberating it back.
Your music will change the world. This is the best thing ever.
His ego's out of control.
Oh God, it's so out of control.
And so having someone come and say no, especially someone who knows what he's doing, who's a real record producer, who can then use that power on top of him. Charles Manson again has that sort of baby Hitler thing inside of him, that inferiority complex, and this is what starts the dark road.
Yeah, this is definitely where it begins. And it also, and the person who really takes him down the dark road also shows up this time, a man named Charles Tex Watson.
Now, Tex Watson made Charles Manson look like fucking Robert Oppenheimer. Made him look like a genius.
Oppenheimer. Tex Watson.
Tex Watson is a fucking it's bad luck he got involved.
I think he self-nicknamed himself Tex, too.
No, George Spahn named him Tex.
I give it to him. Whatever. But he has no talent whatsoever, this Tex Watson.
Tex Watson's just some dude from a small town in Texas.
Right.
He was from Copeville, Texas. And he was the person that Charles Bugliosi, the DA that prosecuted Manson, he was the guy that Bugliosi put up as, look at what Charles Manson did to this innocent small town. Like, he was a football player, for fuck's sake.
Oh, yeah, they don't do anything wrong.
There's no way that a football player could ever possibly hurt a woman.
And now we know they're the most dangerous members of society.
Well, some of them are.
Yep, he was a church-going kid. And a lot of these, you see this again and again in the Manson family, a lot of these people had religious upbringings.
Well, of course. You have to have had it in order to even understand groupthink. It's like all fucking standardized religions do is teach you groupthink and how to follow along and how to follow rules and believe in a fucking magic set of circumstances that are going to punish you just because you've been jerking off in the boys' room every once in a while. Just to ease the tension.
What happened?
I'm just saying, just to ease the tension.
You had a jack off in the boys' room?
Yeah.
Oh my! I don't know what religion that is.
Catholicism.
Ah, that's right. Yeah. Well, the priest watches and make sure you do it right.
Yeah.
So
you didn't make the cream big enough, child.
All right, I'll try it again. Okay.
So after he graduated from high school, he visited California, moved out west, signed up for jobs for classes at Cal State, and got a job as a wig salesman in Beverly Hills.
Wow.
Dropped out of school and moved to Malibu. Decided to open up a wig shop of his own with his roommate, a store called Love Locks. That only lasted a few months.
What do you mean, though?
It's
Why
a big
not,
market.
though? It's fucking the wig market. It's booming right now.
It's Malibu.
Yeah, the 1967 wig market when people were in need of long hair.
There was a bubble.
There was
and the
a
bubble popped, and that's a shame that Tex Watson was a part of that. One of the casualties to that bubble, the wig bubble.
Yeah. In '64, everyone went down to Los Angeles, and Malibu was short hair. They said, "This isn't cool." And overnight, you got to change. You got to go to the wig store. Wow.
So to pay rent, Watson starts dealing pot full time and starts getting involved with the criminal element. Charles picked up Dennis Wilson hitchhiking one day because Dennis Wilson just liked to hitchhike.
He was just
as
a
Charlie
crazy
Manson
person.
said, like I said before, he was a bit of a rebel. So Wilson invited him back to the mansion, and that is where he met Charles Manson. And as Watson says, and Watson and all the people who were, it's really interesting to me when you look at the interviews with the Manson people who got caught immediately just flipped on him and just said, you know what? No, he just did all this stuff to us. He brainwashed us. But everyone who didn't get caught was like, yeah, we're still on this trip, man. Yeah. We're fucking on this trip forever. We ain't never getting off of the fucking Manson train. But the people who were facing death row said, oh no, we were good Christian
Absolutely.
kids.
Of course.
Listening
What
to
else can you
Patricia
do?
Krenwinkel, like when she gave this interview afterwards, she's like, I will never ever forgive Charles Manson for what he did to me. And it's just like, he finger banged you until you could learn how to smile.
Exactly. You were loving your life. Yeah, before it was all frowns and moons, and now it's all sunshine and smiles.
Let's just go ahead and we're going to say it right now. Everyone involved in this scenario is an idiot. All these people are idiots. They're all dumb. They're all extremely impressionable. They're all just looking for something. They're all just looking for someone to follow, and they're dumb enough to follow an ex-con named Charlie.
And Tex Watson was basically kind of a loser dude who couldn't ever figure out how to do it. And they were saying here, like, you know, he struggled how to accumulate all I could, the right car, the right clothes, the right things, and would somehow complete what I thought was missing inside me. Now I gave everything I had to Charlie. Suddenly, I felt very free.
And then Charlie was just like, what am I going to do with all these wigs? All you got is wigs, Tex. Get out of here.
Listen, Charlie, listen. We take all the wigs, we sew them all up into a wig monster.
No, you can stay. Make the wig monster happen.
Technically, that's an idea, Tex. I don't know where we're going to utilize it yet, but I don't know. We also just got a trampoline, so if you could go tighten the springs of that trampoline, that would also be great. Thank you, Tex.
Every cult needs a wig monster.
So Tex got brought back to Spawn Ranch.
So it was Dennis Wilson, though, just to clarify, Dennis Wilson's the one who introduced Tex Watson to everybody?
Absolutely. Yeah. Dennis Wilson, he's got a pretty big hand inadvertently. Like
but then he also checked the fuck out as soon as everything went down.
Yeah, as soon as everything went down, he checked out. But he really, without Dennis Wilson's influence, none of this would have happened.
Right.
Absolutely.
It's
none
really
of it.
interesting how it's these tiny little connections that made this. So first it was the van.
The van,
It
yeah.
was the Reverend's van. And then it was Dennis Wilson's involvement. These little things all sort of like strung. It's because there's a lot of sort of like fate involved in
Yes,
all
there
this.
is,
And
sure.
like all this stuff kind of was a fragile thing that led to the murders. It's very interesting. You watch it and it's kind of, and we talk about this before about how like watching the fall of the Manson family is like watching the fall of the 60s itself.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting. It's very interesting.
Yeah, and it happens fast. But we'll get to that here in a bit. This is funny. Tex Watson, Charlie helped him out with his sexual inadequacies.
How do you do that?
Sometimes he would fondle in baby Tex, and then he'd send him to have sex with a woman that Manson had pre-selected for.
So Manson would fondle his nuts a little bit?
She would
get
tug
him
him,
hard?
give him a little tuggity tug. Yeah,
a little,
And then
a little tug,
that's what
give him
got Tex hard?
Give him a back rub and say, like, come on, man, you're good. Just go out there and fucking get that
Yeah,
kid.
let me.
Right.
You know how many times? I don't know how many times where it's like maybe I'm not in the mood, and sometimes
Right.
I think about you know what I really wish is I wish I had a scraggly 5'4" bearded
Yeah.
man who was just ripped on whatever. He hasn't
Yeah.
been bathed in maybe months.
No, he smells like sex.
I really want him to be tugging on me,
Right.
Because that fucking gets me going like a lawnmower.
So we know Tex grew up in a religious background. He moved to Malibu to open a wig store, and then he got stroked off a bunch by Charles Manson. So he's gay then. Is that right? Or
No.
That
It's
he's
the
not.
opposite. He's very, very, very straight.
He's very straight.
Yes,
straight enough
very
to
straight.
get wigs and straight
Hey.
enough to get hard for a dude.
It's a time of free love, people. These people
Right.
are outside of your judgments, Ben.
Oh, no, I'm not judging. I'm just saying maybe Tex could have just really benefited from a loving relationship.
During this time, Charles Manson was doing during the involvement of Dennis Wilson, they put him in touch with a lot of Hollywood people, and so Charles Manson was always talking about. He's like, you wouldn't believe the kind of raps and kind of trips I was tripping on, man. When I walked out to these parties, it was like all sorts of. I won't even begin to name names, but the biggest celebrities all love to do blow, get turned on, and ball each other out in the backyard. And I saw men on men. I saw men on men.
Right.
And so he was talking about how he was approached by a very famous Hollywood actor.
Yes.
And he was like, I was on set because apparently they had asked him to advise on a new movie about Jesus Christ. Allegedly. That he was advising the script, and he was like, it's like, and I was talking to all these screenwriters, and I kind of knew, it was like, maybe I could be a screenwriter. And it was like, I'd love to see the movie called,
it's called
Banana
Bebop.
Takes a Walk. Yeah.
Exactly.
And so he goes.
Then the banana gets peeled, you see. Yeah.
It's good. It's short. But he saw this famous actor and him were kind of talking about stuff, and he's like, and the actor comes up to him. He's like, I heard you have connections to get certain things, and he's just like, let me guess. You want it in the mouth or the ass? And they go into his dressing room. He fucks his actor, right? They come back out, and he's just like, and I hate to do it, but I'll show anybody a little attention. Like it's like he's always about giving love. I always give love.
Oh yeah.
And so finally, the actor invites him over to his house, and he's just like, I show up at his old fancy mansion. His old lady's sitting there in a satin robe hanging over it. And I can see her bush hanging out. And I was like, ooh, this is about to get a little Monopoly in here. And he turns over. He turns over, and so he was just like, I thought I was gonna be balling the two of them together, but the next thing you know, he motions me over to his wife. So I start eating her out. I start giving her the push and push, stick it. I got all because he always used to say, I pushed it deep in her, pushed it deep in her.
Yeah, and
so,
his sexual exploits can go on for pages upon pages. Very graphic.
But then literally,
Nice
so he's
bang,
like, so I pulled down my pants and I started fuck, and it's like it's kind of hot, and then you put Charles Manson in it.
Yeah.
It's like it's kind of hot, and then it's Charles Manson the singer.
Yeah.
And so he's fucking in the good dude's wife, and he's like, so I was sitting there, and he starts just kind of, he starts giving himself an old tug of rub, and I'm sitting there, and I'm fucking his wife. Next thing I know, he hears pants sliding down his ankles, and I was just like, I've been raped before, and he was like, I will not be raped again. But he settled it up, and like walking like a dog on his hands and feet, walking around, so sucking on his wife's toes.
Wild.
And then next thing I know, when I was done, he folded up 5 $100 bills and put them in my front pocket and told me he'd see me every Friday.
And that man was Robert Wagner. Robert Wagner, little known fact about the Wags.
It's just so funny where it's just like, I cannot believe that someone would pay him to have sex with, you know what I mean? Like
$500, and this is what, the 60s, right?
Yeah, that's
this
like
is big time money.
It's
It's
like
like
$3,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. But he's a prostitute. He's just a sexually assaulted prostitute in a lot of ways.
I mean, the way he tells it, and I mean, really, if you look at it, the kind of hold that he had over the people in the family, he talks about himself as if he is no one in 1968 in California fucked better than Charles Manson.
Yes.
It's possible.
That's how he
Although
tells
he
it.
did seem a little bit freaked out by the toe thing, which is.
He always talks about like finger banging girls until they're skyrocketing orgasms.
Yeah, and they're like having sex for days at a time.
And then also, but then
he's like Sting.
He was kindly also playing the thing where all the girls always loved being on top of each other and listening to every one of his commands. And I'm just like, I don't know. I still feel like there is a level of agreeable brainwashing where you kind of give up yourself to it. Yeah. And I don't think necessarily like there's a lot of rape happening. You know what I mean? There's a lot of rape happening, but they have to all go along with it because you're afraid of this man. You're kind of afraid of Charles Manson. You don't think so?
No, I really don't. I don't think there was any rape involved. I think that Charlie Manson was a consensual type.
I'm
of
going
guy.
to send a letter to Patricia to fucking the Big Patty and see what she says.
Yeah, Big Patty.
You know what Big Patty's gonna say. You don't even have to send the letter. All right.
So what is the next? So now it's they're adding the final members of the family.
Yeah,
right?
this is when the family finally starts coming together. Next up, they add Leslie Van Houten, who is one of the 4 people involved in the murders. She was born in California, Altadena. She had a lot of adopted younger siblings. They were all orphans from the Korean War. She was a good student. Her mother said her grades were never good enough for me.
God.
Yeah, and she
of course wonder why she ran into the arms of Charles Manson, who was just like, "What school?"
Yeah, what's school all about?
And she played the sousaphone as well.
Oh wow!
And the drums. Yeah, they said that she looked hilarious to getting that big burp, 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 big tuba walking down the field.
She had one of those tiger moms.
Yeah,
and then the tiger mom drove her to Charles Manson.
Yeah. She was a happy kid. Her parents divorced when she was 14. At
She was
16,
good looking, too.
She was good looking. Leslie Van Houten was, arguably the best looking member, although I'm more of a squeaky guy myself.
Squeaky's gorgeous. Squeaky's actually very gorgeous.
Yeah, Squeaky's a gorgeous woman.
her jerking off the 80-year-old blind man. That's what kind of hurts me.
I mean,
don't mind
you
it.
forget about it, you know?
I like it. I don't mind. I think it's sweet.
I mean, it is kind of sweet.
I
don't know.
Why did they have Fat Susan do it though? If he's blind,
send Big Patty in there.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think you're right, Henry. Squeaky just jumped on the right situation. Squeaky, hey, she wasn't involved in the murders.
She got a bathroom.
Yeah, she
did.
I mean, yeah, she did try to kill Gerald Ford about 6 years later.
But that was a thing. That was a publicity
whole
stunt.
different thing.
Yeah,
that was
maybe
a whole different
she
thing.
thought she was just shooting at Chevy Chase.
That was her Lady Gaga meat dress.
Yeah,
right.
Right. So, the funny thing about her is that this was not the first cult that she joined, the Manson family. Her first cult was called the Self-Realization Fellowship. She was dating this...
Boring.
Yeah,
well, that is actually, it's a real place, too. It still exists.
It's real, yes.
It's a meditation resort.
It sounds awful.
Yeah, it was enough of a cult where they had nuns and monks. Because she was dating this dude named Bobby, who had introduced her to marijuana and acid. She was dating this dude named Bobby, and he brings her in, and she said, if you want to be a monk, then I'll be a nun. She lasted 8 months.
Yeah.
Wow.
And she stopped doing every single illicit activity.
These cults have a lot of high turnover rates.
Big turnover, huge turnover rates. The Manson family had a gigantic turnover rate.
That's what Scientology found out, and that's why Scientology locks them in for life.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Manson family at its largest was about 30 members.
Jesus.
It was
big.
It's bigger than I think most people think. Because you think about the Manson family, you think about like 8-9 people. But at one point, it was up to 30 people listening to this asshole talk. But she was in the SLF for about 8 months. She went to business school to become a secretary for him, but she got bored, left, went to Haight-Ashbury in the late 60s, and she said by the time she got there in like 1968, she said it was, quote, just all gutter.
Yeah, it must have been really nasty.
It had to have been terrible. By 1968, I mean, the Haight-Ashbury and
hippie movement lasted for 6 years.
Yeah,
right.
If even that. I mean, you could even bring it a little bit in a little bit closer to maybe 4 or 5. The true hippie movement was very, very short. And this is another thing to keep in mind is that the murders happened August 8th, 1969. Leslie Van Houten joined the Manson family in 1968. Manson had gotten out of prison in 1967.
All of this that we've talked about has happened in like a year and a half.
Yes. Everything that happened with the Manson family happened within the span of a year and a half
And
to
of
2
course,
years.
again, keep in mind, this corresponds perfectly with the end of the wig movement. 1966, wigs were flying off the shelves.
Once it became fine to be bald, once bald meant sexy, that's been the downfall of this whole fucking country.
That's right.
So the next guy to come in who knew Leslie Van Houten, this guy named Bobby Boussier. A.K.A. Cupid, A.K.A. Jasper, A.K.A. Cherub.
Hey, I'm Jasper. Hey, y'all want some quiche? Because I made some quiche. I couldn't find eggs, so it's dirt. It's dirty. I call it quiche, though. Hi, y'all. Hi.
Jasper, Cupid, or Cherub.
Yeah.
So he's fat. He's just a fat, weird, kissy kind of guy.
Yeah, he was a
licking everybody.
He was a chubby short dude.
It made me fun. Yeah, it's me. I'm the one. That's what I would have been in the Manson family.
That's cool.
Bobby would be the man holding the knife in the very first Manson murder, before the Tate murders, before the LaBianca murders. And he's a guy that was actually really plugged into the 60s counterculture. He was in a band with Arthur Lee called Grassroots. Grassroots would eventually become Love.
You fucking missed that train, didn't you, fucking Bobby?
And he also was friends with Frank Zappa. He was a backup singer on Zappa's first album, and he was supposed. I was actually
Holy
talking.
shit! I didn't know that he was in Lucifer Rising.
I was actually talking to Ragnar about this, because as soon as I found out that he was in Lucifer Rising, I was like, holy shit, Ragnar needs to know about this right now. But he did some further research and found out that he was supposed to play Lucifer.
He got cut from a Kenneth Anger movie?
He got cut from a Kenneth Anger movie, yeah. He was supposed to be in Lucifer Rising.
What happened?
But didn't make the cut.
Yeah, so maybe just probably didn't show up.
Yeah, fat and weird. Yeah.
They used the grip. They used the guy who was supposed to do sound that day, and they're like, we don't need sound. We'll just make it up as we go. It's a Kenneth Anger movie.
Yeah, exactly. So Leslie and Bobby, they were wandering around California. They ran into the Manson family bus. Bobby already knew him. Leslie, she fit right in. She said, it was like I had known them forever. It was like walking into a group of old friends.
Again, acid helps.
Acid
with
helps
all
a
of
lot.
this.
They were real dumb. We were real dumb, and we just fit right in together.
So it's the fall of 1968, and this is when shit starts to go south.
And it happens in like a month.
But fall, it's such great weather.
Yeah,
it is. Especially in Los Angeles, it's beautiful this time of year.
Yeah, and so think back to the time of Dennis Wilson and Terry Melcher. Manson's been trying to get in a recording forever. He's been rejected again and again. His bitterness is rising. His anger is rising.
Meanwhile, they're trying to build a big thing during this time too is that they're trying to find a new spot because they're getting kicked out of Spawn Ranch over and over again. I wonder why.
Because Squeaky's not doing the goddamn good work
But literally,
anymore.
you've just got like a group that's swelling to like 40 almost, and it's just now it's turning into bikers, and it's turning into all these like people, and they're just doing drugs, and they're fucking the place up, and everybody's covered in dirt, and the whole body chiggers everywhere. And they're like, okay, so they went out into they basically found They just found a completely isolated desert spot.
A couple of ranch houses in Death Valley.
Yes, and they found
somebody knew it. Somebody knew it through somebody. I mean, everyone knew somebody that got them somewhere in the Manson family.
Because the Manson family was also starting getting torn apart by inner tensions now. Now it's becoming this point where they've kind of just been waiting for Manson to make it in the music business. They're all like, so Manson's Charlie's gonna make it, and we're all gonna go with him. And then when Charlie wasn't getting the fucking over the lip, they were like, okay, well, where do we go now? What do we do? And they're like, they would have these open dinners where they would like all be able to like speak their mind, and they'll all be like, I want to go to England, I want to go back to Mendocino, I want to do this, I want to do this. And like Charlie's like trying to figure out what to do, so he finds a new desert location that is just fucking inhabitable.
No, it actually was all right. It had running water, it had hot springs.
But the problem is there was nothing there.
There was nothing around it. And they were in Death Valley, for fuck's sake.
And he has no idea how to live in the desert. And so his new project was to get everybody, because Charles Manson was obsessed with living in the desert. He thought that it was the only place he could find peace. And so he was like, we'll all go out to this place, and that was going to be our new project. But everyone's like, we don't want to live in the desert. We want to live in Los Angeles. And he's like, there's a race war happening. And then it turned into this. You're going to see him trying to give this group a new identity while converting VWs into dune buggies for some reason.
Very fun to do. If there was a reality show, if it was nowadays, they would be reality
so
shows.
So November 1968, we have an album come out.
Yeah, 1968 is when the White Album comes out, blowing minds all over the world. This is when Helter Skelter comes about.
No, it's really true. Charlie was talking about the Beatles in prison when he was talking to with creepy Krampus. The guy,
he's talking Alvin Krampus.
Yeah, Krampus.
Or not Krampus, Carpus, yeah.
And so he was basically he was referencing the Beatles, but when you see in Manson in his own words, so he talks about it's really interesting because he's just like, I didn't know anything. I didn't know goddamn one thing about the Beatles. I was in jail.
Like I respected them, I liked them because they were successful, and I liked the music a little bit.
But I was in jail from 1960 1967. I missed the Beatles.
Totally missed them. And the Beatles, you can't listen to the Beatles if you're in jail. You're going to get raped immediately.
And so he was like, I loved it when he was like, my favorite music was the old guys who really could sing, like Paul Anka and
Sinatra, Bing Crosby, Perry Como. Yeah, wow. He said that the people that were really into the White Album and deciphering the lyrics, that was Susan Atkins and this other guy, Little Paul. And Susan Atkins, of course, was one of the murderers.
And so now we're going to learn that Charles Manson, the ever-changing con man, knows that you're going to have to follow the group vibe. The whole vibe is now moving towards, like, they're all listening to the White Album, dropping acid, start having these, like, long, weird conversations, and he's got to jump into it head first and hang with them.
Yeah.
And we're going to see these philosophies come out of that time period.
And there's other people in the family starting to get really fucking dark. Tex Watson, he had a bit of a bad trip that really turned this guy on his head. He walked into the kitchen one day, and this guy named Indian Joe had gone out to the desert.
Which is weird to say because he was Italian.
Yeah. Well, Italians used to play Indians in movies all the time. So So it made sense.
Still
do. So he had gone out to the desert to get a plant to make a sort of like psychedelic tea with
this thing called belladonna.
Yes, belladonna root. And belladonna root, we all know what we're thinking about when we say belladonna. We all gaping, yes.
Yeah, you got to put it in your butt. You got to put the root in your butt.
Stop licking the microphone.
I'm not licking the microphone. Oh, I thought it was a breast. Yeah. That is the microphone. I apologize.
So belladonna root, the hallucinations are supposed to be terrible.
Yes.
Like they're supposed to be terrifying.
Angel trumpets, where it's photorealistic, insane hallucinations. And basically, you're not supposed to cook it inside. Indian Joe starts boiling this root in order to make the tea, and it's creating poison gas inside. Tex is a fucking moron.
Yeah.
He walks in,
huffs it,
he pulls it out of the thing and eats it. He's like, "Oh, what's this?" And he eats it. He goes off on a trip for days.
He eats it like a baked potato. Like, you're only supposed to sip this tea. He brings this fucking belladonna root out, and he eats it, like they said, like a fucking potato. Like, just starts chomping into it.
So he ruined it for everybody.
Like, he ruined it for everyone and also lost his fucking mind.
And he was never the same.
Yeah, he went out to they found him in Van Nuys on his hands and knees, crawling through a crowd of children saying, beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep.
It's a funny thing. But when
That is a funny thing, because if you're a kid, then you're like, oh, look at the human train.
He's fun.
Yeah, that is fun.
No, but then he was never the same after that. So, so we're going to see, he's going to basically influence the other half of the group. While Charlie was out balling whatever new girl that he could find to bring into, just to make the group bigger.
Yeah.
Was Dennis Wilson still around, or he?
No, by now Dennis Wilson had left.
Yeah, by now he had left. But Manson, he thought that the Beatles, the Helter Skelter theory is really Vincent Bugliosi's theory.
Yeah.
So this is a lot of this stuff that we're going to be talking about. This is what Bugliosi says, but it's also kind of the stuff that Susan Atkins got on, and the stuff that Manson just went ahead and followed.
And now again, this is where the two stories diverge. Where we're going to talk about his side, the Bugliosi side, which is the idea that Manson is a master manipulator and did it, and then I'm going to read the actual speech that Manson supposedly gave.
Yeah.
From his book, Manson, His Own Words.
Yeah. So according to Manson's followers, he thought the Beatles were prophets that were tuned in, and he said that everything that in the double LP had meaning. Even the cover of the White Album, that was the Beatles' way of showing their allegiance to the white race. And according to Charlie's interpretations of the album, a war between the blacks and the whites were imminent. A war would start when blacks would commit a series of brutal murders in posh white communities. And according to Charlie, the Beatles wanted him to release his own album, which would trigger the pending revolution and map out an escape route into the desert for the chosen few, and the family would move to California's Death Valley and hide underground until the race war was over.
And then because quote unquote black people would not be able to govern themselves, the Manson family would rise
due to
from
inexperience.
Due to inexperience, they would rise from the hole in the desert, and they would teach them how to revolve around their own government.
Yeah.
Now,
this is what Bugliosi said?
Yeah, and that Charles Manson used this theory to make the kids murder.
Okay.
Now, so basically how Manson kind of puts it down in his own words, as that everyone was just basically ready to split. Everyone was ready to leave.
Yeah,
the
they were
group.
in the middle of nowhere.
Because they were.
Tex Swanson still dumping in his own pants. And
His album isn't coming out. They want to move to a new spot. So he gave this speech about how he's basically started talking about how because they were all bitching about the desert, and he started screaming, "The desert's got everything. What the hell? The whole desert ain't nothing but an upside down river. Water's running under every inch of it. How do you think those springs stay full? You just have to know where it's at. I came across places out there where the sun don't beat down on you all day, and it never gets cold in the winter, and water's everywhere. It's underground. I haven't explored it yet, but I sat on the edge of the hole and I watched the water flowing underneath. Man, the possibilities of that place are endless. And hell, we could find that hole again and build our own city in there. Why do you think we've been breaking our asses and put together all this equipment, the dune buggies, the generators, the supplies, all the gas we've been stashing out there to make going into that desert a paradise? Barker's and the Myers place ain't nothing compared to what we'll have going for us. When our records hit the market, we'll build our own town. In the meantime, if we put our act together, we can make the desert just as comfortable as we want it to be. Think about it. No rent to pay, no laws to obey, and no cops on our asses. Hey, we'll be one step ahead of anything that goes on in this world. Look around you. The worm's turning on the white man. Him and his pigs have put the dollar in front of everything. Even his own kids. Blackie's tired of being the doormat for the rich man's pad. So while the white man's locked into his dollars, Blackie's balling the blonde, blue-eyed daughters and making mixed babies. It's all leading to bad shit. Real madness is gonna explode soon. Everything is gonna be helter-skelter. But that won't affect us, because we'll be in a beautiful land and only we know how to survive it. To be ready, we need equipment and supplies by the tons. If we have to do a little stealing and hustling to get what we need, let's do it.
Yeah,
right. That's a great speech.
It's
It's very motivational.
And it is. He was very paranoid about the race war.
Well,
the black and white thing, that was something that he was paranoid. That he became more paranoid about later. But in the beginning,
this probably goes back to his prison life as well, right? I mean,
I think it had something to do with it. And he does, in full disclosure, Manson, in his own words, throws out the N-bomb a couple of times.
Quite a bit. And the whole thing, too. But basically, what he's saying is he gave an ignorant speech about what the desert was and what they could do for it. And that they took all this.
Yeah.
And then they took all of it and they used it. And I'm certain that there's... I just can't help but I just don't think Manson's smart enough.
He's not.
To have actually manipulated them. I think it literally just kind of came out of his mouth. And they're all like, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because he was just trying to buy time.
He's not forward-thinking enough.
No.
For anything.
Because his whole philosophy.
Yeah.
Because he was talking about the whole time, his whole philosophy is that
Today.
Now is the moment.
It's a lonely man's place. Not a lot of folks around.
Let's
He's
set
bored.
the temperament for Kansas.
First of all, what year are we in here?
It's the year
1970.
There's no place to escape to. This is the last podcast. On the left.
That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Okay, this is round 2. I fucked up, or Adam fucked up.
I fucked up.
Yeah, Adam fucked up and didn't put. We had to get a different SD card, and the thing about SD cards is you got to put the tiny one in the big one.
I thought it was like 2 different sizes.
No, they dock. It's like
it's like gay guys.
Yeah, it's like gay guys.
Cool.
That's what they do. They dock.
They dock each other, which they already do. I think it's kind of fucked up that technology uses gendered terms to describe like male and female.
So did that chick, right? And the guy got fired, and then she ended up getting fired. Some tech convention.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but yes, that sounds exactly like something that.
It was like they made a joke about dongles.
Oh yeah, I remember that. You gotta come up on these mics because they're.
Sorry.
No, yeah.
And she made she got mad and I can't remember what her fucking title was. It was unbelievably annoying though. The title.
Mom of the internet.
Yeah, it was like something like hall monitor of something. And like, what the fuck do you do?
Yeah.
Like, why are you
I
here?
thought they always have like chief tech dreamer. Like they have like
yeah,
those
no, it's
kind
some
of
shit
jobs.
like that. It was
Yeah.
a name like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, what are you?
Imagineer.
It's so funny when businesses try to make like work fun, and they
Oh, it's
somehow
sickening, dude.
they just make fun suck.
The worst job I ever had was like at the tech startup-y place I worked for 3 months where everyone was just playing FIFA. And then
Yeah.
I was like the new guy there and I was like, can I play next game? And they were like, we don't have enough controllers. I was like, what is this, third grade?
Really?
All over again? I have to like be bullied for being at the fun office?
That's like a little brother bullying too.
Yeah.
Like that's what I told my younger brother when
That
he
was-
wanted to play Nintendo.
That was also the name of the business, was Third Grade Solution.
Exactly.
And it's-
By the way, did we? Okay, so this is Karmetzker also,
Yeah, oh, yeah,
and this
sorry.
is also a Race Wars episode.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I forgot
we didn't-
when we fucked up and didn't record like 4.5 minutes of what this podcast. We talked for 4
of gold.
Yeah, it was great.
Is it Race Town or Cum Wars? This
It's race cum.
Race Cum.
Yeah.
Well, they're all different flavors.
Black cum. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes. Yeah, this is a dual episode because me and Kurt are both in town, and then I guess we both have to figure out a way to do both podcasts. So, hey, if you're paying for the premium episodes of both podcasts, guess what? You just got fucked over,
Yeah.
sort of. Yeah, this is like when... You know what happened to me?
What?
Like a month ago, I started watching all of the newer Seagal movies.
Yeah, are
I
they
was-
any good?
They're the best of all of them.
They're
Why?
incredible.
Well, I started like 2 months ago. I was like, I'm going to watch every Seagal movie.
I started trying that with Van Damme. It didn't work out too well.
I did that years ago, actually, too.
Yeah, revisited Van Damme's newer work.
No, not well. JCVD's good. That's a good movie.
Right. No, I know, but he has like direct-to-video action movies.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. I saw one that was kind of good where it was him versus Orlando. Fucking
Orlando Jones
versus
from
Orlando Jones
from Mad TV. The Make Seven
he
Up
plays a
Yours guy.
gangster.
Yeah.
No way.
It was not bad. It was really not bad. Van Damme was the bad guy, and I sat through it. It was not a bad movie. I
Yeah.
can't remember what it's called, but this guy's like a park ranger, ex-marine, and then this gangster comes to kill him because he got the guy's brother killed.
Yeah.
And then Van Damme comes to I don't know. I don't know what he does. He's a drug smuggler, but
Yeah.
it's just like a lot of woods fighting and cool shit.
Yeah. Well, like Seagal started doing direct-to-video in the 90s, and now he's doing like direct-to-Romania.
Yeah, he has, like,
if you want to buy like physical media copies of Seagal's movies, it has to happen in like the same place that a teenager is being sex trafficked.
Yeah, in the dark web.
It's like,
yeah.
They're like snuff films at this point.
Pretty much, dude. I mean, somebody should kill him. Like,
Well,
and
what is
put
he
him out
doing
of
in the
his-
movies? Like
He does nothing because he's 64 years old and he's morbidly obese.
he's 64.
Yeah. Dude, when Above the Law came out, like his
was
first
40.
his first movie, he was like 34, 35 years old. And that was
wow.
like 1987 or some shit.
Wow.
What was
Yeah.
he? He was a stunt coordinator.
He
or
was a
something?
stunt coordinator. He was
Yeah.
like a guy that did martial arts, lived in Japan for a while, came to the United States.
Started wearing pajamas exclusively.
Yeah, well, he was like coordinating fights, and some agent, some like coked up 80s agent, like found Seagal. He's like, I'm gonna make this guy a star.
Steven Seagal.
Yeah, and
But when did he fucking the mob get their hooks in him and force him to make Out for Justice and Above the Law?
those are the good ones. Those are the
What's
early.
the shitty ones he says the mob made him make?
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, they were kind of good. The one where he fucking slugs that guy in the gut who's yelling at him where he parked his car and he just gives him a dead shot in his fucking stomach. It looks awesome.
Well, his whole thing was that he never because he does Aikido or whatever.
Yeah.
So his whole thing is like not actually moving much.
That's a great idea.
Yeah. When he was 34 and still kind of in shape, it like looked impressive. But now he won't get out of a chair. People have to like come
He
to
knows
him.
a martial art you can do seated.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But the only reason I brought that up is like I got into the later Seagal. We call it on the show the goatee era Seagal. So anything where he has a goatee, which is
He's got a goatee now?
He has a goatee.
And he exclusively speaks like a black person.
Yeah,
now,
well,
too.
that started with Glimmerman in
Like an old jazz
1996. He did a movie with Damon Wayans, and for whatever reason, he went from being Chinese to being like a Pan-Africanist, like Creole guy.
Yeah.
And you know, it's
Right.
like, you know, he's like, listen up, baby bird. I'm gonna tell you how to get out of this gang. You know, and it was like this bizarre transition, and now that's just his voice in every movie.
That's amazing.
Yeah, but any of the newer ones, so I started watching them, but I was paying for all of them, and I talked about them on the show, and literally, I think it was because of me. The very next week, they were all free on Netflix.
It was the Cumtown bump.
Yeah.
Because the Chapo Boys went in on it too.
Yeah. So if you are paying for this on Race Wars in Cumtown, you're being seagulled.
That's the second biggest pop culture accomplishment we've had since they just announced. We were riffing on the Beauty and the Beast movie on how Gaston's friend is a gay guy.
Mm-hmm.
And
Why is that a big thing? I keep seeing that.
Well, they just announced that's Cumtown.
Mm-hmm.
Someone at the Ears was listening to Cumtown.
You guys said it first.
We did it as a bit, and then they just announced
LeFou is gay. And then that movie came out, and they were doing publicity for the movie. I love this story, too, because like they were doing publicity for the story, and the director was like, oh, LeFou is definitely gay. And then a bunch of theaters in the South were like, this movie's canceled, we're not showing it here. And they're like, he's not that gay.
Yeah.
Why would you? I mean, what a weird thing to fucking throw out for a kid's movie. Like, who gives a shit? I guess if your kid's gay, though, maybe they like having a gay candelabra. Is it the candelabra?
No, it's not the candelabra. It's the guy that's Gaston's friend, who's
The
such a minor
sidekick.
character.
Oh, Gaston's like the bully guy, right?
Yeah. The candle is French, so he's culturally gay.
Yeah,
it's not the same thing.
Yeah, he's literally flaming.
There you go, baby.
But that just gets us pussy.
That's
my friend.
Yeah, the clock.
it's funny
the
that-
clock character in the new movie, and like instead of a clock face with numbers on it, it just says cock for each one of the numbers. So it's always time.
I remember
for
it
cock.
always said that's the hiding penises everywhere of the 90s.
Yeah.
It's funny that they got mad that there was a gay character in this movie about a woman fucking an animal.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the bestiality
Like,
is the hook of it.
It's literally bestiality.
They want some Christian
Well, have you ever
bestiality.
wanted to come to bestiality? You don't want gay shit getting thrown in.
Yeah,
I
that's
like
true.
a specific thing, and my
Yeah.
children like a specific.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, it's our official stance. We take full credit for the fact that they made Josh Gad's character in the
Yeah.
new Beauty and the Beast gay.
Has you see Beauty and the Bestiality? No one's gay.
Yeah. Has there ever been? I'm sure there's got to be like, I feel like I've seen it, but like a meme or like a web comic where one of the Beast's servants turns into like a fleshlight that gets fucked, because they're all like inanimate objects
Yeah,
around the
yeah,
house.
yeah.
Like one of them had to turn into some kind of, you know, it's a mansion. There's no way a guy with a mansion isn't gonna have
Doesn't
a
have
thing
at
that can
least
fuck.
a couple butt plugs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or something that he comes on.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true. He's there alone. I mean, he's jacking off.
Yeah. Until Belle shows up.
I've seen there've been a lot of pornos made out of Beauty and the Beast because
Yeah.
it was around before the Disney thing even.
Yeah.
There's some great. I think they handle the story better in a lot of them.
Yeah. Why?
Well, there's this one, the one guy who was like, I guess the Gaston friend, had a thick Brooklyn accent, and he was fucking the princess. He goes, I saw a princess getting fucked by a dwarf in the forest this way. This is better, more memorable lines.
Yeah. I want to see.
That was David Mamet, I think, who wrote that.
That sounds like Mamet
I believe.
speak, doesn't it?
It's Mamet.
You got to say every line the way he writes it.
Yeah, exactly.
Glenn Harry, Glenn. Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing.
Beast cock.
No,
I don't know.
on that one. American American buffalo, butt fuckalo.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he's like
all
a
right.
buffalo head man. That's what the beast is?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Oh
He's
yeah,
a-
he's like a wildebeest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out what kind of beast he was.
Yeah. What kind of beast? That's a good bit.
Yeah, sure. I would love
Beauty and the Beast.
I want to watch a Beauty and the Beast porn where the dad gets fucked by his weird invention. That weird car like remember the dad's like a shitty inventor.
Oh yeah, he makes like a steampunk car.
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
Steam powered car.
Which he seems like he would be more of a danger to the community than the Beast would.
He definitely had a series of fucking machines in the basement.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just dildos.
Yeah.
him on a bicycle with a dildo coming in and out of his ass.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You know that the cartoon porn is illegal in Canada?
Cartoon porn? Why?
I guess if it looks like there's children in it.
Oh, because kids like cartoons.
What? I don't know about that angle. I don't know Canada's laws, but I'm assuming that it's basically communist Russia.
How would they enforce that though? I mean, they don't have like anime with like the tentacles and shit.
Well, the way I found out about it is because a couple years
The
ago.
hard way.
Yeah, right. The literal hard way.
Oh, it's a dry town.
Yeah. Well, a guy tried to smuggle Simpsons porn into Canada, and he got caught.
That just sounds like a Canadian crime that you'd be doing hard time.
Yeah.
I tried to smuggle Simpsons porn into Canada.
Right. Well, I love how the way pedophiles get treated in American prison. It's like, this guy's a fucking chomo. Let's fuck him up. And then in Canadian prison, it's like, hey, this guy wants to fuck Bart, eh? We should rape this guy that wants to fuck Miss Crabapple, eh?
The only the only media that I've ever consumed with Canadian prisons in it is Trailer Park Boys, and it looks awesome.
That's a great show.
It's chill.
You fuck with that show?
I haven't watched it, no. I have been told to watch it.
Smoke weed and just hang out, smoke dope, hang out, play hockey.
They play hockey.
Yeah.
They're like, I hope I don't get out this week because we have the finals.
Yeah, they just love jail. They're like Canadian trailer trash.
Yeah. It's incredible.
Yeah,
That's what hosers are supposed to be.
What,
you ever hear the term hosers?
Indiana people?
No,
hockey
Hoosiers.
Hosers.
Hosers in Canada. They take off hoser, and that's like old, that's because they would siphon gas.
Oh, yeah. That's prominently featured in the show.
Yeah, that's a
They
hoser.
they set up their own, they have an episode where they set up their own gas station in the trailer park, and it's just barrels of gas that they made their two lackeys suck out of cars. And then they get arrested. Eventually, the lackeys are in court, and they're both on chemotherapy because they've sucked too much gas out of cars. You ever see the movie Motorama?
No, what is that?
It's this bizarre movie, and I think it was written by the guy that wrote After Hours, which is great.
I don't know what that is either.
It's a Scorsese movie. It's about a guy goes out on a date and then he just has this weird night.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the ambulance one.
Who's in After Hours? Wait a minute, maybe I do know that.
I don't remember the name of the actor. I know.
Was that Paul? What's his name? The dude that wrote Taxi Driver?
No, I mean the only two movies I know that he's written are After Hours and Motorama. I think it's the same guy.
Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah.
Motorama is this bizarre movie about it's like a dystopian future, and there's this 10-year-old boy that's trying to collect all these. It's like McDonald's Monopoly, all these cards that spell out Motorama.
Yeah, I remember that kind.
Yeah, and he's got a Mustang, and he's driving around the desert and shit. They used to play that and Cherry 2000 on TV all the time.
Oh yeah, Cherry 2000, the robot girl.
Yeah.
Who's
the
that?
guy?
Who played Cherry?
I don't remember who played Cherry, but it was oh fuck. The hunter is he has to hire a bounty hunt. God damn it, dude. I'm brain dead as far as this is embarrassing for
Yeah,
me.
because normally in New York we get all the movie facts right.
That's true.
Does it take place in the year 2000? Cherry 2000?
No, it should though. I love the movies that completely got it wrong. They guessed way too early.
Yeah,
they didn't
for
give
sure.
themselves enough
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
But they did get people do fuck sex robots.
They're so creepy, dude. The way they look now. Do you see these new Japanese ones coming out? And they got that uncanny valley horror face.
Really?
It's almost human, but also horribly not human at the same time.
Like a regular Japanese person. Very similar to an actual Japanese woman.
It's just so gross. You just imagine, that's the first use for when they get this perfected is fucking.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of the unspoken rule of robotics. So
Well,
we know where we're going with this, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's sort of like when the 3D printers came out. Everyone's, at the mics that week, everyone's first observation is well, they're going to make a pussy and they're going to make a gun. Those are the first two things you do.
Yeah.
And it was true. That's what they did.
Did I tell that story about trying to do that open mic bit at UCB?
No.
I went to open mic at UCB, and that guy just scribbled out a couple of ideas.
Yeah.
And I was talking about 3D printers.
Yeah.
And I wasn't familiar with the culture of UCB at the time.
Yeah.
And so I was doing a thing about they got these 3D printers now. and like you can print out like a fucking 3D pussy. So
Right.
you can literally, if you get a 3D printer, you can fuck whenever you want.
Right.
And you can print a gun with a 3D printer.
Yeah.
Which means you could just print a gun and fuck whenever you want. So it's like a rape joke, and it just zero fucking like staring daggers at me. It's one of those shows where the hosts have another microphone and they're like, no.
Oh no.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, the fun.
And I'm like, it was just a rape joke. I'm sorry. It was,
But you can't really print the pussy on it. I'm getting hung up on that. Can I print a pussy or not?
well, it was a clunky way to get to my rape joke.
But well worth the time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry you can't print a fucking $7,000 degree from Improv Clown University.
Yeah, how much does a degree in gender studies cost versus a UCB
yeah, yeah.
level?
It's comparable, probably. When you're OT level 5, I think it is. When they tell you about Xenu.
He's OT find out Del Close is.
Who's the Tom Cruise of UCB?
It's Matt Walsh. I don't know.
Yeah.
The Tom Cruise?
Yeah, to make an analogous comparison to
Oh, you know who it is?
Scientology.
It's Flo from the Progressive commercials.
That's probably true.
She's a UCB person. Actually, she went to the same high school as Mr. Louis J. Gomez.
He went to high school with Flo?
Yeah, he was telling me that he has a big inferiority complex, that he wants to be the most famous guy from his high school.
What is his high school?
But then there's this fucking Flo chick.
And Lewis went to a genius arts high school that's produced millions of great...
I don't know, where's he from? Like, some...
Oh,
Where's
shit.
he from? Like, upstate New York?
Yeah, he's from like the...
I don't know.
He's like Rockland County.
I always thought he was from nowhere and everywhere.
Yeah, yeah.
He's just a road...
Flo went to Puerto Rico High School. The high school
Flo from Progressive. That's like a...
Go Rattlesnakes.
I'm trying to think of great douchey names to drop for this job. I wish I had thought of Flo from Progressive.
Yeah.
But there's one like Progressive commercial where she's like, there's some sort of grid with her playing like 12 different characters, and it was clear that she was like, I have to have one ad where I do my characters. Like it was like such a UCB move. Like, you know.
There's one who was like the Clumps, where she was like her whole family. Is that what you mean?
Maybe it's that. Yeah. Maybe
It was like her. It was like what they made fun of in that movie with Jack. Tropic Thunder, when they were making fun of Jack Black. Everyone's farting.
Tropic Thunder is like one of the best comedy movies.
What a good
Can't
movie.
believe Justin Theroux.
I know, it's insane. It's very weird.
He
That
wrote
actor.
it?
Yeah.
He wrote that movie.
No shit.
Yeah, he did. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's also really weird that what's his name, Coogan's in it for like nothing. Gets like exploded in the beginning. He plays the director.
That's right. Yeah, yeah.
And then he gets blown up like right at the beginning.
Yeah, but I mean, like how well done the blackface shit was in that movie.
So good.
And it's like there's a lot of stuff.
Why is there still no award for best blackface?
That was probably an Academy Award up until like 1997.
Wait, was Robert Downey Jr. nominated for Best Support? I think he was nominated for Best Supporting.
Oh, really?
For the blackface. No, maybe I'm making this up. I don't know. I'll look it up right now.
Yeah. Yeah, because you can't do blackface in any context. Like, even if you're making fun of blackface.
That was kind of funny, though, how it did, like... There was a good fucking joke. Like, he comes out in a wheelchair, like, let's do this.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like, it's funny because there's a lot of stuff I look at from even 5 years ago that I'm like, you couldn't make this now. But I feel like Tropic Thunder would get away with it.
Do you think a Soul Man remake is coming?
Yeah.
How did Soul Man
He got an Oscar nomination, 2009.
And there's your Oscar for blackface.
Yeah. I guess the movie came out 2008.
Yeah. I was looking at pictures of men's bodybuilding competitions the other day, and they do the spray tanning. You know, they like spray tan before the competition because the darker you are, like it brings out the light, just because the light captures or whatever the shadows and shit. And that's like, I don't understand why that's okay, but blackface isn't. Is to do like black body.
But they're not trying to say that they're black with it.
Yeah, but even if you weren't trying to say that you're black, if you just put black makeup.
The whole problem is that you're trying to say you're black. That's the whole issue.
No, if you accidentally, let's say, like you were making stovetop popcorn, and there was some kind of horrific accident, and you just blackened your whole face and you ran out of your apartment, you're like, I need help, your career would be over.
That's how sad. A lot of like those meth lab explosions, the guys are forever in blackface.
yeah.
I'm sorry. This is really funny. The second thing that came up when I searched Robert Downey Jr. Academy Award blackface was that the next year at the Oscars, Billy Crystal was hosting, and he faced serious backlash for going in blackface.
That's right. He played an old jazz man. It was so stupid.
Sammy Davis Jr.
Well, no, his Sammy Davis is fucking good.
It's
you ever seen
pretty
him do Sammy Davis? But I remember doing like a jazz man for like Hurricane Katrina. That was insane.
Yeah.
Like, dabba dabba dooba dabba.
Yeah. Well, he actually played Kanye in that video with Mike Myers. And
Oh, yeah.
that was actually just Billy
That was
Crystal.
Billy Crystal saying
in
George
blackface.
George Bush doesn't care
There's a
about
Billy
black
Crystal
people.
special where
George Bush doesn't care about us.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, what's the Billy Crystal comedy special with like Christopher Guest is in it, and he plays Sammy Davis, and he does him really great.
Oh, really?
And he looks like him, and he fucking sounds exactly like him.
I think we need to move beyond being offended by blackface, folks.
Yeah. Well,
that's why I voted for Trump.
Yeah. It's gonna. Did you see there was like I don't know if it was real or not, but people were tweeting a screen cap from like a White House email today that said that Trump declares April National Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Yeah, I saw that.
But if you go to whitehouse.gov, there's no mention of it. So I'm thinking it's a hoax, and I'm thinking like, how fucking funny would it be if Sean Spicer has to clarify and say, no, it's not Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Why is that guy like that? The way he fucking delivers a line.
Yeah.
Because I saw what's her name doing the impression of him first. McCarthy.
Yeah.
And then when I saw him, like, oh my god.
I think because every time he goes out before the press, he's literally been yelled at for 40 minutes by the President of the United States.
Yeah.
He's all pinchy faced and like angry, like, you said that.
He looks like he's just been crying a lot of the time.
Well, he was the Easter Bunny in the Bush
I saw
2.
that.
Yeah. He was the official Easter Bunny of the White House. That was his last White House job. Was he would dress up like the Easter Bunny.
That's all he did was that. Nothing
Yeah,
else.
I don't think he wasn't involved in that administration beyond that. I'm not checking that at all, but that's what I choose to interpret from those
It does
pictures.
seem like how an Easter bunny would be to me.
Yeah.
all mad.
Well, hopefully they send him out in the Easter Bunny costume to explain that it is officially not Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And Donald Trump can't stress enough that you shouldn't be aware of sexual assault.
Shouldn't every month be that?
Yeah.
I got in a big argument. I went to Mexico with some friends a few weeks ago for a bachelor party. I got a big argument with my friend about came on her like a bitch.
What's
right?
came on her like a bitch?
So you know the grab her by the pussy recording?
Right.
So grab her by the pussy became like the
Summer Jam.
That was the pull quote, you know? That was the hit, right?
Yeah.
But I thought that he said I came on her like a bitch. Like he approached her. So I got a big argument.
Came on to her.
I came on to her like a bitch.
What is,
right?
That doesn't make any
It doesn't make any sense. So I got in a where clearly to me he's saying like she's a bitch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But my friend was of the opinion that
he's
he
a
was
bitch.
calling himself a bitch. Which
Well, he doesn't really think that.
It's also,
why would he ever call himself a bitch?
I've made the point on the show before, but I really like if you listen to that whole tape, it sounds like Trump has no fucking idea what he's talking about.
No, it
and
sounds
he's
like-
trying to sound cool.
It sounds like
it sounds
and-
like the 40-year-old virgin.
I was about to bags of sand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
It sounds like he's never had sex before.
Well, I can't imagine a situation where he hasn't every situation where he fucks a woman. I imagine it like a debutante ball, where he comes down the stairs with his penis out, and then the woman that they've sex trafficked.
He curtsies.
Right? Yeah, basically.
I thought oh, he doesn't even know what sex is. Like he's just been fucking their navel this whole time.
Yeah.
He has no idea.
Oh, of course, yeah. No one would tell him that he's not doing it the wrong way.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Then you rub butts.
Yeah. I came, she came, everybody came.
It was terrific.
Yeah.
I rub butts with beautiful women every day.
Yeah. He's like those women that like I didn't have an orgasm until I was 35 years old. He's gonna have like an awakening. Where he
I got a
finally
shiatsu
comes.
massage and I had no orgasm. I thought I was just peeing the whole time.
Yeah. You remember? You know what I didn't realize until adulthood, but like I mean, this might be, I don't know, this is probably, you might be just too old for this, but Brookstone always had a rule, like Brookstone in the mall, where like you couldn't be, Adam, you know about this? You couldn't be under 18 and
use the massage
chair.
Why?
Because they say, oh, it'll stunt your growth. But everything that they say, oh, it'll stunt your growth, it just means like a child might accidentally come.
How could it stunt your growth?
It's impossible.
Yeah.
But that's what they would tell you. They didn't want kids sitting in the massage chair because it might make them come.
It would?
Maybe.
But okay, kids don't really come, do they? You gotta be pubescent.
No.
Did you used to jerk off before you could come?
I started jacking off when I was like 9.
Yeah, I started.
You did?
Yeah, I started jerking off before I could come.
And you came, or
no?
You just
it's you, but you have a way more intense orgasm.
Yeah.
Than
there's actually a completion.
Than actually coming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then
this is what Milo was talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know.
I never even occurred to me to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was a late bloomer, so a lot of my friends were blasting
on your face.
Not on my face.
Yeah.
But
To prove to you. Yeah. Right.
And I was determined.
Now let's get the late bloomer. Let's show him what a fucking underdeveloped flower he is.
Oh God. Yeah. Tell me about it. Your boy's about to be 30 this weekend.
When I was in junior high, my friend told this retarded kid that if you have hair around your dick, it means you have leprosy and you're gonna die.
Oh wow!
And the retarded kid was like, "No, it doesn't." You know, he's like, "It's normal. It's not a problem." And he was just bullying this retarded kid for having pubes.
Who was doing this?
This kid I knew.
Oh, that was one of your UCB characters. That you
Oh yeah.
I'm the guy that bullies retarded kid about pubes. This is my SNL video.
Yeah. There hasn't been a rape controversy in a while. I don't think.
Well, give it time.
Yeah.
Well, there was Jamie Kilstein.
Oh right, the Kilstein thing.
And then next one's Matt McGorry. You know, it's any day now that his victims are gonna crawl out of the shadows.
Yeah, that
Who the
makes
fuck
sense.
is Matt McGorry?
Matt McGorry is an actor
from Orange Is the New Black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's like determined to become the
most
biggest,
woke guy.
most
Yeah.
woke.
Well, he
Good
tweets
guy.
he tweets weird shit. Like, didn't he have that one where he's reading that like feminist book and he's like, "I'm gonna jack off to this" or something? He was
Did
like,
he say that?
No, but he was like intimating that he was like that there was a sexual element. I mean, he gets pretty fucking close to being like, it's hot when women are feminists.
Oh, I
barely pay attention.
He's
to him.
done some unspeakable things. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's only a matter of time. No, the thing that I remember is that him and his dad got matching female reproductive system tattoos on their arms.
Because he makes more money than his dad and he controls his life.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess so.
You know who has a sweet life? Justin Bieber's dad.
Justin Bieber's dad rules.
Yeah, I think I wish he was my dad.
Yeah, he rules. He's just trying to hang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a fun dad.
he's like sort of Canadian white trash. He's like a Monster Energy kind of dude.
That should have been that should have
Yeah.
been a plot on Trailer Park Boys. Ricky should have had a son that
was a
became
virtuoso.
like an internet sensation, and then Usher gave him a career.
Oh, dude, I'm looking at this thing of Matt McGorry talking about the power dynamics of his on-screen relationship.
Oh no!
I think that was not cool, dude. He's talking about he's like scolding his character for having an affair with. Like, can you just watch a show? You fucking.
Yeah, I love that people. Did you see this controversy with the Thinx underwear company?
No.
Oh yeah, it's like they marketed themselves as like a feminist underwear company.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
And it's underwear that you can just have your period directly into.
Yeah, they have ads in the subway.
Yeah.
What are you calling it?
They're called Thinx. Because they make you smarter. I don't know.
Explain this to me again. I'm sorry.
It was this company is like under a lot of fire. It's this underwear company called Thinx, and they have like a female CEO, and they branded themselves as like a feminist company, and they made underwear that you could just have your period directly into, which I guess has some application for like people that can't get access to tampons or whatever, or like maybe.
Oh, I heard of people using fucking diva cups and shit.
Yeah, that's another option. I mean, I guess if you're like prone to like, can get like toxoplasmosis and shit from tampons. So it is like cool that they invented something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of them things where I'm like, I don't have an opinion about your fucking, other than put a towel down, I got no opinions.
Well, I mean, I take it from the, like, if I 3 nights out of the week, I go to bed without brushing my teeth. You know, I shave my face once a week.
Right.
If I had to deal with like blood leaking out of my dick once a month, that would be.
Wait,
like,
you don't?
No, then it would be like that. I would be annoyed that I had to do anything about
but this is the thing, because there's so many. But I have, and I will say, I heard a million dudes say this before. Like, only can come and talk about a period. That fucking
like female
shit.
comics.
Yeah. So I mean, I know there's somebody who's like, but it's like I don't care. It's like I hate when somebody's bravely. That's right, a diva cup. Literally a cunt cup.
Yeah,
is what they mean by that.
Well, my problem isn't with the underwear. I mean, I don't give a shit about.
What was
underwear.
the controversy with the
underwear? Controversy is that the female CEO was like sexually harassing her subordinates and like telling them
like
to look
men?
sexy. yeah.
Or women?
Yeah, and she was just this like Don Draper piece of shit, and like giving people like 2 weeks for maternity leave. And fucking just a scumbag like any other CEO there
Piece
could
of
possibly
shit,
be.
Any company that has any initiative or anything political is always repulsive.
Yeah.
Well, like, there's no need to take a stand. You're a goddamn corporation. You got nothing to do with this.
Yeah. That's how I feel.
Well, yeah, I mean,
that's why corporations should just be evil, like Monsanto. That's why
Monsanto's wasn't it you that told me that the Hell's Angels are really into eating girls out while they have periods?
Well, they're into eating all kinds of pussy. Have you ever seen the chart of like different wings you can get?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, the green wings,
The crimson
black
wings?
Yeah, well, the crimson wings is for eating a girl out when she's on her period.
Yeah.
Yellow wings, China. Most of them are race based. There's
What's green?
It's that one is if she has like an infection. I might be fucking it up, but there's a green one and there's a purple one, and one of them is like if she's dead, which is that's pretty intense.
To eat a girl's pussy?
What is the point of it?
How did you know that it's if she's dead?
I saw a chart one time with all of them on there.
Where?
On the internet. When I was using the computer at the Hell's Angels motorcycle club.
I was in the East Village. I was in the East Village a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
By Patty Moe's show, and I was walking down the street. Some fucking Hell's Angel guy comes out of like, I guess they have a clubhouse down there.
Oh yeah.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, you haven't seen it?
And he like comes out and he like is like, "Do you fucking spit here, bro?" I was like, "I didn't fucking spit." I was like on the phone. He's like, "I'll fucking kick your ass if I find out you were spitting."
What?
So I was just like, all right.
He's from the Singapore chapter of the Hell's Angels.
Yeah, I guess so. He would have came.
Are you
to
fucking
me.
blaspheming out here?
Did you use the Lord's name in vain, bro?
Dude, I had like woke Singaporeans.
Was there like spit somewhere visible that?
Maybe he saw someone on some sort of security camera spit. I didn't fucking spit.
Oh, maybe you were outside the club.
I was outside the club on the phone. Like,
so you were in front of their motorcycle.
I was in front of their motorcycle club.
Yeah.
And he thought I was spitting.
Oh.
And I was like, this is still a thing.
Well, I'm kind of upset you didn't get beat up by bikers.
It would have been cool if I got beat up by bikers.
I have a getting beat up by bikers story that happened to me.
The Sugar Ray
What kind of
thing?
bikers?
Yeah.
I don't know, like not Hell's Angels, so lower tier bikers.
They were law-abiding 99%ers.
Yeah, right. Outside of beating people up outside of comedy shows.
Why they beat you up?
Because I was making fun of Sugar Ray, the band Sugar Ray.
Well, okay.
Mark McGrath.
Elaborate on that.
I was saying, me and my friend were making fun of Sugar Ray. One of the bikers comes over. He's like, Sugar Ray's actually badass, dude. They're like, Mark McGrath, that dude's a fucking badass. And I'm like, no, he's not, And he goes, well, I saw a video where someone said Sugar gay, and then he like threatened to kill the guy. And I'm like, yeah, that makes him like a fucking insecure piece
But
of
also,
shit.
Mark McGrath, I've heard him talk about Sugar Ray. He's like, yeah, it's a piece of shit. Like,
Does he say that?
Yeah, he's like, I didn't want to have a job. Fuck this. You know, he doesn't like any of the music.
Oh, that's cool then.
And he became an
self-aware.
entertainment reporter. Mark McGrath from the E Channel?
Is he
He's
on
a
the E
badass.
Channel?
Yeah, he's like a fucking Entertainment Tonight kind of guy.
It'd be great if I was talking shit on the E Channel. And that's what set off the bikers.
Dude, you don't like fucking Vanderplump?
Bravo!
Bro?
Pretty badass channel.
Yo, dude, say that again about the Lifetime movie channel.
Gigi Hadid would fuck you up, bro. It's so
the
weird.
best part is you did a set after you got beat up by the
Blood
guy.
coming out of my mouth. I went in and did a fun after.
So you actually did get your ass kicked by Mark. Mark McGrath and his fans sound badass right now.
Yeah, that sounds badass, dude.
Okay, all right, fair point. Yeah, the whole time he was throwing punches and he was like, I just want to fly. He's like singing the whole song. Singing the whole song. Yeah, how gay does it sound now, bitch?
With a halo on me
Yeah,
for a point.
yeah.
They were singing that while they'll kick you.
Yeah, I got catcalled the other night by some hoodlum.
By like a thug hood?
Yeah, some thug hood guy.
By
Yeah.
gangster fag from Rogan?
No.
Homo thug.
Yeah, but he was called Gangster Fag. He's a rapper.
Where was he from?
Las Vegas.
Really?
Yeah, and Joe Rogan got the tape and they were playing it on there's YouTube and Patrice listening to it with him. Patrice is cracking up because it's like it's hitting Midwesterners in their deepest fears. Like he's gay and he's fucking gangster.
Yeah.
Is your son home?
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the final level of masculinity. I mean, that's why that shit's so prevalent
It's
in
just
jail.
being gay. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Is to be a prison rapist. I
There's
mean,
nothing more masculine than just butt sex.
Yeah.
Well, not that. It's that you like. Well, fine. You're a pussy now.
Yeah.
Oh, I need pussy. Well, I guess you're gonna have to be pussy.
Yeah.
I'm not getting pussy.
That's pretty much what it is. I found
Right.
this YouTube video a couple years ago, and the guy deleted it since. I showed it to Cubas back when we were living together, and I forget how I found it, but it's this like kind of like heavyset black dude, and he's like doing a vlog, and he's like, I just got out of jail. I was in jail for the last 8 months or whatever in county. He's like, this is a story, this is a jail story. I don't know if it was real or not, but it's made it sound pretty fucking convincing. And he's like, yeah, and so I was, I was in county lockup, and then this white boy came in, and he was kind of pretty or whatever, so I caught him in the shower one day, and I reached around, I grabbed his penis, and it was cute, he had like a cute penis or whatever, and he didn't really feel comfortable with that, but maybe about a week later he